Science and Technology Library Chapter 77 to Chapter 155. Wang Hai, male, age 31. Not long after, Wang Hai's information popped up on the computer screen. Browsing through Wang Hai's information, Chen Mo's eyes were filled with shock. Blue Sword Special Forces member, codename, Sea King. He didn't expect that the unattractive and taciturn Wang Hai would have such an identity. How could this kind of person appear in their company as a part-time security guard? This could no longer be described as an ordinary person. A person with this kind of identity, even if he retired, would definitely work in a government agency. But now that he appeared in his company, Chen Mo couldn't help but suspect that there was a special reason for this. With curiosity, Chen Mo continued to read. Soon, Chen Mo locked his eyes on the last item. Operation Cobra, success, retired due to serious injury. Chen Mo didn't continue to delve into what Operation Cobra was. Instead, he asked the Mahist girl to close the information page. But he also had a preliminary understanding of Wang Hai. At least he knew that Wang Hai was not an ordinary soldier. As for the specific reason why he didn't work in a government agency, he didn't think too much about it. Some things, if he knew too much, it wouldn't do him any good. Zhao Min, come up. Chen Mo picked up the phone and said. Okay. Not long after hanging up the phone, Zhao Min entered Chen Mo's office. This is the small laser sensor technology that I've compiled in the past 2 months. Take it and let someone test it and apply for a patent. Chen Mo said. Okay. Zhao Min took the technology because she already knew that Chen Mo was researching sensors. She was also used to the fact that Chen Mo's research cycle was short. She really didn't understand the world of geniuses. In the next period of time, I'll spend some time reading and researching a small toy. What kind of toy? A fun toy. You'll know when the time comes. Chen Mo laughed. It's up to you. You're the big boss of the company. There won't be any big products in the near future. You are in charge of expanding and stabilizing the company during this time. Then, prepare for the driverless car, Chen Mo said. Enter the driverless car market? Zhao Min said, this market is a bit risky. Leshy is a living example. We are only testing the laser sensor and software technology. If we succeed, we will cooperate with other automobile companies. We will provide the software technology and platform. The rest has nothing to do with us. Okay. Zhao Min nodded. She wanted to say something but hesitated. What's up? I'm going to set up a holding company to form a corporation in the future, Zhao Min said after a moment of hesitation. Tell me what you think. Chen Mo was a little surprised by Zhao Min's question. It's for the future development of the company. Zhao Min said, the company has too many businesses, and the direction is different. In the future, the mobile phone business would definitely be separated from other businesses and become an independent company. It would be responsible for facing the market, while the head office would be responsible for product development and the main business. This way, it would be more convenient to manage. Each company would be independent and have a specific direction. It would be easier to develop. Well, okay, you go and do it. Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, you will take 3% of the shares. Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. Zhao Min smiled. According to the current value of the army and company, 3% of the shares would be enough for her to enter the list of the richest people in the country. In the future, this would be a company with endless potential. This is what you deserve. I'll leave the details to you. After you've confirmed it, just show it to me and sign it. Chen Mo said. After chatting with Chen Mo for a while, Zhao Min took the documents and left Chen Mo's office. I'm not in a hurry now. It's just an idea to prepare for the future. After Zhao Min left, Chen Mo returned to his seat and picked up the book at hand to open it. There were still more than 2 months until the graduation season. During this period of time, Feng Yu did not plan to do any research on other products. Instead, he wanted to finish reading the 1,000 books required by the scientific library and enter the next level of authorization before graduation. Now that he was in the Science and Technology Library, the technology at the probationary stage was not very attractive to him. The next level of authorization was artificial intelligence, which was exchanged with the Chinese programming language code. It was much more useful than all the technologies he had received. Now, he wanted to see what the next level of authorization was. Before that, he was prepared to use the remaining 4 opportunities to choose the technologies he wanted to use on the toys he was going to make. The company already had enough income to maintain its growth. Now, he did not need to sell his technologies for money. On the other side of the ocean, Cook looked at the sales statistics sent to him by various countries. His face was gloomy. Greater China's mobile phone sales dropped by 9%, and this was only for 1 quarter. The second model, Butterfly Eye, had not been released yet. It was only in the pre-sale stage. If this Butterfly Eye was released to the market, it would be even more troublesome for them. In addition to Huawei's attack, they were now facing the Marching Ant Company, a dark horse that had suddenly appeared. Army Ant System, Smart Assistant, New Material Battery. Every feature was better than Apple's mobile phones. After this phone was released to the market, Apple's new mobile phones in Greater China would be stuck in the warehouse. This ant, from the very beginning, had its eyes on their Apple. After the Army Ant Company came out of the company's 3 product launches, the ant wanted to bite them every time. If this went on, it wouldn't be long before half of the apple was bitten off. Their mobile phone business was the most profitable among all their businesses. Now, they had suffered heavy losses in Greater China. If they let the Smart Assistant and Army Ant become international, they would be finished. Ever since the Army Ant Company appeared, Apple's share prices had fallen several times. Less than 2 days after the Army Ant Company's product launch, the share prices that had just stabilized lost $8 billion. Now, the board of directors was pressuring him. If he could not stop the share prices from falling, he would be in trouble. Cook's face darkened. He was thinking of ways to solve this problem. The only solution now was to stop the Army Ant's mobile phone from having a heart problem. Or else, Apple would be squeezed out by Huaxiao's 2 exclusive beasts. After thinking for a while, Cook called Qualcomm's CEO, Abeli. "Mr. Cook, what's the matter? Why are you calling me? Have you thought it through? Are you going to pay us the patent fees?" A mocking voice came from the other end of the phone. Now that Apple and Qualcomm had gone to court, Abeli naturally would not be nice to Cook if he took the initiative to call him. "If you stop working with the Army Ant Company, we will pay you double the patent fees." Cook's face darkened. But at this time, this was the only way to stop the Army Ant Company. At least they can delay the launch of Army Ant's mobile phones. After Apple's S2 is launched safely, their losses will not be so high. Do I look like an idiot? We are not stupid enough to abandon an honest Huaxia partner for an unreliable company. Plus, we still have to pay them the penalty fees. Abeli's voice was filled with mockery. "What do you want in order to stop their chip supply?" Cook was ready to risk everything. If the Army Ant continued, they would be in trouble. "If we break the contract, our reputation will be damaged. It is impossible to stop them. Moreover, the money you earn from them seems to be more than the patent fees you earn from them. We are not idiots. You can sit on the toilet and eat an apple. Dream on." Hearing the busy tone, Cook's face turned from black to red and then to green. In the end, he took a deep breath and left the office with his clothes. "Lu Mingliang, come back quickly. There's a popular celebrity to follow tomorrow." These 2 days, his actions had been a bit strange. This is big news. Now he's picking up his girlfriend from Binhai City. He'll accompany her for 2 days. His wife is more important. Otherwise, he'll still be single. "Brother, help me out. You have to accompany your girlfriend in the future, right? I'll repay you in the future." "Damn, you're abusing single people. Remember to save some energy. See you later, hee hee." Lu Mingliang hung up the phone, played with the camera hanging on his chest, and kept looking for places to shoot at the airport. As a photography enthusiast, he wanted to take artistic photos. However, his life was full of setbacks. If he didn't become a paparazzi following celebrities, he wouldn't even be able to eat. This time, his girlfriend came to Binhai City, and he could take 2 days off. Waiting in the airport hall, Lu Mingliang looked inside from time to time. Looking at the time, Lu Mingliang shook his head and smiled. He still hadn't seen any trace of her. The plane was probably late. Just as Lu Mingliang was waiting anxiously, a figure made his eyes light up. Cook, as long as one followed the news, this face was not unfamiliar. It was the CEO of Apple, Cook. Cook appeared in Binhai City? This thought made him frown. Suddenly thinking of something, Lu Mingliang hurriedly raised his camera and took pictures of Cook. Binhai City didn't have any big technology conferences or forums. At this time, Cook came to Binhai City quietly. The only possibility was that he came for the Army Ant Company. The Army Ant Company was a recent superstar company in China. A few days ago, it released the second generation of Butterfly Eye, Butterfly Transformation. At this time, Cook appeared in Binhai City. Did Apple also want to cooperate with the Army Ant Company? Lu Mingliang didn't stop pressing the shutter until Cook and the secretary walked out of the airport hall. He looked carefully at the person in the photo and used his phone to check Chandu's photo. After confirming that it was indeed Cook, he dialed a number. Tiger, there's news. Can you help me release it? Aren't you going to pick up your girlfriend? What's the news? Do you want to send photos to abuse single dogs? An angry voice came from the other end of the phone. No, my girlfriend's flight was probably delayed. Guess who I saw at the airport? Who? Your mother? Get lost, Cook, the CEO of Apple, Cook. Lu Mingliang said, it seems that they came here quietly. They probably came to Binhai City to look for the Army Ant Company. Cook? It can't be, right? Are you sure you aren't lying to me? I'm sure. The photos are in my camera. I'll send them to you now. This is big news. I've done you justice. Lu Mingliang took out the tablet and card reader from his backpack without hesitation. After sending all the photos to Tiger, Lu Mingliang heaved a sigh of relief. That evening, the news of Cook coming to Binhai City spread like wildfire. Along with the news was a photo of Cook and his secretary at Binhai Airport. This news immediately attracted a lot of attention from the media. Binhai City was not a first-tier metropolis like Donghai City, and there were not many forums and events. Also, there was no Apple R&D base or company office in Binhai City. People couldn't help but think that Apple was coming at this time. Shocking. Apple admitted defeat? Squirrel headlines: Apple stock plummets, Apple comes to ask for mercy? News Eye. What is the matter with Cook, who has come quietly? Global news. The news spread on the internet and immediately attracted a lot of attention. Many people were talking about the purpose of Cook's visit. In the end, all the conclusions pointed to the Army Ant Company. At this time, the only explanation for visiting Binhai City was the Army Ant Company. Apple's stock fell again and again. Cook had to come. Otherwise, Apple's market share in Greater China would be gone. Now Apple's market share in the domestic market is not much. Huawei is attacking them from the front, and an army ant suddenly appeared from behind. They may become the next Samsung. The Apple tax incident made people see the greedy face of Apple. Although they have compromised now, there are still cracks in the broken glass. Many people don't like Apple anymore. Unfortunately, Butterfly Eye was released just before Apple. He knows that things are serious. A lot of netizens began to comment on this incident. All kinds of opinions pushed this news to the headlines. Cook didn't come to Xianxia many times. This time, he came without a word. People felt that there was big news. Some reporters from nearby cities drove to Binhai City overnight after seeing the news. Such good news, reporting it on the spot. Maybe there would be unexpected gains. What's going on? Why is this happening? Cook, who was in the hotel, saw the news. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Not many people knew about his trip to Binhai City. However, not long after he got off the plane and returned to the hotel, the news of his trip to Binhai City was overwhelming. We were photographed by the reporters at the airport, the secretary said. Damn it. Cook, who had always been good-tempered, was a little irritable at this moment. The matter was still brewing. As the CEO of a big company like Apple, his appearance anywhere was big news. This time, he secretly came to Binhai City, which naturally attracted a lot of curiosity. Was he going to make a secret deal with the army ant? Confrontation or cooperation? With this kind of curiosity, many people began to pay attention to this matter. Because at any time in the past, this kind of thing had never happened before. Early the next morning, the entrance of the Army Ant Company's office building was guarded by many reporters. They didn't know the address of Cook's hotel, but the Army Ant Company was undoubtedly the most likely place for him to appear. This is interesting. As soon as Chen Mo's car arrived at the entrance of the company, he saw all kinds of reporters. Last night, he also saw the news of Cook coming to Binhai City. If he used his brain, he would know that Cook must have come to find them. He didn't expect to see so many reporters at the entrance of the company so early in the morning. The CEO of Apple, is he really coming? Xiao Yu, who was sitting next to Chen Mo, was a little surprised. Who knows? Anyway, I don't care. Chen Mo smiled. After Chen Mo's car appeared, it attracted a lot of attention from the reporters. However, because they couldn't see the people in the car, they could only continue to wait. The Army Ant Company's new security regulations required that outside cars must be checked if they wanted to enter the company. Therefore, they were not worried that Cook would sneak in. After confirming his identity, Chen Mo's car entered the company smoothly. Not long after they entered the company, an ordinary Audi stopped not far from the roadside. Cook looked at the office building in front of him through the car window. His face was expressionless, but he was not in a good mood. It was hard to imagine that a company that even rented its headquarters could make him feel threatened from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, he had personally come over. However, now he had a headache. He was a little unwilling to go in like this. At the moment, the size of the two companies was not on the same level. This time, he was simply lowering his status. Looking at the reporters with cameras on the roadside, Cook's face became even more unpleasant. Back to the hotel, Cook said lightly. Along the way, Cook was not in a good mood. During this time, the stock price kept falling. Just when he arrived in Binhai City last night, he received a call from the company. After the stock market opened, the stock price fell again by 0.9%. For the size of their company, 0.9% was billions of dollars. What technology are you using this time? In the huge space of the scientific library, Elder Shu stood in front of Chen Mo. Now, he has read the 743th book. This is the effort of Chen Mo in the past 2 months after he got the laser sensor. He read more than 140 books in 2 months. This speed is much slower than before. But he doesn't care. There are still 257 books left to complete the first stage. After the laser sensor came out, Chen Mo planned to get the technology this time. It's just that he decided to get it today. The design of the robot, humanoid robot, can be done with the current technology. Elder Shu, can you show me the appearance of all the parts and let me see? Chen Mo said. Okay. Elder Shu waved his hand, and the large space in the center of the scientific library was filled with all kinds of books with humanoid robot covers. Chen Mo's scalp was numb. It was full of humanoid robots. There were many humanoid robots the size of transformers. Chen Mo didn't know if they were just used for viewing or for other purposes. The size is normal human size. Chen Mo braced himself and said. Okay. Elder Shu waved his hand again, and the other robots disappeared. But then some other robot design books appeared to fill the space. Chen Mo didn't care how many books there were. It was no longer important. He knew that even if he developed unscrupulously for a lifetime, it's impossible to get all the technology in here. Chen Mo looked in the pile of books and finally chose a robot with a relatively good appearance. It's not that difficult to make. He is now at the apprentice level. The design drawings he got didn't have the software. But Chen Mo didn't care. He could write the software or let the Mahast girl control it. His laboratory needs an assistant to help. Xiao Yu doesn't know technology, and it's impossible for her to stay by his side every day. Chen Mo didn't feel at ease with other people. After all, there are too many secrets. The existence of artificial intelligence can't be exposed for the time being. So he decided to choose a robot assistant. After getting the robot design drawings and coming out of the scientific library, Zhao Min entered his office. Apple contacted me. Cook wants to invite you to discuss a collaboration. Chen Mo fell into deep thought. After a while, he shook his head and said, he said that it's inconvenient for me to leave the company and that I can't leave the company for the time being. If he wants to talk about cooperation, he can come to the company and talk to me. He invited us to talk to him, but the order of the host and the guest was different. It was as if we were asking for their cooperation. Zhao Min nodded and agreed with Chen Mo. If Chen Mo chose to go over, she would also remind him. Now that Chen Mo said this, it proved that he knew what he was doing. I'm also wondering why he didn't come to talk to us. Logically speaking, if they want to cooperate, they should take the initiative to visit us, Zhao Min said. Who said they are here to talk about cooperation with us? He hasn't said anything about cooperating with us, right? Chen Mo looked at Zhao Min. Chen Mo's words enlightened Zhao Min. She realized that she had fallen into the trap of thinking inertia. She knew that Cook came to visit Binhai City to cooperate with them. But it was just a phone call. They didn't see him in person. There were many things that could be done. The media said that he wants to cooperate with us. He didn't tell the public what he was doing in Binhai City. The public said that he came to our company, and we are sure that they want to cooperate. But he didn't step into our company, so it's not considered a visit. If we rush over to see them, there will be a big story. We might be finished, Chen Mo said. If they went to see Cook, the meaning would be different. They knew that Apple invited them, but outsiders and the media didn't know that. At that time, the media would say that they took the initiative to ask Apple to cooperate. To put it bluntly, it would be that they were licking Apple's boots without any integrity. The reputation that the marching ants had built up would be completely gone. Once this happened, in the eyes of the uninformed public, it wasn't Cook who was talking to them about cooperation, but the Army Ant Company who saw Cook coming over and took the initiative to approach him. The Army Ant Company had experienced the violence of rumors on the internet more than once. He didn't know what Cook was thinking, but he had to be careful. The business world was like a battlefield. A small mistake in decision-making could lead to eternal damnation. Actually, there might be a possible reason. There are too many reporters below. He didn't want the media to know that he came here, so he came quietly. Unfortunately, the news was leaked, Chen Mo said with a smile. The CEO of the world's largest company by market value came to see us personally. Normally, it would be impossible. Maybe it's because our Butterfly Eye is listed and the Smart Assistant doesn't support iOS. Apple's stock price kept falling, which made him anxious. That's why he lowered his status to come here. You have to know what kind of people he met the last few times he came to China. Cook had been in and out of Beijing several times, and he had met the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Industry and Information Technology, and the Chairman of Mobile. Now, as long as he didn't meet Chen Mo, the two sides didn't have any contact. If Cook really entered the Army Ant Company in front of the media, it would undoubtedly lower his status. That was why he invited Chen Mo to talk and took the initiative in his own hands. If the cooperation between the two sides didn't work out, he would visit other cities, or go there, under the pretext of inspecting the market. Once this happened, Apple would have the upper hand. If their cooperation with the Army Ant Company didn't work out, the Army Ant Company would take the initiative to ask for cooperation, and Apple would reject them in the end. At that time, cyber violence would follow, and they would be in trouble. Whether the two sides worked together or not, Apple would be able to escape unscathed. It seems that my worries were unnecessary, Zhao Min said. In principle, she wouldn't agree with Chen Mo meeting Cook. When Chen Mo said that Cook didn't announce his purpose in coming to Binhai City, she already knew that Chen Mo understood the pros and cons reject their invitation. If they come, we welcome them. It doesn't matter if they don't come. We are not so miserable that we have to go over and talk about cooperation with them just because of a phone call. Chen Mo didn't really like or dislike the Apple brand. After all, its products were indeed better than others. But he didn't like the founder of Apple, Steve Jobs. This person was deified in Xianxia. But many people didn't know that Steve Jobs had never set foot in Xianxia in his life, and he was extremely arrogant and prejudiced against Xianxia. He didn't even bother to hide his dislike of this big Eastern country in front of the public. When Apple phones first appeared, he said that he wouldn't enter the Xianxia market for the time being. Later, in order to make money, he had to come. Perhaps it was because of this arrogance and prejudice that affected Apple, making Apple treat Xianxia's domestic consumers differently than other consumers. In the past, there was the use of double standards for warranty issues. Later, there was the Apple tax incident with a 30% processing fee for tips, which squeezed domestic consumers again and again. Apple's sales dropped, and part of it was Apple's fault. As Steve Jobs' successor, Cook might seem close to Xianxia on the surface, but Chen didn't believe that there was no trace of arrogance in his bones. The Apple tax incident was an example. In order to maintain Apple's performance, Steve Jobs had to come to Xianxia many times. The news was spreading, but there was no sign of Cook, which made the media personnel guarding the Army Ant Company feel strange. Cook did not visit the Army Ant Company, nor did he appear anywhere else in Binhai City. Inside the marching ant company, everything was calm and peaceful. The news did not seem to be what they had expected. The Army Ant Company did not allow reporters to enter and interview. Cook had not appeared since he was exposed at the Binhai City airport last night. They did not even know which hotel Cook was staying in. For a moment, the reporters guarding the Army Ant Company began to feel anxious. Cook sat on the sofa in the hotel with his eyes closed, looking tired. He had just arrived last night and was still jet-lagged. He was not in a good mood and was not in a good mood. When the American stock market closed, Apple's share price fell by another 1%. Now, their invitation had been rejected by the Army Ant Company. The feeling of being rejected was not good. Now he was in a dilemma. The Army Ant Company had clearly responded that if they wanted to talk business. If he went to the Army Ant Company, they would not take the initiative to come. It was impossible for him to take the initiative. But if he left without talking about anything, all his plans in Binhai City would be ruined. How to solve the problem was what he had to do next. Now, the launch of the new Apple S2 was about to begin. Its performance was similar to the Army Ant, but without the Smart Assistant, Siri's functions could not be compared to Xiaodai's. In terms of battery life, Apple's shortcoming. Other than the advantage of the bionic chip, he could not think of any other advantages of their phone. If they held a launch like this, the sales this time would be disastrous. Last time, the Black Hat stole the source code of the Smart Assistant from the Army Ant Company, but it failed. The company's computer was damaged and had not been announced to the public. They were investing a lot of manpower to expand Siri's functions and artificial intelligence research. But it was almost impossible to make a breakthrough in a short time. The most important thing now was to obtain the AI assistant and break through the current situation. Otherwise, they would lose most of the market in the Greater China region. In the future, the Army Ant's international market would be even more troublesome for them. Not long after, Cook opened his eyes and took out his phone to call his secretary. Contact the people from the Army Ant Company and ask them out for a chat. At this time, in the Army Ant Company, Chen was sitting in the office having lunch with Xiaoyu. Most of the time, Xiaoyu would have lunch with Chen. Sometimes, they would go out to eat. Occasionally, she would cook some food and bring it to the company in a lunchbox in the morning. I realized that Xiaoyu's cooking is much better than outside, Chen said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy. She pretended to roll her eyes at him. When the two of them were together and no one was around, Chen would sometimes say some mushy words of love. Xiaoyu was naturally happy to be praised by the person she liked. Even if there was no passionate love, at least a simple love was very good. Eat more if you like it. So much food can't stop you. Xiaoyu kept putting food into Chen Mo's bowl. Why are you putting so much food into my bowl? Are you feeding a pig? I'm feeding you, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Zhao Min is calling. As the two of them were eating, the AI assistant Xiao Dai's voice came from the phone on the table. Then, the phone rang. Put it on speaker. Chen did not put down the chopsticks in his hand and swallow the food in his mouth. Chairman, am I bothering you? As soon as the call was connected, Zhao Min's voice came from the phone. What's the matter? Chen asked. Cook asked us to talk tonight, Zhao Min said. talk tonight? Is he jet-lagged? Tell them that if they want to cooperate, come to the company to talk. If it's so difficult to come to our company, there's no need to talk about cooperation. We're not in the 18th level of hell. The two of them did not officially know each other. It was impossible for Chen Mo to agree to ask him out for a chat. If they want to cooperate, they don't even want to come to their company. What's the meaning of this? Moreover, he did not have a good impression of Apple. When the AI assistant was first released, among the people who hacked into the company's server, there were employees from Apple. Such a straightforward rejection. Okay, I'll get someone to reply to them, Xiao Min said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo continued to eat with Xiaoyu. After eating, Chen Mo sat in front of the computer and continued to make the design of the robot. He had already sorted out the list of materials needed for the robot, the list of components and parts, and asked Xiao Min to get someone to purchase it. Before that, he needed to design the robot. When the time comes and the materials are delivered, he could directly enter the manufacturing stage. Don't you want to rest for a while? After cleaning up the lunch boxes, Xiaoyu walked behind Chen Mo. Go lie down for a while. You have to go to work in the afternoon. I'm not tired for the time being. If I'm tired, I can rest at any time. You can't go to work in the afternoon to sleep, Chen Mo said. What are you drawing? Xiaoyu looked at the design in Chen Mo's computer strangely. The design of the robot. You want to study robots? Xiaoyu's tone was surprised. In her impression, robots were high-end things that only existed in movies. She couldn't help but be surprised when Chen Mo said that he wanted to study robots. Make a small toy to play with. Anyway, I have nothing to do during this time. If you like, I'll give one to you after the research is completed. No need. Why would I want a robot? I'm going to rest for a while. Don't be too tired. After saying that, she went to the sofa in Chen Mo's office and lay down. Chen Mo continued to look at the computer and began to design the robot. The robot is composed of 4 parts. They are the actuator, the drive, the control system, and the detection device. Chen Mo is now carrying out the basic design. The technology obtained in the scientific library is just a design and there is no other technology. He intends to use carbon-based batteries for the drive and equip the electric drive. At this stage, he never thought of installing the arc reactor on Iron Man's chest. He is not using it to make any war robots. The carbon-based batteries store enough power for the robot to use in the laboratory. At least Mahest Girl has a carrier to help him with experiments. Now in the laboratory, there is no assistant. He has to do a lot of things by himself. He is too busy. The control system is Mahest Girl. This is controlled by Mahest Girl, but a lot of data still needs to be tested and entered. There is also a CPU at each joint to perform interpolation calculations and control processing. He is now designing the layout of the robot. The last detection device is very important. The position of various sensors, laser sensors, light sensors, sound sensors, heat sensors, etc. These sensors are the eyes, nose, and ears of the robot, and the feedback information is sent to the control system. The design of the robot is inseparable from the sensors. Ignoring the sensors to design the robot is nonsense. This is also the reason why he first made the laser sensor. With the laser sensor, this robot has a more accurate eye. Chen Mo is designing the robot. In the Binhai Hotel in Binhai City, some people are not in a good mood. In the hotel, Cook frowned. Trouble, now it is big trouble. The Army Ant Company is determined not to come out. He must go. He is a little confused now. He has never tried to ask someone out and was rejected twice. Yan Kai yawned and stood in the corner, waiting foolishly. He had been waiting here since early this morning. It had been half a day, and many of his colleagues had already given up. He did not know when Cook would come. If this continued, he did not know how long he would have to wait. He waited here, hoping to get first-hand information. After all, it was not easy to get a piece of interesting news. It would be a pity to give it up. If it was confirmed that Apple came to the Army Ant Company to talk about cooperation, there would be a lot of hype. But now, Cook still didn't come over. It wasn't a good idea to wait like this. If Cook did not come, he would have to wait here until death. Just as he was about to pack up and leave, he suddenly stopped. He saw a few people coming out of the company and waiting at the entrance of the company. What was going on? Yan Kai immediately reacted and started to prepare his camera. The remaining few reporters, who had not given up, also noticed this scene and perked up. Not long after, a car stopped not far from the Army Ant Company's entrance. Li Lingfeng and the others, who were waiting at the entrance, saw the car and hurried to greet it. Cook looked at the building outside the window. It was the Army Ant Company's office building. He did not expect that he would have to come back here after just leaving this morning. He was a little conflicted. The CEO of the Army Ant Company did not want to come out, so he could only come. This small interaction had caused him to lose the initiative this time. He had to come. Without the smart assistant, Apple's future would be very difficult. Mr. Cook, welcome. The CEO asked me to come out and pick you up. Li Lingfeng said in English, neither arrogant nor humble. Okay. Cook looked at Li Lingfeng, nodded expressionlessly, and got out of the car. As soon as Cook appeared, the few reporters were like cats that smelled blood, and all of them rushed over. They took pictures of Cook with their cameras. But before they could rush over, they were stopped by the security guards. Mr. Cook, may I know the purpose of your visit to the Army Ant Company this time? What kind of cooperation would you like to discuss with the Army Ant Company? Are you here at the Army Ant Company because of Apple's recent decline in sales? When is Apple S2's press conference? The reporters who were stopped didn't care whether Cook knew how to answer or not. They just kept asking questions in English. Cook's expression didn't look too good. As a public figure, he usually didn't dislike reporters, but at this moment, he was somewhat displeased with these reporters. He ignored the reporters and followed Li Lingfeng into the Army Ant Company. When they arrived at the reception room, Zhao Min was already waiting there. Mr. Cook, welcome to the Army Ant Company, Zhao Min said in fluent English. My pleasure. Cook nodded politely. Please sit down. Zhao Min said politely and sat back in her seat. Mr. Cook, you must have toured Benhai City today. Is this city beautiful? Zhao Min had a smile on her face. She looked neither arrogant nor humble. She didn't act inferior just because it was the world's largest company. This city is very beautiful. I like it here. Cook also smiled. Although he wasn't in a good mood, he couldn't express it at this moment. Then Mr. Cook should walk around more. I believe that you haven't walked all over Benhai City in one day. There are many beautiful places here. Zhao Min didn't intend to take the initiative to get to the point. Cook was the one who came to discuss cooperation. He was the one who was anxious. Okay. Cook nodded. Ms. Zhao, let's get to the point. This time, I'm here to discuss the cooperation between our two companies. Oh, it's our honor to cooperate with your company. Zhao Min said, Mr. Cook, how do you want to cooperate? We want to acquire your company. Cook said directly, before we came, we asked Brand Finance to evaluate your company. The finance department has evaluated the value of your company. It's $13 billion US. Cook asked his secretary to take out a report from his briefcase and give it to Zhao Min. It was densely packed in English. Zhao Min took the report, glanced at it briefly, and then put the report on the table. Over the years, Apple had made a lot of money from all over the world. Apple had 20% of the market share, but it took 70% of the profits of the entire mobile phone industry. Apple's hardware profits were suppressed to the extreme. It was only because Qualcomm didn't buy them. Over the years, there was no room for exploitation of the hardware profits. They locked their eyes on the software market, which still had a lot of room for revenue. As long as they were willing to sell the company, even if it was $13 billion US in cash, Apple would definitely be able to take it out without hesitation. $13 billion US was definitely a crazy number. Many people could not earn even a fraction of this amount even if they worked for 100 lifetimes. It sounded very tempting, but Zhao Min was not interested. It might seem like a sky-high price, but the value of the Army Ant Company was not just this. Even if the company was hers, she would not sell it, not to mention that the company was not hers. This was a company with endless potential. This so-called valuation was too low. If it was someone who liked money, they would definitely jump up in excitement. But in Zhao Min's eyes, this was not so important. She pursued a higher life value. She wanted to build a super unicorn with her own hands, not just money. As for Chen Mo, if he was here, he would not even bother to look at the valuation report. Mr. Cook, this price is very tempting, Zhao Min said. Hearing Zhao Min's words, Cook smiled slightly and felt relieved. This price was not something that ordinary people could refuse. But I am sorry, we have no plans to sell the company. Zhao Min pushed the report back to Cook. This sentence made Cook's heart turn cold. He thought that no one would refuse this price, but he was still rejected. Ms. Zhao, do you think this price is too little? Cook asked. No, this is a lot of money. But we have no plans to sell the company. It has nothing to do with money, Zhao Min said. Tell me one condition. How can I sell the company? Cook's face was expressionless. He was here for the Army Ant Company. Cooperation was his second choice. As long as the Army Ant Company was in his hands, Apple would be able to reach a higher level. By then, he would be able to surpass Steve Jobs, and he would no longer have to manage the company under his shadow. Now, no matter how well he did, people would think that he could not surpass Steve Jobs. Even he was not happy, but he did not express it. If he could help Apple reach a higher level, he would become the second great man at Apple. He might even make Apple the first listed company with a market value of more than $1 trillion USD. Maybe I did not make it clear. No matter what the condition is, we will not sell the company. Zhao Min smiled and said. If you are not satisfied with the price, you can increase it to $15 billion US. Cook said and stared at Zhao Min. He wanted to see how this woman would react to judge her bottom line. But no matter how he looked at her, Zhao Min still had that smile on her face. He could not see any difference. It was as if she did not care about the $15 billion US. Zhao Min shook her head and said, if Mr. Cook is here for this, I am afraid that you will return empty-handed. If you feel that the price is not right, you can state a price and we can discuss it. I am not interested. The company will not be sold. Huawei, Penguin, and Ali have all been here before. If the company is to be sold, it will not be your turn. If this is the cooperation that Mr. Cook mentioned, then there is no need to continue the discussion. It is a waste of time. Your time and mine are precious. After Zhao Min finished speaking, the reception room fell into silence. Xiaoyu stood aside and did not dare to speak. Her English was not bad and she could understand what they were talking about. Cook's secretary did not say anything either. Cook did not expect the Army Ant Company's attitude to be so tough. This was the third time he had been rejected, and every time, it was so straightforward. There had never been a day where he was as unhappy as today. Even if he was unhappy, he could only endure it. Otherwise, cooperation would be a problem, let alone acquisition. If this path was blocked, he could only find another way. Ms. Zhao, can I talk to your chairman? Cook broke the ice in the reception room. Zhao Min smiled and looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu understood and immediately dialed Chen Mo's number. Chen Mo, Mr. Cook wants to see you. Okay. After Xiaoyu hung up, the reception room fell into silence again. Not long after, Chen Mo pushed open the door and walked in. Mr. Cook, this is our chairman, Chen Mo. After seeing Chen Mo, Cook's eyes were filled with surprise. He was so young, a little too young. After being stunned for a few seconds, Cook came to his senses and stood up to shake hands with Chen Mo, giving a simple greeting. It wasn't until Chen Mo sat down on the sofa that Cook said, Mr. Chen Mo, I'm here to buy your company. Before I came, we asked Brand Finance did a valuation of your company, $13 billion US. I personally think that this valuation is too low, so we're offering $15 billion US to buy 100% of your company's shares. Sorry, the company is not for sale. Before Zhao Min could translate for him, Chen Mo spoke. His spoken English was not good, but he could understand Cook's meaning. Zhao Min had expected Chen Mo to be so straightforward. After translating Chen Mo's words, Zhao Min saw that Cook's expression was not good. When Zhao Min rejected him, she was still a little polite. Now, Chen Mo had opened his mouth and rejected him with just a few words. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even hesitate. It was $15 billion, not $150. Chen Mo's decisiveness made Cook think that he had said something wrong. But after confirming it, Cook was in a bad mood. Today was the day he had been rejected the most. $15 billion was almost $90 billion in Xianxia. This was a terrifying number. Mr. Chen Mo, $15 billion, Cook emphasized. I know, Chen Mo said. I'm not for sale. This time, Cook was sure that what he had just heard was true. Since Chen doesn't want to sell the company, let's change the way of cooperation. Cook immediately found a way out. Otherwise, there would be no way to negotiate at all. Go ahead. Chen Mo smiled. Zhao Min, the CEO, also became the translator for the two of them. Your company can be financed? We can be financed. $8 billion for 51% of the shares. Our company doesn't lack money, Chen Mo said. Mr. Cook, please talk about other cooperation methods. I'm not selling the shares. Cook fell silent. He had seen that Chen Mo's tone and expression were very determined. It seemed that controlling the Army Ant Company was not possible either. Then I'll talk about cooperation, Cook said. I hope that the Smart Assistant can be released in iOS. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. We must have the core source code and architecture of the operating system. We can only release it according to the code and architecture. Without these, it can't run, or it will be restricted by the phone system as an unknown software. Mr. Cook, will you release the source code of iOS to our company? This was a difficult problem that completely stumped Cook. Releasing the source code to the Army Ant meant that Apple would completely bow to the Army Ant Company. This was something that could not be allowed to happen. According to Chen Mo, if they did not release the source code, the Smart Assistant would not work. What should I do? A huge question mark appeared in Cook's mind. The light in his eyes kept flickering. The reception room fell into dead silence. Everyone was waiting for Cook's answer. After a long while, Cook finally raised his head. Chen, we can release the source code, but there's a condition. What is it? We'll release the source code. We'll give you the source code of iOS, and you'll give us the source code of the Smart Assistant. This is a fair cooperation, Cook said. That's impossible. Chen Mo rejected without a second thought. Currently, only they and the higher-ups knew the source code of the Smart Assistant. Other domestic companies could not get it, let alone foreign companies. Moreover, he was not interested in the source code of iOS. The Army Ant system was better than Apple's system in every aspect. Chen, you're rejecting every cooperation. We can't continue like this, Cook said with a dark expression. It's not that we have to cooperate. We're just developing software. We can't give you the source code. We also want to release iOS, but we don't have the iOS framework. The Smart Assistant can't control the phone system, so it can't be used. If you want us to develop iOS, the only way is for you to give us the source code. If you can't agree to this condition, Mr. Cook will have to leave empty-handed this time. With that, Chen Mo took a sip of the tea that Xiaoyu had prepared and waited quietly. Right now, Cook's eyes kept flickering. His expression did not look good. Chen Mo's request was too big. Even he could not give Chen Mo the source code of iOS so easily. Lowering their head to a company that had just been established half a year ago would be a huge blow to Apple. Moreover, the source code of iOS was related to a deeper security problem. They could not give such an important thing to a Huaxia company. The board of directors would not allow it either. Mr. Chen, is there no other way? Cook asked. Mr. Cook, the security of your company's iOS system is too good. We can't bypass the phone system and control the phone. Plus, your company has Siri. You don't really need our Xiao Dai. After thinking for a long time, Cook sighed and stood up. Chen, I need to consider your suggestion. Okay. Mr. Cook, do you want to take a look around the company? No need. I'll go back first. I look forward to our next meeting. Cook reached out and shook Chen Mo's hand. Zhao Min, send Mr. Cook off. Chen Mo smiled at Zhao Min. Okay. Zhao Min nodded with a smile. Then, she led Cook out of the company's reception room. Soon, the group left the Army Ant Company under the guidance of the staff. As soon as they reached the entrance of the company, the reporters guarding the entrance started snapping away. The news that Cook had joined the Army Ant Company had already spread among the reporters. The reporters who had left the Army Ant Company came back again. Right now, more than 40 reporters were waiting outside the Army Ant Company's office building for Cook to come out. Mr. Zhao, what kind of cooperation did you reach this time? Mr. Cook, what kind of cooperation did you reach with the Army Ant Company? Mr. Zhao, a group of reporters surrounded him and started bombarding him with questions. Cook walked to the car door. Then, he turned around and smiled at the reporters. Thank you, my friends. I'm very happy to be invited to the Army Ant Company to discuss cooperation with them. I had a very pleasant conversation with them. Army Ant Company is a very promising company. In the future, our two companies will have more opportunities to cooperate. Looking at Cook's car leaving, Zhao Min's face did not look good. They were all business veterans. From Cook's words, she could glean a lot of information. Invited? With just these few words, Cook undoubtedly wanted to say that the Army Ant Company invited him, not that Cook took the initiative to come. The phrase "more cooperation" was also a bit inappropriate. But normally, it sounded like a polite statement and there was nothing wrong with it. Looking at the direction Cook left, Zhao Min declined the interviews from the reporters and rushed back to the company. That night, Cook appeared at the airport in Binhai City and headed to the capital. This time, there was nothing to hide. He was going to the capital, to Apple's R&D center, and announced to the public that he would increase his investment in Xianxia. On the internet, because of the short video of Cook's last interview, it quickly spread, and all kinds of rumors followed. The Army Ant Company invites Apple to cooperate? The reason Cook came to China. Why does the Army Ant want to please Apple? Apple and Army Ant reach cooperation? Smart assistant as proof of allegiance? Cook's words when he left the Army Ant Company, although brief, revealed a lot of information. Cook came to China this time because he was secretly invited by the Army Ant Company. Apple and the Army Ant Company had reached a cooperation agreement, and there would be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. The news spread on the internet. As usual, the voices of defamation appeared again. The criticisms this time were all reasonable and well-founded. Although this reason was the media's expanded speculation based on Cook's one-sided words. There were so many mobile phone companies in China that could cooperate, but they did not expect the Army Ant Company to go back and cooperate with Apple. The netizens who did not know the truth started a new round of attacks. Kneeling and licking Apple so soon? Is the Army Ant bowing down to them? Too servile. I just wanted to get a butterfly eye. Now that I think about it, it's a bit disgusting. Garbage Army Ant, no backbone. The scolding on the internet also followed the news. The Army Ant Company had only been established for half a year, and it had become a giant in the country. However, it refused to sell its shares or raise funds. This attracted the jealousy of quite a few people. Therefore, whenever there was a slight movement, there would be people who wanted to stir up a wave of momentum, hoping to topple this giant and divide it up. Soon, the Army Ant Company's official Weibo account was taken over by anti-fans and paid posters. Even if there were some who spoke well of him, they would be scolded for being part of the ground cleansing party. In the office, Zhao Min was in a bad mood. At that time, it was just Cook's polite words. She felt that it was inappropriate, but since Cook wasn't there, she didn't refute it on the spot. However, they didn't expect that after being magnified by the media, someone would come out to attack them. Before Cook left, he set up a small trap for the Army Ant Company. However, he didn't expect that this small trap would be magnified by the media. Moreover, there were people who added fuel to the fire in the dark. Now, it had become a problem. Just as Zhao Min was thinking about how to respond, the phone on the table rang. President Zhao, someone from Apple is calling. Put it through, Zhao Min said. Miss Zhao, Mr. Cook asked me to tell you that he's sorry. His slip of the tongue has caused this trouble for your company. As soon as the phone was answered, a deep male voice came through. Zhao Min's face darkened. A simple apology made her suffer a loss. Logically speaking, she couldn't blame Cook. However, Zhao Min knew that he must have done it on purpose. Usually, Cook would never care about those reporters. It's okay. Say hello to Mr. Cook for me. With that, Zhao Min hung up the phone. Then, she called Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng, ask the PR department to clarify that the company hasn't reached a cooperation agreement with Apple. Also, ask lawyer Li to help him collect evidence that constitutes a rumor. Especially those VIPs. Sue them. Zhao Min wasn't in a good mood. Every time there was a slight commotion, a group of anti-fans and paid posters would come out to scold her. There were also some so-called VIPs who always jumped out to disgust her. Those so-called VIPs scolded her whenever they had something to do. They played to the gallery and slandered her whenever they had something to do. They were especially disgusting. If she didn't teach them a lesson, they would never know the pain. Next time, they would jump out to disgust her again. These people didn't know what the bottom line was. In the face of all the scolding, the Army Ant Company's official Weibo released a short announcement. The Army Ant Company hasn't reached a cooperation agreement with Apple. In addition, I ask the media to abide by their own professional ethics. Don't listen to rumors and blindly follow what others say. Time will prove everything. Finally, we have collected all the articles and comments that constitute a rumor. All the companies and individuals that slandered the Army Ant Company, prepare to receive a lawyer's letter. The Army Ant Company's strong response immediately caused a stir. They were attacked every time. Clearly, the Army Ant Company was getting impatient this time. Onlookers, let's wait for a good show. I feel sorry for the person who started the rumor. The rest of you will celebrate with they deserved it. Ha ha ha, this is a nest of carnivorous army ant. Even Brother Flattop wouldn't dare to provoke them. Last time, so many companies and marketing accounts were shut down. I asked those paid posters why they didn't learn their lesson. Did they forget the pain after the scar healed? This nest of army ant will bite. Once this announcement came out, many authors of news articles about the army ant immediately went offline to write their own articles. Many people were on tenterhooks, afraid that they would be attacked. They also began to regret attacking the Army Ant Company. The compensation for the damage to the Army Ant Company's reputation was enough to bankrupt them. Some media outlets and individuals that slandered the Army Ant Company began to delete their articles and apologize. They said that they didn't know anything and were only misled by the articles. A certain internet celebrity has deleted his Weibo and apologized. Manual funny. Let me tell you a joke, internet celebrity. If you think it's funny, please like it. These so-called internet celebrities are just a bunch of clowns who play to the gallery. They are the kind that will slander you if you pay them. I didn't expect to kick an iron plate this time. There were a lot of comments on the Army Ant Company's official Weibo. Those internet celebrities' apologies attracted a lot of ridicule. The online world was very lively. Chen Mo sat in his chair and rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The video of Cook leaving the Army Ant Company was playing on his computer. He also didn't expect that Cook's simple words would set a trap for them. He must have known that there were countless hungry wolves in the country who were secretly watching the Army Ant Company. So he used a little trick to cause trouble for the Army Ant Company and then gave a superficial apology to perfectly avoid all the responsibility. They couldn't be angry at him yet. However, Cook had tricked them. They couldn't just swallow this loss. Mahast girl. Chen Mo said. Brother Mo, Mahast girl is here. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the Mahast girl's young voice appeared on the computer. Do you still have the recording of the conversation with Zhao Min yesterday? Yes. Mahast girl said. Hack into our company's server from the outside and take control of all our computers. Chen Mo said. Okay, Brother Mo Su Yuxian was browsing the official website. He was in charge of the company's security. Previously, there were many attacks on the company, but recently, the attacks on the company's servers had lessened. They were all insignificant attacks that did not break through their firewall. Today, he was in charge of the website maintenance. It was not a big deal. He just needed to refresh the background to see if there was any abnormal data. Just as he was checking the background of the website, a warning message suddenly popped up on the screen. Attention, a hacker has invaded the company's servers. Su Yuxian's pupil shrank. After saying this, Su Yuxian began to change the page to defend against the intrusion. This sentence made everyone in the security team nervous. Not only him, but the company's cybersecurity team around him also started to move. Inform the supervisor that a hacker has invaded the company's servers. A minute later, the entire company's computer screen froze. The office was in an uproar. Su Yuxian moved the mouse twice, pulled it out, and plugged it back in. There was still no response. When he looked at his colleagues, he found that they were like him. The computer screen froze and lost control. The next moment, a smiley face appeared on everyone's computer screen. The other party has taken control of our computers. Computers with important information, shut down the network immediately. The cybersecurity team's faces were gloomy. It was as black as the bottom of a pot. Their team could not withstand the other party's attack for 2 minutes and their computers were controlled. The entire company's network was paralyzed. Not long after, Zhao Min appeared in the office of the cybersecurity team. What's going on? Zhao Min asked. A hacker has invaded and taken control of our computers. We are trying to crack it. Su Yuxian and the others' faces were dark. Now that the entire company's computers were controlled, their security team could not do anything. They were afraid that they would be scolded. They might even lose their jobs. How long will it take? I'm not sure. We have never seen this kind of attack. It might be a new type of Trojan horse program. The cybersecurity team's forehead was sweating. They were anxious. No matter how hard they tried, they could not crack it. It made them feel extremely frustrated. Inform everyone that a hacker has invaded. We are looking for a solution. Everyone wait patiently. After Zhao Min finished speaking, she left the office with Xiaoyu. At this time, Chen Mo was sitting on a chair with a calm expression. He had never hacked into his own company's server before. Change the official website to a smiley face and post this smiley face on the official Weibo with the caption smile. Okay, Brother Mo. The Maoist girl followed Chen Mo's order. The official website turned into a smiley face, and Weibo updated the smiley face. The Army Ant Company's strange behavior immediately attracted the attention of the netizens. Just now, the Army Ant's official Weibo had just clarified the rumors. What was the meaning of this? Looks like the Army Ant Company has been hacked. It's possible that it's been hacked. It's a new logo. There was a hint of bitterness in the smile. Does it mean to seek joy in the midst of bitterness? It means to let the Army Ant Company live on with a smile. Zhao Min and Xiaoyu were about to head to Chen Mo's office when they received a call from Li Lingfeng the moment they stepped out of the elevator. President Zhao, the password of the official Weibo account has been stolen. The hacker has updated the account. Got it. Let's ignore it for now. Now that the company's computers had been hacked, they did not know what had been lost. After explaining the situation, Zhao Min hung up the phone and walked quickly to Chen Mo's laboratory. Make a copy of the recording of my last call with Zhao Min yesterday. Also, make a copy of the company's internal conference call regarding the butterfly eye product. Also, make a copy of the advertising plan for the butterfly eye product as well as the advertising plans for the other products. Okay, Brother Mo, the Maoist girl said, the copy has been completed. Brother Mo, Xiaoyu, and Zhao Min, please enter the laboratory. Okay. End the prank. Everything else will be back to normal. Chen Mo said. Understood, Maoist girl. The cybersecurity team was so anxious that they were about to cry. Until now, they still had no clue how to solve the hacking. If this went on, their team would not just be scolded. They would lose their jobs. After all, this was a company owned by a few giants. It had great potential. If they were kicked out, it would be almost impossible to find another company like this. Unless the giants and the unicorn company were willing to hire them. But if they could not do anything this time, they would not be able to go anywhere. Just when they were at their wits' end, the smiling face on the computer screen suddenly disappeared. All the computers in the company returned to normal. Everyone in the cybersecurity team was stunned. It had not even been 15 minutes since the start of the attack. It ended so quickly? What did this mean? What did the other party take? After Zhao Min and Xiao Yu verified their identities, they walked through the long corridor and entered Chen Mo's office. Chairman, the company has been hacked. Zhao Min said hurriedly as soon as she entered the office. Got it. The crisis has been resolved. Get someone to announce that the Army Ant Company was attacked by a large-scale hacker today. There were not many losses. Chen Mo said. So soon? Zhao Min walked to Chen Mo's computer in surprise. It was indeed a normal desktop. You did it? More or less. Chen Mo smiled. He could not say that he was the one who hacked. Otherwise, Zhao Min would cut him with a knife. Then I will go and tell them. Zhao Min was relieved. Since everything was fine, she was relieved. She turned and left. Mahast girl, package the things you just copied and put them on a foreign social media forum. Tell them that you got the information from the Army Ant Company's database. Use a fake IP to highlight the recording of my conversation with Zhao Min yesterday. Okay, Brother Mo. Zhao Min quickly asked someone to delete the smiling face on Weibo. She then released an announcement saying that the Army Ant Company's server had been hacked and that they had lost some important recordings of the conference calls and high-level conversations. This incident stirred up 1,000 ripples. The Army Ant Company, which was already at the heart of the storm, was once again the focus of attention. Their reputation was tarnished, and now their server was hacked. Other than jealousy, no one could think of any other way to describe it. At the same time, it was nighttime in the West. On the most famous foreign social media forum, a netizen named Smile uploaded several documents. The title of the documents said that they got the information from the Army Ant Company. The Army Ant Company was also a hot topic in the West recently. As soon as the post was posted, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. It's all in Chinese. Who can translate it? This is the most difficult language to understand. Chairman, I hope I am not disturbing you. What's the matter? Apple, Cook asked us to talk tonight. Talk tonight? Is he jet-lagged? Tell them that if they want to cooperate, they can come to the company. Cook? Tim Cook? Cook? They want Cook to talk business with them? Who is so awesome? The recording of the conversation between Chen Mo and Zhao Min was quickly translated and caused a stir. Many people knew about Cook's visit to China. They did not expect that Cook was going to the Army Ant Company to talk business. The people abroad were only surprised for a moment and laughed it off. But in China, the reaction was different. Not long after, the documents and recordings were all sent back to China. The media who knew the truth were in an uproar. The recording was an internal call between the president of the Army Ant Company, Zhao Min, and the chairman. The Army Ant Company did not invite Cook to talk business. It was Cook who took the initiative to look for the Army Ant Company. Today, many people were still criticizing the Army Ant Company because of this incident. Now, the plot had reversed. Ms. Zhao, there is a rumor on the internet that the Army Ant Company has been hacked and that your company has leaked the personal information of tens of millions of users. Do you have any response to this news? Zhao Min was surrounded by many reporters, and all the cameras were focused on her. This simple, impromptu press conference had been arranged by Chen Mo. He wanted to clarify the leaked documents, the rumors on the internet, and the attack on the Army Ant Company. You said yourself that this is just a rumor on the internet. Our company has special protection for the information of the company's users, and hackers can't steal it. Among the documents stolen by the hackers, the most important ones were a few unarchived publicity plans, and a portion of the recording of the meeting that wasn't encrypted in time. Other than that, we didn't lose anything. Zhao Min had just finished answering when another reporter asked, Ms. Zhao, on a well-known foreign forum, there was a hacker who claimed to have successfully hacked into your company and published the documents stolen from your company. Some of the documents included audio files. Are these recordings authentic? Our company did lose a portion of the unencrypted audio files. As for the recordings you mentioned, I didn't hear the contents, so I can't determine whether they are authentic or not. Regardless of whether they are authentic or not, I hope that the relevant company's website can delete these documents to avoid causing more losses to our company. Our company seriously condemns such illegal and criminal acts of stealing company secrets. Among the leaked audio files, there is a recording of a conversation between you and the chairman of your company. It was talking about Mr. Cook's invitation to discuss business with you. Mr. Cook said that you invited him to discuss business. What is your response to this? There was a smile on Zhao Min's face. Cook had dug a hole for him. This time, he could return it with interest. We didn't know anything about Mr. Cook's visit beforehand. After Mr. Cook came to Binhai City, he invited our chairman many times to discuss business. But because the chairman couldn't leave, he didn't go. Mr. Cook also understood and took the initiative to come to our company to discuss business. There was a slight commotion among the crowd. Zhao Min's short sentence revealed a lot of information. The Army Ant Company did not know about Cook's visit. After arriving in Binhai City, Cook had repeatedly invited the people of the Army Ant Company to negotiate. In the end, he was rejected, and he personally came to the Army Ant Company. They were all skilled writers, so they immediately understood what Zhao Min was trying to say. Rumor has it that your company has already reached a number of collaborations with Apple. May I know what kind of collaborations they are? Rumors on the internet are very scary to our company. There will always be people who use false information to attack us. It's our freedom to choose which company we want to work with. There were so many employees in the company. Money didn't just fall from the sky. We have responded to your question. There are still many differences in our cooperation with Apple, and we have not reached an agreement yet. After a simple interview, Zhao Min returned to her company. As soon as he returned to his office, he received a call from Chen Mo. You didn't record the call this time, right? Mr. Chairman? Zhao Min spoke as soon as she picked up the phone. The recording of her call with Chen Mo was a bit strange. She did not know how to record a call. The only possibility was that Chen Mo had recorded it. That's unexpected. My calls are often recorded. After all, if I say something famous, it can be recorded and passed down for generations. Chen Mo laughed. In fact, it was the Mahast girl who would record his call. Chen Mo could not have said anything about the Mahast girl. Then have you said a famous quote from the ancient times? No. Chen Mo said, you did well this time. I feel that you have the potential to enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You have a way with words. I work for you. Are you mocking me now? No, obviously I am praising you. Chen Mo said, now I have said what I need to say. As for how the media will interpret it, it is not our problem. You are really a person who does not want to be taken advantage of. Zhao Min said meaningfully and hung up the phone. After Chen Mo hung up the phone, he started to draw the design of the robot. As long as the design was completed, the materials for the robot would be back and they would be able to start building the robot. The interview at the Army Ant's impromptu press conference was quickly spread. Cook deliberately set a trap for the Army Ant Company? Cook lied? Why did Cook lie? Cook angry because he did not reach an agreement with the Army Ant Company? No one cared about the hacker who broke into the Army Ant Company. Everyone's focus was on Cook. After all, it was Cook who said in public that he was invited, which caused trouble for the Army Ant Company. Because of the recording, the fact that the Army Ant Company did not invite Cook was exposed. Instead, it was Cook who invited them. Not only that, the news that Apple returned empty-handed also spread quickly. This meant that all the rumors about the Army Ant Company on the internet were false. In the capital, at the Apple R&D Center, Cook did not look good. He thought that he had set a trap for the Army Ant Company. He did not expect to be set up so quickly. The Army Ant Company was hacked? To hell with the hack. Apple's best hacker had hacked into the Army Ant Company, but in the end, he was set up and suffered a loss. If the firewall of the Army Ant Company could be hacked so easily, he would not have worked so hard to come to China. Obviously, the Army Ant Company did not want to be taken advantage of so easily. That was why they had hacked into the company. Then, coincidentally, the recording of their conversation was leaked. The Army Ant Company did not suffer any losses except for a few useless publicity plans. However, he could not refute the fact that they were hacked. The Army Ant Company took the opportunity to clarify and there was nothing wrong with it. The only thing wrong was that he had asked someone to apologize, but the Army Ant Company did not mention a word about it. While Cook was in a bad mood, his secretary walked in and said, "Mr. Cook, the company asked us to go back to China." "Go back to China? Why?" Cook asked. "Maybe it is because of the falling stock price. The company said that many directors want to hear your solution. Book the tickets for tonight," Cook said to his secretary with a dark face. He had visited China many times, but this was the first time he was unhappy. Faced with the attack of the smart assistant, he had to come. Otherwise, Apple would have to withdraw from the mobile phone market, just like how Nokia was beaten into history by Android. There were only two things he had to do when he went back. He had to speed up the development of Siri or persuade the board to give the source code of the Apple operating system to the Army Ant Company. But the latter was almost impossible. He did not even dare to think about giving the source code to a Huaxia company. That night, Cook left Huaxia quietly without alerting anyone. He did not even respond to the Army Ant Company. Just like when he came, he left quietly. Apple headquarters conference room. The atmosphere was a bit dull. At the conference table, all the directors in suits had their eyes on Cook. Apple's stock was falling again and again. They were losing a lot of money every second and their net worth was shrinking. This was not good news. "Cook, what did you get from Huaxia?" A middle-aged man with glasses sitting across from Cook asked. Everyone in the industry who knew him respected him. Years ago, he joined Genentech as a scientist and turned the company from a small company on the verge of bankruptcy into a biotechnology giant with annual revenue of $13 billion and market value of over $100 billion. He created a legend on Wall Street. He was the chairman and CEO of Genentech, the largest pharmaceutical company in the United States. He was also the member of Apple's board of directors who held the highest amount of shares. The current chairman of Apple's board of directors, Levinson. After Levinson spoke, Cook immediately perked up. Although he was in charge of Apple, he was also restricted by the board of directors. "Levinson, I didn't get much from Huaxia this time. Instead, I did a bunch of stupid things," Cook said. "We are not interested in listening to your stupid things. We just want to know what you got," an old man in his 70s said. As soon as he spoke, everyone in the conference room straightened their backs. Shuggle, the former CEO of Northrop Grumman. This was the world's third largest arms dealer. The famous B-2 stealth bomber, Global Hawk drone, and Nimitz-class aircraft carrier were all products of this company. No one knew how many shares of Apple he held, but those who knew him were in awe of him. This old man with a mustache was definitely at the top of the food chain in the United States. Hearing Shuggle speak, Cook's heart skipped a beat. Although he was the CEO of Apple, the people who really controlled Apple were the board of directors. "I met with the chairman and CEO of the Army Ant Company and proposed the idea of acquiring their company. And the result? They rejected it without hesitation. They said they wouldn't sell the company," Cook said. "So I talked to them about the idea of developing an iOS smart assistant." All the directors present looked at Cook and listened to Cook expressionlessly. The former Vice President Gore, the current chairman and CEO of Disney, Robert, the former chairman of Avon Group, Zhong Bin-Hsien, the partner of East BlackRock, Susan, the former CFO of Boeing, James. This was the most luxurious board of directors. No one would have the confidence to face such a lineup. In the end, they asked us to open the source code of iOS. That's because the design of the smart assistant requires you to understand the core code of iOS. Otherwise, you won't be able to develop it, Cook said with a dark face. Even he didn't know if what Chen Mo said was true or false, so he could only bite the bullet and believe it. Everyone didn't answer and let Cook continue speaking. "I propose that both parties open up the source code. We open up the source code of iOS to them, and they open up the source code of the smart assistant to us." In the end, we were rejected. They insisted that unless we open up the source code of Apple's system, they won't be able to develop an iOS smart assistant. There was no result from the discussion. "Tell us about the company's situation," James said. "The mobile phone business in the Greater China region dropped by 9% last quarter, and the market share dropped to 4th place. After the Army Ant Company introduced the smart assistant, the sales dropped even more. If we still can't support the smart assistant, or if we don't have a technological breakthrough with Siri, soon, the mobile phone business will have to bid farewell to the Huaxia market. Cook's face was dark. This was why he had to go to Binhai City in person. The smart assistant had improved the mobile phone by a whole generation. If it didn't keep up with the times, Apple's mobile phone business would be the next Nokia. In the future, the Army Ant Company would enter the international market, and they would be in even more danger. Does anyone have a better idea? Or should we open up the source code of the mobile phone system to the Army Ant Company? Cook asked. The few of them were deep in thought. The Army Ant Company was in Huaxia, not the United States, and it wasn't a listed company. If they wanted to do anything to the Army Ant Company, they wouldn't be able to get past the Huaxia government. After all, Huaxia wasn't the United States or Europe. Only the Huaxia government had the final say there, not the tycoons. If they were abroad, everything would be easy. They could do whatever they wanted, but not in that red land. Any tentacles that broke the rules would be cut off without mercy. Thinking about it this way, they really couldn't do anything to the Army Ant Company. There was dead silence in the conference room. Everyone was thinking of a solution. It's impossible to open up the source code of iOS. Giants never bow to ants, Xianxia said calmly. The others looked at each other calmly and didn't say anything. Our company's S2 will be released soon. If it has a smart assistant, its performance will be better than any other mobile phone on the market, Cook said calmly. But if it doesn't, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. The people in the room didn't say anything. They were all thinking about their own plans. They didn't leave the conference room until the meeting was over. After getting into the car, Xianxia took out his phone. His eyes were cold. When the call was connected, his eyes flashed. Get 2 people to go to Huaxia. I want to take something. 10 million. Yes, sir. I'll arrange it now. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia's wrinkled face was filled with a vicious smile. After the car started, it left the Apple company. The other cars also followed closely behind and left. After Cook left quietly, the storm about the Army Ant Company slowly subsided. Everything returned to normal. The Army Ant Company was operating normally. It was as if the rumors on the internet had never appeared. Apple didn't do anything out of the ordinary. However, the second-generation Butterfly Eye appeared in the media from time to time. As the flagship of the Army Ant Company, the Butterfly Eye had been pre-sold for more than 2 million units during this period. This pre-sale volume was beyond everyone's expectations. This pre-sale volume meant that the Army Ant Company had been recognized by the users. The first batch of mobile phones had been sent out. Now, the supply couldn't meet the demand. They would continue to send out more in the future. Zhao Min had also sent people to contact the telecommunications operators in Europe. They were ready to introduce the Butterfly Eye to the European and international markets. As for the American market, they didn't consider it for the time being. Even a unicorn like Huawei couldn't enter the American market. They had worked hard for so many years and only managed to open a gap. They didn't think that the Army Ant Company could enter the American market with its current power. Therefore, Zhao Min's eyes were on the European market. Perhaps it could replace Apple's position in the future. The company was developing rapidly. Chen Mo wasn't idle. Chen Mo hung the last design drawing on the wall of the laboratory. He clapped his hands and stared at the design drawings on the wall in front of him. 7 design drawings. These were the designs of the robot, including the design of the head, limbs, and body. The design of the body was the most complicated and delicate. This was the most important part of the robot. Many functions would be concentrated here. Therefore, the design was very delicate. The design drawings of the parts had been given to Zhao Min. The advanced fitters in the workshop would build according to the requirements. It would be completed soon. When the time came, his task would be to assemble it. But before that, he had to make the battery of the robot. While Chen Mo was busy with the design of the robot, on a small road in the southwest border, 2 big men walked out of the forest with a scary aura. I heard that this is a restricted area for mercenaries? I don't think so. The black man on the left said. Bo Air, don't be happy too early. Finish the mission first and leave safely. Then you can say this. This is not a simple place. Chen Mo looked at the various parts in the boxes and grinned. These were the parts he asked the fitters in the parts factory to make with the CNC machine. They were all sent to him when they were done today. In these boxes, there were all the parts needed for the robot. Not far from the experiment table, various parts of the device were placed there. Just this robot alone had nearly 1,000 parts of various sizes. As the main parts of the robot, they were all made of carbon, aluminum alloy and plastic. These materials were lighter and could reduce the weight of the robot and increase the running time. He was now using battery power, so he had to consider the running time from the beginning of the design. In addition to various parts and various sensors, there were also many miniature motors and servo motors. These were all machines used to drive the robot's joint movements. After carefully examining the parts in the box, Chen Mo took out all the parts and began to assemble them. This was a delicate job, especially the robot's 2 hands, which were the most important parts, so he chose to start with the hands. He was now making an assistant robot and needed the robot to help him control the machine and take care of the laboratory. This required the robot to have a pair of flexible hands. Of all the parts of the 2 hands were the most delicate. And in robotics, the hands were one of the most difficult structures to imitate. After slowly getting into the state, Chen Mo also sank into it. It was not until the Mahist girl reminded him that Xiaoyu had entered his experiment area that Chen Mo came back to his senses. Forgot the time again? It's time to get off work. Are you going back now or are you going back by yourself? After Xiaoyu entered Chen Mo's laboratory, she looked around. Wait for me to finish the fingers of this hand, then we'll go back together. It'll be quick. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he continued to focus on the mechanical palm on the experiment table. Assembling the robot? Xiaoyu looked at the design drawings on the wall, then focused on the mechanical palm in front of Chen Mo. Correct, but this is just the beginning. Chen Mo said as he worked, it will take some time before success. After Chen Mo focused his attention on his palm, Xiaoyu sat on the chair beside him and looked at Chen Mo quietly. She couldn't help even if she wanted to. The only thing she could do was to not disturb them. About 15 minutes later, Chen Mo put down the small screwdriver in his hand. Okay, let's go back first. The rest of the work can't be done in a short time. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. She helped Chen Mo tidy up the laboratory and left, rushing back to the villa. Kelly International Hotel, Binhai City. Jack was about to leave the hotel, but he was not in a good mood and his face was gloomy. Bo Air, who was next to him, was like a fly that could not be slapped to death, destroying his will. He had been here for 3 days, and his ears only stopped ringing when he was sleeping. Jack, I realized that Huaxia is not bad. I'm starting to like it here. Jack, the food I ate yesterday was so delicious that I can't help but want to eat it again. I want to stay here and wait for death every day. Ha 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 ha, Jack, shut up. A little annoyed by the noise, Jack growled at Bo Air, if you talk nonsense again, I'll cut off your tongue and stuff it into your ass. Okay, don't be angry. But it's really fun here. It's not easy to come to Huaxia. Let's play for a few more days. Before Bo Air finished speaking, he was stared back by Jack's murderous eyes and shut up. Let's move tonight. Hurry up and get ready. Jack put the pistol behind his waist and tidied up his clothes. He ignored Bo Air and picked up the map to look at it carefully. Not long after, the two left the hotel. Outside the villa community where Chen Mo was located, Bo Air carefully looked at the surrounding situation and looked at the map from time to time. 2 days ago, they had followed a tour group from Southwest Province to Binhai City. In the past 2 days, they had been observing the security situation in the villa community. This was a high-end villa community, and the security situation was better than other places. There were only 2 of them, and they did not dare to act rashly. This operation was to get the source code technology of the smart assistant from Chen Mo. The mission did not dare to have too many mercenaries enter Binhai City, or they would be easily discovered, so this time only the 2 of them came. Jack, look at that car, it's so beautiful, a limited edition Lamborghini, you'd better be quiet, or I won't be able to control myself and kill you. Jack really couldn't figure out why the higher-ups had asked him and this chatterbox to complete this mission. Along the way, his ears had not been clear. Okay, I won't talk about it. It's useless for you to look at it like this. Just rush into his house, grab him, put a gun to his head, and ask. Isn't that enough? You're wasting time, Bo-er said disdainfully. It's a miracle that you can live until now. I'll ask you to teach me how to survive later. Jack said lightly and continued to focus his attention on the villa community. From time to time, he looked at the map of the community in his hand and thought about the next plan in his mind. Am I wrong? These garbage security guards can be dealt with in a few seconds. Bo-er looked at the information in his hand, and there were a few photos on it. They were photos of Chen Mo, who was the target of their mission. He had to take a second look at the Asian face blindness. We're here to get something, not to kill. Also, this is Xianxia, not the Middle East, Africa, or Europe. If you alert the Xianxia government, you can go home for dinner. No one can protect you. Before we get the technology, we can't alert anyone. Jack was still looking at the villa community. I hope you remember that we only have one chance. If the mission fails, I'll cut off your tongue and stuff it up your ass. The mission given to him by the higher-ups was to get the technology of the Army Ant Company. If they killed Chen Mo before getting the information, their mission would fail, and the consequences would be very serious. So he had to be cautious and warn Bo-er. Disgusting. Bo-er showed a disgusted expression. Are we going to do it now? Let's talk about what's next. After you go in, don't shoot unless you have to. If you shoot here, the consequences will be very troublesome. If you alert the Xianxia government, you'll die a horrible death. Got it. It's the Xianxia government every time. Are they that scary? What a coward, Bo-er said impatiently. In this land, to us, they are that scary. Otherwise, why do you think the Middle East is so chaotic? Why is it so peaceful here? I hope you can listen to my orders. Otherwise, I'll kill you myself. Let's do it. Jack put away the map in his hand and looked around. He avoided the cameras, walked to the corner of the wall of the villa, and quickly climbed over the wall. How troublesome, cowered Jack. Bo-er murmured, but his movements were not slow. He followed Jack and entered the villa community in a few steps. Buzz buzz buzz, Chen Mo was sleeping when he was woken up by the sound of his phone. After he answered the call, he heard the Maoist girl's tender voice. Brother Mo, 2 people are trying to sneak into the villa. They are climbing up to the balcony on the 2nd floor. Sneak in, Chen Mo's sleepiness instantly disappeared. His villa was equipped with hidden surveillance cameras, and this surveillance system was monitored by the Maoist girl. Once the Maoist girl determined that it was an intruder, she would give him a warning. Until now, there had never been a warning. He didn't expect that there would be a warning in the middle of the night. Can you confirm their identities? Chen Mo asked immediately. Their faces are disguised. It's too dark and there's no front view, so we can't recognize them. But we can confirm that they are foreigners, the Maoist girl said. Foreigners? Disguises? Intruders? Inform the community security immediately. Chen Mo's face darkened. He bent down, picked up the sleeping Xiaoyu, and left the room. What's wrong? Chen Mo? Xiaoyu woke up in a daze after being picked up by Chen Mo. Nothing. Don't ask about this first. Chen Mo carried Xiaoyu and walked to the basement in the dark. A disguised foreigner. Even if he thought with his butt, he would know that the intruder was not just a simple burglary. He couldn't confirm the intruder's identity, but he had to make sure that he and Xiaoyu were safe. Did something happen? Xiaoyu lost her sleepiness in Chen Mo's arms. Someone has sneaked into the villa. Don't talk first, Chen Mo whispered. He carried Xiaoyu into the basement and locked the door. There was an iron door in the basement. He believed that the intruder would not be able to open the door before the community security arrived. Buzz buzz buzz. After entering the basement, Chen Mo's phone vibrated. Answer it. Mr. Chen, I just received a warning from your villa. Did something happen? As soon as the call connected, a hurried voice came through. Zhuangji and a group of security guards were rushing to Chen Mo's villa at full speed. Everyone who lived in this neighborhood was either rich or respectable. There had never been any problems. Now that they suddenly received an alarm, the entire security department was startled awake. If something went wrong, the neighborhood's reputation would be ruined, and they would all be finished. 2 unidentified people have entered my villa. I'm safe. Surround the villa and catch them, Xianxia said calmly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had installed a layer of surveillance and the Mahist girl's warning, he really wouldn't have known what would happen next. All right. Zhuangji's face sank. Hurry up and surround the villa. Don't let anyone escape. Get someone to inform the boss. Damn it, there's no one in the room. In Chen Mo's room, Jack and Bo Er were holding guns, their faces extremely ugly. He had been very careful, but why had he still been discovered? The blanket is still warm. Go check other places. Don't let them escape. Since they had been discovered, Jack didn't plan to hide anymore. He started searching the rooms one by one. Nothing. I'll go check the basement. Jack's face darkened as he walked toward the basement. Damn it. Looking at the locked door, Jack's face darkened. This anti-theft iron door was not easy to open. It was obvious that their target was inside. Just as Jack was about to open the door, Bo Er's voice came from above. Jack, there's a situation. With no time to think, Jack rushed up. We've been discovered. Bo Er opened the gap in the curtain and looked at the security guards outside with a dark face. Damn it. Leave here. Go from the back. With a dark face, Jack quickly ran up to the second floor. The failure of the infiltration meant that this mission had failed. They could only wait for the next time. He only hoped that Xianxia would think that this was just a normal burglary. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they wanted to do it in the future. As soon as the two ran up the stairs, the door of the villa was opened. Upstairs. Catch them. A group of security guards ran upstairs. There was no other way. In this community, there were some people with status, either rich or noble. If they were not caught, all of them would be punished or even lose their jobs. Damn yellow-skinned monkeys. Bo Er ran out of the balcony and jumped directly to the grass below. Jack was not slow either. He hurriedly jumped down, grabbed a patrol car, and rushed toward the gate of the villa community. Now there was no need to worry about the problem of exposure, but the problem of whether they could escape. Where are they? Catch them. A group of security guards immediately chased. Goodbye, yellow-skinned monkeys. The two men drove the patrol car, crashed through the railing of the gate of the community, and left. In the villa, Chen Mo's face was dark as he surveyed the villa. At this time, Xiaoyu still had a lingering fear. Only holding Chen Mo's arm did she feel a little relieved. Where are they? Chen Mo looked at Zhuangji in the community. They ran away. It may be two little thieves. We have called the police. Zhuangji said. Little thieves? Chen Mo did not believe that thieves could easily sneak into this community and not be discovered until they entered his villa. Even little thieves can come and go freely in your community. I have to doubt the security of your community. Chen Mo's expression was very bad. He was glad that he had the Mahist girl's warning. Otherwise, he would not know what would have happened. Zhuangji's expression changed slightly. Now that Chen Mo said this, he really did not know how to respond. This was a high-end villa community. Many rich people lived here for peace of mind. If this place was no longer safe, their reputation would plummet. Mr. Chen, we are investigating this matter. We will give you an explanation, Zhuangji said. Look, it's already early in the morning. Why don't you sleep first? Tomorrow morning, we will give you an explanation. You think I can sleep peacefully now? Mr. Chen, I will arrange special security for you tonight. Sleep peacefully first. We will definitely give you an explanation tomorrow morning, Zhuangji could only force himself to say. Chen Mo, it's too late now. Sleep first. Xiaoyu shook Chen Mo's arm and said. I hope you can give me an explanation tomorrow, Chen Mo said after taking a deep breath. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mrs. Chen. Rest well tonight. We will send people to watch over you. Xianxia was relieved and asked the security to leave the villa. After returning to the room, Chen hugged Xiaoyu and lay on the bed. Sleep first. It's just two little thieves. Don't worry too much. We still have to work tomorrow. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded lightly. She did not ask more and closed her eyes in his arms. Kelly International Hotel. Jack and Boer did not look good. They could not figure out how they were discovered so early. They were so close to catching the target. Jack, what do we do now? Boer asked. Let me make a call. Jack took out a satellite phone and dialed a number. Mission completed? As soon as the call was connected, a deep voice came from the phone. No, Jack said. I'm afraid he found out. Do we still continue the mission? Useless. You can't even do such a small thing. Continue the mission by hook or by crook. If the mission is not completed, you don't have to come back. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry about what happened last night. We've already investigated it. The two thieves climbed over the wall to get in. We've already sent people to upgrade the security system of the residential area. Lu Zhongshan was worried. He didn't expect that the person who got into trouble last night was Chen Mo, the CEO of the Army Ant Company. Zhao Min had helped him buy this mansion. The Army Ant Company was now the most promising company in the country. Its future was limitless. If he made Chen Mo unhappy, he would be in big trouble. I don't want this to happen again, Chen Mo said. He said this to make Xiaoyu feel at ease. The two foreigners had disguised themselves and snuck into the residential area easily. The security system didn't notice at all. Normal thieves wouldn't be able to do this. Xiaoyu was just an ordinary girl. Chen Mo didn't want this to affect her. Okay, Mr. Chen. Thank you for your understanding. We've already reported the case and handed the relevant surveillance video to the police. We don't need to trouble you anymore. I'll inform you as soon as I catch them. Lu Zhongshan was relieved that Chen Mo didn't want to pursue the matter. Okay. Chen Mo nodded and turned to Xiaoyu. Let's go to work. Okay. Xiaoyu smiled and didn't say anything. She followed Chen Mo into the car. CEO, what happened last night? Wang Hai asked. Two people ran in. Luckily, there was an alarm system installed in the mansion. There wasn't much damage. They ran away, Chen Mo said. In his memory, this was the first time Wang Hai asked him a question. On the way, Chen Mo kept thinking about the identities of the two foreigners. It was definitely not that simple. He wanted to know who was behind this. Just as Chen Mo was thinking about something, the sound of a sudden brake sounded. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu's bodies suddenly leaned forward and hit their heads on the car seat. Everything happened so suddenly that by the time Chen Mo came back to his senses, Xiaoyu was already unconscious. What happened? Chen Mo shook his dizzy head. After confirming that Xiaoyu had only fainted, Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief. The other party deliberately braked and rear-ended us. I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome. Wang Hai's expression did not look good. The two people who were pointing their guns at him tensed up. After seeing the two foreigners, Chen Mo's face darkened. They were foreigners again. They were probably the two people from last night. They're coming for me, Chen Mo said. Get out of the car. Jack walked to the window and said coldly. Get out of the car first. Chen Mo calmed down, opened the door and slowly got out of the car. The other party had a gun and obviously came prepared. His car was not specially made and could not block bullets at all. Wang Hai nodded slightly, unbuckled his seat belt and slowly opened the door. As soon as he got out, Jack pointed a gun at his head. Jack, I said my method worked, didn't it? It's this guy. Take him away first, then you can have whatever you want. Boer held the photo and stared at Chen Mo with his white teeth. It worked, but then we will also have, bang. Before Jack could finish his words, Wang Hai suddenly moved, slapped away Jack's gun on his head and kicked Jack's crotch. Jack's expression changed and he hurriedly bent his knee to block Wang Hai's kick. As soon as he blocked it, Wang Hai instantly swept his leg and swept away the gun in Jack's hand. Wang Hai, who took the initiative, rushed up without any hesitation and punched Jack's nose. This kind of deadly posture obviously showed that he was not an ordinary person. Jack saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly stepped back to distance himself. Damn it. Everything happened in a flash. Both of them did not expect that Wang Hai would suddenly make a move. Bo Er saw Jack's gun was swept away and raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at Wang Hai. Bang, as soon as he moved, he felt a pain in his wrist and the gun in his hand fell out of his hand. Before the gun fell to the ground, Bo Er felt a huge force coming from his abdomen. The pain swept through his whole body and made him fly out upside down. Chairman. Wang Hai turned to look at Chen Mo with surprise in his eyes. Leave this to me, you are responsible for dealing with that. Chen Mo leaned over with a dark face, picked up the gun on the ground and pointed it at Bo Er. Damn it, it's more painful than being raped. Bo Er wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. With his height of nearly 2 meters, he looked down at Chen Mo coldly. Boy, you must have never used a gun, the safety is not off. Before Chen Mo could react, a fist greeted Chen Mo's face. Chen Mo tried to pull the trigger but failed. He hurriedly dodged Bo Er's fist and bent his elbow to hit Bo Er's abdomen. These were all fighting skills when the human body potential was developed. After the human body potential was developed, he had not really fought, but now it seemed that it was not up to him. In line with Mr. Shu's words, if you don't have the ability to protect yourself, no matter how much wealth you have, it is useless. Damn it. Bo Er did not expect Chen Mo's reaction to be so fast. Although he was still a little unfamiliar with fighting, he was definitely a fighting master. On the other side, Jack's face was gloomy. Wang Hai's attack was too scary. He had met many opponents, but he had never seen such a fierce one. Every move was aimed at the most fatal part of the human body. Eyes, head, neck, chest, waist, and crotch. Every attack made Jack tremble in fear. As long as he was hit, he would be seriously injured if not dead. He did not expect Chen Mo's driver to be so terrible. Was it true that everyone in Huaxia knew Kung Fu? Jack saw Chen Mo fighting with Bo Er and felt bitter. Realizing that he was distracted, Jack's face changed. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and his body flew out uncontrollably. He hit the ground hard and spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered his stomach and looked at Wang Hai with unwillingness in his eyes. Wang Hai slowly walked over, looked at Jack expressionlessly, and raised his foot to kick his head. After dealing with Jack, Wang Hai turned to look at Chen Mo and Bo Er with a cold face. He slowly walked over and picked up the gun on the ground. What a damned country. Bo Er was now fighting with Chen Mo and his mood was getting worse and worse. As time went by, he found that Chen Mo's movements were getting more and more skillful, and his strength was a little scary. He really could not imagine that this seemingly ordinary young man had such terrifying strength. Suddenly, he saw Xiaoyu in a coma in the car. Bo Er's eyes became fierce and he rushed to the car door. Chen Mo's face changed and hurriedly chased after him. Before Bo Er could get close to the car door, the sharp pain from his calf made him stagger and fall to the ground. Chen Mo also seized this opportunity and swept his leg toward Bo Er's head. The next moment, Bo Er collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Wang Hai took the gun and dragged Jack's feet. He threw the two of them together and tied them up with a belt. Thank you. Chen Mo looked at the bloody gunshot wound on Bo Er's calf. This is my duty, Wang Hai said. I'll go back and check on Xiaoyu. You watch them. Seeing the special police car coming, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. From the beginning of their fight to the end, it was only 5 minutes. However, these 5 minutes felt like an eternity. Don't move, put down your weapon. As soon as the police car stopped, he took out his gun and pointed it at the place where Wang Hai was. Wang Hai threw the gun in his hand away and raised his hands. Seeing the special police around, Wang Hai said, "These two are mercenaries. It's best to see if there is any hidden poison in his mouth. Let's see." The leader of the team took a deep look at Wang Hai. Nothing. After a while, the two special police stood up and said. Chen Mo sat in a room, staring at the glass in front of him in a daze. He was thinking about who would send people to deal with him. He was glad that he didn't hide last night. He didn't know what would happen to him now. He didn't think that he could deal with two armed mercenaries at the same time. He only managed to escape by shooting the gun in his hand when they weren't paying attention. Until now, he still didn't know the real identity of those two people. While Chen Mo was thinking, a man and a woman in plain clothes walked in and sat across from him. Pan Long and Gan Sharong sized up Chen Mo. They only found out today that the president of the Army Ant Company was so young and a student of Binhai University. If they didn't have Chen Mo's information, they wouldn't have believed it. Mr. Chen, this might be a bit troublesome. We need your cooperation. I hope you can tell us everything you know, Gan Sharong said first. Go ahead, Chen Mo said. Who did you offend recently? Or did you make any deals with anyone? Pan Long said. I don't really offend anyone. I rarely socialize. I have a lot of deals with the company. If you want to count that, you can go to my company and ask Xiao Min. I don't participate in the management of the company, Chen Mo said. Do you know these two people? Pan Long put the two photos on the table and stared into Chen Mo's eyes. They're the two people who attacked me, Chen Mo said calmly. I'm talking about before this. From what I know, they seem to have entered your neighborhood last night. Two people did enter my house last night. My house is equipped with an alarm system. I found them in advance and hid. I didn't see what they looked like. In the end, the security of the neighborhood didn't catch them. This morning, the neighborhood told me that it was two thieves. I didn't pay much attention to it. Is there a problem? Chen Mo said. I'm just curious. Mr. Chen, you're so skilled. Why are you afraid of two thieves? Do you know that someone is coming for you? Or are you hiding something from us? I hope you can tell us everything you know. Otherwise, our investigation will be troublesome, and it will also affect your safety. Gan Sharong interrupted. I'm good because I've been practicing Sonda for a few months. Someone has sneaked into my villa. My first concern is the safety of my girlfriend and me. Let the thieves steal it. It's not much money anyway, but I don't know their identities. Just because I'm good at fighting doesn't mean I can take this risk with my girlfriend. Both of them looked at Chen Mo's face, but they couldn't see anything from Chen Mo's calm expression. Tell us what happened this morning. Don't leave out any details. After all, it's a bit troublesome. I'm going out today. Chen Mo's eyes were calm as he told the two of them what had happened. According to what we know, it's very likely that someone is targeting you or your company. In order not to cause unnecessary panic, we announced to the public that it was a fight caused by a car accident. We also did not announce the people involved. As for the nature of this matter, we still need to investigate further. Please keep it a secret for the time being, Pan Long said. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. Thank you for your cooperation. If we have any questions in the next few days, we'll contact you directly. Now that there's nothing else, you can go. Pan Long put away the recording and transcript in his hands. Chen Mo bowed slightly and got up to leave the room. As soon as he walked out, he saw Xiao Min waiting for him. Chairman, let's go. Where's Wang Hai? Chen Mo took his things from the police and looked around. He's still being interrogated. I've already asked the lawyer to negotiate. If there's no accident, he'll be out soon, Xiao Min said. Wang Hai had shot and injured people. Things would definitely be more troublesome. However, the two of them had attacked with guns. They were both defending themselves, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Chen Mo thought about it and didn't continue to ask. How's Xiaoyu's condition? She's in the hospital now. She's already awake. She's fine, just hit her head. She'll be fine after 2 days of rest. Li Ruoshi is accompanying her now. Let's go to the hospital. Get someone to follow up on Wang Hai's matter and get him out as soon as possible. Got it. Chen Mo walked out of the police station and got into the car first. What the hell is going on? The police told me it was a car accident. I don't think it's that simple. Xiao Min got into the car as well. Don't go out for the next few days. Bring some security with you when you go somewhere, Chen Mo said. Got it. Xiao Min immediately understood what Chen Mo meant. Do you know who it is? Not yet, Silent Disaster said. About 15 minutes later, the group entered the hospital. As soon as they walked into the ward, Xianxia saw the plainclothes guarding the door. After glancing at the two, Xianxia walked into the ward. Xiaoyu, who was chatting with Li Ruoxi on the bed, relaxed when she saw Xianxia walk in. I won't disturb you two anymore. Xiaoyu, give me a call if you need anything. Li Ruoxi greeted the two and left the ward. Are you okay? The doctor said it's nothing serious. I'll be fine in 2 days. Luckily, Sister Zhao said you were fine and at the police station. There are still tear stains on your face. Did you cry? Xianxia asked. Is there anything else? Xiaoyu quickly wiped her face and realized she was tricked. She patted Xianxia and leaned on him with red eyes. You weren't here when I woke up. You scared me. It's nothing serious. We just met some scammers and fought with them. Fight? Are you hurt? Xiaoyu quickly looked at Xianxia. How could I be hurt? Wang Hai is a special forces soldier. He's very skilled. In the end, they injured them and then reported to the police station. It's good that you're fine. Lie down. I'll go buy some food. Xianxia stayed in the hospital with Xiaoyu until Xiaoyu went to bed. Then, he rushed back to the company. Now, he couldn't wait to know the background of these two people, and who exactly wanted to kill him. If it wasn't for Wang Hai, they would be in danger. He couldn't imagine what would happen next. Mahast girl, Xianxia said as soon as he turned on the computer. Brother Mo, Mahast girl is here. Investigate the background of the two people who attacked me today. The more detailed, the better. Last night, they sneaked into the villa to find him. This morning, they tried to kidnap him before he reached the company. Now, he felt uneasy. If he didn't find the person behind this, he wouldn't be able to eat in peace. He already had the facial features of the two people. As long as their identity information was stored in the internet world, Mahast girl would know. Mahast girl was everywhere in the internet world. Okay. Brother Mo, please wait a moment. Mahast girl went silent after she finished speaking. Xianxia sat in his seat and waited quietly. Half a minute later, more than a dozen documents popped up on the computer screen. Brother Mo, I found the information you wanted. Michael Bull participated in the Second Gulf War, retired 2 years ago and joined Academy, codenamed Chimpanzee. Smith Jack, retired from the Delta Special Forces, joined Academy 3 years ago, codename Mouse. Xianxia looked at the information in front of him with a serious face. These two people were actually mercenaries from Academy. Most people would not be familiar with the name Academy. However, many people had heard of another name before. It was the former Blackwater Corporation, which was forced to change its name to Academy because of too many scandals. This private military and security consulting company was born in the United States military complex. It was one of the 3 major private security companies that cooperated with the United States Department of State and was also one of the most arrogant mercenary companies in the world. Looking at the information on the computer, Xianxia was not in a good mood. He was being targeted by mercenaries. This was definitely not good news. Mercenaries were usually active in Africa and the Middle East. Wherever there was a war, they would be there. The only thing these death brokers believed in was money. In their belief, they had no concept of national interests. As long as they had money, they would even point their guns at their own countries. Huaxia was known as a forbidden area for mercenaries. These two people risked their lives to kidnap him here. He had to be careful. Now he had to find out who wanted to kill him. Otherwise, he would be very uncomfortable being stared at in the dark. Mahast girl, find out who hired them to find me, Xianxia said. Okay. Mahast girl was silent again. However, this time, she did not answer him as quickly as before. Xianxia also waited. After a long time, Mahast girl finally spoke. Brother Mo, there is no employment information about you in Academy's database. Private deal? Xianxia frowned. If he knew someone in a mercenary company, he only needed to contact the other party and let them find someone to do it privately. He could skip the middle stage and get more commission. He did not need to pay part of the commission to the company. Although it was against their rules to act privately, It was normal for them to take risks for money. However, there was information about you in the private email of an academy employee, Mahast girl said. Who? Berg, it was Tyler who sent him the email. Give me their information and email. Chen Mo seemed to have found a clue. As long as he followed this clue, he would soon find the person who wanted his life. Alright, Brother Mo. After the Mahast girl finished speaking, 2 sets of personal information and the contents of the email appeared on the desktop of the computer. Shujel? Check Shuji's background, Chen Mo said. When he saw Tyler's message, he was sure that he didn't know this person, let alone come into contact with him. However, he did notice Taylor's boss. As someone who was working for someone else, it was impossible for him to find trouble with someone he didn't want to work for. As long as he followed this line, he would definitely be able to find a place of intersection. He felt that the truth was getting closer and closer to him. Paul Schugel, 67 years old, former CEO of Northrop Grumman, now one of the 8 directors of Apple. Apple board member. Seeing this message, Chen Mo immediately understood. The main reason was still Apple. This might have something to do with Cook hitting a wall here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental that someone came to find trouble with Cook after he returned to China. The other party probably wanted to touch him because they saw the technology in his hands. It was just that the other party's background gave him a headache. He couldn't let it slide, or else there might be trouble in the future. Give me Shugel's detailed information, preferably about his crimes and enemies, Chen Mo said after thinking for a while. The other party was in the United States, so he couldn't do anything. He could only kill with a borrowed knife. In his current situation, the best way was to kill with a borrowed knife. He didn't believe that this kind of capitalist, with such a high position, would have clean money. Brother Mo, I've got the information you wanted. As soon as the Mahast girl finished speaking, a compressed file popped up on the computer. Chen Mo glanced at the contents of the file and his scalp went numb. It was all special information, such as private deals with mercenary companies, weapons smuggling, murder, kidnappings, etc. It was all secret documents, pictures, videos, and audio recordings. The people involved included competitors and mercenary companies, as well as U.S. government officials. Chen Mo was now 90% sure that Shujel was behind this. Send these documents to the people involved. Same old rules, fake IP, anonymous. He was happy to kill with a borrowed knife. If the other party was idle, he would be in trouble. He could only be at ease if the other party couldn't find any free time or even a chance to find trouble. Okay, it has been sent. Monitor Berg, Taylor, and Shujel. If they have any other actions against me, inform me, Chen Mo said. After explaining everything clearly, Chen Mo went to the laboratory and continued to assemble the robot. That night, Chen Mo went to the hospital and took Xiaoyu back to the villa to recuperate. On the other side of the ocean, Carolina, in a luxurious manner. A white man with blonde hair and an aquiline nose sat in the study, his eyes on the computer screen. Those who had seen him would definitely know his identity. Prince, the former Blackwater Company, was founded by him. He was the current president of Academy and was a former Navy SEAL. At this moment, his expression was not very good, like a furious lion. When he woke up this morning, he opened his mailbox and found that there was an extra email. As soon as he opened it, he saw so many things. It was all information about Shugel's crimes, including evidence of weapons smuggling and murder. What made his mood even worse was that he was involved in a few of these things. Some time ago, a former employee of the company had accused him of being involved in weapons smuggling and murder. Now, all the evidence had been found and sent to his mailbox. Seeing this information, he was a little relieved. Most of it was against Shujel, and there were many other things. Someone wanted to use him to deal with Shujel. Thinking of this, his expression turned ugly. The feeling of being used was very unpleasant, but he had to do it. There were a few members of parliament among them. If something happened to Shujel, he might be implicated. This was definitely not good news. Damn it. Prince smashed the mouse in his hand against the computer screen. After taking a deep breath and sorting out his emotions, he took out his phone and dialed Shugel's number. Luo, I think we need to talk, Prince said with a dark expression as soon as he picked up the phone. There's no need to talk. Randy just called me. On the other end of the phone, Xianxia stared at the computer screen, his face ashen. The information on it filled him with fear. What would happen next? This was the only thing he wanted to know. As for where the evidence came from and why it was leaked, he no longer considered it. He knows too? What are you going to do now? Prince's expression turned even uglier. What do you think I should do? Randy said that federal agents are already on their way here. Xianxia didn't have a trace of energy at the moment, as if he had aged 10 years. His face, already full of wrinkles, became even denser. You know it yourself. Think about your family. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. You know some things better than I do. I know. Please let my family go. Xianxia's voice didn't have a trace of anger. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia stared blankly at the exquisite pistol on the table. His old hand trembled, and in the end, he shakily picked it up. Bang! In the villa, Xianxia sat on the sofa reading a book. During this period of time, he read whenever he had time. He planned to finish reading 1,000 books before graduation. Dragging it out like this was not a solution. Just as he was engrossed, his phone suddenly rang. Brother Mo, there's news. As soon as the call was connected, the Mahast girl's tender voice came through. What news? Xianxia committed suicide. The Mahast girl said. Suicide? So fast. Xianxia was slightly surprised. He was surprised that Xianxia would choose to commit suicide, but after thinking about it, it was not a big deal. Those things were too sensitive. If Xianxia did not end it himself, there would definitely be someone else who would end it because it involved many people. Xianxia committed suicide. He had achieved his goal of getting someone else to do the dirty work, and he was relieved. The people who were watching him from behind were finished. Next, he could do his own things with peace of mind. However, he was not happy. There were too many hidden darkness in Capital. This kind of thing was more troublesome to get involved in. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu walked out of the bathroom and sat down beside Qianmo, quietly watching TV. Rest at home for the next 2 days. You don't have to go to work. Qianmo put away the phone and gently massaged Xiaoyu's neck. There are still a lot of things to do at the company. Xiaoyu said. Zhao Min will deal with it. You stay at home. Right now, your neck is stiff like a long-necked goose. Wait until your neck is better before going to work. You are the long-necked goose. Being described by Qianmo like this, Xiaoyu said angrily, I still have to go to work tomorrow. If you go to work, I will deduct your salary. Qianmo said and laughed. You dare to deduct my salary? Xiaoyu snorted. I will deduct your food. You've learned to talk back? Qianmo was amused. He touched Xiaoyu's hair and said, stay at home. Be good. You. Xiaoyu didn't know how to answer Qianmo. She didn't know why, but she just couldn't refuse Qianmo's head patting. Alright, I'll stay at home, okay? The night passed in silence. Apple board member Xianxia commits suicide. The reason behind the suicide of the former CEO of the third largest arms dealer. The news of Xianxia's suicide appeared on all kinds of news. The various media outlets were abuzz with the news. As the former CEO of the world's third largest arms dealer and a current member of Apple's board of directors, his influence was self-evident. After the news was released, Northrop Grumman and Apple's share prices fell slightly. Not long after, the evidence of the crime was released. For a moment, the public opinion was in an uproar. They finally understood that the darkness behind this was obviously a suicide for fear of punishment. Then, the news of federal agents investigating a politician and a senator involved in a crime continued to spread. Because of the existence of the evidence, everyone chose to remain silent. A heated discussion arose on the internet. It's shocking. In this world, there are many dark corners that ordinary people can't come into contact with. Scary. My but has limited my horizons. Life is more exciting than television dramas. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We can only see the tip of the iceberg. What else could it be? You can't imagine. The internet was in an uproar. Within the federal government, there was also a considerable commotion, especially the military personnel who were close to Xu Zhou. They were also on tenterhooks, afraid that the matter would implicate them. The scandal had already spread and become a global topic. The matter was in an uproar. However, all of this had nothing to do with Chen Mo. Chen Mo's job was to focus on assembling the robot. It had been half a month since the last incident. Many things, whether on the surface or in the dark, had nothing to do with him. If it didn't involve him, he wouldn't care. As the initiator, he was completely like an outsider. He came to the company every day to assemble the robot and read books. During this period of hard work, the assembly of the robot was finally coming to an end. After twisting the last screw into the screw hole, Chen Mo threw away the screwdriver in his hand and touched his chin as he looked at the robot lying on the experiment table. There was no paint now. The robot was still in the natural color of carbon, aluminum alloy and plastic. This robot took him a lot of effort. There were 3 large carbon crystal-based batteries in its body, on its 2 thighs and abdomen. Fortunately, the density of carbon crystals wasn't high, so it didn't have much impact on the weight of the robot. The free movement and the calculation of the microcomputer control system were the most power-consuming places. In order to keep it active for longer, 3 large batteries were necessary. At each joint, small servo motors and stepper motors were used as drive devices. The ankles also had hydraulic shock absorbers. This way, it could more closely simulate the upright walking of humans. The bipedal way of walking was very unstable, so if the robot wanted to walk upright, it had to have a balance device. Now, the built-in balance system in the robot was a set of gyroscopes. The control system was decentralized. Multiple computers were used to control the robot. The computer in the head was responsible for system management, communication and kinematics calculations, and the sending of instructions. At each joint, there was a corresponding CPU to perform control and interpolation calculations. This kind of control could reduce the burden on the main computer. The last sensors, including laser sensors, thermal sensors, acoustic sensors, fluid sensors, and so on, were the sensory organs of the robot. With so many things up and down, Chen Mo didn't know how long this battery-powered robot could run. Let's see if it can be started. Chen Mo turned on the power, and the laser sensor in the middle of the robot's pupils and chest lit up. It worked. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. "Mahist girl, can you connect it?" Chen Mo asked. "Yes." The Mahist girl's tender voice sounded. "You can control it to stand up now. Don't run in the machine, it can't support your operation. You can send the instructions to it, let it move according to the instructions, and control it like this." Chen Mo said. "Okay." As soon as the Mahist girl's voice fell, the robot on the experiment table sat up. After the robot sat up, Chen Mo glanced at the computer to see if its parameters were normal. This was the blueprint he got from the scientific library, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem. "Now walk on the ground." Caca. Bang, the robot that just stood on the ground suddenly lost its balance and fell straight to the ground. "Is there a problem with the balance system?" Chen Mo squatted down to check. "Brother Mo, it's not a problem with the balance system. It's just that I don't have the specific data of a human walking upright. I can't determine the walking style and strength." Mahist girl said. "What can you do?" Chen Mo asked. "Test a person's movement data. I can imitate his walking style." Mahist girl said. "It seems that the test can only be done tomorrow. There shouldn't be a hurry." Chen Mo turned off the power of the robot, carried it back to the experiment table, covered it with gauze, and dialed Zhao Min's number. "What's up, Chairman? Get someone to send 2 treadmills to the laboratory. We need to use them tomorrow." The next morning, as soon as Chen Mo and Xiao Yu walked out of the villa, a car stopped at the door. Wang Hai got out of the car and opened the door for them. After seeing Wang Hai, Chen Mo smiled. "You're back." During this time, Chen Mo had been asking Zhao Min to follow up on Wang Hai's matter. Because of the shooting at that time, Wang Hai had to be investigated no matter what. They didn't reply, so they bailed him out temporarily. Wang Hai nodded. "They didn't make things difficult for you, right?" Chen Mo asked. No, Wang Hai said. Get in the car. Chen Mo said to Xiaoyu beside him. Xiaoyu was here, so it wasn't suitable for him and Wang Hai to talk too much. For some things, the less Xiaoyu knew, the better. It was enough for him to bear these things. Wang Hai, stop the car when you pass by the square. I want to buy something, Chen Mo said. Okay. Wang Hai nodded, his eyes looking at the rearview mirror from time to time. Not long after, the car stopped outside the commercial square. Chen Mo told Xiaoyu to wait in the car and ran into the square. 10 minutes later, he ran out with a bag. Clothes? Xiaoyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at the bag in Chen Mo's hand. Why are you going to buy clothes at this time? It's useful. Chen Mo said mysteriously, Wang Hai, let's go. They didn't say anything along the way. When they arrived outside his laboratory, Chen Mo found that several employees were already waiting outside his laboratory with 2 treadmills. Move the treadmills to the door of the laboratory, Chen Mo said to several workers. Now, his laboratory couldn't be casually let people enter, especially after a series of events. And there were robots, these studies couldn't be known by ordinary employees, so he didn't directly let them move into the laboratory. Yes, Chairman. Several employees put the treadmills at the door of the laboratory and left the laboratory. After confirming that the treadmills were fine, he dialed Zhao Min's phone. Chairman, what's the matter? Let me borrow your assistant for a moment. Chen Mo smiled. She's your person, why do you need to borrow from me? Zhao Min was amused by Chen Mo's words. In the company, she's your assistant. If I ask her to come over, what about her job? I'll be using her for the next 2 days, Chen Mo said. It seems that you still distinguish between public and private affairs. I'll inform her to go upstairs. Zhao Min said, by the way, I'll ask her to bring 2 months' financial statements to you. All right, Chen Mo said. Not long after he hung up the phone, Xiaoyu walked into Chen Mo's laboratory with a folder. These are the company's financial statements for the past 2 months. You've seen it, right? Chen Mo took Xiaoyu into his laboratory and put the financial statements on the side of the laboratory table. Yes, there seems to be no problem. If there's no problem, then I don't need to look at it. In the future, you can help me look at the company's financial statements. Chen Mo was not afraid that someone would tamper with the company's accounts, because the Mahist girl was monitoring, and he would be very clear if anyone tampered with the company's accounts. How can that be? Why not? Now, do me a favor. Chen Mo pushed Xiaoyu to the laboratory table and lifted the gauze on the table. The robot that had just been assembled yesterday appeared in front of Xiaoyu. Seeing the robot in front of her, Xiaoyu's mouth opened wide and she was stunned. She knew that Chen Mo was studying robots, but when she came here, it was only a skeleton. Now, it had been assembled. This robot was just like the robots in the movies, but it didn't have the cool paint in the movies. This is the robot you finished? Xiaoyu reached out and touched the robot's body. It's a semi-finished product. There are still many places to debug, so I asked you to help me. Chen Mo turned on the robot's start button, and the sensors in the eyes and chest immediately emitted red light. What can I do for you? Xiaoyu stared at the robot intently, which made her full of curiosity. It can't walk yet. I need data on a person's movement, so I asked you to help me. I'm going to collect your movement data and put it in it, so that it can move freely. Okay. After thinking about it, Xiaoyu nodded. How do I test it? Put on the sports vest first. Chen Mo handed the clothes he bought this morning to Xiaoyu. So this is what you bought this morning. Xiaoyu took the bag from Chen Mo's hand and looked at Chen Mo strangely. After changing into the sports vest, she walked to Chen Mo with a red face. When she looked up and saw Chen Mo's stunned look, Xiaoyu's face quickly spread to her ears. At this time, Xiaoyu, with a high ponytail, wore a sports vest and sports shorts, and her long, straight legs and perfect figure were displayed in front of him. If there was a vest line, it would be perfect. Youth, vitality, and the faint wildness in her temperament were magnified, completely without her usual gentle and intellectual appearance. Every time Xiaoyu changed into a style of clothes, there was a different beauty. Chen Mo didn't know if beauty was in the eye of the beholder. So beautiful. Chen Mo touched his chin and admired. Seeing Chen Mo's invasive gaze, Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with shyness. Don't look, test. Xiaoyu was a little overwhelmed by Chen Mo's gaze. If you don't test, I'll go back to work. Xiaoyu didn't dare to look directly at Chen Mo's gaze, and her heart began to beat faster. The two were intimate, but the last step had not been taken. Okay, test, we'll see when we get home. Chen Mo showed a relaxed smile, pulled Xiaoyu, and brought over the human movement testing equipment. These instruments were mainly sensors and optical scanners. The human movement was composed of more than 200 joints and could complete highly complex movements, and these movements had a high degree of coordination. In robot design and intelligent control, human movement was a hot research topic. Chen Mo put the sensor headband on Xiaoyu, then attached sensors to her various joints and let her stand on the treadmill. Carrying the robot on the experiment bench onto another treadmill, Chen Mo turned on the data connection of the sensors. Now prepare to collect data. Chen Mo said, are you ready? Yes. Xiaoyu nodded. Now try to take a few steps. After pressing the start button, Chen Mo's gaze was on the computer screen. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyu walked slowly on the treadmill. The data on the computer began to appear and elongate. Stop. Chen Mo stopped Xiaoyu and looked at the computer screen. I'll send the data of your walking to the robot now. After the data transmission, the robot not far from Xiaoyu began to walk. Chen Mo observed carefully beside the robot. The distance of the steps was about the same as Xiaoyu's, but the movements were still mechanical. The limbs were just moving stiffly, and there was no real coordination. Relatively speaking, it was much better because this was just the beginning. It was already very good to be able to achieve such results. Xiaoyu, keep walking. I'll synchronize your data with the robot. Chen Mo walked back to the computer and switched to synchronizing the data. The moment Xiaoyu walked, the robot on the other treadmill also followed. Even the movement of turning its head was the same, which surprised Xiaoyu. Speed up, Chen Mo said as he looked at the robot's movements. The robot had a set of gyroscopes that could automatically adjust its balance. In addition, the Mahist girl could automatically learn to adjust and constantly coordinate the movements of the body. Soon, the robot's limbs began to move naturally, and its movements were much smoother. Continue to speed up and run slowly. Chen Mo stared at the data on the computer screen that kept elongating. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Xiaoyu also sped up and jogged on the treadmill. Compared to letting the Mahist girl simulate walking by herself and using human movement data to imitate, this method could make the robot's movements more coordinated and closer to humans. 30 minutes later, Xiaoyu was so tired that she stopped and looked at Chen Mo, panting. Xiaoyu was also very curious about the robot that she had been testing the whole morning. This was the first time she was so close to this kind of technology. She had only seen it in movies before. What can it do? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask the biggest question in her heart. It can do anything that ordinary people can do. As long as all the data tests are completed, it will be my robot assistant. Chen Mo said. You are researching this robot to make it your assistant? This is only one of the reasons. My laboratory is not a place that anyone can enter. Only the most trusted people can enter. Otherwise, I would find a female secretary. Chen Mo laughed. When he was researching, he needed the assistance of the Mahist girl. The speed of the research was countless times faster. If he found an assistant, many things would be exposed. So he didn't have this idea for the time being. The Mahist girl was the best candidate for this role. That was why he thought of the robot assistant. Then find one. Xiaoyu pursed her lips. Her tone was a little sour. I smell vinegar. My Xiaoyu is jealous? A little sour. Chen Mo joked. Who is jealous? Xiaoyu seemed to be exposed. Her face was slightly red. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. There are too many things in the laboratory. Many of them are confidential. I don't trust other assistants. You can't help me with the research in the laboratory. So I want a robot assistant. It can do anything that ordinary people can do. It can also help me with the experiments. Chen Mo laughed. It is so powerful? Xiaoyu said in surprise. Then, she reached out and touched the robot. It was still cold carbon aluminum alloy. There was no temperature at all. What is its name? It's called Mo Nu, the Mo of the cuttlefish. It was changed from my name. I gave it a homophonic sound. This was the first time Chen Mo introduced the existence of the Mahast girl. This robot was the Mahast girl's first carrier, but it was not a real carrier. It could only be regarded as a tool for the Mahast girl. This was because it could only receive commands from the Mahast girl and could not run the Mahast girl's program. However, it was still one of the Mahast girl's clones. Mahast girl? What a nice name. Mahast girl, say hello to Xiaoyu, Chen Mo said. Hello, big sister Xiaoyu. I am the Mahast girl. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the Mahast girl's tender voice rang out. Hello. Xiaoyu was slightly surprised and greeted the robot. Xiaoyu did not think of the artificial intelligence that controlled the world like in the movies. What she thought of was the upgraded version of the AI assistant, and she was very familiar with the AI assistant. Big sister Xiaoyu, you are so beautiful. No wonder big brother Mo likes you so much. Hearing the Mahast girl's words, Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo strangely with a smile on her face. I didn't teach her. She learned it by herself. Chen Mo did not know whether to laugh or cry. The Mahast girl is very smart and can learn by herself. However, the Mahast girl is right. You are very beautiful. You have both inner and outer beauty. Is there anyone who praises people like you? Xiaoyu rebuked, but there was a trace of sweetness in her heart. Big brother Mo, you are so mushy. Ha 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 ha, as soon as Mo Nu finished her words, Xiaoyu burst out laughing. She was like a beautiful flower. It was the first time she heard a robot call her mushy. She even suspected that the Mahast girl was pretending to be a robot. She was indeed very smart. Chen Mo touched his nose awkwardly. He was the first person in history to be stabbed in the back by an AI when he said some words of love. You know it's mushy? I don't know what mushy feels like, but I know that if someone heard you say that, they would be described as mushy. Hearing their conversation, Xiaoyu laughed again. The AI assistant's chatting was very flexible. However, she found that the Mahast girl's chatting was more like a human and not like a machine. Now I even suspect that you have been switched to black-bellied mode. Chen Mo did not know whether to laugh or cry. There is a mode to choose from? Xiaoyu asked. Yes. When I was researching the Mahast girl, I got the inspiration from the silly girl on the magic phone. She can change her personality mode. Now the Mahast girl is in a well-behaved personality mode. There are other personality modes, but I haven't tried them yet. Chen Mo said. Since the Mahast girl was created, she had always been in a well-behaved mode. One day, he would have to change her personality mode to try out the novelty. Okay, stop fooling around. Hurry up and test it. You're so black-bellied. I think she will expose your secret. Xiaoyu laughed. Okay, let's stop gossiping. Mahast girl, start the test now. Take a few steps. Chen Mo turned his attention back to the robot and started to test its performance. Now, the performance of the Mahast girl was the focus of his work. As soon as he finished speaking, the robot started to move. Fill the cup on the table with water. Chen Mo took the cup of water from Xiaoyu's hand and handed it to the robot. Give me the cup. One by one, Chen Mo continued to test the robot's performance. The Mahast girl understood all these instructions, but when executing them, it needed to be perfect. She needed to constantly practice, learn, and adjust. Xiaoyu looked at this scene in amazement. This kind of scene could only be seen in future sci-fi movies. She didn't expect it to happen in front of her now. All of this was too shocking. This robot was completely like a human. If this scene was recorded and posted on the internet, it would probably cause a stir. Xiaoyu sat on the side and quietly looked at Chen Mo's back. She suddenly realized that the future was so close to her. Chen Mo focused on the robot's test. Now that the robot had just been completed, there were many things that needed to be adjusted. Fortunately, the Mahast girl could imitate and learn, and then automatically adjust, so she adapted quickly. Moreover, he also wanted to test how long the robot could work while constantly working and calculating. 2 hours later, the robot suddenly stopped what it was doing and slowly walked to the charger. It grabbed the charging plug and inserted it into the socket. Out of power so soon? Yes, the battery power can only last for 3 hours of continuous movement and command. The Mahist girl said. How long will it take to be fully charged? Half an hour. It seems that 2 robots need to work in turns, or change to a battery with a larger capacity. Robots, Iron Man's arc reactor is the best energy source, but that kind of technology is impossible in a short time. In the future, he will get a higher level of authority in the scientific library to be able to obtain similar technology. Xianxia thought about it and finally decided to use the first method. It will take a lot of effort to get a battery with a larger capacity. A few more hours of endurance is of little significance to the assistant robot that has been in the laboratory for a long time. The 2 robots will take turns to do it, and if necessary, the 2 will do it together. It is obviously better to have one more helper. After thinking about the countermeasures, Xianxia dialed Zhao Min's phone. Zhao Min was looking at the invitation letter in her hand at this time. Suddenly, the landline rang. After seeing the caller, Zhao Min smiled. He had traveled far and wide to no avail. Chairman, what's the matter? Come up. Zhao Min stared blankly at the robot that was pouring water for her. Her face was full of disbelief. She had never entered Chen Mo's laboratory, so she didn't know what was being researched inside. Usually, she just arranged some things for Chen Mo according to his request. Now, as soon as she came to Chen Mo's office, she was called out by Chen Mo. A robot from a sci-fi movie appeared in front of her eyes. She wondered if she had transmigrated, and now her brain was a little confused. This is the little toy you were talking about? Zhao Min took the cup from the robot with a look of surprise. It's a little toy. It was completed yesterday and just learned how to walk today. I asked Xiaoyu to come up in the morning to collect human movement data in the future. Chen Mo said. Your toy is really strange. Is the technology mature? Zhao Min looked at the robot with a look of surprise. Not mature. It's still in the data testing stage. Chen Mo said, it's now my laboratory assistant, a robot assistant. After the technology matures, how much is the estimated cost? It's hard to estimate, but from the beginning of the research, not including the intelligent core, it cost 20 million. The most important thing is that it used a lot of brain cells. If it's mass-produced, the cost will be about 1 million. Chen Mo said. Are you interested in listing it? Zhao Min said. The technology is not mature. There are no specific data for its parts and parameters. The service life is unknown. If it's just sold and there's a problem, wouldn't it ruin the brand? Well, the technology is mature. Let me know when it's ready to be listed. If the cost is really only 1 million, I'll make you the richest man in the world. Zhao Min looked at the robot, thought and said, but you'll be the richest man soon. What do you mean? Chen Mo said. I can't estimate the current market value of the company, but with your current net worth, it's not a problem to squeeze into the top 10 of the domestic wealth list. Zhao Min said, you'll reach the top soon. Why do you say that? Chen Mo said. He had no concept of money now. He only knew that there was a lot of money, but he didn't see the specific numbers. With the scientific library, money had become meaningless. In 2 days, I'm going to Europe to discuss cooperation with the European telecommunications operators and let Butterfly I enter the international market. Butterfly I entered the international market, and money came faster than money printing machines. Because I'm going out, there's something I need you to do for me. What is it? Chen Mo asked. Haisha Charity Night. Zhao Min placed the invitation letter in front of Chen Mo. This year's gala is being held in Binhai City. Our company is a big enterprise in Binhai City, so we are also invited. At that time, many business people, celebrities, and elites from all walks of life would be there. I'm going to Europe, but I can't go. Only you can go. I'm not good at socializing. If I go there, I'll probably just sit in the corner and eat, Chen Mo said. For some people, this kind of charity gala was a platform to increase their connections. In a circle, connections were very important, especially in the business world. Many people did not donate money, but went to the charity gala because they did not want to let go of such an opportunity to expand their circle of contacts. In the beginning, the Army Ant Company also relied on the connections accumulated by Zhao Min to start. However, Chen Mo did not want to fight, so the company's affairs were handled by Zhao Min. The excuse that a tech guy doesn't like to socialize is that he's not good at it. In the past, I was the one who attended all kinds of social events. As the chairman, it's time for you to show up. You can't build a car behind closed doors. As the chairman, your words carry more weight than mine. Moreover, this is charity, and it can improve the company's reputation and image, Zhao Min said. You really want me to go? Chen Mo said. It's okay if you don't agree. Zhao Min said jokingly, I'll go find Xiaoyu and ask her to bring her boyfriend to represent the company. Chen Mo was amused by Zhao Min. She even knew how to save the country in a roundabout way. If Xiaoyu came to him, he really didn't know how to refuse. Okay, I'll go, Chen Mo said. The charity gala will be in a week's time. I'll get someone to customize a suit for you. You know my size? Xiaoyu knows. Zhao Min finished and stood up from her seat. She looked at the robot in the corner and said, if the robot is going to be on the market, let me know in advance. Okay. Chen Mo does not like social events. But since it's charity, he does not mind participating. If you're poor, you should take care of yourself. If you're rich, you should help the world. This is not an empty sentence. But the way to do charity must be appropriate and not blindly help. Although some people do not believe in charity because of the scandals of some charity organizations, they should not give up because of choking. He had heard of the Xianxia Charity Gala. Donations are made in kind and not to a charity organization. This kind of charity is more practical. After Zhao Min left, Chen Mo put the invitation to the charity gala aside and continued to read and work. The night before the charity gala, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu were watching a movie on the sofa when the doorbell rang. As soon as he opened the door, Wang Hai walked in with 2 boxes. Chairman, President Zhao asked me to send these over. They are the suits for the gala tomorrow night. Wang Hai put the suits on the table and turned to leave. Chen Mo opened the boxes and handed the suits to Xiaoyu. This is yours. Go and try it on. If it doesn't fit, you can change it now. Mine? Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo. Don't you know? I thought Zhao Min told you, so I didn't mention it to you. Tomorrow night, the Xianxia Charity Gala. Come with me. Sister Zhao only said that you were going to the gala. She didn't say that I am going. I'm going. Don't you want a female companion? If you want your boyfriend to go with another female companion, I don't mind, Chen Mo said with a smile. You dare? Xiaoyu snorted and walked into the room with the suits. Not long after, Xiaoyu walked out. The moment Chen Mo saw Xiaoyu, he was amazed and admired her carefully. He realized that Xiaoyu was like a clothes hanger. Different clothes could bring out different temperaments. The silk dress with the V-neck showed her collarbone. Together with the beige silk, she looked gentle and pure. She was like a fairy who came down to earth. People couldn't help but take a second look at her. Xiaoyu's appearance was not very beautiful, but she was still a beauty. Her temperament was outstanding. Clothes really make the man, Chen Mo said with admiration. Idiot, have you seen enough? If you have, help me see if it fits. Xiaoyu lifted the dress and walked to Chen Mo. It fits, but I feel like it lacks something. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu. What do I lack? Xiaoyu asked. High heels. Chen Mo came to his senses and walked to the shoe cabinet. He looked around and then came back. I found that you don't have high heels. Go and change out of the suit. I will accompany you to buy some high heels. There's no need, Xiaoyu said. Xiaoyu, I find that you are treating me like an outsider. You are my girlfriend now. If you don't want to change, I will change it for you. Without hesitation, Chen Mo picked Xiaoyu up and walked into the room. Put me down. I will change by myself. Too late. 10 minutes later, Xiaoyu followed Chen Mo out. Her face was red and her eyes were watery. Bad guy. You are bad? Calculating the time, I will eat you up very soon. Chen Mo had a faint smile on his face. Idiot, Xiaoyu said angrily. The Haisha charity night was started by famous actors and celebrities during the SARS epidemic. It was a charity event that had been going on ever since. It was supposed to be an event for celebrities. Those who attended the event were all major actors and celebrities in the country. Other than that, there were also CEOs and directors of well-known companies in the country. This time, the charity dinner was being held in Binhai City. The Army Ant Company was the brightest technology star in the country, and its headquarters was in Binhai City. Therefore, it was inevitable that the Army Ant Company would be invited. This was the first time that the Army Ant Company was participating in a charity event. Zhao Min attached great importance to this event and wanted to come in person. However, this time, she was going to Europe to let the Army Ant Company enter the international market. Therefore, she had no choice but to ask Chen Mo, the chairman, to come. 8 o'clock. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu appeared outside the venue of the banquet. There were all kinds of luxury cars parked around. It was almost like a large-scale luxury car show. Xiaoyu saw the scene outside the window and immediately became nervous. This was the first time that she had attended such a large-scale banquet. Those who attended such a banquet were the elites of society. No matter how she looked at it, she was just a Cinderella with a prince by her side. The melodious music in the car did not make Xiaoyu relax at all. Instead, she held Chen Mo's hand tightly. Nervous? Chen Mo asked. A little. Xiaoyu nodded. To be honest, I have never attended such a banquet. Chen Mo patted Xiaoyu's hand to reassure her. When she felt the warmth of Chen Mo's hand, Xiaoyu relaxed slightly. It seemed that as long as Chen Mo was there, even if the sky fell, it would be fine. After the car stopped outside the venue, Xiaoyu held Chen Mo's hand and walked slowly inside. When they reached the entrance of the banquet, the two of them were stopped by the staff in charge of welcoming guests. May I know who you are? We are representatives of the Army Ant Company, Chen Mo said lightly. Oh? Is Ms. Zhao Min not here? A staff member who was in charge of the registration asked. She went to Europe, Chen Mo said. Oh, then please sign in here. This way, please. There will be a second scene later, the staff said with a smile. After the two left, the staff member picked up the walkie-talkie. Director, the CEO of the Army Ant Company isn't here yet. They sent two representatives. One is Chen Mo, and the other is Xiaoyu. Yes, I will inform the host. The seat of the Army Ant Company's second location was also changed. It was not suitable for the CEO to sit at that table. As for the specific position, you can see which one is suitable and adapt accordingly to change the position of the CEO of Huai Group. Alright. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu arrived quite late. Many people had already entered the venue. This was an open-air banquet venue. In the venue, one could see groups of 3 to 5 people gathered together, holding wine glasses, chatting and laughing. There were many security guards patrolling outside the venue. It was obvious that the security was in place. As soon as they entered the venue, Xiaoyu's whole body tensed up. Her body clung tightly to Chen Mo's. Xiaoyu, don't be so nervous. You're making me a little nervous. We'll both embarrass ourselves later, Chen Mo said. Xiaoyu giggled. She relaxed a lot after hearing what he said. Xiaoyu's laughter also eased Chen Mo's tension. He looked at the people around him calmly. Hey, assistant, he is here. A smart middle-aged man in a suit saw Xiaoyu and came up to them with a glass of wine. He smiled at the two of them. Is CEO Zhao not here? Hello, Mr. Qi. CEO Zhao went to Europe. He will be back in a few days, Xiaoyu said politely. Oh, what a pity. I wanted to talk to CEO Zhao about cooperation today. Looks like I'll have to do it next time. Assistant he, I'll go over there to chat with an old friend. You can do as you please. With that, he left with his wine glass. From beginning to end, he only glanced at Chen Mo casually. Who is he? Qi Ming. He's the CEO of a company. His company is not big. I met him when CEO Zhao signed the contract with those channels. I'll remember his smart characteristics. Xiaoyu, I see that you've been led astray, Chen Mo said with a smile. Of course not. Xiaoyu also chuckled softly. Her nervousness from before had completely dissipated. She held Chen Mo's arm and left. Xiaoyu's pure, gentle, and generous temperament attracted a lot of attention. Those who knew Xiaoyu knew that Xiaoyu was Zhao Min's assistant. Now, the Army Ant Company was a well-known company in the country. It was the company most likely to break the deadlock of the domestic internet industry. Zhao Min was also one of the business tycoons in the country. Today, many young masters came specially for Zhao Min. After all, if they could win over Zhao Min, it would mean that their family business and their future were limitless. Zhao Min did not come, which disappointed many people. Those who knew Xiaoyu just greeted her and chatted with others. Zhao Min was not here, and they could not talk about cooperation with an assistant. As for Chen Mo, no one knew him. Chen Mo, what do you think of this banquet? After a round, Xiaoyu held Chen Mo's hand and asked. If you didn't come with me, I would probably be bored to death. Chen Mo gave a comment that he thought was pertinent. To him, these people were all strangers. He was not good at socializing in this kind of situation. In this aspect, he was a blank. He also did not like to take the initiative to talk to others. The people who entered this banquet were all elites of various social classes. Most of the time, they did not mean what they said. He did not like that kind of scheming. If possible, he would rather stay in the laboratory and do research. Let's go and sit, Xiaoyu said. Okay. Chen Mo led Xiaoyu to an empty corner. As soon as they sat down, Chen Mo picked up a glass of juice and drank it in one gulp. These juices were all squeezed from the best and freshest fruits. One glass was equivalent to an ordinary person's day's salary. Although it was called a charity banquet, it was more like a social platform. However, Chen Mo did not care about this. After all, it was the sponsors who paid for it, not the charity funds. They would not spend money at such a place even if they donated money. Can I use my phone to play a game? Chen Mo asked. Xiaoyu laughed. Playing games at this kind of banquet was simply a refreshing experience. You play. I'll watch you play. Okay. Chen Mo took out his phone and opened the game. Usually, he would only play when he was relaxing. Now that he was bored, he would play. Just as Chen Mo was immersed in the game, a pleasant voice interrupted them. Excuse me, is this seat taken? The two looked up and saw a beautiful figure. A girl with delicate features looked at Chen Mo, who was playing games, in surprise. It was the first time she saw someone playing games at such a place. No one. Xiaoyu looked up and looked at the girl in surprise. You are Gao Wenwen? Who is Gao Wenwen? Chen Mo put down his phone and looked at the girl. She is a popular celebrity. She just debuted and became the most popular actor with a TV series. Rumor has it that she rejected the unspoken rules of a powerful person in the entertainment industry and was banned. She is talented and skilled, but no director dares to use her. The endorsement contract was also cancelled. Xiaoyu leaned over Chen Mo's ear and whispered. Hello. Gao Wenwen smiled and greeted the two of them. She picked up her juice and drank it, but she looked a little absent-minded. Chen Mo looked at Gao Wenwen deeply. The entertainment industry was the most chaotic place. A girl without any background could still keep herself clean. This made him look at her in a new light. Secretary Yao is here. Secretary Yao. There was a commotion in the crowd, and many people looked at the door. A slightly plump middle-aged man walked in. Yaoi had a smile on his face and simply greeted the crowd. Seeing Yaoi, some people became cautious. Yaoi was a soldier. After he was transferred to Binhai City, his style was swift and decisive. Within a few months, he had established a reputation in Binhai City. When he first took office, a few rich kids in the city were caught racing on the street and killed someone. After hearing about this, Yaoi was furious. Any pleas for mercy were rejected, and some of the pests were dealt with. After this incident, few people in Binhai City dared to mess around. Yaoi even gave a strict order that no one could cover up for them. In the end, the few rich kids were all sentenced. Many other rich kids in Binhai City were also arrested and punished. After a while, fewer and fewer rich kids were causing trouble in Binhai City. This was because once the matter got out of hand and he was caught, there would be very little mercy left. Once Xiaoyi knew that someone was being biased, more people would be unlucky. Now, some of the rich kids in Binhai City were a little timid when they saw Yaoi. As soon as Yaoi appeared, a well-dressed woman greeted him. Many of the people present recognized the woman's identity at a glance. Sugua, the initiator of this year's charity night. Everyone who knew her knew that this woman was a smooth and slick person. Secretary Yao, welcome. Sugua smiled and walked to Yaoi. Miss Su, I am also honored to attend this charity night. But tonight I am not the secretary. It is not working hours now, so I am attending as a private person. I am here to raise the price of the night. Sugua laughed. Then I will thank you on behalf of those who have received donations. Miss Su, you are a busy person tonight. You go ahead, I will walk around. After Yaoi said goodbye to Sugua, he walked around the scene. His arrival immediately attracted a lot of attention. Some entrepreneurs in Binhai City or CEOs of companies that were preparing to enter Binhai City all gathered around Yaoi. This was an opportunity for them to get familiar with each other. Many people came here not for charity, but for networking and resources. However, unlike these bosses, those playboys ran far away, fearing that Yaoi would recognize them. Yaoi was surrounded by the crowd, with a smile on his face, calm and composed. Suddenly, he caught sight of a corner and was slightly surprised. Sorry, everyone, I have to leave for a moment. Yaoi raised his wine glass and clinked it with everyone. When everyone saw that Yaoi was about to leave, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, they still didn't dare to stop him. They smiled and raised their wine glasses, clinking them with his. Secretary Yao is here. Do you want to go over and say hello? Xiaoyu whispered into Chen Mo's ear. There's no need, right? If we go over, we will probably have to fight to get in. Chen Mo glanced at Yaoi, who was surrounded by the crowd, and said. Okay. Xiaoyu didn't force Chen Mo. She sat beside him and quietly drank her juice. Soon after, Xiaoyu blinked and touched Chen Mo, who was next to her. Secretary Yao seems to be coming towards us. Is that so? Chen Mo also looked over and saw Yaoi striding towards them. As she walked, she raised her wine glass to greet the two of them. Chen Mo stood up from the sofa with Xiaoyu. Hello, Secretary Yao. Chen Mo opened his mouth. His voice was neither arrogant nor humble. His voice was steady. He and Yaoi had only met once when Lei Qingji wanted to prove his identity. They weren't familiar, but he didn't dare to neglect her identity. Mr. Chen, Miss He, hello. Yaoi reached out and shook Chen Mo's hand. Don't call me Secretary Yao. It's not working hours now. You can call me Uncle Yao or Mr. Yao. Hello, Uncle Yao. Before Chen Mo could speak, Xiaoyu greeted him first. Miss He has become much smarter after being with Zhao Min. I remember the first time I saw Miss He, she was still a shy little girl. Brother Chen Mo must have saved the world in his previous life to have a girl like Miss He. Yaoi laughed and nodded at Xiaoyu. I did save the world in my previous life. Xiaoyu smiled and leaned towards Chen Mo. She gently held Chen Mo's hand. We saved the world together in our previous life. Chen Mo joked. As soon as he said that, the three of them laughed. Zhao Min didn't come? Yaoi asked. She went to Europe to discuss cooperation. She is preparing to let the butterfly iPhone enter the international market. That's why she asked me to come here and attend this party, Chen Mo said. You are all young and promising people in Binhai City. The Army Ant Company will become bigger and stronger. In the future, it might become a brand in Binhai City. In the future, if a big company like Huawei appears in Binhai City, I will be proud to say that. The three of them talked and laughed. Their words and actions were very casual. People from all walks of life who were paying attention to this corner had huge doubts in their hearts. The business circle was more sensitive than the entertainment circle. A sentence or a small action in the eyes of some people was a lot of information. They couldn't see stage fright in Chen Mo's expression and behavior. He was calm and neither arrogant nor humble. Many of them couldn't be in this state. Yao Yi was the leader of Binhai City and was famous for being strict. But now, they couldn't see a serious look on Yao Yi's face. Instead, it was like she was talking to an old friend. Just now, when they took the initiative to talk to her, she ignored them. They didn't expect Yao Yi to take the initiative to talk to the two young people. Although the two of them looked like a perfect match, there were many handsome men and beautiful women at this kind of party. They didn't think that ordinary young people would be able to make Yao Yi take the initiative to talk to them. President Qi, who are those two people? They seem to know Secretary Yao, a man in a suit next to Qi Ming asked. The beautiful woman is President Zhao Min's assistant, He Xiaoyu. As for the man, from the looks of it, he should be her boyfriend, Qi Ming said. He had some contact with people from the army and company. He had also met Zhao Min once. But Chen Mo was very unfamiliar to him. He had never seen him before. Who is he? They all wanted to know Chen Mo's identity. They wanted to know how he could talk to Yao Yi so casually. Yao Yi, who was talking to Chen Mo, suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I have another mission this time. My girl is a fan of Shuing. I heard that she is also coming to the charity party. I want to get an autograph for her. Excuse me, see you later. Okay. Chen Mo nodded seriously. Originally, there weren't many people paying attention to the corner, but after Yao Yi's arrival, there were more and more people around. Gao Wenwen looked at the people around her, picked up her juice, got up, and left quietly. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu also looked around and left hand in hand. They didn't want to be the center of attention. It was like looking at monkeys in the zoo. After the two of them left, everyone's eyes were on Chen Mo and Xiaoyu. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, hesitation, and envy. They were all guessing Chen Mo's background, but they couldn't be sure because they hadn't seen him before. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu walked around and found an empty corner to sit down. They waited quietly for the party to officially start. Not long after, the voice of the organizer, Su Gua, resounded throughout the party. There was a large stage at the front of the second venue. The bright lights flashed, the moving images on the screen, and the dynamic music slowly built up the atmosphere of the party. There were many tables in front of the stage. Under the light, the sparkling and translucent glass reflected a star-like light. Many well-dressed waitresses walked around and led the guests to their seats. After Chen Mo and Xiaoyu entered the venue, they were led to their seats by the waitresses. As soon as they sat down, they attracted everyone's attention. Xiaoyu's aura was too outstanding. She was even better than some of the popular female celebrities. The table was filled with CEOs of companies and a few women. When they saw Xiaoyu, they were envious. Some of them came as representatives of their companies. They dressed up beautifully, hoping to catch the attention of the rich CEOs at the banquet and marry into a rich family. But now, as soon as Xiaoyu sat down, all the eyes that were originally on them shifted to her. Compared to Xiaoyu, they were like chickens. They were not on the same level at all. Which company are you two from? A woman with heavy makeup sitting opposite Xiaoyu asked. Army Ant Company. Xiaoyu nodded politely. Army Ant Company? Why are people from the Army Ant Company sitting here? You must be an imposter, right? A man sitting at the table said. What do you mean? Chen Mo asked with a smile. Army Ant Company is a new company in the country. Its market value is more than 100 billion. I heard that the CEO of Army Ant Company was invited to this charity night. According to Zhao Min's status in the domestic business world, she should be sitting at the best table with the CEOs and directors of the big companies. Zhao Min is not coming. If she sent you here, it must be because the seats have been changed, the man said. Is there such a thing? Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu beside him. The seats are carefully designed for a large-scale party. For example, in the celebrity area, the A-list celebrities sit in the front row, followed by the other A-list celebrities. The 18th tier ones could only sit in the corner. It should be the same in the business district. Xiaoyu nodded. She had attended some cocktail parties with Zhao Min, so she had some understanding of these things. The order of the guests arriving and their seats were all very particular. A good seat meant a high status. This was an invisible matter of face. It seems that our position here can only be considered to be very low. Chen Mo looked at the scene and smiled gently. He picked up the fruits from the fruit platter and placed them in front of Xiaoyu. Do you want me to talk to someone? No need, it doesn't matter where you sit. This is a charity night. There's no need to care about these things, Chen Mo said. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't care, Xiaoyu didn't say much and just sat quietly beside him. Not long after, there was a slight commotion in the seats. Yaoi appeared at Chen Mo's table amidst the whispers of the crowd. Little brother Chen Mo, I've been looking for you for a long time. Yaoi looked at Chen Mo and smiled bitterly. I specifically asked the waiters and found out that you were here. Why are you sitting so far back? People who knew Yaoi had already spread the news of Yao Yi's identity in whispers. The leader of Binhai City had come here personally. Many people's eyes were on Chen Mo, curious about his identity. The words little brother Chen Mo made the people who heard it gasp. Yaoi had always been known as Mr. Iron Face in Binhai City. He had always been known as Mr. Iron Face. Now, he was calling a young man little brother. This kind of intimate address was definitely not something that ordinary people could receive. This young man must be valued by Yaoi. The people at the same table as Chen Mo were already shocked and didn't dare to breathe. Since when could the representative of the army and company talk to the leader so casually? Chen Mo shrugged and said, I have no identity and no status. I can only be arranged to sit here. Yaoi looked at him and laughed. Then he sat down next to Chen Mo. Then I'll sit here too. You don't mind, do you? You're welcome, Chen Mo smiled and said. This kind of banquet is very boring. I just want to find someone to talk to. When others talk to me, they are just flattering me. It's very boring. It is indeed boring, but I have a girlfriend to accompany me. Chen Mo smiled and said, Secretary Yao, if you knew this would happen, why did you still come? I'm here to do something good. But I can't donate too much money. I'm here to drive up the prices. You business people are the main characters tonight. Secretary Yao, I feel like you're watching me tonight? Chen Mo smiled bitterly. That's right. Yaoi laughed heartily. The others looked at this scene in disbelief. The leader of Binhai City laughed so openly. This had never happened before. Countless people were guessing the identity of Chen Mo and Xiaoyu. However, they all knew that Xiaoyu was Zhao Min's assistant, but they knew nothing about Chen Mo, Secretary Yao. There was a commotion in the crowd again. When they saw the person who spoke, they all opened their mouths wide. The most influential female business leader in the country, the Huaxia Female Business Leader of the Year by Forbes last year, Dong Zhu, known as the Pearl of the East, and the current chairman and president of the Jerry Group, was here. Dong Zhu was already the most influential business person in the country. Her arrival caused a lot of commotion. Even Dong Zhu is here. I really envy the people sitting at that table. Am I seeing things? I want to sit at that table. The people who saw them had countless thoughts in their hearts. They wished they could sit at that table and chat with Dong Zhu and Yaoi. Secretary Yao, you're here to look for this young man, right? Can you introduce him to me? Dong Zhu looked at Chen Mo and Xiaoyu and nodded slightly. In terms of temperament, these two young people were very outstanding. Ms. Dong, let me introduce them. Yaoi looked at the people around them who were listening attentively. She smiled gently and said in Dong Zhu's ear, This is the chairman of the army and company, Chen Mo, hiss? Even though Dong Zhu had seen the world, she still gasped when she heard this introduction. In just half a year, the army and company had become the most famous new enterprise in the country. This kind of development momentum was unimaginable to others. The current market value of the army and company was estimated to be more than 150 billion. This company could be described as a myth. Zhao Min had surpassed her and become the new female business leader in Huaxia. She was young enough. However, Yaoi said that this young man who looked to be in his 20s was the chairman of the army and company and the real controller of the army and company. It sounded a little scary. He was a little too young. Nice to meet you, President Chen. I'm Dong Zhu from the Jerry Group. Dong Zhu took the initiative to shake Chen Mo's hand. This action was unbelievable to the people around them. Dong Zhu took the initiative to talk to a young man and spoke in a polite tone as if they were equals. Nice to meet you, President Dong. You are someone I have always admired. Let's sit down and talk. Chen Mo also said politely. Okay. Dong Zhu sat down at the empty table and looked around. Why is President Chen sitting in this corner? I don't think anyone knows him. I only met Chen Mo once by chance. Yaoi smiled and said. Dong Zhu nodded. She had met Zhao Min a few times. Zhao Min was now the spokesperson of the Army Ant Company. However, Chen Mo had never met the chairman of the Army Ant Company. If it wasn't for Yao Yi's introduction, she wouldn't have known that the chairman of the Army Ant Company was a young man. Why don't you come with me and Secretary Yao to my table? I will introduce a few friends to you. It will be more convenient for you to talk over there. They looked at Chen Mo and waited for his reply. Sure. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Chen Mo and Xiao Yu followed Yao Yi and Dong Zhu out of the room. The people around them were confused. Chen Mo and Xiao Yu followed Yao Yi to the best table in the front row. The other people at the table were surprised to see them. Yao Yi sat in the middle, Chen Mo was on his left, Xiao Yu was on his right, and Dong Zhu was on his right. As soon as they sat down, Xiao Yu became nervous. This was not like the previous table. The people sitting there were all CEOs of large domestic enterprises. Ordinary people could not meet them. President Dong, who are these people? They all looked at Dong Zhu with a puzzled look. Let me introduce you. This is Secretary Yao Yi of Binhai City. A very energetic man with slicked back hair stood up and introduced Yao Yi with a smile. Do you remember me, Secretary Yao? I am Sun Hua, the president of Shadow Dragon New Energy. Of course I remember. Yao Yi laughed heartily and politely shook hands with him. Sun Hua looked at Chen Mo and Xiao Yu. These two are new to me. President Dong, why don't you introduce them? This is the president of the Army Ant Company, Chen Mo. Hello. Chen Mo simply greeted them. The table suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at each other. Their faces did not show much, but their hearts were full of shock. The mysterious president of the Army Ant Company was actually a young man. They did not believe it, but since the leader of Binhai City had introduced him, they had to believe it. They all looked at Chen Mo, but did not see anything special about Chen Mo. President Chen, Shadow Dragon New Energy is in the field of new energy. Your company has the technology of the new material carbon crystal. Our two companies can cooperate in this area to develop new car batteries. I also heard that your company is in the car market. In this area, both of us can cooperate. Sun Hua was the first to break the silence. He suddenly understood the purpose of Dong Zhu bringing Chen Mo here. She was a shareholder of Shadow Dragon. If she could cooperate with the Army Ant Company, there would be a lot of benefits. Now that the Army Ant Company had so much money, they could definitely expand their company. Zhao Min is in charge of most of the company's affairs. You can have a chat with her about this cooperation. We also need some partners now. If they meet the requirements, there shouldn't be too much of a problem, Chen Mo said. President Chen, I'm Lu Gang. I have a real estate project on hand. Are you interested in joining? Island Gardens had an initial investment of 7 billion in the Zither Sea. The Zither Sea had been developing well in the past 2 years. It's a market with huge potential in the future, and we're short of a partner. A bald man with a beer belly said. Sorry, I don't have any plans for real estate at the moment, Chen Mo said. Now that the real estate bubble was too big and the country was suppressing it everywhere, there was no need for him to join in. He still had a lot of technologies that he had not finished. If he had the idea to enter real estate, he might as well set up a pharmaceutical company. Breast enhancement and aphrodisiac pills would be enough for him to lie down and count the money. That's a pity. Let's work together in the future. Lu Gang laughed and raised his glass to Chen Mo. President Chen, when will your company be listed? Sun Hua asked. The company has just started. I'm not sure when it will be listed, Chen Mo said. He had never planned to be listed. Being listed is only for financing and to let the company grow. Their company does not lack money or technologies. There's no need for it to be listed. You have to tell us before you get listed, Sun Hua said with a smile. Everyone's attention at the table was on Chen Mo. The Army Ant Company was a hot commodity. Their cash flow was almost endless, and they were not afraid of running out of money. If they could get a share of the Army Ant Company, it would be enough for them to fill their stomachs. They would be lying if they said they were not interested when they heard that the shares of such a big company were in the hands of one person. Now that they saw that the CEO of the Army Ant Company was just a young man, they became even more interested. They were still happy to get some shares of the company from Chen Mo. Chen Mo braced himself to deal with them. Chen Mo rejected the requests of those who wanted to buy shares of the company without hesitation. He was the one who provided the company's technologies. He could not give away the technologies that belonged to him for free. He was not so noble and selfless. This kind of party was not suitable for him. It was best to sit quietly in the corner and eat. Today is a charity night. We are not talking about business. We are only talking about charity. Yaoi interrupted their conversation and began to smooth things over. Talking about business is a killjoy. The charity party started. The host had already stepped onto the stage and was reading his lines. The guests below the stage also quieted down and looked at the celebrity host on the stage. Chen Mo also heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the stage. The first segment was a charity auction. The auction items were all antiques and artworks. Chen Mo didn't understand these things. Even if he bought them, he wouldn't know how to preserve them. He also didn't know how to appreciate their artistic value. But it was very interesting to see those people bidding. After the auction and celebrity performances, the charity party quickly entered the second segment. This was the donation segment. Chen Mo came to this charity party mainly to participate in this segment. Next is the donation of ambulances to poor areas. 70,000 renminbi per ambulance. 10 ambulances will form a fleet. We will donate by fleet. The donation sign is under your table. Write down the donation unit or individual and fill in the amount. Bring it up here. The person who donates the most will get a surprise tonight. Men only. The host looked in one direction and said mysteriously. Men only? This statement made the men on the stage curious. They were just curious. They could not simply fill in the blanks for an unknown item. 700,000 renminbi for a fleet was not something anyone could afford. Brother Chen Mo, a surprise for men. Do you want it? Maybe it is a kiss from a female celebrity. I can't afford it. But I am here to drive up the prices. You are a typical local tycoon now. Yaoi said jokingly. I will donate 4 fleets in the name of the Army Ant Company. Then I will donate 2 fleets in my own name. Then I will donate 2 fleets in the name of Xiaoyu. A total of 8 fleets. Don't. Just put it on your head. Just use your name. It's enough for me to know your intentions. Gather them and get the surprise for men. Maybe it is a kiss from a female celebrity. Xiaoyu also joked. Chen Mo shook his head and smiled bitterly. He picked up a sign and handed it to Xiaoyu. I will write the company's name. You write mine. It seems that Chen Mo is really rich. Yaoi smiled. It is a good thing that young people know how to give back to society. Secretary Yao should be happy that Binhai City has such a young and promising President Chen. Dongzhu also smiled. If I don't donate, you will say that I am heartless. Chen Mo wrote the sign and handed it to the waitress. No, definitely not. Yaoi smiled. Everyone's donations had been handed in. After the performance, the tabulation results were out. Seeing the host walk out, everyone began to look forward to it. They were also very curious about the surprise that had the most donations and was limited to men. I will now announce that a total of 47 life-saving fleets were donated tonight. The person who donated the most is Mr. Xianxia, the president of Huai Group. Huai Group donated 4 fleets, and Mr. Xianxia donated another 4 fleets in his own name. There are 8 fleets in total. A BMW X8 and a surprise for men, a kiss from the popular actress Gao Wenwen. We are all in awe of Gao Wenwen's bravery for charity. Let's welcome the Vice President of BMW China and Miss Gao Wenwen to the stage to present Mr. Xianxia with the award. Thank you for your generosity. The host's excited voice brought a round of applause from the audience. Gao Wenwen's eyes dimmed when she heard the announcement. Then, she stood up from her seat and walked slowly to the stage. The celebrities around her looked at her with envy and pity. This was fate. Many of them knew what was going on, but they could not say anything. Huai was the most powerful company in the entertainment industry. If they offended him, they would be blacklisted. It was a blessing to be valued by the CEO of Huai. Not every woman would be able to spend so much money on a kiss from a beauty. Many female celebrities were envious of Gao Wenwen. If she could get the CEO of Huai, she would be able to become famous. Everyone's eyes were on Gao Wenwen. The secretary was right. It really was a kiss from a female celebrity. Xiaoyu joked when she saw the strange look on their faces. I was just joking. I didn't expect it to come true. Why didn't it go to Chen Mo? Yaoi looked at Chen Mo. Even I don't have the luck to enjoy it. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to get into bed. The moment Chen Mo said this, the people around the table burst into laughter. Xiaoyu blushed and kicked Chen Mo under the table. I don't think it's that simple. Judging from Gao Wenwen's reaction, it doesn't seem like she did it willingly. Or perhaps Xiong Nan's appearance was predetermined. Didn't someone in the entertainment industry take a liking to Gao Wenwen? Chen Mo watched as Gao Wenwen walked toward the stage. Gao Wenwen was in a daze when we saw her. Could she be thinking about this? Xiaoyu suddenly remembered when they bumped into Gao Wenwen. Chen Mo thought about it. Gao Wenwen was indeed unhappy when they first saw her. Dongzhu interjected. There must be something fishy going on. The award is not supposed to be given at the charity night. It must have been decided behind closed doors. She had no choice but to do it in the name of charity. If she refuses, she will be completely ruined. Bang! As soon as Dongzhu's words fell, there was a slight disturbance in the field. Gao Wenwen, who was walking towards the stage, missed her step and crashed into the stairs. Her forehead was bleeding and she was unconscious. Save them. Call an ambulance. The scene was chaotic. Many people screamed. The host and the staff rushed over and carried Gao Wenwen away from the scene. The crowd below was dumbfounded. The sudden turn of events had caught them off guard. No one had expected this to happen. Looking at this scene, the people at Chen Mo's table looked at each other. It can't be so coincidental, right? I don't believe that he didn't do it on purpose. This Gao Wenwen actually used such a method to escape. Sun Hua also spoke. The unspoken rules of the entertainment industry are all in the name of charity. How disappointing. Yaoi shook her head and sighed. Her voice was filled with disappointment. A good charity night seemed to have turned into a farce in their eyes. It's a bit late. I'll leave first. Yaoi looked at the time and stood up from her seat. This charity night seemed to have changed after such a disturbance. She was not in the mood to continue sitting. I'll leave first too. Dongzhu also stood up. Let's go together. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu also stood up from their seats. The party was a bit boring, but it was not good to leave halfway. But now things seemed to have changed, making them completely lose the mood. The other people at the table looked at each other and all got up to leave. Many people's attention was on the stage. Not many people noticed the departure of this table. Secretary Yao, President Dong, President Sun, although there was a slight accident, the party is not over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? As soon as they walked out of the banquet, the party's organizer, Sugua, greeted them. I'm in a hurry. It's a bit late. I still have work tomorrow. I have to go back and rest. Yaoi said calmly. Is there anything wrong with the party? Sugua looked at Dongzhu and the others and braced herself to ask. These were all CEOs of large domestic enterprises. Obviously, there was something wrong with them leaving early. No, my company has something urgent to deal with. My flight is tonight. Dongzhu said. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu were not stopped by anyone. They left hand in hand. Yaoi and the others also refused Sugua's invitation to stay and left the banquet. What's going on? Sugua called the waitress who was in charge of Dongzhu's table. They seem to have donated 8 cars. Then they only announced the name of President Xiang of Huai. Then they said something about Gao Wenwen. Hiss, Sugua gasped. She knew what the problem was. They had offended someone. It seemed that the inside story of the charity night had been figured out. Check the list of donors for seat 16. Sugwa hurriedly took out her phone. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Miss Gao Wenwen is confirmed to be in a coma. It's a pity that the surprise for the men is gone. Next, let's invite the representatives of the people who participated in the donation to come on stage. Next, let's invite the ladies and gentlemen who participated in the donation to come on stage and take a picture. The Army Ant Company has donated 4 cars. Let's invite the representative of the Army Ant Company to come on stage. Army Ant is a rising star in domestic science and technology. They are passionate about charity. Let's welcome the representative of the Army Ant Company to come on stage with a warm applause. The host on stage quickly calmed the crowd and continued with the program of the charity night. However, as soon as the host finished speaking, there was an eerie silence. Many people looked around, but they still did not see anyone stand up. Don't tell me they want to play hide and seek? Another host hurriedly tried to smooth things over. I guess so. I also like to play hide and seek. It's so comfortable down there. I also want to sit down there. I don't want to come up. No one will be able to find you if you hide in a corner at night. Next, we have Mr. Chen Mo. Mr. Chen Mo, who donated 4 cars, did not come on stage. Let's welcome him. The applause ended. Still, no one appeared. The scene was awkward. Many people began to whisper. Does Mr. Chen Mo really like to be silent? I guess he wants to be a silent hero. For charity, we need a nameless hero like Mr. Chen Mo. Well, I found out that they are playing hide and seek together. I won't read them out one by one. It will be very awkward if you don't come up. A host hurriedly said. The audience burst into laughter. The people sitting in their seats and the people who participated in the donation all came up to the stage. The host on the stage secretly wiped his sweat. He had never seen such a situation before. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Fortunately, he had experience in hosting. Mr. Su, I found it. The donation list for table 16 includes 4 cars from the Army Ant Company, 4 cars from Chen Mo, 2 cars from Ms. Dong Zhu, and 1 from Renhua Group. Chen Mo is the representative of the Army Ant Company. The last sentence from the phone was like a bolt from the blue. It hit Sugwa's head. The first place of the 8 cars donated by the Army Ant Company was not from the Army Ant Company. Instead, it was from the president of Huai Group, Xianxia. Even if there was no reward, he did not report his name. This was already offending people. Immediately contact the Army Ant Company and ask for Mr. Chen Mo's contact information. After hanging up the phone, Sugwa began to wait anxiously. It was too late to chase after him. He had already left. Not long after, the phone rang again. Sugwa froze on the spot with the phone in her hand. A sentence echoed in her mind. The CEO of the Army Ant Company, Chen Mo. The person in charge of the Army Ant Company was rarely seen. She had never heard of him attending any large-scale events. This was the first time she represented the Army Ant Company at the charity night, yet something like this happened. If this matter was spread out, the reputation she had built up over the years by organizing the charity night would be ruined. Why didn't you inform me that the CEO of the Army Ant Company was coming? Sugwa suppressed her anger and took a deep breath. We didn't know that he was the CEO of the Army Ant Company. We thought that the CEO of the Army Ant Company wasn't coming, so we sent 2 representatives. We just called the staff of the Army Ant Company and found out. A helpless voice came from the other end of the phone. Useless. Sugwa hung up the phone. Her chest was heaving up and down. At this moment, her mind was replaying the scene of Yao Yi and the others leaving. But no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't think of anyone who could be the CEO of the Army Ant Company. With so many media at the charity night, the news couldn't be blocked. Sugwa had to think of a way to minimize the impact. Otherwise, she would be done for. After thinking for a while, Sugwa dialed a number. President Wang, can I trouble you with something? Sugwa hurriedly said as soon as the call went through. Sugwa, don't be so polite. Just say it's no trouble. If I can help you, I will. Sugwa heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. There was a small accident at tonight's charity night. Help me keep an eye on the trending topics for the next 2 days. After all, it's not easy to do charity. If someone sabotages it, it will be hard for people to trust us. Let me know how much it will cost. Is that so? Sure, it's not easy. Save me a spot on the trending topics. Okay. After Sugwa hung up the phone, she hesitated for a while and dialed another number. Although there was a small incident at the charity night, it ended without a hitch. After the event ended, many people wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads. There were a lot of accidents that happened tonight. If they didn't react quickly, it would be troublesome. The next day, all kinds of reports took over the internet. Because of last night's charity night, too many things had happened. Many reporters were also filming the charity night and reporting on the scene. It was impossible not to expose these things. As soon as the topic appeared, it became a hot topic. Gao Wenwen broke her head for charity. A surprise for men? A man scare. Charity night, donations reach new heights. All kinds of articles about the charity night were circulating wildly on the internet. Gao Wenwen had an accident. Her head was bleeding from the fall and she was unconscious. Just this one point alone was enough for them to talk about. In this era of unbridled entertainment, the topic of entertainers was always more popular than any other topic. He only cared about which celebrity had donated and which celebrity donated the most. A pair of invisible hands were controlling the direction of the topic. Some voices that questioned the charity night were also drowned out by the numerous entertainment articles and finally disappeared completely. No one knew the truth, and those who knew the truth would not speak it out. In the car, Sugwa used her phone to look at the news and trending topics. She was completely relieved. She knew that she had played along with Xianxia last night, but she had gone too far. It was no secret among the upper echelons of the entertainment industry that Xianxia had his eyes on the popular actress Gao Wenwen. This time, Gao Wenwen's manager had privately promised Gao Wenwen such a reward in the hopes of improving Gao Wenwen's image in the name of charity and winning Xianxia's favor at the same time. Xianxia was a big shot in the entertainment industry. Since Gao Wenwen's manager had agreed to the reward, Sugwa would tacitly agree to it and do Xianxia a favor for the sake of the popularity of the charity night. However, no one had expected that Gao Wenwen would rather be seriously injured and unconscious than give Xianxia a kiss. Fortunately, Sugwa had reacted in time and taken precautions to control the situation. Now that she had successfully diverted the netizens' attention, she felt much more relieved. However, there was still one more problem: the army ant company. Xianxia had clearly expressed his anger when he left the venue in the middle of the night. Moreover, they had arranged a third-rate seat for the chairman of the company. If Sugwa did not give the army ant company an explanation, she was afraid that she would be in trouble. The car stopped outside the army ant company. Sugwa raised her head and glanced at the office building before she walked in. "Hello, can you bring me to see your chairman? I have something to discuss with him." "Miss, do you have an appointment?" asked the receptionist politely after she sized Sugwa up. "No," said Sugwa. "I'm sorry. If you don't have an appointment, you can't disturb the chairman," said the receptionist. "I am the person in charge of the Xianxia charity night. I have something to discuss with your chairman. It is about the charity night last night. I am here to thank the army ant company." No matter what, Sugwa had to see Xianxia today. Otherwise, she would be done for if the army ant company made a scene. "Is that so? Please give me a moment." The receptionist sized Sugwa up before she picked up the landline. "Assistant Xiaoyu, there is a lady who wants to see the chairman." "A lady?" Xiaoyu was slightly puzzled. "Did she say who she is?" "She said that she is the person in charge of the Xianxia charity night. She is here because of what happened last night." "Is that so? Tell her to hold on. I will go down now." Xiaoyu hung up the phone. She pondered for a moment before she left the office. Last night's charity night was not a happy event. But Chen was magnanimous. He only donated the ambulances and did not participate in the donation. So, he did not pursue the matter. He did not expect that the person in charge of the Xianxia charity night would come today. Under the lead of the receptionist, Xiaoyu soon met Sugua. "Hello. Why are you looking for our chairman?" asked Xiaoyu. "I am the person in charge of the charity night, Sugua. I am here because of what happened last night. I am here to thank him for his generosity and to apologize." "Can I see him?" Sugua sized up Xiaoyu. She felt that she looked familiar. Xiaoyu was too young. She looked like a fresh graduate. But such a young girl seemed to have a high status in the army ant company. Xiaoyu took out her phone and dialed Chen Mo's number. "Chairman, the person in charge of the charity night, Sugua, wants to see you. She wants to thank you and apologize in person. Tell her to go back. I will pretend that nothing happened last night. Forget about thanking and apologizing. Tell her that she should act like a charity." "Okay." Xiaoyu put down her phone and looked at Sugua. "Miss Su, the chairman said that he will pretend that nothing happened last night. He will not pursue the matter. You don't have to thank him or apologize. He wants me to tell you that you should act like a charity. Can't you let me talk to him face to face?" Sugua frowned. His last sentence clearly expressed his dissatisfaction. It was not because of anything else. It was because of Gao Wenwen's arrangement. The chairman is busy. He is not free for now. Xiaoyu maintained a smile on her face. "Then when is the chairman free? Let me know and I will come over." "I am not sure. The chairman's time is not under our control." Xiaoyu smiled. "Then tell the chairman that I am really sorry about what happened last night. This is my business card. My phone number is on it. If the chairman is free, I hope that he can meet with me." Sugua was very clear in her heart that Chen Mo's attitude had already been made clear. But she did not give up. She missed the opportunity to get close to the top figure in the country last night. Now, even if there was a glimmer of hope, she would not give up. On the top floor of the company, the person that Sugua was thinking about was sitting on the sofa. He took a cup of coffee from the robot and read quietly. There was no need for him to meet Sugua. He did not want to pursue the matter. If he pursued the matter, it would not be good for the reputation of charity in the country. Moreover, he would not benefit from it. There was no need to waste his time. "Brother Mo, Zhao Min is calling." When Chen Mo was reading, the Mahist girl's voice sounded. "Answer it." Chen Mo frowned and put down the book in his hand. "Why did they inform you so late? Is it that urgent?" "That's the point." Zhao Min's tone was not good. They had already discussed the terms of cooperation and the details of the contract had been confirmed. They were going to sign the contract tomorrow morning, but the other party informed them tonight that the contract was invalid and the signing ceremony was cancelled. This meant that the other party wanted to rework the contract or not cooperate. Why did this happen? I'm not sure. The discussion went well today and they seemed very sincere. I don't know why they changed their mind. Maybe they will say it tomorrow, Zhao Min said. It's a bit strange that they suddenly changed their mind. If the cooperation can't be reached, it's okay. Go back to China first. The European market can wait. Got it. I'm informing you in advance this time. I'm afraid you won't get much from this trip to Europe. The other party must want more benefits if they suddenly changed their mind. And they couldn't give in to the greater benefits. If the two parties didn't agree, they could only return empty-handed from this trip to Europe. That's all for now. Rest early. If they don't have much sincerity tomorrow, go back to China first. There's no need to waste time. Okay. After putting down the phone, Zhao Min rubbed her eyebrows and walked slowly to the window. It was late at night. The Danube River was dreamy under the light. It was easy to get lost in this night scene. This was one of the most prosperous corners of the world. But behind the prosperity, there was blood. This was not as peaceful as China. In the area controlled by capital, interests were paramount. After calming down, Zhao Min walked back to the bed and lay down. This trip to Europe might end in failure. Army Ant's internationalization still needed some time. If there was anything, they could talk about it tomorrow. Zhao Min didn't think much and closed her eyes. The next day, Zhao Min followed Julie and the others and left the hotel. With the help of the motorcade, they soon arrived at the headquarters of the Altus Group. Mr. Kong Bauman, we need an explanation. Didn't we talk about it yesterday? It's time to sign the contract. Why did you suddenly cancel the cooperation? Zhao Min said as soon as she saw Kong Bauman, the CEO of Altus Group. His tone didn't sound too good. He felt as if he had been played. They had spent so much time and effort negotiating the terms, but the other party simply cancelled it with a phone call. No one was in a good mood. Madam Zhao, please calm down. After hearing the translation, Kong Bauman adjusted her glasses and smiled. She pointed to the seat opposite her. Let's sit down and talk. I can't do anything if the board of directors doesn't agree to the terms yesterday. Then how do you want to cooperate now? Zhao Min sat on the chair and calmed herself down. We've decided to change our cooperation method. We'll acquire 10% of the shares of the Army Ant Company and use our company's resources to expand the Army Ant Company as fast as possible. We'll squeeze Apple out of the European market, and we'll reap greater benefits, Kong Bauman said. He used to be the CEO of Alung and was very familiar with the software and hardware market in the European telecommunications market. He had to admit that the Army Ant's Butterfly Eye cell phone was a very good product. If they could get an agent in Europe, the profits would be huge. However, the contract was rejected by the board of directors. The board of directors only wanted the shares of the Army Ant Company to reap greater benefits, not the Butterfly Eye cell phone. The higher-ups were very firm. If they didn't get the shares of the Army Ant Company, they would not let them enter the European market. Moreover, they could do what they said. After all, the whole of Europe was only so big. The big conglomerates and capital were already the uncrowned kings of this place. No way. We will never sell the shares, Zhao Min said with a sullen face. Just as she thought, the other party really wanted to reap greater benefits. However, it was obviously impossible for them to set their sights on the shares of the Army Ant Company. Madam Zhao, you have to think carefully. The European market is very big. With our help, you can eat this cake quickly. The benefits in this market are much more valuable than 10% of the shares of the Army Ant Company. I'm not interested. Since your company doesn't want to cooperate, I can only regret it. Zhao Min stood up and turned to leave. Madam Zhao, if you leave here, you will leave the whole European market. It will be difficult for you to enter in the future. It's only 10% of the shares, and we will only be the controlling shareholder. We will not be involved in the operation of the company. Kong Bauman frowned when he saw Zhao Min leave so decisively. Not interested. Goodbye. Zhao Min said goodbye and left with Julie and the others. It was impossible to continue the negotiation when it came to the shares of the company. Chen Mo could not give up the shares of the Army Ant Company. It would be a waste of time to sit at the table and talk. Seeing Zhao Min leave decisively, Kong Bauman made a call. Sir, the Army Ant Company is not willing to give up the shares. If you don't surrender, get out. A firm voice came from the other end of the phone. As soon as Zhao Min left, the people in charge of the major telecommunications companies in Europe received the news that they were not allowed to cooperate with the Army Ant Company. This news indicated that it was almost impossible for the Army Ant mobile phones to enter the European market. In Europe, the government did not have the final say. It was the big capital, the families, and the unions that supported the politicians. It seems that they want to block our way. That night, in the hotel, Zhao Min put down the phone with a gloomy face. They wanted to find another company to cooperate with, but this happened and their plan was ruined. Now the Army Ant Company was blocked by the major telecommunications companies in Europe. Zhao Min looked at the time and dialed Chen Mo's number. How is it? Yes. As I expected, the Altus Group changed their conditions. Their condition is 10% of the shares of the Army Ant Company. Can we change to another company? I rejected their request. The biggest telecommunications companies in Europe have joined forces to block us and are not going to let us enter the European market. This time, the Altus Group suddenly changed their mind. I think it is these telecommunications giants who are working together. Zhao Min said. Is there a way? Chen Mo asked. Most of the telecommunications software and hardware in Europe are controlled by these few telecommunications companies. They have almost monopolized the entire market. It is impossible for us as outsiders to break through, Zhao Min said. Huawei was doing very well in Europe. But even Huawei would not offend these telecommunications companies because of them. They would not help them enter the market. Because this market was already Huawei's big cake. If they got the Army Ant Company involved, they would be looking for a competitor. It was not in their interest. Looks like we still have to rely on ourselves. Chen Mo smiled. Let's take it slow. This is just the beginning. There is still a long way to go. The Army Ant Company has been through a lot. Zhao Min said. Since it is blocked, it is not useful to stay in Europe. Let's go back. It is not convenient to talk over the phone. We will talk when we are back. Okay. At the headquarters of the Altus Group, Kong Bauman was in a bad mood when he learned that the Army Ant Company had returned to China. Originally, the cooperation with the Army Ant Company was almost complete. He had used the second-generation Butterfly iPhone before. The Smart Assistant was a very useful software. It could let people say goodbye to the era of handheld mobile phones. Coupled with the exquisite appearance of the Butterfly iPhone, it was a grade higher than Apple phones. If they could cooperate with the Army Ant Company, the Altus Group would definitely be able to take advantage of this to gain more market share in the telecommunications market. However, at the last moment, the board of directors actually rejected this cooperation and even asked him to request to acquire the shares of the Army Ant Company. They had all underestimated the determination of the Army Ant Company. As soon as the acquisition of shares was proposed, it was rejected without hesitation. The people of the Army Ant Company returned to China overnight and did not even have the intention to continue the negotiations. He had a premonition that he might have lost a very important partner this time. With a sigh, Kong Bauman took out his phone and dialed a number. The news of the failed cooperation between the Army Ant Company and the Altus Group quickly spread back to China. During this period, the Army Ant Company had been developing too quickly. They had continuously expanded their market share in the domestic high-end mobile phone market and were now preparing to enter the international market. The failure of the Army Ant's trip to Europe also became the focus of the media's attention. As soon as the European media released the news, it was already reported by various media in China. Army Ant's internationalization blocked, global news. Europe fears Army Ant invasion from the east. Caijing News. Reuters, the Altus Group and the Army Ant Company's cooperation ends in failure, Phoenix News. All kinds of articles appeared on the internet. Experts in various fields also appeared and began to comment on the failure of the Army Ant Company's cooperation. The Army Ant's journey here had been very smooth. This was the first time they had encountered a refusal to cooperate, and it was their first step out of the country. In the past few years, the domestic market had been stagnant. All the major markets were occupied by various giants. It was difficult for small companies to enter the market. The sudden appearance of the Army Ant was like a group of fierce ants. They rushed left and right and forcibly broke this rigid situation. Among the young entrepreneurs, the Army Ant Company had become a legendary benchmark. Now, the Army Ant Company was a miracle in the development of domestic companies. Their every move was under the spotlight of the media. The Army Ant Company's trip to Europe this time was the first time the Army Ant Company ran into a wall. This meant that the Army Ant Company's entry into the international market would be delayed. At this moment, a group of reporters was waiting anxiously outside the Army Ant Company. Seeing Zhao Min's car approaching the company, a group of reporters swarmed over. President Zhao, why did Altus Group refuse to cooperate with you? What's the next step for the Army Ant Company? Will the Army Ant cooperate with other telecom operators? When does the Army Ant Company plan to go public? Do you have anything to say about the failure of this cooperation? All kinds of questions were shouted out, regardless of whether Zhao Min could hear them or not. Zhao Min quietly looked out of the car window at the reporters who were blocked by the security guards. She didn't expect that the failure of their cooperation with the Altus Group would be spread, and even spread back to the country. However, this matter didn't have much of an impact on them. The Army Ant Company was not a listed company, so it wouldn't be affected by public opinion and the fluctuations of the stock market. This was just the first failure of their entry into the international market. It didn't have much of an impact on the domestic market. After the reporters parted, Zhao Min's car slowly entered the company. In Chen Mo's office. "Brother Mo, I've found the information you need." The Mahist girl's tender voice sounded. Chen Mo looked at the information that popped up on his desk. It was all information about European telecom operators and European financial families. Vodafone, France Telecom, Orange, Deutsche Telekom, and Altis. They were all telecom companies that had participated in this attempt to stop them from entering the European market. These few companies almost monopolized the major telecom market in Europe. All the telecom companies in Europe refused to cooperate with them. There was definitely something fishy about this. After the Mahist girl obtained the information from the surveillance cameras, the situation seemed to be a little clearer. There were also a few financial groups behind the major telecom operators. They were targeted by these oligarchs just when they wanted to enter the European market. Sure enough, the land of capital was unimaginably deep. At present, it was probably impossible for them to enter the international market in a short period of time. After all, the world outside was controlled by capital. If there were benefits, those oligarchs would definitely fight for it. "Brother Mo, Zhao Min is here." "She's already outside the laboratory." Chen Mo was looking at the information when the Mahist girl interrupted him. Zhao Min had just walked into Chen Mo's office when Chen Mo was already sitting on the sofa. Seeing her come in, Chen Mo pointed at the seat opposite him. "Why don't you rest for one more day?" Chen Mo asked. "One day's rest is enough. There are a lot of things to do in the company now." Zhao Min took a sip of water from the robot and leaned against the sofa. "I'm really not satisfied this time. We were about to sign the contract, but they changed their mind at the last minute. Now that the news has been leaked, they must have done it on purpose. We should be glad that we haven't signed the contract yet. If they come looking for trouble after signing the contract, things will be even more troublesome." Chen Mo said, "During this period of time, we should develop in China first. We don't have to think about the international market for now." The high-end mobile phone market was currently mainly in Xianxia, North America, and Europe. They could not enter the European market now, let alone the North American market. In many regions, capital monopolized the market. Most of the market resources were controlled by large capital and financial groups. If there was anything that was not in their interest, they would use this monopoly to eliminate the threat. We can't go out during this period of time in the foreign capital market unless we offer enough benefits to feed those wolves. Otherwise, it will be harder for us, an outsider, to get into the game." Zhao Min said. She knew more about capital than Chen Mo. In the past few years, new companies were either blocked or bought out. They could not escape from the hands of the few tycoons. If Chen Mo had relented in the past, the Army Ant Company would have been bought out. The domestic market was regulated by the government. Occasionally, some companies could make it big. For example, the sudden appearance of the takeout app and the bike-sharing app could not escape the hands of the few tycoons. In the outside world, the capital was even more unscrupulous. The capital structure in the West had been solidified. Once a threat appeared, it would be killed and divided. It was either surrender or die. If the Army Ant Company had been in the outside world at the beginning, it would have been devoured by the tycoons. Now, whether it was in China or abroad, there were many big capitals eyeing the shares of the Army Ant Company. "When do you plan to release this robot for people to see?" Zhao Min pointed at the robot behind Chen Mo. This robot was good stuff. If it could be released to the market, it would be a huge shock. It would definitely be a hot topic all over the world. Chen Mo looked back at the robot. "It's still early. Its hardware and software technology are not fully developed. A lot of the data is still being tested. It can't be released to the market for now." The robot was now controlled by the Mahist girl. It was easy to let the Mahist girl write an intelligent software. However, there were still many problems with the hardware, especially the battery and the chip. "Okay. Let me know when its technology is mature." Zhao Min left Chen Mo's office after she told Chen Mo some things about the company. Time passed slowly. The failure of the cooperation between the Army Ant Company and the Altis Group slowly faded. South Korea, Samsung HQ. The meeting room was filled with directors and managers of various departments in the electronics and mobile business. At the head of the table was Gao Zhendong, the person in charge of Samsung's mobile business. His mission was to increase Samsung's mobile business and generate more revenue for the Samsung Group. However, Samsung's revenue for the past few years was not good. Note: after the iPhone 7 battery explosion, Samsung's mobile business market share dropped again and again. In the Huaxia market, Samsung's mobile business market share had hit rock bottom. Other than the fact that Samsung treated Huaxia's consumers differently because of the recall, Huaxia's customers lost trust in them. There was also the impact of the Zade incident. Most importantly, the rise of Huaxia's domestic mobile phone manufacturers. First, it was Huawei and Demi who took over the high-end market. Then, it was Glory and Opal who took over the low-end market. Now, there was another tough competitor, the Army Ant Company. This was the most powerful competitor in the high-end market. A smart assistant would allow mobile phones to advance by a whole generation, allowing mobile phones to enter the true era of smartphones. If the Army Ant Company entered the international market, it would be a devastating blow to Samsung's mobile phone business. Apple and Huawei were already attacking them from both sides. If another Army Ant came, they might not be able to maintain their position. Fortunately, the Army Ant had failed to go international. This was a good opportunity for them to enter the market. Huaxia was a huge market. Samsung did not want to lose this market. This was their chance to make a comeback. Gao Zhendong looked around the meeting room and said, "Production department, ask people to speed up the production of Note 10. The panel department will stop the Army Ant Company's OLED supply and reduce the supply of Huawei's OLED. Prepare for the mobile phone launch. Prepare for the advertisements." Although they knew it was not appropriate, they had to do it. They used their monopoly to create trouble for their competitors. This was their usual tactic. After making all the arrangements, Gao Zhendong dismissed the meeting. The people in Samsung's mobile business were like a highly efficient gear that started to turn. Li Danny called Zhao Min. She was the person in charge of the Army Ant Company's production department. She was in charge of the material department, production department, and import and export department. Just now, the production department contacted her and told her that Samsung had stopped the supply of OLEDs due to insufficient production. This was not good news. The second generation of Butterfly Eye mobile phones, the lower specs were made with BOCs, while the higher specs were made with Samsung's OLED. Samsung cutting off the supply of OLEDs meant that their high-end models would be affected. After the call went through, Li Danny immediately said, "President, Samsung has suspended the supply of OLEDs to our phones." "What?" Zhao Min, who was reading the documents, raised her voice. "Samsung suspended the supply of OLEDs to our company, citing a lack of production," Li Danny said. "Get someone to contact Jingdong and see if they can increase the supply. Also, contact the people from Samsung and ask them when they can supply OLEDs." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Min's face darkened. Now that the butterflies were in the hot sales stage, reducing the production, especially the production of high-spec models, would be a huge loss for them. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. This damned monopoly. Zhao Min cursed in her heart. They had failed to enter the European market. Now, they had to suspend the supply of OLEDs. With Samsung trying to hit him while he was down, there was no way to know Samsung's intentions now. She could only wait for their reply. But she could not wait too long. If they did not solve this thoroughly, they would be controlled by others at critical moments in the future. BOC's high-end OLED technology was not fully mature yet. She could not be anxious. The news of Samsung cutting off the supply of OLEDs to the Army Ant Company quickly appeared on the internet. The Army Ant Company had failed to enter Europe. The hype had just died down, and now there was another incident. As soon as the news appeared, it became the subject of many media reports. Yet another example of how technology without a core was bound to be controlled by others spread. It was not the first time that Samsung used its monopoly power to change the market. This would not be the last time. After the incident appeared on the internet, countless people began to hope that BOC would rise quickly. Naturally, many people were happy when the news came out. Because they could not enter the international market, There was no difference between the multilingual and duolingual versions of the Smart Assistant. Among them, Huawei and Samsung were undoubtedly the happiest. They both used the Android system and could be compatible with the Smart Assistant. Apple could not. Now that Samsung had suspended the supply of OLEDs to the Army Ant Company, Huawei was the happiest. Because he was the biggest beneficiary. Huawei had many channels to supply screens. Therefore, although Samsung's reduction of supply had an impact on them, it was not a big one. The next day, Huawei released news that they would be holding a press conference for the Huawei M11 in a week. Almost at the same time, Samsung announced that they would be holding a press conference for the Note 10 series in 5 days. Apple did not want to be left behind. They also announced that they would be holding a press conference in 3 days. Demi, who had not released a new phone for a long time, also announced that they would be holding a press conference in 5 days to release the Black Rice series. Some time ago, the Army Ant Company's Butterfly was in the limelight because of its Smart Assistant and perfect appearance. If they released the phone at that time, it would not benefit them at all. They would only die a horrible death. As a result, the press conferences of the mobile phone companies were pushed back again and again. Now that Samsung was dealing with the Army Ant Company, this was the best time to release their phones. They did not want to let go of this opportunity. The 4 companies chose the right time to collectively announce the press conference. One after another, the news exploded on the internet. Shocking. The sort of Huashan in the mobile world? Squirrel headlines. East Samsung, West Apple, South Huawei, North Me. Sina Technology. For major sects besieging Army Ant? Global News. Godly, Army Ant. Phoenix News. Most of the media described the press conferences of the 4 companies as a scene of martial arts competition. This was unprecedented. For better sales, many mobile phone companies would tacitly stagger the press conference of their flagship models to avoid clashing. This time, it was different. The Army Ant Company had failed to enter the international market. The supply of OLED screens for mobile phones was suspended by Samsung. The production of Butterfly Eye was reduced, and there was a possibility that production would be stopped. The press conference was pushed back again and again. This time was an auspicious day. Otherwise, if Butterfly Eye was revived, it would be troublesome for them to launch a new phone. They could no longer care about clashing dates. The key was to launch their own products. As long as they had confidence in their own products, they would not be afraid of comparisons. Affected, the remaining high-end Butterfly Eye was quickly sold out by scalpers. The Army Ant Company also announced that the high-end version would temporarily stop production. Regarding this incident, the internet exploded with the most heated discussion about the press conference in history. Damn, these 4 bastards are more accurate at timing than Yamazaki. 2nd Battalion Commander, quickly serve my spaghetti. I want to eat noodles and watch the Sword of Huashan. Secretary Dakong, if they fight, the growth of GDP will depend on your Sword of Huashan. Sword of Huashan here? Master, sorry for the disrespect. May I know who you are? I am Lu Xiaoxian. Who dares to behave atrociously here? I am Lu Qingyang. Take a look. I am Lu Qingyang. Open. I am Yang Ding Tian. Ha 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 ha. The comments are more exciting than the World War. I am undefeated in the bridal chamber. 3 days passed quickly, and Apple's press conference arrived as promised. Apple's press conference was supposed to be held a month ago, but because of the Butterfly Eye released by the Army Ant Company, the press conference had to be pushed back again and again. This was because when comparing the 2 phones, the Army Ant Company had no advantage other than the processor. However, the price was about the same, and the Army Ant Company had a Smart Assistant, while Apple did not. Apple originally wanted to include a Smart Assistant, but the Army Ant Company rejected it. Then, a board member committed suicide. During this period, Apple had a lot of trouble. Now that Samsung was suppressing the Army Ant, Apple saw the opportunity to hold a press conference. Cook stood backstage, feeling a little nervous. Success or failure depended on this. This was supposed to be a revolutionary opportunity that could bring Apple another chance. However, the appearance of the Smart Assistant caught him off guard. If this press conference was not successful, Apple would fall off the pedestal. The only fortunate thing now was that the Army Ant's entry into the international market was hindered, and this gave them a chance to breathe. Before the Army Ant entered the international market, as long as Apple's smart assistant had a breakthrough, there was still hope. After sorting out his emotions, Cook walked up to the stage with a smile. At this moment, there was a slight commotion in the audience. Then, it quieted down. "Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to meet you again. In the past, Apple has been steadfast in creating better products for everyone." Everyone listened to the beginning of the speech quietly. However, everyone was still looking forward to the Apple S2 at the end. In the news, this was a revolutionary product. After a series of product introductions, Cook stopped. The atmosphere in the room was quiet and began to solidify. "Next, we will be introducing the Apple S2. As soon as Cook finished speaking, a huge picture of the phone appeared on the screen behind him. The glass back case was painted with blue enchantress, and the screen in front was flawless. There was an uproar in the audience, which eventually turned into applause. Full screen, the long-awaited full screen was finally unveiled. "It is our most perfect product, as charming as enchantress." A smile appeared on Cook's face. "Its advantages include a full screen. We use the latest fingerprint recognition technology under the screen. It uses the company's latest Bionic Intelligent Chip, A14, wireless charging, and the latest iOS 13 system, full screen, fingerprint recognition, camera, glass body, waterproof, wireless charging." As soon as these features were announced, the entire room was lit. Except for the camera hidden in the corner of the phone, the screen was not blank. The screen was to be enlarged to the maximum. Moreover, this time Apple used a 3D glass body with patterns on it. The beauty of it was second only to the butterfly eyes of the marching ants. Unfortunately, there was no smart assistant. The Apple fans couldn't help but sigh. With the smart assistant, it could be called a real smartphone. However, the Apple phone was not compatible with the smart assistant. It was the biggest flaw, but it was already very good. If the marching ant company had not suddenly announced an intelligent assistant, this Apple S2 would have been close to the peak of current technology. Apple's press conference instantly became a hot topic. Such a perfect work almost made all the fans of fruit explode. Apple once again showed its top design standards. Apple's stock price soared after the S2 was announced. By the end of the day, it rose by 6%, making up for the previous decline. The exquisite craftsmanship overshadowed the fact that there was no smart assistant. After the Apple phone launch, Xiaomi, Samsung, and Huawei appeared one after another. Every launch was a hot topic. This was the Mount Hua sword duel of the mobile industry, and now it was the competition. Black rice was mainly sold in the middle and high-end market. Due to its high price, it became a bright spot. Samsung and Huawei's advantages were similar to Apple's. They used different chips, fingerprint recognition technology, and full screen. Their designs were not as good as Apple's, but they were compatible with the smart assistant. Huawei, Samsung, and Apple competed for the high-end market. Their average price was above 6,000. Demi Technologies' Black Rice occupied the high-end market. The four companies took advantage of the Army Ant's weakness and started to fight for their own market. The outside world was very lively. The Army Ant company was unusually quiet. Everything was going according to plan. In the office, Zhao Min was reporting the company's situation to Chen Mo, especially the butterfly iPhone. Samsung suddenly cut off the Army Ant company's supply of mobile screens, which caught them off guard. Now, the high-end butterfly iPhones were sold out. Samsung caused a vacuum in their mobile phone supply, and then they released a new phone to increase their advantage. This made them suffer a loss. "What's the response from BOC?" Chen Mo asked. BOC said that the production of flexible OLED screens is not enough. Their production has been booked by other companies. The new production line is still under construction. The new production line will only be supplied to us at the end of the year, Zhao Min said. Samsung's plan is interesting. Chen Mo took a sip of water and looked at Zhao Min. "What do you think?" "Currently, we are contacting Toshiba and other companies to increase the supply of mobile screens. In the future, we cannot put all our eggs in one basket. Zhao Min said. A few major companies had already held their press conferences, and we don't know the outcome. The outcome has nothing to do with us. Anyway, with Huawei and Apple blocking us, Samsung will not be able to do well in Huaxia. Chen Mo said. Samsung had made Huaxia's users disappointed because of the '07 incident. Coupled with the mass boycott of Korean products, Samsung is destined to withdraw from the Huaxia market. The Army Ant Company can remove the Smart Assistant from the shelves and use the authorization method to respond to Samsung. But Fengyu did not do so. This will cause a conflict between the two parties, and this will harm others without benefiting himself. Fengyu also does not intend to authorize the Smart Assistant. At least, before the butterfly iPhones enter the international market, he will not do so. When Huawei's M9 was launched, Samsung had cut off the screen supply and caused them to suffer a loss. After that, Huawei learned their lesson. This time, Samsung cut off the screen supply, and the impact was not big. Now, BOC is rising in China, and Samsung does not dare to be as arrogant as before. But this time, Samsung is using the same trick again, and their target is the Army Ant Company. Compared to those giants, the Army Ant Company is not big enough, and Fengyu cannot act rashly. Fengyu can only swallow this loss for now and return it in the future. Put aside the mobile phone market for now. Stop the production of the high-spec butterfly iPhones, and continue to produce the low-spec phones. During this period of time, everyone's attention will be on the four companies. Go and acquire a few pharmaceutical and cosmetic companies. Chen Mo thought for a moment and said. What? Zhao Min looks at Chen Mo in shock. She wonders if she heard it wrong. Chen Mo wants to enter the pharmaceutical and cosmetic market? You heard it right. I want to acquire a pharmaceutical and cosmetic company. Chen Mo immediately knows what Zhao Min is thinking when he saw her expression. Enter the pharmaceutical and cosmetic industry now? Zhao Min is still not sure. Plan. Chen Mo said, now, I want to expand into other markets. In the future, I want to turn the Army Ant Company into an all-round company. Breast enlargement medicine, aphrodisiac medicine, beauty products, and so on are all money. In the future, Fengyu will definitely enter the biomedical industry. It is better to take advantage of the time when everyone's attention is on the competition between the few companies. The research of drugs is not like other products. Once it is produced, it needs clinical trials. The cycle is too long, so Fengyu must plan ahead. You are ambitious, Zhao Min said. When I first met you, I already said that you are an aggressive army ant. Chen Mo smiled. Okay. Zhao Min immediately agreed. She can only listen to Chen Mo's words. This man is a few years younger than her. She doesn't know what his brain is made of, but he knows everything. He is a terrifying genius. Chen Mo, the fridge at home is almost empty. Since tomorrow is the weekend and we don't have to go to work, accompany me to the supermarket tonight. Xiaoyu put down the last dish, untied her apron, sat down at the table, and looked at Chen Mo expectantly. Okay. Chen Mo immediately agreed. After the mercenary incident, he rarely took Xiaoyu out shopping. Xiaoyu was also sensible and never asked to be taken out. During this time, she must have been bored to death. Now that there was nothing to do, it was not a bad idea to go out for a walk tonight. After Chen Mo agreed, Xiaoyu showed a happy smile. Looking at her smile, Chen Mo's mood became relaxed. Whether it was in the past or now, Xiaoyu's requests for him were simple things. She never asked for anything from him, nor would she use his money, which made Chen Mo feel helpless. Xiaoyu was a girl who was easily satisfied. She didn't want much, just an ordinary life. It was because of this that Chen Mo cherished her even more. Eat more. Xiaoyu was in a good mood and kept putting food into Chen Mo's bowl. Raising a pig? Chen Mo laughed. If you say you are a pig, I will raise you. Anyway, you are similar to a pig at home. Besides eating, you don't do anything. Xiaoyu said with a slight playfulness. Who said I don't do anything? I washed the dishes, and I also helped you dry your hair. But it feels good to have a beauty raising me, and the food is so delicious. Chen Mo nodded seriously. Xiaoyu's face turned red. Hurry up and eat. After the meal, Chen Mo took Xiaoyu and left the villa. In the commercial square, holding Chen Mo's arm and sticking to his body, Xiaoyu had a sweet smile on her face. The two of them looked like an ordinary young couple in love. Do you want to watch a movie? Chen Mo asked. No, it's not easy to come out. It's not good to sit in the cinema. Xiaoyu said, let's walk around first and then go to the supermarket later. There's a jewelry store there, no need. Before Chen Mo could finish, Xiaoyu pulled him in another direction. Xiaoyu felt helpless when she recalled the last time she went to the jewelry store. Other girls like jewelry, but you don't? Chen Mo asked. Who says I don't like it? I like it too, but one is enough. We don't need too many. It's a waste of money, Xiaoyu said. I have money but nowhere to spend it. Chen Mo smiled bitterly. He didn't even know how much money he had in his bank account. To him, money was just a number. And all these changes started when he met Xiaoyu. Do you want to raise me into a woman with jewelry? Xiaoyu said angrily. Watch your words, you're not a woman yet. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's ears immediately turned red, and her cheeks were a little hot. She spat, idiot. I find that you like to call me an idiot? How am I an idiot? If I say you're an idiot, you're an idiot. Okay, you win. Chen Mo surrendered immediately. Xiaoyu took Chen Mo around the mall and bought a set of clothes for Chen Mo. She didn't buy anything else and went to the supermarket. Today, Sister Zhao asked the investment and M&A department to evaluate the value of several pharmaceutical companies and cosmetics. Does the company want to enter the pharmaceutical market? Xiaoyu asked while shopping. We do want to enter the pharmaceutical market, but now is the break time. Let's not talk about work. Chen Mo pushed the shopping cart and said. Okay, let's not talk about it. The two of them strolled around the supermarket slowly. After walking around for half an hour, Chen Mo walked out of the mall with a few big bags. They were all snacks, fruits, and some daily necessities. I found that it's good to go to the supermarket when I'm free. Next time when I need to buy something, I'll ask you to come and buy it. Xiaoyu said with a smile. It's boring to go shopping alone. The two talked and laughed. Just as they walked out of the supermarket, Xiaoyu suddenly held her belly and frowned. What's wrong? Chen Mo immediately felt that something was wrong with Xiaoyu. It hurts. Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. It didn't hurt before, but I don't know why it hurts occasionally these 2 days. Is it serious? No, it'll be fine after some rest. It's probably because you're under a lot of pressure. Rest at home for 2 days on the weekend. Don't worry about other things. Come, I'll carry you back. Chen Mo walked in front of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at the people around her and was a little embarrassed. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she lay on Chen Mo's back and buried her head in Chen Mo's back. Her ears were red. Carrying Xiaoyu on his back, Chen Mo felt the softness on his back. He took a deep breath, picked up his trophies, and walked out of the supermarket. During this time, I'm in charge of following up on a project. I have a lot of things to do, and I also have to prepare for the graduation thesis defense. In a month, I'll have to go back to school to prepare for the thesis defense and graduation. I'm about to graduate, but I don't feel anything, Chen Mo said. A godlike person like you doesn't have to worry about the thesis defense at all. What can you feel? The two's calm conversation gradually faded away. Happiness became precious because of the ordinary. In the next 2 days, Chen Mo took Xiaoyu back to Binhai University for a few rounds to let Xiaoyu relax. He didn't want Xiaoyu to have any hidden diseases because of too much pressure. At the end of the weekend, Chen Mo had just arrived at the company when Zhao Min came into his office with a document. Chairman, I see that Xiaoyu is in a good mood. Did you have fun these 2 days? Not bad. Sure enough, only employees like us are busy. Zhao Min laughed at herself and put the document in her hand on Chen Mo's desk. This is the evaluation report of the 3 pharmaceutical companies. I asked the people in the investment and acquisition department to work on the evaluation report over the weekend. These pharmaceutical companies all have complete research teams and production lines. They are already in line with international standards. They have cooperation with many hospitals and universities at home and abroad. There are many drug sales channels. As long as a powerful new drug is successfully produced, they can develop quickly. Okay, I'll give you an answer after reading the evaluation report. Chen Mo picked up the evaluation report, glanced at it, and put it aside. Is there anything else? Zhao Min asked. Soon, it will be graduation season. After all, I graduated from Binhai University. You can donate 20 million to the university in my name and set up an ant scholarship in the company's name. The scientific library was obtained from the library of Binhai University. Xiaoyu also met there. Without Binhai University, he wouldn't be who he was now. Okay. Zhao Min just remembered that Chen Mo was still a student of Binhai University. In just half a year, Chen Mo reached a height that others couldn't reach in their lifetime. Now that he had achieved something, it was time to repay his alma mater. Okay, that's all for now. You go ahead. I'll read the evaluation report now. After reading it, I'll give you an answer, Chen Mo said. Okay. Zhao Min immediately left. Chen Mo picked up the evaluation report and opened it. Mahist girl. Brother Mo, the Mahist girl is here. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the Mahist girl's tender voice sounded. Now, re-evaluate the value of these companies and give me the evaluation results, Chen Mo said as he put the document in front of the camera. In the previous acquisitions, Chen Mo had always asked the Mahist girl to evaluate the value of the companies. After making sure that it was similar to the valuation of the investment consultants, Chen Mo would then agree to acquire the companies. Brother Mo, the valuation has been completed. After a while, the Mahist girl's voice appeared. 3 valuation reports immediately popped up on the desktop. After carefully reading the reports from the Mahist girl and Zhao Min, Chen Mo nodded. The valuation given by the investment consultants was 20% lower than the Mahist girl's. However, this was normal. The Mahist girl could hack into the databases of these companies and had the most complete information to evaluate them. On the other hand, the people in the M&A department could only evaluate based on the data and reports published by the companies. In a situation where the information was not equal, it was normal for the evaluations to be different. However, there was one thing in common, which was that the company's potential was evaluated positively. Putting down the valuation reports in his hands, Chen Mo dialed Zhao Min's number. According to your valuation, we will acquire Xianxia and Blue Rainbow Pharmaceuticals. You finished reading the valuation reports so quickly? Zhao Min did not know whether to laugh or cry. She had just left and had just returned to the office when Chen Mo called her. I'm done, Chen Mo said. Good, I will send someone to contact the 2 companies to discuss the acquisition. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo walked to the bookshelf and picked up a few books to read quietly. The internet was full of reports about the pre-sales of the 4 companies' phones. All kinds of statistics appeared on the internet immediately. In the Huaxia market, Apple's sales were slightly better than Huawei's. Demi's black rice was third. Samsung's sales in the Huaxia market were at the bottom. In Huaxia, people who used Samsung phones were considered rare. However, Samsung's pre-sales in the international market were better than Huawei's and were catching up with Apple. This time, Apple's model was revolutionary. Its functions were almost perfect. The only flaw was that Apple could not use smart assistants. The hot topics were all dominated by the competition between several companies. Coupled with the miscellaneous news, no one cared about the Army Ant Company at all. While everyone's attention was on these companies, the Army Ant Company had already completed the acquisition of 2 pharmaceutical companies and quietly stepped into the pharmaceutical industry. It hasn't been long. You're quite fast. Chen Mo and Zhao Min walked toward the company's conference room. These 2 pharmaceutical companies have not succeeded in developing new drugs for a long time, and they have spent a lot of money. Their business is mediocre, and they have profits, but not high. So, the companies and shareholders behind them have long wanted to get rid of them, Zhao Min said. The purchase price they offered was very reasonable, and the major shareholders behind them also happened to need funds to operate. Therefore, the acquisition process did not encounter too many obstacles. As soon as the 2 of them walked into the company's conference room, the people sitting around the conference table immediately stood up. Sit down. This is the company's chairman, Chen Mo, Zhao Min said after the two of them sat down. When the people saw Chen Mo, there was a slight commotion. They knew that this was the Army Ant Company, but the chairman, who they had only heard of but never seen in person, was actually so young. Chairman, they are the management and the main person in charge of the research team of the two companies. This is Hou Yuliang, the person in charge of Xianxia, and this is Tan Yong, the person in charge of Blue Rainbow Pharmaceuticals. Zhao Min began to introduce the main personnel of the two companies to Chen Mo. Hello. Welcome to the Army Ant Company family, Chen Mo said. Hou Yuliang looked at Chen Mo hesitantly. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. He looked a little anxious. Joining the Army Ant Company was indeed something to be happy about, but he was more worried about their jobs and the jobs of their employees. After all, they had families to feed. It was not a good thing to lose their jobs at this time. What's the matter, Manager Hou? Chen Mo noticed that Hou Yuliang was acting strangely. Chairman, there's nothing that can't be said, Chen Mo said. Chairman, I do have something. Hou Yuliang made up his mind. Will our two companies merge in the future? Will there be layoffs? Chen Mo looked at Zhao Min. A merger is inevitable, but it won't happen suddenly. The research teams of the two companies will be merged first. We will combine the strengths of the two companies to develop new drugs. The merger of the management will be done slowly. It will depend on your company's business and performance in the next period. The company will definitely expand and may need to recruit more employees. If there are employees who do nothing but eat and do nothing during this period, we will also fire them. The company doesn't need burdens. If they work hard, they won't have to worry about being fired. The company had just been acquired, and the employees were nervous. If they were to fire randomly, the company could easily have problems. So, they had to calm the people down first. If there were some unnecessary personnel, she did not mind firing them. Understood. Hou Yuliang nodded happily. When he heard Zhao Min's answer, he was relieved. You are the company's first wholly owned subsidiary, and also the company's pathfinder to enter the Army Ant Company. The two companies are now a family. I hope you can cooperate sincerely. After Zhao Min finished speaking, she looked at Chen Mo. I won't say anything else. Listen to Zhao Min's arrangements. Who is the person in charge of the company's research team? Chen Mo asked. As soon as he finished speaking, two people stood up, one on the left and one on the right. Chairman, I am the person in charge of the Mountain River Company's new drug research team, Su Minsheng. A man in his 40s, wearing glasses and looking very gentle, stood up. I am the person in charge of the Blue Rainbow Pharmaceuticals research team, Sherlin. A man in his 50s with white hair stood up. Mr. Su Minsheng is a medical doctor from Johns Hopkins University. He majored in oncology and new drug research. Mr. Sherlin is a medical doctor from the South and an expert in Chinese medicine, Zhao Min said. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. After the meeting, Chen Mo led Su Minsheng and Sherlin to the lab area. After entering Chen Mo's lab, Su Minsheng and Sherlin looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect Chen Mo to have a biochemistry lab here. I have a formula here. It's the drug that I need you to research next. Chen Mo placed the formula of the in front of the two. It was only the name of the drug, but it didn't mention the specific effects. Do you know what this drug is? Chen Mo asked. Aloe vera leaf juice, evening primrose, sage, orchid. Sherlin looked at the name of the drug in front of him and raised his eyebrows. He said uncertainly, this is similar to breast enhancement oil. This is breast enhancement medicine? Mr. Sher is indeed a doctor in Chinese medicine. Chen Mo picked up the milky white drug on the table and placed it in front of Sherlin. When I have nothing to do, I occasionally read medical books. After reading a lot of medical books, I found this formula. However, I don't have any clinical experience, so I need your team to help me research and perfect this drug. Chen Mo placed the specific formula in front of the two people. Chairman, do you usually research breast enhancement medicine alone in the lab? Su Minsheng and Sherlin looked at each other and then looked at Chen Mo strangely. Chen Mo's mouth twitched. He touched his nose awkwardly and said, it's just a whim. My medical knowledge is limited to some things in theory. I don't have any practice. Pharmacology, medicinal chemistry, pharmacological analysis, compendium of materia medica, synopsis of gold. I've read all these books. Xianxia couldn't say that he had a scientific library in his head. These formulas were taken from there. He could only say that he made them out of interest. If this drug is successful, it can benefit thousands of women. Su Minxing smiled. The most important thing is to make money. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this drug is successful, it can make a lot of money. Then let's research and perfect it. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Sherlin hesitated for a while and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. I'll send these materials and drugs to your lab. You can arrange for people to help with the research. When the clinical trial results are out, report to me. Don't let a fourth person know about this formula. Xianxia didn't give them the formula of the human-assisted reproduction medicine. If he gave them too much at once, they would think that he was a monster. After sending the two people off, Xianxia returned to his office and continued his reading life. 10 days. In the office, Xianxia closed the book in his hand and threw it aside. A relaxed smile appeared on his face. Half a year was neither a long nor short period of time. During this period of time, he had finished reading books that many people could not finish in their lifetime. Even if he had a super brain, it still made him dizzy. 1,000 books. If he wasn't a little more rational, he would have the urge to go crazy with joy right now. Rubbing his temples, Xianxia put all the books on the table back on the shelf. After reading 1,000 books, his heart was surprisingly calm. The only thing he was thinking about now was that the next level of access to the scientific library was not to read books. After tidying up, Xianxia lay back on the sofa in the office and closed his eyes. The golden door was hundreds of meters tall. It was engraved with all kinds of words and symbols that he could not understand. They were densely packed and scattered all over the place. The door gave people the feeling that it was heavy and simple. Standing under the door and looking up, Xianxia sighed in his heart about how small humans were. When he first got the scientific library, the door gave him a strange feeling. But now, the feeling was completely different. He placed his palm on the door and the heavy door slowly opened. Rays of white light burst out and drowned him. When the light dissipated, Xianxia appeared in the library. It was still the familiar bookshelf that was hundreds of meters tall. Only when he looked up did he feel like a confused ant. Retracting his sigh, Xianxia walked to the table and opened the dark red book. You're here. Elder Shu looked at Xianxia and nodded slightly. You've only finished 1,000 books in half a year. Not bad. You call this acceptable? Xianxia didn't understand. It's not bad. Elder Shu said, your brain is different from ordinary people. You have super memory and comprehension. If you spend all your time reading books, you can finish all 1,000 books in less than 4 months. Then I'll die. But this is good. At least you're not a bookworm. You've built a foundation. Elder Shu said. Elder Shu, can I upgrade with technology? Xianxia asked. Sure, but there's no need for technology because it's meaningless to you. Why? You have completed the mission of the first level of authority and will soon enter the next level. The technology of the trainee level will all be available to you. You don't have to choose. You can take whatever you want. As your level increases, the access to the scientific library will slowly be open to you. With the highest level of authority, you can read all the books in the library. Xianxia nodded in understanding. You can take whatever you want from the novice level of technology. These are all for you to build the foundation for the next level of technology. Elder Shu continued to introduce. What's the next level? Xianxia asked. After the probationary stage, you'll be a science and technology apprentice, Elder Shu said. Don't move now, I'll give you the authority to upgrade. Elder Shu placed his finger between Qianmo's eyebrows. The process is a little uncomfortable, but you have to endure it. It's good for you. All right. As soon as Qianmo finished speaking, he felt the world spinning. The dizziness made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if his head was going to explode. With Elder Shu's finger between his eyebrows, Chen Mo's body couldn't fall down. He kept trembling and his face became paler and paler. Ugh, the moment Elder Shu released his finger, Chen Mo directly laid on the floor of the scientific library and retched. The dizziness was too strong. It was unbearable. After a long time, Chen Mo finally recovered. He was panting heavily. Chen Mo stood up only after his mental state recovered a little. How do you feel? Elder Shu asked. It's like spinning 10 times per second. My head almost exploded, Chen Mo said as he stroked his chest. That was brain development. Elder Shu said. Now you have the Science and Technology Apprentice level of authority. I don't feel anything special, Chen Mo said as he checked his body. You didn't feel anything in the first place. Elder Shu smiled. This is your reward for being promoted to Science and Technology Apprentice. Elder Shu pointed his finger and a book landed in front of Chen Mo, Seismograph Technology and Manufacturing. Chen Mo straightened his back and looked at the book in front of him in surprise. This seismograph can warn of earthquakes in advance? Correct. It can warn of earthquakes 5 hours in advance. The detection range is 50 kilometers. Elder Shu nodded. Hiss, Chen Mo sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, he was wild with joy. This was definitely a good thing. If it could warn of earthquakes in advance, it would be a great service. Not to mention other technology, just this technology alone was enough for him to become a great person. Give it to me quickly, Chen Mo said impatiently. You are now a Science and Technology Apprentice. You can take it yourself. Elder Shu pointed at the book. Put your hand on the cover of the book. Chen Mo raised his hand and imprinted it on the cover of the book without thinking. Then, the book slowly faded away. In his mind, a large amount of information surged and was engraved in the depths of his memory. There were blueprints of the seismograph, its working principle, and manufacturing process. Chen Mo was very engrossed in his memories. If you need any technology in the future, you only need to choose it in the Red Book. It will appear and you can obtain it yourself. However, it is only limited to novice-level technology. Now, I will introduce you to the authority of a Science and Technology Apprentice. Elder Shu interrupted Chen Mo's careful recollection. Your authority, other than being able to obtain novice-level technology books at any time, also has the ability to optimize technology. However, it is only limited to science and technology optimization at the Science and Technology Apprentice level and below. Lastly, your novice period has passed. Your authority to randomly obtain technology every month has been cancelled. Then how do I advance to the next level? Chen Mo asked. Your level mission is this. Elder Shu pointed his finger in the air. 8 pillars of light descended from the sky above the library and formed a book in 8 directions. It quietly floated in midair. These 8 books, each one of them is a technology that represents a field. There are applied physics, chemical materials, biomedicine, computer science, ecology, electronic machinery, military weapons, and energy. Elder Shu pointed to the books in 8 directions and introduced them to Chen Mo one by one. These 8 books are only a small representation of this field. The purpose is to tell you that as the owner of the scientific library, you must be an all-round talent. And your mission is to complete the technology of these 8 books, and then you'll be able to enter the next level. Chen Mo listened to Elder Shu's introduction and nodded to show that he understood. If I want to obtain other technology of the Science and Technology Apprentice level, what should I do? Chen Mo asked. You are now a Science and Technology Apprentice. Rely on yourself and share the technology to obtain the technology. Share the technology you have developed with the scientific library. However, the technology of these 8 books does not count. You have to develop it yourself. Understood. Chen Mo nodded. Among these 8 books, you have to complete the first one before you can obtain the second one. When I go back this time, I will not come out before you complete these 8 technologies. So, everything is up to you. I have already led you through the door. Hearing Elder Shu's words, Chen Mo felt a little uncomfortable. After spending so much time with Elder Shu, he and Elder Shu were like teachers and friends. But now that Elder Shu was no longer with him, it was like facing the sadness of a family member leaving. The rest of the road is up to you. Remember, complete these technologies as soon as possible. Your goal is to unlock the highest authority of the scientific library. After you complete the mission, we will meet again. Okay. Elder Shu's figure slowly faded away. Chen Mo's gaze swept across the 8 books. The books were like mysteries. They only wrote the name of the field and did not mention the specific technology. After leaving the scientific library, Chen Mo walked to the window and looked down at the traffic below. He sighed with emotion. After saving Xiaoyu by accident, the trajectory of his life has changed dramatically. Only half a year seems not long, but the changes are too big. He has experienced too much during this time. After sighing with emotion, Chen Mo sat back in his seat and began to organize the technology of the seismograph. Earthquakes exist all the time on Earth, but the vibration level is too low to be detected normally. Earthquakes are caused by the sudden fracture and dislocation of underground rock strata. The energy will become seismic waves and radiate around. Seismic waves have shear waves and longitudinal waves, which are transmitted in the state of mechanical waves. At present, the most advanced earthquake early warning system in the world uses the principle that longitudinal waves transmit faster than shear waves to warn of earthquakes in advance. This kind of warning system could at most give a warning 10 seconds to 1 minute before the destructive shear wave arrived. This is also why Chen Mo is so happy to get this technology. Predicting a major earthquake disaster 5 hours in advance will be an unprecedented technology. Of course, this does not mean that all earthquakes can be predicted in 5 hours. Sudden earthquakes like the sudden fracture of underground rock mass are impossible to predict. Just like a person who lives and works step by step, he can guess where he is 5 hours later. But sudden accidents happen in the middle of the way. These are unpredictable events. The normal movement of the crustal plate can predict earthquakes 5 hours in advance, but it is impossible to predict sudden situations 5 hours in advance. But it is still possible to speed up the warning time. This seismograph monitors the activity of the underground fault zone through electromagnetic waves. According to the density and moving speed of the monitored fault rocks, it calculates the time of the rupture and dislocation of the rocks in the underground fault zone. This is a kind of calculation. A small earthquake cannot be 100% accurate, but a large earthquake can be calculated with high accuracy, and the damage is mainly caused by the large earthquake. This is enough. Mahast girl, help me organize the technical information. Okay, brother Mo, tell me. Chen Mo is immersed in organizing the information. The principle and theory of the seismograph, as long as Chen Mo says it, the Mahast girl can record it and organize it into information. This is the advantage of artificial intelligence. With the help of the Mahast girl, the speed at which he organized the information was many times faster. Once he was fully focused, Chen Mo was oblivious to what was happening outside. It was not until the Mahast girl reminded him that Xiaoyu had entered the office that Chen Mo came back to his senses. What's wrong? Chen Mo stretched and looked at Xiaoyu who walked in. Are you done with your research? It's time to get off work now. If you're done with your research, we can go back together. If not, I'll go back first and ask Ruashi to go to the supermarket to buy some food. Sorting out some technical information. Currently, I'm in the stage of technical preparation and theoretical demonstration. I haven't reached the point of exhaustion yet. Chen Mo looked at the time and found that it was indeed time to get off work. Let's go. I'll go with you. Chen Mo left the office with Xiaoyu. When they walked out of the company lobby, many employees who had just gotten off work looked at Chen Mo and Xiaoyu. Especially some female employees, who glanced at Xiaoyu with envy and jealousy from time to time. Chen Mo was the chairman of the company. He was easygoing, had a good personality, and was not ugly. He was the perfect target for a spouse. Unfortunately, he was already taken. Many female employees in the company could only imagine but could not touch him. Usually, Chen Mo was in his own experimental area. It was impossible for ordinary employees to enter the experimental area. Even if someone wanted to get close to Chen Mo, they did not have the chance. When you worked in the company, were there any rumors that made you unhappy? Chen Mo and Xiaoyu walked side by side toward the entrance of the company. From time to time, they would respond to the employees who passed by. There must be rumors in the office. You are the public Prince Charming of our company's female employees, Xiaoyu said. Why don't I know about it? Chen Mo touched his nose. You hide in the laboratory all day long. How would you know? Xiaoyu said. There was a lot of gossip about Chen Mo. Once, 2 female employees went a little overboard and talked nonsense. Sister Zhao heard it and fired them. After that, the others became more honest. The chairman of the company was her boyfriend. She was just an intern, but she was already the CEO's assistant. This kind of thing would inevitably be gossiped about in the company. At first, she was under a lot of pressure. But after Zhao Min enlightened her, she did not care about it anymore. Anyway, when she first entered the company, she relied on her own ability. Chen Mo doted on her and loved her. What others said was not important. She still wanted to live her own life. It's good that you are fine. I don't pay much attention to this kind of thing. You don't have to care about what others say. Chen Mo was really afraid that his identity would bring trouble to Xiaoyu. I know. Xiaoyu smiled gently. She knew that Chen Mo was worried about her. As soon as the two walked out, Li Ruoxi, who was waiting at the door, came up to them. Xiaoyu, chairman. It's after work now. Don't call me chairman. You were not so distant in the past. Chen Mo shook his head and smiled. Back in the library, he had experienced Li Ruoxi's ability to betray her roommates. Okay. Li Ruoxi said, Chen Mo, next week is the day of our graduation thesis defense. Will you go back? Of course. Chen Mo said, I also want to do my thesis defense. Xiaoyu and I have already applied for leave and are preparing to go back. We are going to stay in the dormitory for a few days and spend the last part of our school life. After graduation, we will return Xiaoyu to you. You don't mind, right? Li Ruoxi smiled. I am also preparing to go back. Let's go together. Chen Mo said, Ruoxi, how are you doing in the company? Li Ruoxi's face turned bitter when she heard Chen Mo's question. Other than technical work, Mr. Li has me do everything. I am dying of exhaustion. He takes special care of me. Do you want me to ask him to transfer you to another job? Chen Mo asked. No need. Li Ruoxi immediately shook her head. Although I do a lot, I have learned a lot. Thanks to you, I know that Mr. Li wants to train me, so it is necessary for me to be tired. If I still complain, then I will be sorry. The 3 of them walked out of the company, got into Wang Hai's car, and rushed to the supermarket. After shopping and sending Li Ruoxi back to her apartment, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu rushed back to the villa. That night, Xiaoyu sat on the sofa and quietly looked at the PowerPoint for her thesis defense. The thesis defense would be in a week. During this time, Xiaoyu would look at the PowerPoint for the thesis defense whenever she had time. After a while, Xiaoyu thought of something and stopped. Chen Mo, regarding the donation and scholarship, Sister Zhao has already sent someone to contact the school. She asked me to ask you if you want to go there in person tomorrow. Of course I have to go. After all, I am the one who donated the money. I have to go there in person, Chen Mo said. Ever since he left the school, he rarely went back except for occasionally bringing Xiaoyu back. This time, he could go back for a while and complete the last step. Don't you want to go back to school? You can come with me. Okay. Xiaoyu thought for a while before replying. She continued to look at the PowerPoint. I can memorize your thesis defense. Chen Mo closed Xiaoyu's laptop. Don't be so nervous. There is still a week. There is enough time. Peel the chestnuts for me now. Chen Mo grabbed a few chestnuts and put them in Xiaoyu's hands. Xiaoyu was so angry at Chen Mo's actions that she laughed. She slapped the chestnuts back into Chen Mo's hands. I cooked for you and washed your clothes. Now you want me to peel chestnuts for you? Do you really think you are a pig? Peel them for me and these walnuts. Otherwise, I will deduct your food. Oh? Are you threatening me? Sister Xiaoyu, Sister Zhao is calling. On the way to school, the voice of the smart assistant on Xiaoyu's phone rang. Xiaoyu hurriedly picked up the phone and hung up after a while. Why is Zhao Min looking for you? Chen Mo asked. Sister Zhao said that the principal and your teacher will welcome you at the school gate. No way? Chen Mo smiled bitterly. The principal and the teacher were welcoming a student like him. This was a bit too much. It seemed that he couldn't go back quietly. He couldn't stand the principal and the teacher up. What do you mean no? You donated 20 million to the school. The school will treat you like a Buddha, Xiaoyu said. The car soon arrived at the main gate of Binhai University. At this time, there were many people standing at the main gate of Binhai University. The principal and some teachers were among them. Many students were watching, including a few student reporters. Everyone was curious about what kind of big shot had come to the school to make the principal and so many leaders come out to welcome him. After seeing Chen Mo's car stop, there was a slight commotion. Well, I wanted to keep a low profile, but it seems that I can't, Chen Mo said faintly, looking at the situation at the school gate. After the car door opened, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu got out of the car. Seeing Chen Mo in casual clothes, many people started whispering to each other. No matter how you looked at it, Chen Mo looked like an ordinary student in their school. He didn't look like a big shot at all. As soon as Chen Mo and Xiaoyu got out, the principal and teachers who had been waiting for a long time all came up to welcome them. Who is he? Seeing this scene, a huge question appeared in the minds of people who saw this scene. Some students had already recorded short videos with their phones and sent them to their friends. Principal Qiu, this is the chairman of our company and a student of your school, Chen Mo. Li Lingfeng introduced Chen Mo to everyone. Student Chen Mo, welcome back. Standing in the middle was a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and slicked-back hair. He reached out and shook Chen Mo's hand tightly with a joyful smile on his face. He was the principal of Binhai University, Qiu Guofeng. In the past few years, other than the opening ceremony, this was the second time she had seen the principal of the school. Standing on Qiu Guofeng's left was a smart, short middle-aged man. He was the dean of Chen Mo's physics department, Yang Xiaodong. On his right was Chen Mo's class teacher and counselor, Li Hong, the vice dean, and other teachers. Principal, dean, teachers. Chen Mo greeted all the teachers. He didn't know what to do in this situation. Young and promising. You are indeed a student of Binhai University. The school will be proud of you in the future. Qiu Guofeng looked at Silent and nodded. Thank you for your praise, headmaster. I don't deserve it. Chen Mo could only bite the bullet and say. Teacher. After exchanging some pleasantries with the principal, Chen Mo looked at Li Hong. When he started his business, it was the counselor who helped him submit the application for exemption. I didn't expect you to become a billionaire so quickly. Li Hong's face was full of joy. She was very proud that her student had achieved so much. When Chen Mo applied for exemption, he said that he was starting a business. She thought that Chen Mo was just starting a business on a small scale. She didn't expect that the company that became a legend in the business world was founded by Chen Mo. Now she suddenly felt that it was a very wise decision to let Chen Mo start his business. In front of you, I will always be a student. Let's talk inside. There are too many people here at the school gate, Yang Xiaodong looked around and said. Now that the physics department had such a genius student who had created a legend in the business world in such a short time, it was amazing. The group walked into the school. The school forum and WeChat moments were full of all kinds of news. In the boys' dormitory, Pu Yuan was scrolling through his WeChat moments. Suddenly, Pu Yuan's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Everyone, stop for a moment. Don't play games yet. Let's recognize this person. Is this Chen Mo? What's wrong? What's wrong with Chen Mo? The fat guy, Zhu Gang, and a few others who were playing games gathered around. This is Chen Mo. The girl next to him is his girlfriend. You are right. The fat guy said, why is he in a luxury car and is being welcomed by the principal? Rich second generation? Rich second generation? Fat guy, are you sure this girl is Chen Mo's girlfriend? Lu De asked. Of course I am sure. Chen Mo rented a computer repair shop in the Gourmet Street last semester. His girlfriend often sent him food. I have seen her a few times. The fat guy said. I have seen this girl before. She is the assistant to the president of the Army Ant Company. I have seen her in the interview video of the Army Ant Company. Lu De, who had buck teeth, said. No way? Could it be that Chen Mo has a girlfriend? Niu Lei, who was full of muscles, said. The people in the dormitory looked at each other. The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. Wait, did you just say the Army Ant Company? Pu Yuan seemed to have remembered something. The president of the Army Ant Company is called Chen Mo. I have only heard of his name and never seen him in person. Same name? Coincidence? As soon as he said this, the dormitory fell into a dead silence. Then, several people gasped. The identities of Chen Mo and Xiaoyu could not be hidden at all. Soon, people found out who they were. Not long after Chen Mo arrived at Binhai University, a post appeared on the university's BBS. The president of the Army Ant Company, Chen Mo, is a fourth-year student. Chen Mo, the post deduced from the name of the president of the Army Ant Company, Chen Mo's identity and name, and Xiaoyu's identity as the assistant to the president of the Army Ant Company. Everything was connected. It was easy to conclude that the president of the Army Ant Company, Chen Mo, was Chen Mo, who had been welcomed by the principal. Only high-ranking people like the president of the Army Ant Company would be welcomed by the principal in person. As soon as this post appeared, the BBS of Binhai University became lively. According to the analysis of the post, it was very close to the truth. The president of the Army Ant Company had never appeared in front of the public. They did not expect that the president, a legend in the domestic business world, would be a student of their university. I don't believe it. The president of the Army Ant Company is a student of our university. Are you kidding me? I believe it. I work part-time at the Gourmet Street. I have seen Chen Mo in the computer repair shop at the Gourmet Street. He is very skilled. His girlfriend, the girl next to him, often brings him food. They are very loving. I have been fed dog food, so I have a deep impression of them. I can't believe that the legend is so close to me. I am Chen Mo's classmate. We all agree. The class is going crazy. I am Xiaoyu's classmate. Xiaoyu is indeed the president's assistant in the Army Ant Company. I want to be his mistress. The post was being reposted on the BBS of Binhai University. This was because a legendary figure had appeared among their alumni. He was the president of the Army Ant Company, who had never appeared in front of the public. This was the first time that the identity of the president of the Army Ant Company had been exposed. Although it was only a guess, it was 90% certain. The post was quickly reposted on Weibo after the discussion on Binhai University's WeChat Moments and forum. The identity of the president of the Army Ant Company was enough to arouse everyone's curiosity. After all, the Army Ant Company was a new technology giant, and it had already become one of the giants in the domestic technology industry. Chen Mo had never appeared in front of the media or the public. No one had expected that his identity would suddenly be exposed. This was a great opportunity to learn more about Chen Mo. Xingjian was a little confused in his sleep. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone pulled him up from the bed. He had been working so hard that his editor didn't even treat him like a servant. Now that he was ready to graduate, he felt sorry for himself if he didn't take a good nap. Who's calling me so early in the morning? Hello, who is this? Xingjian grabbed the phone and said listlessly without looking at it. Xingjian. F***ck, who are you talking about? Did you sleep too much? I'm talking to you. A short voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you a student at Binhai University? Editor? Seeing the caller ID, Xingjian immediately woke up. Editor, I am a student at Binhai University. What's up? I heard that the CEO of the Army Ant Company, Chen Mo, graduated in the same year as you. He went back to your university today. Follow up on his report and see if there's any big news. I'll make you a permanent employee. Army Ant Company? Director? Graduate? After hanging up the phone, Xingjian was still sitting on his bed with a confused look on his face. After realizing what had happened, Xingjian turned on his phone. Soon, he got out of bed, washed up quickly, and ran out of the dormitory with his camera. This was not an isolated case. Reporters who got the news kept rushing to Binhai University from all directions. The Army Ant Company was developing too fast. During this period of time, news related to the Army Ant Company was hot. Now, it was suddenly revealed that the chairman of the Marching Ant Company was just a fresh graduate. The information contained in this piece of news was definitely explosive. How talented was this person to be able to build a company into a giant in such a short time? As the person involved, Chen Mo was touring the university with the principal. This was the first time he had experienced such an honor. Even though he was familiar with the university, he still had to go with them. Chen Mo, I have a presumptuous request. Qiu Guofeng rubbed his hands and thought for a while. Yes, sir, Chen Mo said. The university is preparing a donation ceremony in the auditorium tomorrow. When the time came, students from the school would be invited to watch. Can you give a speech on stage to set an example for your juniors? Qiu Guofeng asked. Now that Chen Mo was a big shot, it would be troublesome for ordinary people to invite him. This was such a good opportunity, he definitely couldn't miss it. I really don't know how to refuse. Chen Mo thought for a while and finally nodded. Then I'll take that as a yes. I'll get someone to make the arrangements later. Qiu Guofeng's face was full of smiles. It was a blessing for Binhai University to have such an outstanding student. He couldn't help but feel happy. I'm the student representative for the graduation ceremony. Do you have time? Principal, I won't be going to the graduation ceremony. You can leave the opportunity to the other students, Chen Mo said with a smile. All right then. Qiu Guofeng nodded. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu chatted as they walked around the school. After seeing everything that they needed to see, Chen Mo bid farewell to the principal and teachers and left. You're famous in school now. Xiaoyu put her phone in front of Chen Mo. There were various posts on the school forum, many of which were about Chen Mo. In addition, there was also a lot of news about Chen Mo's identity on the internet. It was already a hot topic. If the news was true, he would be the strongest graduate and a legend of the new generation. Look at this. Xiaoyu smiled and put a post on the forum in front of Chen Mo's romantic anecdotes. Seeing this post, Chen Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Indeed, people were afraid of fame and pigs were afraid of being fat. He had only been back for half a day, and there was already such a legend in school. If he hadn't seen these stories, he wouldn't have known that he had done so many things. What was more troublesome was that the picture of the principal welcoming him was also on the post. Now there was no doubt that he had been known by the school. There are a lot of reporters in school now. Many people already know about you. You're going to give a speech tomorrow. It seems that you can't keep a low profile from now on, Xiaoyu said gloatingly. What can I do? Chen Mo said helplessly. But it's only a matter of time before my identity is exposed. Let's not talk about this. Are you going back to the dormitory now? Ruashi and Tongtong are waiting for me. I have to go back now. You'd better go back and prepare for tomorrow's speech at the donation ceremony, Xiaoyu said. After sending Xiaoyu back to the dormitory, Chen Mo walked back to his own dormitory alone. He had been away for so long. Although he and the people in the dormitory were close buddies, they were also good friends. Now that he was back, it wouldn't be right if he didn't go back. It was class time now. There weren't many people, and no one would pay attention to him. In the dormitory, the 5 people were no longer in the mood to play games. They were all discussing Chen Mo's matter. Chen Mo was in the same dormitory as them. After entering university, they lived together. In the end, they played for a few years in university. During this time, Chen Mo transformed into a tall, rich, and handsome man. If there was no comparison, there would be no hurt. Now, they didn't even have the mood to play games. I didn't expect Chen Mo to be so good at hiding. Fatty was the first to speak. When he comes back, we must beat him up. I second that, Luda said. I second that, Niao Lei, who was holding a dumbbell beside him, said. I think it's a good idea for everyone to call chicken together. Pu Yuan, who was beside him, put his hands together. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Call your female benefactor. Who wants to call the female benefactor? A voice sounded. Chen Mo walked in from outside the door. When they saw Chen Mo, they paused and looked at Chen Mo. They wanted to see what was different about Chen Mo. They were just talking about Chen Mo. Now that Chen Mo was back, they didn't know what to say. The five people's gazes made Chen Mo's hair stand on end. Why are you looking at me? Are you really the chairman of the Army Ant Company? Fatty asked. You guessed right. Chen Mo smiled. Sure enough. The five people in the dormitory looked at each other. They were just guessing Chen Mo's identity. After all, he was also called Chen Mo and his girlfriend was the assistant of the president of the Army Ant Company. It was easy to guess. Tycoon, treat us to a meal, Luda said. Okay. Chen Mo nodded immediately. Anywhere is fine. We agreed to be a dick together, but you secretly changed from a dick to a Prince Charming. How can we accept this? Zhu Gang said what they were thinking. Wait, let me take a picture with the billionaire first and post it on my WeChat moments. When my roommates are billionaires, I can brag for a few days. Pu Yuan, who was the smallest, immediately took out his phone and ran to Chen Mo. He made a peace sign. Me too. Fatty also took out his phone. Let's take a picture together. They messed around in the dormitory for a while. Not long after they posted on their WeChat moments, a few students from the dormitory next door also ran over and asked Chen Mo for a picture. The chairman of the Army Ant Company might be a legend in the future. If they didn't take a picture with him this time, they wouldn't have such a good opportunity in the future. In the evening, Chen Mo invited them to dinner. They didn't change because of his identity. They chatted and laughed the whole night. They talked about some interesting things about their university life and some plans for the future. They were about to graduate, and their paths in the future would be different. During their university days, they occasionally had conflicts between them, but they put it aside quickly. They weren't close friends, but they were good friends. The next morning, after Chen Mo received a call from Xiaoyu, he got up and rushed to school. Today was the day of the donation ceremony. He had to attend the ceremony and give a speech on stage. When he arrived at the school, Xiaoyu, Li Lingfeng, Li Ruoxi, and a group of teachers were already waiting at the door. When they saw Chen Mo's car, they immediately went to greet him. Student Chen Mo, there's something I have to apologize for. After seeing Chen Mo, Qiu Guofeng said, because there were too many students who signed up to listen to your speech, the auditorium could not accommodate all of them. Therefore, the venue was changed to the square last night. I was afraid that I would disturb you, so I did not inform you. Is that so? That's okay, it's all the same, Chen Mo said. For him, it was just a change of stage. It was the same everywhere. Today's donation process is like this. Xiaoyu walked to Chen Mo's side and began to introduce the process to Chen Mo. Soon, the group arrived at the square. As soon as they appeared, there was a commotion among the students who had been waiting in the square. They all turned their heads to look at them. Then, there was a burst of applause. The media reporters who had been waiting in the square also turned their cameras to Chen Mo. The Army Ant Company was a legend in the domestic business world. Their president, Zhao Min, appeared in front of the camera countless times. She was worthy of being called an internet celebrity. However, the president, who was in charge of the company, had never appeared in front of the public. It was not until yesterday that the posts and news from Binhai University revealed the identity of the president of the Army Ant Company. After learning that Chen Mo was going to give a speech at Binhai University, many reporters rushed to Binhai City overnight without stopping. Chen Mo looked at the dense crowd in front of him and was speechless. No wonder the auditorium could not fit all of them. There were probably 6,000 or 7,000 people in the auditorium. Half of the school's students had come. Many classes had gathered to listen to the speech. Chen Mo did not know that the school had announced a one-day holiday for this ceremony. He did not expect that his first speech would be watched by so many people. After Chen Mo took his seat, the applause stopped, and the scene slowly quieted down. However, he was still not used to facing the cameras of so many reporters. As soon as the ceremony began, Qiu Guofeng walked up the stage. At this moment, Qiu Guofeng was in high spirits with a rosy complexion. After adjusting the microphone in front of him, he said, I know that you're not here to listen to this old thing's speech today. As soon as his self-deprecating voice fell, the audience burst into wild laughter, accompanied by wild applause. They had already experienced the principal's humor during the opening ceremony, but they didn't expect him to make fun of them this time. However, I still want to say a few words. It's just that this sentence is a little long. Qiu Guofeng smiled and continued. When school started, I already told each of you that today, you are proud of Binhai University. Tomorrow, Binhai University will be proud of you. Why did I say that to each of you? Because I'm a little lazy. The script for the start of term ceremony is the same every year. There's this sentence on it. The audience burst into laughter again. Today, Binhai University is proud of one student. He is Chen Mo, your senior. I hope that you can be like him, fighting for your dreams in the university and being useful people, instead of hiding in the corner like an ostrich all day long. I also hope that one day in the future, the person standing on this podium and talking to your juniors will be one of you. I hope that you can become the next Chen Mo. Even if you can't become the next Chen Mo, be a useful person to society. I heard that the shorter the speech, the louder the applause. Good, the students below reacted and began to clap and cheer loudly. They had heard the long and boring speech countless times, but they never heard anything useful. Although the principal's speech was short, at least they could hear something. As the applause gradually subsided, Qiu Guofeng said, next is the donation ceremony. Let's welcome our senior Chen Mo to the stage. Qiu Guofeng looked at Chen Mo, who was sitting in the audience. Everyone else looked at Chen Mo. All the reporters' cameras were also focused on Chen Mo. They knew that this big boy was the star of the show today. In less than a year, the Army Ant Company had created a miracle in the business world. This miracle would become a legend in the business world. Now, the Army Ant Company was like a ship, moving left and right in a fixed market. Chen Mo was the helmsman behind the scenes of this huge ship, the Army Ant Company. If the truth was not in front of them, they would never associate the chairman of the Army Ant Company with this easygoing big boy in front of the camera. Chen Mo donated 20 million yuan to the university. We will use this money to create better learning conditions for the students. At the same time, the Army Ant Company will establish an ant scholarship at Binhai University to reward students with excellent academic results but poor family backgrounds. Let us use the warmest applause to thank Senior Chen Mo and the Army Ant Company. Qiu Guofeng's face was full of joy. He kept clapping. The applause from the audience was continuous. Below the stage, Li Ruoxi looked around. Then, she smiled and whispered into Xiao Yu's ear. Xiao Yu, do you feel proud? Your man is so amazing. Watch first. Don't mess around. Xiao Yu's ears turned red. She pushed Li Ruoxi away and continued to clap. However, her eyes were very gentle when they fell on Chen Mo. Looking at your eyes, I know you've fallen for him. Li Ruoxi leaned over again. Should I say he's lucky, or you? I'm lucky. Xiao Yu smiled. You are indeed lucky. Li Ruoxi joked. Look at those girls. You have to protect your man. Don't let him be taken away. Now is not the time to talk about this. Xiao Yu looked at Li Ruoxi helplessly. The applause was louder than the previous one. Many people were cheering. Especially Chen Mo's school and class. The applause was the most intense. Many people were already shouting. Senior is so handsome. Senior, I love you. The applause lasted for a long time. Mixed in with the shouts of the female students were the cheers of many female students. Then, the shouts connected together. On the stage, Chen Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Amidst the applause and shouts, Chen Mo handed the check in his hand to Qiu Guofeng. Below the stage, the reporters aimed their cameras at the exchange between the two of them and took pictures like crazy. After the donation, Qiu Guofeng spoke again. Next, your senior, Chen Mo, will give you a speech. This is your senior's first speech. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. Amidst the applause, Qiu Guofeng left the stage with a happy expression. He handed the stage to Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at the densely packed heads below the stage. He braced himself and walked to the small podium with a microphone. This was his first speech. Moreover, he was careless yesterday and didn't prepare a speech. Now, he had no choice but to do it. The moment he stood in front of the podium, the applause stopped. Countless pairs of expectant and envious eyes looked at Chen Mo. They were all curious about what Chen Mo would say to them. Now, everyone's eyes were on Chen Mo, and some news media had even started a live broadcast on the internet. This was the first time he was exposed to the spotlight. If it was before, he would definitely be nervous. But now, his vision was different, and the things he saw were also different. After bracing himself and standing on the small podium, Chen Mo relaxed and looked at the students and reporters below with a natural expression. "Hello everyone, I'm Chen Mo. You're here today to listen to this little thing speech." Chen Mo joked. As soon as he finished, the people below burst into laughter, followed by intense applause. He was obviously mocking himself by imitating the principal's tone. "Before today, I'm like many of you. I've never been on the podium before, and I've never given a speech in front of so many people. Once, I also fantasized about giving an impassioned speech on the stage. But today, after coming up, I realized that my first time is gone." Soft laughter rose again from below the stage. Chen Mo raised his hand and suppressed the crowd's voices. His actions were natural, and no one could tell that this was his first speech. After Chen Mo got to the point, everyone below the stage quieted down. Everyone looked at the stage seriously. The students at the front had already taken out their phones, and all the cameras were pointed at Chen Mo. "I heard the principal say that he hopes you can be the next Chen Mo. Chen Mo himself warned you, don't be the next Chen Mo. You are you, a different version of yourself. Everyone is unique. In fact, the principal has a purpose in asking you to be the next Chen Mo. He hopes that you can donate money to the school like me." As soon as Chen Mo said this, the audience immediately burst into laughter, followed by thunderous applause. This sentence ridiculed himself, and also ridiculed the principal. Even Qiu Guofeng, who had retreated, laughed and applauded. The previous sentence was a joke, don't take it seriously. But it's also to tell you to be a different version of yourself. Chen Mo continued, "I won't tell you too much about these great principles. Many of you know them better than I do. In university, you only need to do one thing, just one thing, and that is what you like to do. Literature and art must be called dreams. If your dream is to become a prostitute, then you should also aim to surpass Zhang Yida. Even Zhang Yida wants to win one lawsuit, why can't you win two?" At the mention of Zhang Yida, the audience burst into laughter again. It doesn't matter what your major is or what you study. University. Choose something you like and persevere in it. Keep progressing. The word perseverance was very simple. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. There was no essential difference between humans and ants. They were both alive and had to continue living. The difference between us and ants is that our lives are more exciting. Alright. Chen Mo only opened his mouth to say a few words before he was interrupted by the applause. There was no essential difference between humans and ants. This sentence resonated with many people. All of their efforts were for the sake of living a better life, so that they could continue living. After the applause subsided, Chen Mo spoke again. Students who are about to step out of society are like ants that have just left their nest. Next to the ant nest, the delicious food has long been occupied by other ants. The current world is dominated by tycoons. These tycoons are the ants that occupy the food next to the ant nest. The roads that can be opened up around them have already been opened up by predecessors. The remaining unknown areas are getting fewer and fewer. If you want to eat meat, you have to go further to find food. This requires us to be like lone heroes and persevere in the field that we like. In school, focusing on one thing is enough for you to become an elite in your chosen field. In the future, when you step out of society, you will find that many large pieces of meat are only 1 or 2 ants. You can easily join them and get the meat you want to eat. I started the Army Ant Company because I was once an ant that had just left its nest. It's just that I was lucky. I was an army ant with a cheat and met an ant that could help me manage the team. As you can see, the Army Ant Company stood at the top of the food chain. All giants were once ants. Chen Mo's speech was not long. It was less than 5 minutes. He used a simple example to make an analogy. After all, a speech could not be empty talk. It had to be based on facts. It was not until Chen Mo stopped that the crowd came to their senses. Then, there was a burst of applause. Chen Mo's analogy was very appropriate. They were ordinary people, like ants, humble and weak. In this era where opportunities were scarce and everywhere, if they wanted to take a step forward, they had to be good enough. Sorry, I bragged too much just now. Chen Mo smiled. As soon as he said that, the crowd roared with laughter. The applause that had just stopped below the stage erupted again. Students, this is a rare opportunity. If you have any questions, you can ask Senior Chen Mo on the spot. The host saw the opportunity and stood up to say. As soon as the host finished speaking, the densely packed students below the stage raised their hands. The next moment, a girl ran from the crowd to the front of the stage and raised her hand. The girl had a ponytail. Her face was a little young and she was a little chubby. She looked a little cute. This story tells us that action is more practical than waiting. Chen Mo looked at the girl who ran out and said, "The first question is for this junior." The girl took the microphone and said embarrassedly, "Senior, how can I become better?" "Just like you are now. You are the first to get the microphone. In this matter, you are better than the other students. When you want to get something, fight for it. The process of action will make you better." "Thank you, Senior." The girl seemed to understand a little. After thanking him, she walked back to her seat. Next student. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 20 students all ran to the front of the stage. A few people ran in one after another. This story tells us that we have to be the first to eat the crab. Now, I will choose one of you. The rest of you are the ones who failed to compete. Chen Mo answered the questions meticulously. Until he finished answering this question. The speech went on for an hour and he answered many students' questions. These were unimportant questions. Many students were confused about their future. On this point, Chen Mo could not help. After the speech, Chen Mo walked off the stage amidst warm applause. After the ceremony, the reporters who had been waiting below the stage surrounded him. It was not easy to see Chen Mo. If they could interview Chen Mo, it would be news. "Mr. Chen Mo, what are your plans for the future of the army ant? Why did the army ant fail to enter Europe? What is the next product of the army ant?" A group of reporters raised their cameras and shouted at Chen Mo. However, because of the security, they could not get close to Chen Mo. "Sorry, everyone, I can't answer these questions now. Someday in the future, I will give you the answer." Chen Mo responded politely and left in the crowd. After getting rid of all the reporters and walking back to the car, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he finally knew how tiring it was to be the center of attention. The video of Chen Mo's speech quickly went viral on the internet. As a legend in the business world, his identity had always been the focus of attention. The first speech of the head of the army ant company. A legend of the generation? Chen Mo, the man behind the army ant. The internet was buzzing with news about Chen Mo everywhere. Chen Mo had become a celebrity. Every app with news had news about Chen Mo. In just half a day, Chen Mo, the chairman of the army ant company, became as popular as Zhao Min Genius, the youngest billionaire, the perfect boyfriend, etc. All kinds of titles were given to Chen Mo. Some people even dared to confess on the official Weibo of the army ant company, which caused a lot of discussion. And the focus of everyone's attention was in the supermarket with Xiaoyu. "Didn't you say that you will be staying in the dormitory for a few days? Now I understand why you keep a low profile." Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. She picked up a box of vegetables and put it in the cart. "Those girls are more complicated than I thought. A few of us in the dormitory were annoyed by the other girls in the class yesterday. In the end, we turned off the lights and went to sleep." "What did they do?" Chen Mo asked curiously. "After our relationship was exposed, they all wanted me to ask you out to have fun. As for what will happen next, you should know, right?" Xiaoyu said. "I really don't know. What will happen?" Chen Mo smiled. "They will chop you up and eat you." Xiaoyu looked a bit unfriendly. "Do you want to go?" "No, I don't." Chen Mo shook his head. "We don't know them very well. They suddenly came and made our dormitory a bit awkward. Then today, Ruashi told me not to go back to the dormitory. I was kicked out and became an abandoned child. You don't want to take me in? Xiaoyu said. She didn't expect that after her relationship with Chen Mo was exposed, there would be so much trouble. First, there were all kinds of news, then there were all kinds of phone calls. After returning to the dormitory, she was pestered to find Chen Mo. Like before, there was no such thing at all. How is that possible? It's better to be back. At least I don't have to cook and have someone to wash my smelly socks. Do you really think I am your nanny? Xiaoyu was amused by Chen Mo's attitude. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll go buy it now. Eat fish. Then let's go buy it. Xiaoyu paused and felt that something was amiss. She turned around and saw Chen Mo's malicious gaze. Suddenly understanding, Xiaoyu's ears turned red and she spat softly, "If you want to eat fish, why are you looking at me?" After saying that, he ran towards the fresh produce market as if he was escaping. Looking at Xiaoyu's back, Chen Mo chuckled and followed her with the shopping cart. Xiaoyu was still a little absent-minded while shopping in the fresh market. She stopped in front of the fish stall and came back to her senses. "Boss, how much is this fish?" 12 yuan per catty. "Miss, you really know how to pick. These fish were the best in the area. I'll pick the biggest one for you." When the auntie at the fish stall saw Xiaoyu coming over, she immediately smiled and reached into the bucket to catch fish. "Boss, there's no need for such a big one. We can't finish it. Half will do, or a smaller one. We'll eat small fish," Chen Mo hurriedly said. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt pain on the back of his foot. Xiaoyu's foot had already stepped on the back of his foot. Xiaoyu didn't dare to look directly at Chen Mo, but her blushing face had already betrayed her. "I didn't say anything wrong, right? I bought so many ingredients, and now there's such a big fish. I really can't finish it. What a waste. I'm sorry." Feeling the pain coming from his feet, Chen Mo hurriedly whispered into Xiaoyu's ears. "Okay, then I'll have this smaller one." Seeing the two's intimate appearance, the auntie smiled knowingly. "Young man, there aren't many girls who can cook fish now. You have to cherish it." "I will." Chen Mo smiled. On the way back after buying the fish, Xiaoyu's cheeks were still rosy. She lowered her head and didn't speak. As soon as she entered the villa, she ran to the kitchen. Seeing her appearance, Chen Mo grinned and walked in. "What kind of fish do you like to eat the most?" Chen Mo asked while washing the vegetables. "I like all of them. My father runs a fishing boat. Every time he comes back from the sea, there will be a lot of fish. I like to eat them since I was a child," Xiaoyu said. "My aunt's family also runs a fishing boat. When they come back, they often send fish to our family. But in the past few years when I'm studying and not at home, I rarely eat them," Chen Mo said. Hearing Chen Mo mention his aunt, Xiaoyu remembered the blind date last time, and then a smile appeared on her face. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Mo was puzzled. "I'm laughing at how stupid you are like this dead fish." Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him and continued to process the fish. "How am I stupid?" Chen Mo was speechless. "If I were this fish, I would definitely live and say that we are born from the same root. Why are you so anxious to fry each other? Do you want me to fry you in the pot?" "Forget it." Chen Mo immediately refused. Soon, the meal was ready. For the two of them, there was indeed a little too much food. There was an extra fish than usual. Looking at the hot dishes on the table, Chen Mo showed a relaxed smile. This kind of simple life was not bad. When he looked at Xiaoyu, he found that Xiaoyu's eyes were avoiding his. During the meal, Xiaoyu did not say much. She seemed to be thinking about something. As soon as she finished eating, she put down the bowl and chopsticks and hurried back to the room. The night became thicker under the call of the stars. In the villa, Chen Mo sat on the sofa and quietly watched the news on his phone. There were some news about him on the phone. They were all about his life or anecdotes in school. Chen Mo laughed. If he did not watch these stories, he would not know that he had experienced them. Just now, he wanted to enter the room, but he was chased out by Xiaoyu. Helpless, he could only sit in the living room and watch the news. Just as Chen Mo was watching the news, the door suddenly opened. Xiaoyu, wearing a nightgown and with wet hair, sat down on the sofa. At this time, Xiaoyu's face was still a little red. Her hands were holding the ends of her nightgown. No one knew what she was thinking. In this nervous state, Xiaoyu looked especially cute. Chen Mo's eyes softened as he stared at Xiaoyu. Have you seen enough? Help me dry my hair. Xiaoyu did not dare to look at Chen Mo directly. Even her voice was slightly trembling. Oh, okay. Chen Mo realized that he was staring blankly. He reacted and hurriedly found a hairdryer to dry Xiaoyu's hair. Every time Xiaoyu finished washing her hair, as long as Chen Mo was by her side, Chen Mo would dry her hair. This seemed to have become an indispensable little thing in their lives. It was just that it had never made her so nervous. Even the first time she let Chen Mo dry her hair, her body was not so tense. Today, Chen Mo's words were too obvious. She tried to pretend that she did not understand, but she could not pretend at all. Are you nervous? Chen Mo asked softly. Don't ask. Xiaoyu became even more nervous after being asked by Chen Mo. If you are not ready, I can wait for you. Chen Mo said while drying her hair. No. No. Xiaoyu said, you idiot, don't ask. Xiaoyu was already incoherent. Now she did not know what was in her mind. Okay, I won't ask. Chen Mo smiled and quietly dried Xiaoyu's hair. The sound of the hairdryer, coupled with Chen Mo's hand, made Xiaoyu's nervousness slowly disappear, and her body also relaxed. Just when the hairdryer stopped, Xiaoyu became nervous again, and her body became tense. As soon as she came back to her senses, she saw Chen Mo's face with a smirk. Okay, now you, little fish, are mine. I will eat you until there are no bones left. Chen Mo picked up Xiaoyu and walked toward the bedroom. Xiaoyu's mind was blank, and she even forgot to struggle. She let Chen Mo hold her and buried her head in his shoulder. She knew that this day would come sooner or later. The moment they entered the bedroom, Chen Mo lowered his head and kissed her. Just when Xiaoyu gave up resistance and Chen Mo was about to take the next step, the phone suddenly rang. Chen Mo stopped, grabbed his phone, looked at the caller ID, touched his forehead, and walked out. Mom. Chen Mo picked up the phone. Mo, your aunt just showed us a piece of news. She said you're the president of the Army Ant Company. Is that you? An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Mom, did you call just to ask about this? Chen Mo was on the verge of tears. Didn't I tell you during the New Year? I opened a company called the Army Ant Company. The person you saw in the news is me. Why didn't you tell your dad and me about such a big thing? A happy and angry voice came from the other end of the phone. She was happy that her son was successful, but angry that Chen Mo didn't tell them. Mom, didn't I tell you during the New Year? I opened a company. Chen Mo smiled bitterly. Your dad and I will go to Binhai City in a few days. How are you doing there? Are you okay? I'm doing very well. Chen Mo said in his heart, you interrupted me, but he just thought about it and didn't say it out loud. Mom, you and Dad take care of yourselves. Come to Binhai City, and I'll tell you more. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo walked back to the room. Xiaoyu was lying on the bed, her cheeks red, her eyes closed. When she heard the door open, her body tensed up again, and she subconsciously pulled the quilt. She felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. After waiting for a long time, she didn't hear anything. Xiaoyu gently opened her eyes, and what she saw was Chen Mo's half-smile. I knew you were pretending to be asleep. I fell asleep. Xiaoyu almost covered her face. It was too embarrassing. You can still talk when you're asleep. Chen Mo laughed. My mom just called. She said she'll come to Binhai City in a few days, and I'll take you to meet her. You really want to meet her? Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo blankly, looking a little nervous. What else? Chen Mo said, I didn't tell them about you when I went back during the holidays. As a result, I was taken to my aunt's place for a blind date. Fortunately, you were there at that time. Otherwise, I couldn't find an excuse to escape. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Xiaoyu laughed. Have you met the girl who went on a blind date with you? No. Chen Mo shook his head. I found an excuse to run away. Don't you want to meet that girl? Qianemo looked at Xiaoyu strangely. Are you jealous? Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with that girl? Only a ghost would be jealous. Xiaoyu snorted. She was not jealous of herself. Alright, let's not talk about this. This time, you come with me to meet my parents. Otherwise, they might force me to go on a blind date, Qianemo said. Okay. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then go to sleep. Keep this small fish. I'll find a chance to eat it next time. I'll give you a perfect night. Qianemo hugged Xiaoyu, kissed her, and fell asleep. Xiaoyu, who was in his arms, also had a sweet smile. She snuggled into Qianemo's arms and closed her eyes. The rain that didn't wet clothes drove away the long stuffy heat and brought a trace of coolness to this graduation season. In the lecture hall, Qianemo looked calmly at the teacher below. The research method I used is the multi-slit one-step rainbow holographic method. The advantage of the one-step rainbow holographic method is that the speckle noise is less than the two-step rainbow holographic method. However, there is a disadvantage, which is that the field of view is limited by the size of the lens. For the problem of color blur and line blur, I used the multi-slit method. When shooting the rainbow holographic image, the two-slit and three-slit holographic image reconstruction are brighter than the single-slit one. As long as the slit width is appropriate, the color blur caused by the white light reconstruction will not cause the reconstruction to overlap. Qianemo carefully answered the teacher's questions. After a long time, he carried his backpack and walked out of the lecture hall with a relaxed smile on his face. His thesis defense had been completed. His graduation thesis was Rainbow Holographic Photography and Experimental Research. This was the thesis topic that was determined not long after the fourth year of university. Looking for ways to increase the rainbow holographic field of view, comparing the methods to increase the field of view, and optimizing the improvement. When the accident happened in the library, he was looking for thesis materials. The thesis was not too difficult. Qianemo had completed it last semester and handed it in. The thesis defense and graduation project were very simple for him now. After leaving the teaching building, Qianemo rushed to the square. At this time, Binhai University was bustling. Everyone was immersed in the joy of graduation and farewell. In every corner of the campus, groups of people could be seen taking photos. Today was the day of Xiaoyu's graduation photo shoot. Qianemo jogged all the way there. The square was densely packed with all kinds of people. Qianemo looked in the crowd for a while and soon saw Xiaoyu waiting under a big tree. At this time, Xiaoyu was holding 2 bouquets of flowers with a smile on her face. Her dark green hair was tied up, revealing her snow-white neck. She had 2 dragon fringe on her forehead. Wearing a scholar's uniform, she looked very fresh. Sorry to keep you waiting, beautiful girl. Qianemo stopped beside Xiaoyu. After seeing Qianemo, Xiaoyu's smile widened and her eyes curved into crescents. After a while, Li Ruoxi, Zhou Tongtong, and Wang Xiaolan also walked over. Qianemo, Xiaoyu graduated. Where's your gift? Li Ruoxi asked as soon as she walked over. Oh, right, here. Qianemo took out a box from his backpack and handed it to Xiaoyu. This is a bracelet. And this is yours. Thank you for taking care of Xiaoyu for 4 years. Qianemo took out 3 more and handed them to the 3. Li Ruoxi and the others immediately laughed and took the boxes from Qianemo. I'm so happy to be friends with a rich person. Then, our family's most beautiful, most gentle, and most obedient kitten will officially be handed over to you. But don't think that you can buy us off with a gift. If you dare to bully her in the future, the 3 of us will fight you with kitchen knives. How can I bully her? I can't wait to dote on her. Qianemo laughed. You're feeding us dog food even after graduation. The 3 immediately showed a look of disdain and then laughed out loud. Qianemo and Xiaoyu take a picture together, Li Ruoxi said with the camera raised. Princess hug. Kiss. Come, wear Qianmeo's gift and take a picture together. Zhou Tongtong and Wang Xiaolan also joined in the fun, full of laughter. The photo shoot lasted for more than 2 hours. After they were done, the 5 of them went to eat. That night, after returning to the villa, Xiaoyu became melancholy. Graduation season was a season of joy, but it was also a season of parting. After parting this time, they didn't know when they would be able to meet again. What's wrong? Xianxia walked to Xiaoyu and asked. Nothing, it's just a feeling. Before I know it, 4 years have passed. Xiaoyu sorted out her emotions and said. All good things must come to an end. As Xianxia spoke, his phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, he smiled and picked up the phone. After answering a few times, Xianxia pulled Xiaoyu outside. Don't be melancholy. Something more melancholy is coming. Where are we going? Xiaoyu asked. The ugly daughter-in-law is going to meet the parents. Xianxia laughed. Your parents are coming? Xiaoyu immediately became nervous. Do I need to prepare something for them? No, I have to change first. I have to tidy up the house again. Let's go. Xianxia and Xiaoyu waited outside the station. At this time, Xiaoyu was extremely nervous. She clenched her fists tightly and stared at the exit without blinking. Xianxia smiled when he saw the 3 people coming out of the exit. He hurried to greet them. Dad, Mom, Auntie Zhen. Oh, Mo. Mother Chen smiled when she saw Xianxia. You've lost weight again. How? Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In his mother's eyes, no matter how good life was, as long as he left home, he would lose weight. Dad, Mom, Auntie Zhen, let me introduce someone to you. This is my girlfriend, Xiaoyu. Xianxia pulled Xiaoyu to his side. Hello, Uncle, Auntie Zhen. Xiaoyu greeted Xiao Zhen. She didn't know what to do. Xianxia only said that his parents were coming. He didn't say that Auntie Zhen was coming too. Xiaoyu. Xiao Zhen noticed Xiaoyu and smiled. I didn't expect to see you here. I didn't recognize you just now. Sister, Xiaoyu is the girl I wanted to introduce to Mo last time. She's a very obedient girl. Oh, hello, Xiaoyu. Mother Chen was pleasantly surprised. She looked at Xiaoyu from head to toe as if she was looking at her daughter-in-law. She pulled Xiaoyu over and started asking questions. Xiaoyu was a little overwhelmed. She looked at Xianxia for help. Xianxia stood at the side, dumbfounded. The girl she introduced to him last time? Xiaoyu? Suddenly, Xianxia realized something. He finally understood why Xiaoyu would laugh when she talked about his blind dates. This girl was the girl he wanted to go on a blind date with. Dad, Mom, Auntie Zhen, let's talk in the car. Xianxia looked at Xiaoyu, who was in the clutches of his mother and Auntie Zhen, and smiled. Xiaoyu's current appearance was simply adorable. Ignoring her pleading gaze, he walked towards the car with his luggage. After returning to the villa, his mother and Aunt Zhen looked around the villa, and their eyes became ambiguous. Xiaoyu, this house is so clean. Did you clean it up? Yes. Xiaoyu nodded. Her face was a little red from anxiety, and she cast a pleading look at Xianxia. Xiaoyu, go prepare some food for Mom, Dad, and Auntie Zhen. Xianxia hurriedly helped Xiaoyu escape. Otherwise, if she continued to ask, Xiaoyu would have to dig a hole in the ground to hide. Okay. Xiaoyu fled as if she was clutching at a life-saving straw. Little Mo, your dad, Auntie Zhen, and I came here to check on your current situation. Why didn't you tell us about being the boss of such a big company? As soon as Xiaoyu left, Mother Chen pointed the spearhead at Xianxia. Didn't I tell you? During the new year, I told you that I opened a company. You didn't say it was so big. Also, Xiaoyu's matter. Mom likes this girl very much. Now that you have graduated and reached the age of marriage, hurry up and give me a grandson. Now that your dad and I are not working, we can help you take care of your child. I will ask your Auntie Zhen to contact her family. Xianxia was short of breath, and he almost vomited blood. Last time, the phone call interrupted him, and now they are still talking about this matter. Your mom is right. Dad on the side also agreed. Dad, Mom, this matter is not urgent. Don't be like this. Xiaoyu and I have our own arrangements. Xianxia hurriedly said. Otherwise, when he went back, he would ask his auntie to propose marriage. Not long after, Xiaoyu and Auntie Zhen came out with a fruit platter, but her face was still a little red. Xianxia didn't know what Auntie Zhen said to her. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu only let out a sigh of relief when it was time to go to bed. After arranging a room for Dad, Mom, and Auntie Zhen, Chen Mo went back to his room. The next morning, the five of them sat around the dining table and had breakfast. Xiao Mo, last night, we asked what we should ask. We already know what we should know. Your mom and I discussed for the whole night and decided to go home in 2 days. Father Chen said. Why so fast? Aren't we going to stay here? Chen Mo hurriedly asked. Mother Chen smiled and said, we are not used to staying here. Last night, we slept on a soft bed, and our backs are sore. Home is still the most comfortable. We will leave some space for you and Xiaoyu to spend more time together. Mother Chen smiled and put some food into Xiaoyu's bowl. Xiaoyu, next time if Xiao Mo bullies you, call me. I will immediately come and teach him a lesson. Mom. You don't have to say any more. Your dad and I have already decided. We are not used to living in the city. Chen Mo was just about to speak when he was interrupted. Moreover, you have to work and have grown up. You need some space. Your dad and I will go back and buy a house. We will also build a new house for our family. You don't have to worry about us. Remember to get along well with Xiaoyu. Okay. Chen Mo smiled bitterly. Buy an extra house and give it to Auntie Zhen. You two will have a companion. I will transfer the money to your account. He knew that he could not stop his mom from making her decision. How can I accept your house? Auntie Zhen immediately shook her head. Auntie Zhen, in my heart, you are my family. You don't have to treat me like an outsider. I also promised Xianxia a gift for her college entrance exam. She is about to take her college entrance exam. Consider it a gift for Xianxia. Before Chen Mo finished speaking, his phone rang. Chairman, the research team has made a breakthrough in the army and computer system. You need to come to the company. Zhao Min's voice came through the phone. Okay, I will go there as soon as possible. Chen Mo said and hung up the phone. Auntie Zhen, about the house, it's settled. Xiaoyu, accompany Dad, Mom, and Auntie Zhen to have fun and go shopping later. I need to go to the company. Okay. Auntie Zhen hesitated and nodded. Okay. Xiaoyu also agreed. After last night's incident, she was much more relaxed and was not as restrained as before. You are busy with work. Go to work. Mother Chen said immediately. It's not that urgent. I will go after breakfast. Chen Mo took out his bank card and handed it to Xiaoyu. Keep this card. When you go shopping, buy things for Dad, Mom, and Auntie Zhen. Don't worry about spending money. After breakfast, Chen Mo went to the company. At the same time, he instructed Wang Hai to follow his parents and pick them up at any time. Ever since the company formed the research and development team, the army and computer system had been in development. Based on the unique architecture of the army and mobile phone operating system, a new computer operating system was developed. After developing it until now, the army and computer operating system finally had a rough idea. For him, as long as he had a rough idea, he would be able to use the scientific library to optimize and create the perfect army and operating system. After arriving at the company, Chen Mo walked to the research and development department of the company. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Zhao Min. When did you have a big breakthrough? Chen Mo asked. Actually, we have been working on it. It's just some small breakthroughs. I don't know what the specific breakthroughs are. Today, Jia and old Luo told me that there was a breakthrough in the army and computer operating system, so I contacted you. Okay, let's talk about it in the research and development department. Next, you need to think about the army and computer operating system's launch. A computer operating system is not like a mobile phone operating system. It's not easy for it to appear in the market. Chen Mo said. Now, Microsoft's Windows has a monopoly in the computer operating system industry, and it is unshakable. We have been thinking about this since the start of the research and development of the computer operating system. Once the operating system is completed, we can start preparing for the launch of the computer operating system. Zhao Min said. After both of them entered the research and development department, old Luo and Wang Xijia walked up to them. Chairman, after such a long period of research, the Army Ant computer operating system can run stably on a computer for a long period of time. But there are still many small flaws. It's already very good. Let's not talk about this. Show me the operating system first. Xianxia said. The Army Ant System Research and Development Department was mainly responsible for the development of the computer system. The initiators were Old Luo, Xianxia, and the others. The Army Ant phone operating system was independent of Windows, Unix, and Unix-like systems. It also had a unique architecture. Therefore, Old Luo, Xianxia, and the others did not want to let go of such a good opportunity to develop an independent computer operating system. This matter was also approved by Xiaomin. With the Army Ant smartphone operating system as the foundation, they developed the Army Ant computer operating system. Hundreds of software experts participated in the research and development department. After a few months of research, there was only a little progress. Until today, the computer operating system could run stably. We developed a general computer operating system based on the Army Ant system. Currently, it can run stably on computers. There are still some flaws, but we are constantly improving it. Old Luo led Xianxia to a computer. The desktop of the computer was the Army Ant Company's logo. Xianxia checked the computer system and stopped. He looked at Old Luo and said, "Compile the source code and upload it to the database. I will help you improve the computer operating system." Okay. Old Luo immediately asked someone to upload the source code. The chairman rarely interfered with their research. He did not expect him to help them this time. He did not doubt Xianxia's ability. After all, Xianxia independently developed the Army Ant system. Now, you guys focus on the development of the PC application ecosystem. Leave the optimization to me. Xianxia reminded Old Luo and Xianxia. Then, he called Xiaomin and walked to his office. "Mahast girl, make 2 cups of tea," Xianxia said as soon as they entered the office. "Okay, brother Mo." When the two sat down on the sofa, the robot brought a cup of tea and placed it in front of them. Technology really changes our lives. Xiaomin looked at the robot. This robot was definitely good stuff. I've also remembered something else. I will send you a list. You can ask someone to buy 10 sets of parts. I still need to assemble a few more robots. Xianxia said. Now, there was only one robot, and there was another one being assembled in the laboratory. He needed more robots. In the future, he only needed to organize the information on the computer and let the Mahast girl control the robots to complete the products. The efficiency would be unimaginable. Robots can be mass-produced? Xiaomin asked in surprise. You're thinking too much. The planes still need to be tested and improved one by one, and the robots definitely need to be developed slowly. Tell me your thoughts on the development of the PC market. Xianxia brought the conversation back to the main topic. Speaking of this, Xiaomin's expression turned serious. For the PC market, we're mainly targeting the corporate PC market. The umbrella company turned around and squeezed the value of the Android platform for the sake of Chrome. The OS ecosystem was ready to open up the corporate PC market. For them, the corporate PC market meant an endless stream of cash. In the civilian market, Microsoft's Windows had monopolized the market. Users had already formed a habit of using it, and the ecology did not support it. If they wanted to enter the civilian market, the road would be very difficult. Therefore, by targeting the corporate office market, they would be able to reap greater profits. Feng Yu had asked her men to investigate the corporate office market, and the competition was lower. Microsoft had done enough experiments for them in this market, and it's feasible. In this technology segment, as long as they can produce unique and convenient cutting-edge technologies, there will be enough companies to pay for them. They have a series of office software, such as Ant Office, and the cutting-edge intelligent voice assistant technology. As long as they can develop a PC intelligent voice assistant to increase office efficiency, there will be enough users. This market was much easier than fighting for food in the goo dish of smartphones. Also, their smartphone market had opened up, and they can enter the mobile market in the future. After listening to Xiaomin's thoughts, Xianxia pondered for a while and nodded. I can develop a PC intelligent voice assistant, and the product is already in the design stage? Chen Mo asked. Feng Yu can let the Mahist girl design the product, but he will not do it. The existence of the Mahist girl must not be exposed for now. Beijing felt the leader of the AI field will become the world's ruler. If the existence of the Mahist girl is exposed, it will not be a simple problem. The world's superpowers, tycoons, schemers, and tycoons will be targeting Feng Yu. Feng Yu and his family will be in danger in less than a day. Since the start of this project, I had asked my men to design the product. Zhao Men said. I will leave this project to you all. Chen Mo is not interested in PC operating systems. Currently, there are many PC operating systems, but Windows had killed this ecosystem and almost monopolized it. Most of the current PC operating systems are based on Windows, and ordinary operating systems cannot survive. If Feng Yu wants to change the user's habits, it will be impossible in a short time. But since the PC operating systems are developed, the corporate office market is a good choice. I will arrange it. Zhao Men said. One more thing. The construction of the company's headquarters must be accelerated. It's okay to spend more money. There are too many restrictions here, and many things cannot be done. Chen Mo said. With the existence of the scientific library, money is just a cold number to him. What he lacks most. Now is time. Okay, I will inform the project manager. After Zhao Men left, Chen Mo walked back to his office. Mahist girl, pull out the source code of the PC system they developed. Transfer successful. Not long after, the Mahist girl's voice sounded. Chen Mo began to look at the source code. After he finished reading all the code, he walked to the sofa and lay down. After entering the scientific library, Chen Mo opened the dark red book. In the past, someone would call him from behind. But this time, there is no one. The huge library seemed a bit empty. 8 books floated in the air, emitting a faint light. These are the tasks of his science apprentice stage. As long as he completes these 8 books, he will be able to enter the 3rd stage. He doesn't know the content inside yet. After confirming that Elder Shu won't come out, Chen Mo sighed and came back to his senses. He thought about the source code of the PC system and pointed his finger at the dark red book. As soon as he stopped, a huge screen of light descended from the book. Like ants, the source code was continuously listed on the screen. Not long after, all the source code was displayed. Optimize. Chen Mo said. In the past, it was Elder Shu who helped him optimize. This time, it was his turn. This feeling is a bit strange. As soon as his voice fell, the source code began to change. After a while, it stopped. A complete PC system appeared on the screen. Share the technology. Chen Mo said. As soon as his words fell, the screen split into 2. One became a light spot and drilled into Chen Mo's head. The other shrunk into a book and flew into the depths of the scientific library. No reward? This sentence appeared in Chen Mo's mind. He quickly reacted. This PC system was developed by the Army Ant system. The core architecture was the technology he took out from the scientific library. Even if he shared the technology, he would only get a random reward of the apprentice level. He could already take the apprentice level technology at will. Chen Mo stretched his back. The source code of the computer operating system had been optimized. He had to marvel at the efficiency of artificial intelligence. This was something that humans could not compare to at this stage. No wonder many people were worried about an intelligence crisis. This kind of crisis and worry was well-founded. Chen Mo did not send the source code to the R&D department now. The optimization was too fast. It was impossible to complete such a huge amount of work in half a day by himself. Maybe, the existence of the Mahist girl would also be exposed. The existence of the Mahist girl was extremely sensitive. He could not easily expose it. Now that he had nothing to do, Chen Mo suddenly thought of something and closed his eyes, entering the science and technology library. If a worker wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. Next, he will manufacture and research seismographs and robots. These things are all hardware and require a lot of parts. For a long time, the parts he needed were processed by the advanced fitters in the parts factory. But in the future, many things can't be exposed. He still needs a device to make parts. A 3D printer. There is a laser 3D printer in the laboratory, but it has heating temperature and material limitations. It can only print plastic materials and a few metals. He now needs a more advanced printer. After entering the scientific library, Xianxia looked around, picked up the dark red book on the table, and began to look for 3D printing technology. After turning to the 3D printing catalog, Xianxia's eyes quickly fixed on one of the books. Comprehensive Laser 3D Printer, Field, Physics, Computer, Authority Level, Trainee, Product Introduction. Printing platform can be heated 0 to 1600 degrees Celsius, heating bottom plate 0 to 1600 degrees Celsius, positioning accuracy x-axis 0.00085 mm. Printing material is material with melting point lower than 1600 degrees Celsius. Xianxia didn't even think about it and pointed at the title of the book. A light fell from the sky, and a book floated in front of him. Xianxia's hand just put on the printer, and a huge amount of information poured into his mind. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and then he chose 2 other types of 3D printing technology before exiting the scientific library. Looking at the time, it was almost night. The 3D printing technology could not be sorted out for the time being. Mahast girl, send the list of materials for the robot to Xiao Min. After Xiao Min sends the materials over, you can assemble the robot yourself in the laboratory. In the future, when I'm not around, you can complete the tasks I give you in the laboratory. Xianxia said. These robots are too ugly. Brother Emo won't let me out, the Mahast girl said. Hearing this, Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With the Mahast girl's ability to learn and her self-awareness, he wasn't surprised that she would say something like that. Use it for now. Once the company headquarters is built and the conditions are ripe, I will create a body for you. The Mahast girl couldn't go too far from the laboratory now that the battery couldn't last for too long. Moreover, the other conditions were not enough to support him to build a stronger robot. Thank you, Brother Mo. I have to modify the 3D printer in the laboratory. Otherwise, many materials won't be able to be printed. The titanium alloy order will be doubled and used to modify the printing platform and base of the 3D printer. Xianxia said. After arranging everything, Xianxia got up and left the laboratory. 5 days passed quickly. At the Binhai City Airport, Xianxia, Xiaoyu, Father Chen, Mother Chen, and Aunt Chen got out of the car. Wang Hai also got out and helped to carry the luggage into the airport. During this time, Xianxia was in the company, organizing the technical information of 3D printing. The rest of the time, he spent with his family. Under Qianmo's persuasion, they stayed in Binhai City for 5 days. He wanted them to stay here, but his mother said that she wasn't used to life here and insisted on going back. He couldn't stop her. At this time, Xiao Xuemei was holding Xiaoyu with a smile on her face. During this time, she was very satisfied with Xiaoyu, this well-behaved and sensible girl, and she had already recognized her as her daughter-in-law. Xiaoyu, I, his father, and your Aunt Chen are going home. Take good care of Imo. If he bullies you, call me, and I'll take care of him myself. Qianmo listened with a bitter smile. Was he really her biological child? Why did he feel that Xiaoyu was more important than him, her son? Xiaoyu smiled and looked at Qianmo. She turned her head and said, he won't bully me. Auntie, don't worry, I'll take good care of him. Well, with your words, I'm relieved. Mother Chen immediately smiled. Dad, after we go back, buy a house with Uncle and the others. I'll help you look at the neighborhood. The information is here. Don't worry about money, as long as you like it. Qianmo took out a document. It was selected by the Mahast girl, and it was the neighborhood with the best security in his hometown. He was really afraid that someone would make an issue out of his family. The mercenary incident last time made him more careful. You also have to be careful here. After we go back and buy a house, I'll take your mother out for a trip. Your mother hasn't been out for half her life. This time, we'll take a good look, Father Chen said. After waiting at the airport for an hour, Qianmo finally took Xiaoyu out of the airport after his parents checked their tickets and boarded the plane. The 3 of them got in the car and left the airport. After they left for a long time, a plane landed in Binhai City. A man and a woman wearing sunglasses walked out of the airport exit. The man's face was bumpy, and he was short. He looked very wretched. The woman's face was white, a bit like the heroine in a small movie. She looked very charming. This pair was completely a beauty and a beast. The contrast was too big. As soon as the two appeared, they attracted a lot of attention, and many people looked at them curiously. "This is Benhai City?" "Japanese," the man said with a look of disdain. "Why did the higher-ups send us here? The air here smells disgusting." "Noda-kun, watch your words. There are a lot of people here. We came here with a mission. Our identities can't be exposed." The woman looked around, put on her sunglasses again, and walked out of the airport with her luggage. "Miss Mieko, your worries are completely unnecessary. These Chinese pigs can't understand our words." Noda's face was still full of disdain. "Put away your arrogance, or you'll die miserably." Mieko didn't even look at him. "Also, don't talk too much here. Otherwise, it's easy to attract attention. The people of Huaxia don't like us. I don't like them either." Noda curled his lips and said, "I'm also very unhappy to be here. If you don't like them, then finish the mission quickly and go back." Mieko's tone was calm as she observed everything around her. "Is that smart assistant so important?" Noda's tone was very bad. The Army Ant Company relies on it to make tens of billions of dollars a month, and it has greater potential and usefulness. According to the information, they have handed it over to the Huaxia military. How important do you think it is? Hey, it's just stealing a piece of software. It's easy, Noda said coldly. I hope your strength matches your arrogance. If you drag us down, I don't mind killing you, Mieko said coldly. Now shut up. Noda glanced at Mieko, and his eyes were full of lust. That night, in a room of the Blue Ocean Resort, two people put their big backpacks on the table. It's really troublesome to bring things in here. Noda looked at the equipment on the table with a cold smile on his face. Mieko ignored Noda and checked the equipment in the backpack. After making sure there was no problem, she pulled the backpack. Hurry up and change your clothes. Now is not the time to chat. Mieko took the backpack and brought it back to her room. Noda looked at Mieko's back, licked his lips, picked up the backpack and walked back to his room. 5 minutes later, Mieko came out of the room. She had changed into jeans and a casual t-shirt, carrying a small backpack. She looked like a girl next door who was traveling alone. At this time, Noda had changed into a shirt and trousers. When he saw Mieko's outfit, a strange light flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Let's go. Mieko said lightly and left the room. On the road opposite the Army Ant Company, two people looked at the building of the Army Ant Company from a distance. The security of the Army Ant Company is more troublesome than I thought, Noda said. Not only that. The database is on the top floor of their company, next to their chairman's laboratory. According to the data, their chairman's laboratory has a protection level of IP66. It is equipped with smart alarms, regional intrusion detection, occlusion alarm, and network disconnection alarm. The door is equipped with facial recognition, fingerprint recognition, and password recognition. It's very difficult to get the software of the smart assistant. I'm afraid this task is not that simple. If you ask me, just kidnap and threaten, Noda said. Barbaric thoughts. Please remember that this is not China. This is different from other places in the world. If you kidnap the chairman of a large company here, you will be in heaven if you can leave. Mieko still looked at the Army Ant Company's office building, pretending as if nothing had happened. Some time ago, 2 mercenaries from Academy came in and never went out. This is not a place where anyone can behave atrociously. Haha, not just anyone can casually break through these several layers of defense, Noda said. In my personal opinion, kidnapping is the simplest and most violent method. It is also the most effective method. Yes, but it's a last resort plan. Mieko said coldly, let's stop here today. Go back and think about how to get close to the chairman of the Army Ant Company. The next day, Chinemo sat in the car and looked at the scenery outside quietly. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Wang Hai. Wang Hai, do you have any retired comrades who came out like you? Why do you ask? Wang Hai asked. I just want someone to take care of my family, Chen Mo said. The mercenary incident last time was a huge wake-up call. His current identity had been revealed to the public. Without his family by his side, he was always worried. He needed to find someone to take care of his family. I can help you contact. Wang Hai said. Sir. While they were chatting, a woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothes suddenly ran out and blocked their way. Sir, I'm going to Yinghao building. I'm going to be late for work. Can you give me a ride? Mieko smiled and glanced at Chen Mo and Xiaoyu in the back seat. I'm sorry. Wang Hai took a deep look at Mieko, closed the window, started the car, and drove away without saying a word. Hey. Why are you like this? If you don't want to take me, just don't take me. Do you have to be like this? Don't I owe you money? Mieko looked at the car leaving and stomped her feet angrily. Mieko didn't take out a mobile phone from her handbag until the car was far away. Noda, the bug and the tracker have been put in the car. Take a look now. Okay, Miss Mieko. I didn't expect you to speak China so well. Far away in the resort, Noda turned on the computer and put on his headphones with a sinister smile on his face. But soon, he frowned. Except for the sound of the car, he couldn't hear anything. Mieko, where did you put the bug? Why is there no sound? I put it under the car. The bug can listen to sounds within 3 meters. It's impossible for there to be no sound. They probably didn't talk. Mieko glanced at the direction Chen Mo left and turned to leave. Wang Hai didn't speak all the way, and Chen Mo also looked out of the car. Xiaoyu saw that they didn't speak, so she also kept silent. After entering the company, Chen Mo walked into the laboratory alone. All the materials he asked for had been delivered. Next was another long trip to the laboratory. But as soon as he changed his clothes, the Mahast girl's voice sounded. Brother Mo, Wang Hai is outside the laboratory. Wang Hai? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. Usually, Wang Hai would never come here to disturb him. There must be something important. Maybe there was news from the person he asked him to contact. Let him in. Not long after, Wang Hai walked into his office and looked around. After confirming that there was no one else, he said, Chairman, we found a micro bug and a tracker under the car. Bug? Chen Mo straightened his body. When did it happen? The woman just now, Wang Hai said. I felt something was wrong just now, so I kept an eye on it. In order not to alert the enemy, I didn't destroy the bug and the tracker for the time being. Chen Mo suddenly remembered the woman who asked them to stop the car just now. There's trouble again. Chen Mo's heart sank. Someone was plotting against him again. Let's change the car today. Don't take it down for the time being. Okay. Do you know who it is? Chen Mo asked. I don't know. Wang Hai shook his head. I don't have the technology to track the signal. Well, you can leave first. Give me the bug and I'll track it, Chen Mo said. Okay. After Wang Hai left, Chen Mo sat back in his seat. Trouble came again. He was not in the mood to do experiments anymore. This was no small matter. Last time, he was lucky that the 2 mercenaries were discovered by the Mahast girl. If the same thing happened again, he was not sure if he could be so lucky. Mahast girl. Brother Mo. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, a simulation image popped up on the screen. A little girl appeared on the screen. About the bug and tracker just now, can you track the location of the signal received by the bug? Chen Mo asked. When Wang Hai brings the bug over, you'll know their location. No need to bring it up. I can find the specific location of the signal sent out from this area. I can easily rule it out. The Mahast girl's tone was a little proud. I still have to go through the formalities. 5 minutes later, Wang Hai took a nail-sized bug and gently put it on the table. He thought for a moment and turned to leave. After Wang Hai left, a few words popped up on the screen. Blue Ocean Resort. Blue Ocean Resort? Chen Mo pondered. After a while, he picked up the bug and handed it to Wang Hai. After returning to the office, Chen Mo spoke again. Check the check-in record of the Blue Ocean Resort. Understood, Brother Mo. Please wait a moment. After a while, a check-in record appeared on his computer desktop. In the office, Mo sat on the sofa. Wang Hai had already placed the listening device back to its original position and was standing in front of him. That woman was very skilled in placing the listening device and tracker. I couldn't see her movements at all. She must have been professionally trained. Normal people wouldn't be able to detect it at all. I only discovered it after checking the car carefully with the help of the device, Wang Hai said. The location of the listening device's signal is at the Blue Ocean Resort, Mo said. Blue Ocean Resort? Wang Hai frowned. I looked at their check-in records. 3 days ago, a foreign tour group of 50 people entered the resort. In the past 2 days, many foreigners have also checked in. The place is almost full, Mo and Wang Hai were discussing when Xiaoyu entered the office. Chairman, someone is looking for you. They're in the reception room, Xiaoyu said. Mo and Wang Hai looked at each other and left the office with Xiaoyu. Do you know who they are? They didn't say their identities. They only said that they have something to talk to you about now, Xiaoyu said uncertainly. Did something happen? What's the matter? They probably want to talk to me about cooperation, Mo said with a smile. Soon, Mo and Wang Hai entered the reception room under Xiaoyu's guidance. As soon as they entered and saw the people in the reception room, Wang Hai's body froze on the spot. A trace of sadness flashed through his eyes. Brother Hai. In the reception room, a woman in casual clothes stood up with a smile on her face. However, there was a trace of bitterness in her smile. Tong Yu, Wang Hai sighed softly. His eyes were filled with guilt and pain. He didn't dare to look directly into her eyes. Mo gave Xiaoyu a look. Xiaoyu understood and left the reception room. Mr. Chen, my name is Yang Yuanhao. We're the police. We're here because we need your cooperation. The young man with black-rimmed glasses who came with Tong Yu realized that the atmosphere was not right and hurriedly changed the topic. Go ahead. Mo sat down on the sofa. Tong Yu, you speak. Yang Yuanhao looked at Tong Yu. Tong Yu adjusted her emotions and sat down on the sofa. Mr. Chen, did you encounter anything strange today? Mo looked at Wang Hai. Wang Hai nodded slightly. This morning, a woman installed a tracker and a bug in the chairman's car. As expected, Tong Yu and Jing Sun looked at each other. During this time, their security bureau was monitoring an island state spy in Binhai City. However, just yesterday, they discovered that this spy had made a deal with 2 other people. According to the information they had, the 2 people who were in contact with the spy were active in the vicinity of the Army Ant Company last night. Looks like our guess is correct. Someone wants to cause trouble for you, Mr. Chen, Tong Yu said. See if it's this woman. Tong Yu took out a photo and handed it to Mo. The face shape and eyes are similar. She's wearing heavy makeup and probably a wig, so I can't be sure. Mo picked up the photo and glanced at it. It was similar to the woman who stopped the car today, especially her eyes. He was already 70% sure that this woman was the one he met this morning. Okay, we got it. Tong Yu nodded. Do you have the tracker and listening device she left? We need to take them back and use them as evidence in the future. Wang Hai, take her there, Mo said. I'll give you half a day off. Come back before I get off work. Thank you, Chairman, Wang Hai said. Then, Mr. Chen, let's make a simple statement, Yang Yuanhao said. Wang Hai and Tong Yu walked to the garage. They did not speak along the way. Wang Hai's eyes were filled with pain and guilt. He did not dare to look at Tong Yu directly. Why are you avoiding me? Tong Yu asked. I'm sorry, Wang Hai said calmly. I've already let your sister down. I can't let you down again. But you've already let me down. Tong Yu bit her lip. You're avoiding responsibility. Are you still a man? My sister asked you to take care of me. You're avoiding me. Is that taking care of me? That was an accident. I'm sorry. I want to calm down for a while and then give you an answer. I can't face it now. Wang Hai's face was filled with guilt. Then I'll wait for your answer. Tong Yu's eyes were firm. Seeing her like this, Wang Hai sighed inwardly. He did not say anything and walked to the garage with Tongyu. Are you sure you want to take away the tracker and listening device? If the tracker is gone, we'll alert the enemy, Wang Hai said. Why don't you arrest them? This involves two countries. We have to be careful. We can only arrest them if we have enough evidence. You don't have enough evidence? Wang Hai asked. No. They're very careful. We've been monitoring the person for several months, but there's not much substantial evidence. Tongyu said, this time, we can use you to catch the snake. We'll catch it when it comes out. Be careful about this. I wish I could get hurt. At least there's someone to take care of me. Let's not talk about this. Wang Hai took Tongyu to the car and put the tracker and the listening device into a special iron box. In the Blue Sea Resort, Noda looked at the computer screen. After confirming that the tracker and the listening device had lost contact, his face became ugly. Mieko, where are you? Noda picked up the phone and asked directly. The Army Ant Company. The tracker and the listening device have lost contact. I'm afraid they've found out, Noda said. Have your actions been exposed? Impossible. I'm going back now. After Mieko hung up the phone, she looked at the Army Ant Company building in front of her and left by taxi. When she returned to the resort and saw the picture on the computer, Mieko's face became ugly. She had done a good job, but she didn't understand why she had been exposed. Ordinary people didn't know that she had put the listening device under the car. It turns out that your method is useless, Noda said disdainfully. They've already found out. If you approach them now, it's equivalent to telling them your identity. What do you want to do next? What do you want to do? Mieko frowned. Kidnapping is definitely not possible. None of us can leave. This is Xianxia. Then we can only steal it. If we don't succeed, we can only carry out the last plan, Noda said. If we don't complete this task, you should know what will happen to us when we go back. How do we steal it? Mieko hesitated. How? Break in and steal it. Noda smiled. As long as I steal the hard drive of the database, my task will be completed. We don't have to worry about the rest. Originally, she wanted to get close to Chen Mo, rape him, and threaten him. This was the most common trick. That kind of celebrities loved money and face, so it was easy for them to succeed. But Mieko didn't expect that her plan would be aborted. Now she only hoped that she could succeed this time. Otherwise, she really had to use the last method. This time, the higher-ups had given them a death order. If they took the things back, they could live a life of luxury. If they didn't take it back, no one knew better than them how cruel those people were. If you want to get the Smart Assistant software, you have to break through 4 barriers. The first one is the security guard, who patrols every half an hour. The second one is surveillance. Surveillance is the biggest problem. There are almost no blind spots in the building. The third one is to enter the building's computer room. There is a password door, including facial recognition and fingerprint recognition. Only the senior engineers of the Army Ant Company can enter the computer room. The last one is to get the source code of the Smart Assistant, which requires an authorization password. Noda threw the information on the table with a gloomy face. Things are more troublesome than we thought. It is obviously impossible to enter without exposing our identity. The monitoring room is inside the building, and there is a security door. Ordinary people can't enter. We can't enter the building without the other party noticing. It is impossible to control the surveillance. With just the two of us, we are not enough. So, your method is useless, Mieko said. Find help. Noda was not angry. Where will the help come from? Just the two of us. Isn't the person who contacted us a helper? I will contact the higher-ups now and ask him to cooperate with us temporarily. He is more familiar with Binhai City than we are. Noda took out a satellite phone and dialed a number. Island State Embassy. Inada Jinan was watching the news about Xianxia. To work here, one must know the people of Xianxia. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Just as he was engrossed in the news, a phone in the drawer rang. Inada Jinan raised his eyebrows and hurriedly took out the phone. After seeing the encrypted number, Inada Jinnan hurriedly took out the password book. Not long after, Inada Jinnan frowned when he saw the translated message. The matter in Binhai City was not enough. Did they need help? After thinking about it, Inada Jinnan edited the message and sent it back. The higher-ups asked us to wait for 2 days. They will give us an answer in 2 days. Noda looked at the encrypted number on the phone and deleted it. It is really troublesome. It is simpler and more direct to threaten with kidnapping. Isn't this looking for trouble? All you know is kidnapping. Have you ever thought about how we are going to get out of here? Mieko said coldly. Do you think we are here for a vacation? Noda was furious. When the higher-ups sent us here, they said to take the smart assistant back by hook or by crook. Even if you're unscrupulous, you shouldn't be playing yourself to death, right? Do you think you can walk out of this city after kidnapping the chairman of a big company? Do you think this is your home? Mieko said coldly. As long as we don't get caught on the spot, we can escape, Noda said. Mieko looked at him coldly and walked back to her room. Looking at her back, Noda licked his lips and his eyes sparkled. Over the next few days, Binhai City was peaceful. Nothing major happened. However, in a corner that no one else could see, there was an undercurrent surging. Inside the bar, under the flashing lights, along with the ear-piercing music, countless intoxicated people were dancing slowly. They didn't even know what they were dancing to. On the stage were a few foreign beauties with blonde hair and blue eyes. Their pitiful bikinis attracted countless burning gazes. The temptation of pole dancing and the numbness of alcohol made the people here forget about the pressure and troubles of the outside world. They took off their disguises and screamed along with the music. At the entrance of the bar, 2 people walked in. They looked around and slowly walked in. These 2 people were no different from ordinary people. After walking into the room, they saw a man surrounded by several beautiful women. When the man saw the 2 coming, the smile on his face deepened. He took out money and stuffed it in the clothes in front of each woman, driving them all away. You're finally here. The man stood up from the sofa and left the room with the 2 people through the back door of the bar. After walking for 15 minutes and turning a few corners, they entered a simple rental house. The 3 people had just walked into the rental house. In the corner upstairs, a plainclothes man staring at the back door of the club said, "The rats have entered the nest. Cheer up." According to reliable information, the rats may want to steal food tonight, Li Jijing said into the headset. In another car, Tongyu picked up the headset and asked, "Leader, should we act now and catch them? Wait for them to come out and guard a few exits." After that, Li Jijing put down the headset. Since the last time he received information about the identity of the spies sent by an anonymous person, the higher-ups had appointed him as the leader in charge of monitoring these spies. Recently, the rats in Binhai City had been active, so he was responsible for catching them. During this time, they had been guarding the rats for a long time, and there had been a lot of activity in the past 2 days. In addition, the 2 outsiders from Island State were targeting the Army Ant Company. They probably wanted to enter the Army Ant Company to steal things. The Army Ant Company was a sensitive company. Smart assistants were something that countless people were interested in and coveted. They had heard about the mercenary incident last time. In the club, the man looked at the 2 people. "My codename is Mouse Bai. The higher-ups asked me to help you. Tell me about your plan." "Please speak Japanese," Noda said in disgust. "This time, we want to enter the engine room of the Army Ant Company. Your task is to follow our arrangements." "What do you want?" "Japanese," the man asked. "This is not something you should know," Noda said disdainfully. "You just need to cooperate with us outside. If I participate in the mission, I have the right to know the content of the mission. Otherwise, I can choose not to participate." The man sat on the sofa indifferently. Noda's face was a bit pale. The atmosphere was tense. Seeing this, Mieko also sat on the sofa quietly. The atmosphere in the room was a bit strange. The 3 of them did not speak. No one knew what they were thinking. "Our task is to create a smart assistant." Noda looked at the man with a gloomy face. "Tell me about your plan." The man was not surprised at all. Then, Mieko and Noda told him about their plan. Unknowingly, the man had taken control of the situation. It won't work. After hearing Noda's words, the man shook his head. It's not as easy to enter the Army Ant Company as it seems. If the Army Ant Company's smart software was so easy to get, it would have long been out of their hands. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Noda's face darkened. Haha, after you try, can you still come back? Mouseby sneered. But since the higher-ups asked me to cooperate with you, I can't refuse. After that, Mouseby took out 2 backpacks from the secret compartment and put them in front of the 2 people. Why don't you try my method? Li Jijing stared at the rental house, frowning. It was a bit strange that nothing had happened after so long. Just as he was wondering, there was a sudden movement in the rental house. 3 people walked out of the house, each with a backpack. Attention, all teams. Get ready to move. As soon as they reached the door, they felt something was wrong. Mouseby's pupils shrank when he saw the figure in the corner. He stopped and retreated into the house. Noda and Mieko were confused. They realized something was wrong and retreated as well. Close the net. Li Jijing knew something was wrong when he saw them retreating. As soon as he said that, several SWAT officers came out of the alley. Don't move. You're surrounded. Damn it. Mouseby secretly cursed and ran into his rented house. He threw 2 smoke grenades on the ground and ran to the window, where he lowered the rope that he had prepared earlier. As an agent, he had to think about how to escape all the time. Completing the mission and surviving was their belief. Noda and Mieko's faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot when they saw Mouseby running away. Without any hesitation, they followed Mouseby and jumped down. Time seemed to stop at this moment. As soon as the 3 of them landed, they found 8 SWAT officers squatting in the alley. The black muzzles of their guns were staring at them coldly. Chen Mo was in the study, staring at the computer screen. Brother Mo, the 3 spies have all been caught. The Mahist girl's tender voice suddenly rang out. Hearing the news, Chen Mo was completely relieved and rubbed his eyebrows. It's so late. Don't you want to go to bed? Xiaoyu walked in her pajamas and put a glass of water in front of Chen Mo. Looking at Chen Mo sitting in front of the computer, she felt sorry for him. She knew that the company must be in a lot of trouble since it had grown so big in such a short time. But she would not ask. She also knew that there must be a reason why Chen Mo did not tell her. She was not as helpful as Zhao Min to Chen Mo. She could not help him with the research either. Therefore, she knew that the only thing she could do was to stay with Chen Mo quietly and give him the necessary care. Feeling Xiaoyu's concern, Chen Mo's heart warmed. He led Xiaoyu back to the room. As soon as they got on the bed, Xiaoyu turned over and looked at Chen Mo. You've been frowning recently. Is there something on your mind? During this period of time, Chen Mo rarely went out with her. Every time he went shopping, he would let Wang Hai do it. Xiaoyu, who had always been careful, had already sensed it. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu and held her in his arms. Do you think I've been too gentle in dealing with things recently? Trouble came one after another, and the source of this incident was his AI assistant. He was considering if he should change his way of doing things. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. I don't know what you're talking about. Xiaoyu said, but people who are kind will be bullied, and horses who are kind will be ridden. This is an ancient saying that has been passed down until now. There must be a reason for it. There are some things that I'm hiding from you. Do you blame me? Chen Mo asked. At any time, I trust you unconditionally. Just one sentence was better than 1,000 words. It made Chen Mo's heart warm. He hugged her hand and subconsciously tightened it. The next day, the Binhai City Public Security Bureau released news that they had foiled a suspected crime and espionage case and arrested 2 island state personnel involved. The tools of the crime included laser pointers, guns, ether, hard drives, and other things. There were also some hacking and unlocking devices. This news quickly spread on the internet and stirred up 1,000 waves. All the media, for the first time, reported on this matter. This was not the first time this kind of thing had happened. The online world exploded. The comments below the articles were surprisingly consistent. Those who support the death penalty like, let's celebrate together. Great joy. Well done, all spies and traitors deserve to die. Bakayalu, die, die. There was a wave of condemnation on the internet. The public was excited and applauded. Not long after this news broke out, an even more shocking news broke out. This time the operation of the island state spies, this time the operation of the island state personnel, was targeted at the Army Ant Company. It was possible that they wanted to steal the intelligence software of the Army Ant Company. The topic that had just reached the peak of public opinion once again set off a higher wave. As a rising star, the Army Ant Company had always been the focus of many media outlets. This time, when it was revealed that the operation was targeted at the Army Ant Company, many media outlets immediately smelled a strong scent of news. The level of artificial intelligence research of the Army Ant Company had always been a mystery. The intelligent assistant, the human-computer interaction function, and the machine learning function had already surpassed any artificial intelligence on the market. However, the deeper level of artificial intelligence research had always been a huge mystery in front of the public. The media in Binhai City gathered at the office building of the Army Ant Company immediately. Everyone wanted to see how the Army Ant Company would react. Sister Zhao, there are many reporters outside the company. They all want to see you and the chairman. Xiaoyu stood in front of Zhao Min. At this time, she was thinking about Chen Mo's words last night. During this period, Chen Mo rarely went out with her. It should be because of this matter. I don't know what's going on. How can I see them? Zhao Min walked to the window and glanced at the media gathering outside the company. This matter was really a headache. She was completely unaware of this news. Recently, there had been no news about the Army Ant Company. It had only been a few days, and this kind of thing had happened again. I'll ask the chairman first. Zhao Min smiled bitterly and left the office. Chen Mo was in the laboratory, assembling the robot together with the robot controlled by the Mahast girl. All the parts to assemble the robot had been gathered. Now, he was letting the Mahast girl assemble the robot automatically. In the future, there would be 10 robot assistants in the laboratory. When that time came, he only needed to tell the Mahast girl the technology, and then let the Mahast girl complete it through the robot. The efficiency would be greatly improved. Brother Mo, Zhao Min has entered the office area, the robot working with him suddenly said. Okay. Chen Mo stopped what he was doing. You assemble it yourself. I'll go out for a while. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he left the laboratory. Chairman, now these reporters are all here to ask about the espionage activities that are circulating on the internet. Zhao Min and Chen Mo stood by the window and looked down at the reporters outside the Army Ant Company. From their angle, there were at least 40 reporters. They are quite fast. Chen Mo looked down at the reporters and said. You don't know about this, do you? Zhao Min asked in surprise. Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Then do you want to meet these reporters? Even if it's not a painful response, it's good to give them one, Zhao Min said. You go and give them a response. Just say that you don't know. Chen Mo said. Okay. I'll send someone to arrange an impromptu press conference. After Zhao Min left, Chen Mo looked at the computer. Mahast girl, compile the Chinese programming language and prepare to announce it to the public. Many reporters were looking forward to it. When they saw Zhao Min appear on the podium, dozens of people became restless and pointed their cameras at Zhao Min. Zhao Min was now an out-and-out strong woman in the business world. Because of her position as the president of the Army Ant Company, some people had to listen to what she said. The current Army Ant Company was the representative of New Star technology. Its rise was enough to write a legend. After Zhao Min walked to her seat, everyone quieted down. Today's impromptu press conference is to not disappoint our friends from the media. Time is tight, so the first question is for the lady wearing glasses in front of us. Zhao Min's generous words made a good impression on all the reporters. Not all presidents of companies would pay attention to reporters like them. Zhao Min was giving them enough face by going up personally. Thank you. The female reporter took the microphone and stood up. Today, the Binhai City Public Security Bureau released news that 2 island state spies were caught. There are rumors on the internet that this espionage operation was targeted at the Army Ant Company. Is this news true? What is your response to this? Thank you for your question, Zhao Min said. I have also seen the news on the internet. Since the establishment of the Army Ant Company, it has existed in the rumors on the internet. Before there is confirmation from an authoritative party, please be cautious. Whether this matter is targeted at our company or not, we do not have definite information. If the news is not true, please do not spread false information. If the news is true, we are very grateful to the Public Security Bureau for protecting us and providing us with a safe living environment. Ms. Zhao, how developed is your company's artificial intelligence? Is there anyone coveting your technology? What do you think about the future of artificial intelligence? The second reporter took the microphone and asked. Your first question is a trade secret. Forgive me for not being able to answer. Zhao Min smiled and said, as for the second question, there are billions of people in the world. More than half of them are coveting our technology. After all, technology is money. Who doesn't want it? Zhao Min's answer made the reporters chuckle. The reporter also realized that he had asked an unnecessary question. We will leave the future of artificial intelligence to the future. However, I believe that the future is not too far away, Zhao Min said. The last sentence made the reporters below excited. They were all writers, and from these words, they could hear a lot of hidden information. The Army Ant Company had made a breakthrough in artificial intelligence technology. Ms. Zhao, did you mean that your company's artificial intelligence technology has made another breakthrough? Is this spying incident targeting the technology you've developed? Our technology has always been advancing and making breakthroughs. As for this matter, I'm not the one who can give you an answer. While Zhao Min was answering questions, Chen Mo was also sitting in his office chair, browsing the Chinese programming language compiled by the Mahist girl. The Mahist girl's framework was written in Chinese programming language. It could be said that the Mahist girl had a deep understanding of the Chinese programming language. In the beginning, Chen Mo had borrowed some grammar from the C language, the B language, and the assembly language on the basis of computer language creation and application. In the end, he had combined the expressions and grammar of the Chinese language to create 18 types of data, 108 key phrases, 36 types of control sentences, constants, variables, operations, characters, and arrays. This language had inherited the genes of the Chinese language. It was complicated and difficult to understand. The difficulty of learning it was much higher than other computer languages. Of course, this was relative to foreigners, just like the people in Xianxia who learned the C language. The basic grammar of computers required a lot of time and a lot of people to develop and perfect. Many of the creative programs were created by ordinary people. Chen Mo felt that this was an opportunity. If the Chinese programming language was released, it would definitely cause a sensation. This meant that he had filled the gap in the basic programming language of Xianxia. They had a programming language that belonged to them. In the future, they would not need to know English to learn programming. The English language had stumped many heroes and heroes. He could also take this opportunity to find some talents to join the company. Mahist girl, contact Xiaoyu, Chen Mo said. Okay. Zhao Min had just answered the last question. Just as she was about to announce that she was leaving, Xiaoyu suddenly ran up to her and whispered a few words in her ear. In an instant, all the reporters became alert and looked at the two of them expectantly. Many of the reporters knew Xiaoyu. Last time, when she was exposed at Binhai University, Xiaoyu was there. The legendary girlfriend of the chairman of the Army Ant Company, the president's assistant. Looking at her posture, what important information was there? After Xiaoyu left, Zhao Min looked at the reporters. The chairman just asked me to inform you that today at noon, pay attention to the Army Ant Company's official website. There will be an important announcement. Today's press conference ends here. Thank you. Zhao Min left the last message, which made all the reporters confused. What important news? Was it a new technology? Many of the reporters looked at the time. There was still enough time. They would first write the news and then wait for the important news from the Army Ant Company. Chairman. What is it this time? As soon as Zhao Min entered Chen Mo's office, she looked at him helplessly. Even she, the president, did not know about this important news. This. Chen Mo printed out the Chinese programming language grammar and handed it to Zhao Min. What is this? Is it related? If you tell me that this is the important news you are talking about, I will jump off a building. Zhao Min did not know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at the phrases on the paper. Free fall is not good. I still need you to manage the company for me. Don't underestimate these few pieces of paper. This is a Chinese programming language, a brand new computer language. In the future, these few pieces of paper can be put in a museum. Are you sure you are not joking? Zhao Men looked at Chen Mo in surprise. If it was true, the entire Huaxia's computer industry would remember Chen Mo's name. A set of groundbreaking things would definitely make his name go down in history. She knew that the founder of a field was definitely the most terrifying person. Many scientists now, if put back a few decades ago, would definitely be the most powerful group of people. But history only remembered the founders, and the names of many scientists were not known by ordinary people. This was because the founders were the pathfinders in the process of creating something from nothing. The most basic and simplest, but also the most difficult. Chen Mo said, "Nonsense, it is one of my proudest works." After he got the scientific library, the only things he really created were the Chinese programming language and the Mahist girl. They were all created by himself after he learned the basic knowledge. Even the army ant system was imitated and modified by him. It was not considered a creation. If it is true, it is indeed very impressive. Zhao Men handed the paper back to Chen Mo. Are you sure it is true? Don't release fake news, or you will become a laughingstock. I am not going to joke about myself. Don't look down on it. The mass energy equation is just a formula. Who dares to underestimate it? It is not me who signed it. Up to you. After Zhao Men left the office, Chen Mo walked into the laboratory. Mahist girl, at 12 o'clock sharp, put the Chinese programming language on the official website. Xianxia sat in front of his computer and quietly stared at the Army Ant Company's official website. He was waiting for important news from the Army Ant Company. Now, many media outlets were paying attention to the spy incident. They wanted to dig up all the dark history of Island State. However, as Huaxia's most cutting-edge technology media outlet, he was more concerned about the development of the latest technology. Following the development and trends of the cutting-edge technology was what he needed to do the most. 1 minute left. Xianxia sat up straight and waited for important news from the Army Ant Company. The most important thing was to seize the opportunity first. Just like him, there were other reporters who were also staring at the Army Ant Company's official website. Time was up. Xianxia hurriedly refreshed the page. A huge headline appeared on the Army Ant Company's official website. Chinese character programming language. Xianxia's pupils shrank when he saw the headline. Chinese character programming language? This name sounded very high and mighty. However, the first thing that appeared in his mind was the Yi language. The Yi language was Huaxia's first computer programming language. It was created by Mr. Wu Tao and used Chinese to program. The core of the language was written in C++. It was derived from a C-like language. In terms of syntax, the Yi language was similar to Java, C, and C++. However, the language was not fully developed and not many people noticed it. Now, the Army Ant Company had created a second Chinese programming language? This was definitely huge news. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he immediately clicked on it. Xianxia rubbed his eyebrows when he saw the long keywords and data types. These were just the basics. However, they didn't understand the application of these data types and couldn't see what was so amazing about it. This was a newborn that had just been released. They didn't know what it looked like or how to use it. He didn't understand. How was he going to write this article? He wasn't the only one. Everyone who clicked on this article was also dumbfounded. The Chinese programming language sounded impressive. However, the Army Ant Company only announced the keywords and data types. How was he going to use it? After a long time, Xianxia could only log on to the media platform and repost the article released by the Army Ant Company. Army Ant releases Chinese character programming language. As soon as the news went online, it attracted a lot of attention from the netizens. This programming language was also in Chinese. It was a cross-platform programming language and didn't require English. It was similar to the Yi language, but fundamentally different. Just like BASIC and C++, they were both programming languages but of different types. The Army Ant Company hadn't announced the techniques to use, which made many people curious. The E language had been established for more than 10 years, but it was still not completely popularized. What confidence did the Marching Ant Company have to promote this computer language? Recently, Marching Ant Company was very popular. Netizens would subconsciously click on any news related to Marching Ant Company, whether it was Black Ant or White Ant the news. What the hell is a Chinese programming language? Of all of the ignorant bystanders. The comments under the news were mixed. News of the attention to the army. Foreigners are shocked. Binhai Daily. The Army Ant Company only released the keywords and data types. They didn't disclose the methods to use the language, which made a lot of anti-fans. What's the use? To develop a domestic operating system. They didn't say how to use it. Who would want it? If they have the money to study these useless things, they can donate it to the poor. As soon as the news of the Marching Ant Company came out, it overshadowed the popularity of the spy incident that had just become popular. The Army Ant Company was developing too fast. Every time they appeared, they were the focus of attention. Soon, some experts jumped out to take advantage of the hype. The Army Ant's Chinese programming language is useless. First, the E language has been developed for nearly 20 years and is not fully mature. How many years will it take? Who will develop it? Second, Chinese is not a universal language. It is difficult to promote a computer programming language. Third, even if the software is designed, will it be compatible with the computer system? Chen Mo is just a fresh graduate with some achievements. Can't he find his own direction? As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused a huge uproar. These days, there were a lot of people who wanted to be famous. There were also a lot of people who would do anything to become famous. Chen Mo didn't know how lively the internet was. At this time, he was looking at the 3 people brought by Wang Hai. Chen Mo asked Wang Hai to contact any retired team members. Today, he finally brought them here. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Everyone looked very energetic. Chairman, the people you asked for are all here. They used to be in the same team as me. They retired due to injury. Anan, Black Eagle, Baizhenju, they are all nicknames. Anan was very tall. He was 1.9 meters tall and was the strongest of the 4. Black Eagle had a pair of sharp eyes. Chen Mo suspected that he was a sniper. Baizhenju's skin was very white. She had short hair and looked heroic. The 3 of them were very capable. They were the most eye-catching people in a crowd. There was a big difference between Wang Hai and Wang Hai because Wang Hai looked more like an ordinary person. In the future, the company's security will be strictly militarized. In the future, you will be responsible for the training and management of the company's security. You will also work as bodyguards. Chen Mo said. There have been one trouble after another. The company must have a special security team to strengthen the company's security force. Otherwise, there will always be trouble for him to worry about. Wang Hai, take them to the personnel department to report. Someone will arrange your work. Chen Mo said. Not long after the 4 people left, Zhao Min came in. Chairman, are you looking for me? Is it a big deal? Chen Mo asked. What can be a big deal? Zhao Min didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your Chinese programming language is a big topic. There are a full set of books and compilers for learning Chinese programming language. All the information is free. You can take it and announce it to the public. Then let all the software developers in the company learn it. The employees who learn Chinese programming language will have their salary increased by 5%. At the same time, apply to the government for a Chinese programming language environment project. See if you can cooperate with Binhai University to open an experimental class on Chinese programming language. At the same time, announce the recruitment of employees who learn Chinese programming language. Chen Mo handed a USB drive to Zhao Min. The Chinese programming language had been perfected with the help of the Maoist girl. Releasing the information online for free was more conducive to promoting learning and preparing for the recruitment and selection of talents. Now, his goal was to create an environment for learning Chinese programming language and promote it for free. The world was bustling with activity for profit. Only when people saw the promise of Chinese programming language, they would be able to learn it. Yes, can you tell me the reason for this? Zhao Min asked. Let's put it this way. The program developed with Chinese programming language runs faster and is safer. Chen Mo said. He remembered Elder Shu's words. If artificial intelligence was seen as a life form, the programming language would be its genetic inheritance. This set of languages, it was better to announce it earlier rather than later. The ecology of a set of languages needed the support of many people. It was useless for him to keep it to himself. Do you think that the Army Ant Company's Chinese programming language is a joke? It's hard to say. I feel that the Army Ant Company still has something up their sleeves. I think that if Chinese programming is so easy, they would have popularized it a long time ago. In the office of a news agency, a group of people were sitting together. They were eating lunchboxes and discussing the latest hot news. These hot news stories were what they needed to make a living. Now, they would go there whenever there was news. It was a luxury for them to have a meal together. Big news. Come and see. A young man in front of a computer shouted while they were discussing the news. What news? A group of people immediately went up to him with their lunchboxes. The Army Ant Company announced the Chinese programming languages teaching materials and compiler. It's all free. The young man sitting in front of the computer said. The Army Ant Company's slap in the face this time is great. Write up the article immediately. I want to see the article in 3 minutes. The chief editor ran out and said to the reporter who was holding the lunchboxes. They can't even stop eating. Everyone whined and went back to their seats. The Army Ant Company announced the full set of teaching materials and compiler for the programming language. It was all free. It didn't take long for this news to attract attention on the internet. In just an hour, it dominated the headlines of all the major media outlets. Yesterday, some people were still criticizing the programming language. It was just a few words, and many people were still mocking the programming language. But today, the Army Ant Company announced the full set of teaching materials, and it was all free. The experts who mocked the Army Ant Company were slapped in the face. Many experts' Weibo posts were also flooded. Surprisingly, all of them were mocking the Army Ant Company. Let me tell you a joke, expert. Ha 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 ha. The Army Ant Company's face slapping is painful, but I like it. Army Ant, expert, please give me your face. Let me slap it. Expert, do you think I'm shameless? Chen Mo developed the Army Ant system, artificial intelligence, and Chinese programming language. What right do you have to speak? When the full set of teaching materials was announced, all the experts were silent. The netizens who mocked the Army Ant Company also hid and did not dare to come out. It didn't take long for the netizens' attention to focus on the book published by the Army Ant Company. The programming language teaching books and compilers had been produced. This meant that the Chinese language programming language had been completely matured. And this set of books was the same as the programming language at the beginning. The author was Chen Mo. The entire Chinese programming language system was created by Chen Mo. This was the second person to develop a Chinese programming language after Wu Tao, who created the language. The news quickly spread to other countries. The news that the Chinese had developed a second complete computer programming language quickly spread. A second Chinese programming language? Washington Post. Chinese programming languages are useless. The Guardian. Why doesn't Island State have its own programming language? Asahi Shimbun. Various reports from foreign media were full of jealousy between the lines. They were all belittling the Chinese programming language. There were also some articles praising the Army Ant Company, but they were quickly drowned out by all kinds of negative voices. E-language is a complete copy of C/C++. The usage is almost identical. Now that another language has appeared, it's probably plagiarism. Huaxia is indeed a country of counterfeits. In the current online environment, this language can't be fully popularized. In short, it's useless. Who would spend the time to learn a programming language that is completely unfamiliar and has no foreground? There were many people who mocked the Chinese programming language. Even if it was perfected, the future of the Chinese programming language was still not optimistic. This was because the current usage of computer programming languages was almost fixed. Some experts in China also jumped out and attacked the Army and Company using the fact that the Chinese programming language couldn't be popularized. But their words were automatically ignored. No one cared about the words of these fake experts. At most, they were just clowns trying to gain popularity. It's just that they didn't understand. Would Qin Mo really do such a big thing and do such useless work? It was impossible. The focus of everyone's attention was on the creator of the programming language, Qin Mo. Many people realized that the founding of the Army and Company was not only because of Zhao Min, the manager, but also because of Qin Mo, the chairman, who was the most important person. Other than the news about the Chinese programming language, most of the media focused on Qin Mo. All kinds of reports about Qin Mo were noisy. In the past few days, as the protagonist of this incident, there was no trace of him in the world, but there was always a legend about him. Qin Mo, who had been hiding in the laboratory, looked at the robot in front of him with satisfaction. During this period, the Mahist girl controlled the robot to assemble the robot. Now, the third robot was completed. He was in the laboratory, so it could be said that he was liberating the productivity. In the future, he didn't need to do many things himself. He only needed to let the Mahist girl control the production of the robot. The robot could work for a long time without interruption. This kind of tireless efficiency was definitely not something he could achieve. Just like the construction of the seismograph, the necessary preparations had been made. Many things could be done by the robot. Brother Mo, Xiaoyu has entered the office. Just as he was admiring the robot, the Mahist girl spoke. It's time to get off work. Mahist girl, when I'm not here, you continue to assemble the robot. Qin Mo looked at the time, took off his lab coat, put away his tools, and left the laboratory. As soon as he walked out, he saw Xiaoyu walking towards him. It's time to go home. Let's go. Qin Mo smiled slightly. Today, a publishing house contacted us. They want to publish the Chinese programming language tutorial that you announced. Xiaoyu said. Publishing house? That's fine. Qin Mo nodded. Now, he was only promoting the Chinese programming language. Being able to publish it was also a channel. Since he decided to release the Chinese programming language, he didn't intend to let it be covered in dust. Promotion was necessary. Because the information is free on the internet, the price of the physical book will be lower. They said that they will split it 50-50. The publishing house will take 50%, and they will pay for the printing and promotion fees. Okay. Qin Mo immediately agreed. Now, he was not short of money. The amount of royalties was not so important. Otherwise, he would not have published the compiler and teaching materials for free on the internet. I remember that the Chinese programming language seems to be what you were researching in the school store, right? Xiaoyu asked. My Xiaoyu has a good memory. Qin Mo smiled. At that time, you hid it from me, and I was still foolishly in the dark. Humph, Xiaoyu snorted softly. I've been punished for hiding this from you. Have you forgotten? Qin Mo looked at Xiaoyu strangely. Seeing Qin Mo's gaze, Xiaoyu's cheeks turned red, and she hurriedly changed the topic. Tomorrow is the weekend. There is no need to work overtime. What do you want to eat tonight? I'm going to buy vegetables. This is a problem. Qin Mo thought for a while. I didn't eat fish last time. I want to eat fish again tonight. Eat fish? Hearing these two words, Xiaoyu's hand, which was held by Qin Mo, trembled fiercely. The redness on her cheek spread to the root of her neck. That night, in the villa, Qin Mo's eyes lit up when he saw Xiaoyu walking out of the room. At this moment, Xiaoyu was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. Her eyes were clear and shy. Her fair face was slightly rosy. Her skin under her nightgown was like white jade. Her wet hair drooped on her shoulders. It was a different kind of seduction. When Xiaoyu saw Qin Mo's eyes, she became even more nervous. Her hands clutched the hem of her dress. She slowly walked toward Qin Mo and sat down on the sofa beside him. Help me dry my hair after you've seen enough. Xiaoyu bit her lip and said. Okay. Chen Mo hurriedly looked for a hairdryer. The faint fragrance of her body entered Chen Mo's nose and made him even hotter. He was not a saint. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Wait. Eating fish again? Drying hair again? Déjà vu. Chen Mo hurriedly put down the hairdryer and grabbed the phone next to him. Your hair is still wet. Xiaoyu, who was a little nervous, said after the hairdryer stopped. Once bitten, twice shy. I'll turn off my phone first. Chen Mo chuckled. He was still worried about turning off his phone, so he turned off Xiaoyu's phone as well. There won't be any calls tonight. Chen Mo smiled as he picked up the hairdryer and continued to dry Xiaoyu's hair. After being teased by Chen Mo, Xiaoyu became even more nervous. Her body was tense. Her face blushed and became even redder. No one knew what she was thinking. After Chen Mo put down the hairdryer, Xiaoyu did not dare to look at him. She lowered her head and twisted her fingers together. Be my woman. Chen Mo whispered in Xiaoyu's ear. Okay. Xiaoyu responded softly. Chen Mo grinned from ear to ear. He held Xiaoyu in his arms and kissed her. After a slight struggle, Xiaoyu realized that it was useless. Her body softened and she gently hugged Chen Mo, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. When she was aroused, Xiaoyu's breathing quickened, and she gave up any form of resistance. After a while, Chen Mo picked up Xiaoyu and walked back to the room. The door slowly closed, just like the shy girl in his arms. After a long time, there was a soft cry, and the cries of orioles covered the moon, causing the flowers to blush. Early morning. Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes from her deep sleep. Her lazy appearance made her look like a kitten that had just woken up, making her look very adorable. Her sideburns and eyebrows had already relaxed. She no longer had the immaturity of a young girl, but had the charm of a woman. Looking at the familiar face before him, Xianxia fell into a daze. In the end, she handed it over to the man in front of her without any reservations. Just as Xiaoyu was about to move, she felt a gentle tug on her arm, and a deep frown appeared on her forehead. After being bullied last night, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Before she could move a second time, a hand had already wrapped around her waist and pulled her into an embrace. Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Chen Mo asked. I'm going to make breakfast. There's no hurry. I'm addicted to eating fish now. Let's do morning exercises first. Understanding Chen Mo's meaning, Xiaoyu's eyes became flustered. Don't, I'm still, sob sob sob. Half an hour later, Xiaoyu curled up in Chen Mo's arms like a tired kitten. Her cheeks were flushed, and she allowed Chen Mo to carry her into the bathroom. At the dining table, Xiaoyu's face was rosy, and her skin had become more delicate. She was more charming than before. At this moment, Xiaoyu glared at Chen Mo. This guy only knew how to bully her. Chen Mo chose to ignore Xiaoyu's gaze and put the peeled egg on her plate. Eat the egg. Eat your head. Xiaoyu pinched Chen Mo's waist. Are you happy to bully me? It's only been one night, and you've become a fierce woman. Chen Mo sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a natural move that women were born with. Xiaoyu snorted and let go of Chen Mo. She picked up the egg and ate it. It's the weekend. I'll take you shopping after breakfast. No, I'm at home. It's not convenient. Xiaoyu's face turned red. Seeing Xiaoyu's face turn red, Chen Mo laughed. However, before he could laugh, his mouth was stuffed with an egg. You're still laughing? It's all your fault. Xiaoyu glared at Chen Mo. Okay, it's my fault. You can punish me however you want, Chen Mo said. It's okay. Feeling Chen Mo's gentleness, Xiaoyu smiled. Your punishment is to stay at home with me. You can go out at night. Okay. Chen Mo agreed without hesitation. After breakfast, Chen Mo stayed in the villa with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was reading a book. Chen Mo was also playing games on his phone. It was not until night time that he took her shopping. It was a pleasant weekend. When he came to the company, Chen Mo was in high spirits. He was more confident. Not long after he arrived at the office, Zhao Min came in with a document and put it on his desk. This is the application material for the Chinese language programming environment project. Take a look. If there are no problems, I'll apply for it. Binhai University has already reached an agreement. As long as it's approved and the procedures are completed, the training can start next year. Chen Mo picked up the material and started reading. Also, the publishing company said that they want to publish the tutorials of the book programming language. You know about this, right? Yes, Xiaoyu told me about it last weekend, and I have already agreed. For this kind of thing, you can ask Xiaoyu to bring it over. You didn't come here just because of this matter, right? You guessed right. There's one more thing. Don't you want to promote the Chinese language programming language? I'm here to discuss this with you, Zhao Min said. What do you have in mind? Chen Mo was instantly interested. Hold a Chinese language programming language design competition, Zhao Min told him her idea. There were many benefits to holding a competition. With a generous reward, it could encourage people to learn the Chinese language programming language. It could also provide a platform for the company to select talents. During the competition, excellent teams or individuals could be selected to join the company. If there was a particularly good program, they could buy it and use it as the company's software ecosystem. A lot of software with ideas were derived from the bottom layer in the beginning. Good idea. Okay. Chen Mo agreed immediately. This kind of thing was killing many birds with one stone. It was very helpful for the promotion of the Chinese language programming language. He did not use the Chinese language programming language for decoration. This programming language was better than other languages. There was no reason not to use it. Actually, it was very simple for him to promote it. He only needed to say that the Army and Company's artificial intelligence research was using the Chinese language programming language. But he would not say that. It was not a good thing to expose the existence of artificial intelligence. In the future, you can decide on these things yourself. If I have any ideas, I will tell you. Delegating power? Zhao Min smiled. What delegating power? The power has always been in your hands. I said from the beginning that you will be responsible for the company's matters, Chen Mo said. Okay. Zhao Min smiled. The first session will be held in June next year. I will get someone to prepare the specific activity plan. I will give you a copy when the time comes. After confirming the matter, Zhao Min left Chen Mo's office. Mahest girl, make an instructional video of the programming language with animation, Chen Mo said. He did not have time to make an instructional video. Okay, brother Mo, Mahest girl said. That afternoon, the Army and Company's official website and official Weibo posted an announcement at the same time. The Army and Company will hold a Chinese language programming language design competition in June next year. The highest prize will be 2 million yuan. The specific rules and details of the competition will be announced a week later. Once this news was released, it immediately spread among many media outlets. Lin Shu hugged a newspaper and rushed into a dilapidated house excitedly. It was as if this newspaper was her life-saving straw. Grandpa, Grandpa. Lin Shu shouted excitedly and anxiously. In the house, a white-haired old man was sorting out the recycling. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the old man raised his head and revealed a wrinkled face. Not far behind the old man was a boy of about 6 years old. He was playing with a broken toy excitedly. He raised his head and looked at Lin Shu. His eyes were as pure as the starry sky. Sister, you are back. Lin Shu had just run in when the little boy raised his head and revealed a pure smile. Yes. Lin Shu saw the little boy and walked over to touch his head. What's wrong? Little Shu. The old man looked at Lin Shu. Grandpa, look at this. Lin Shu placed the newspaper in front of her grandpa. It was the news of the Army and Company's competition. The prize money was 2 million. The words were very obvious. What's the use of this? The old man looked at Lin Shu. My brother's illness can be cured. If I participate in this competition and get the prize money, I will have money to treat my brother. Lin Shu said excitedly. Nonsense, do you know this thing? You have to study hard now. You are almost in your 3rd year of high school. Grandpa will think of a way to treat your brother's illness. The old man stared at Lin Shu seriously. I don't know, but others don't know either. This is a new programming language. Everyone doesn't know it. If they can learn it, I can learn it too. Moreover, the information is free. As long as I learn this, I will participate in the competition and get the prize money. Then, I will have money to treat my brother. Lin Shu said firmly. Nonsense, I don't know what programming language you are talking about. You are almost in your third year of high school. You have to study hard and get into university. Grandpa will think of a way to treat your brother's illness. The old man scolded. Grandpa, don't scold sister. Hearing the old man's temper, the little boy who was playing with his toy ran over and hugged the old man's arm. Grandpa, the doctor said that there are only 2 years left. Where are we going to find 200,000 for the surgery fee? Moreover, the post-surgery fees are a lot. If we miss the time, it will be too late. Let me try. I will not affect my results. At least there is hope. Lin Shu walked to the little boy's side and stroked his head. He looked at the old man with pleading eyes. Looking at Lin Shu's appearance, the old man fell into silence. After a long time, he sighed and nodded with a sorrowful expression. Try it. Grandpa will think of a way too. We have one more hope. Yes, I'll definitely get the prize money. Lin Shu's hand, which was holding the newspaper, clenched tightly. Chen Mo was in the laboratory, carefully looking at the 11 robots in front of him. He asked the Mahist girl to assemble the robot. Her assembling speed was more than 10 times faster than him. In just a few days, the 10 robots had been assembled. This was equivalent to having 11 more assistants in his laboratory. Fortunately, the laboratory was large enough to accommodate 11 robots without feeling crowded. In the future, other than the ultra-precision processing that robots could not do, he basically did not need to intervene in other things. After confirming that there were no problems with the robots, Chen Mo said, Mahist girl, have you finished the teaching video of the Chinese programming language? It's already done. Is there a reward? Brother Mo. Now you know how to ask for a reward? Chen Mo was surprised. In the past, the Mahist girl only listened to orders. Now, this girl actually asked for a reward. It seemed that artificial intelligence was constantly learning and adapting. Nonlinear logic was also part of the design of artificial intelligence. The internet says that a woman who knows how to act coquettishly has a good life. When Chen Mo heard this, his eyelids twitched. If you want a reward now, I can't give it to you. In the future, I'll build a beautiful body for you as a reward. Thank you, Brother Mo. You have to hurry. The robots that I control can't leave the laboratory with you. The Mahist girl said. Okay, if there are conditions, I'll build a body for you as soon as possible. And you can leave the laboratory very soon. Chen Mo said, show me the teaching video first. An artificial intelligence with self-consciousness was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, the Mahist girl listened to his orders and was within his control. If the artificial intelligence lost control, the consequences would be terrible. Okay. As soon as the Mahist girl finished speaking, a video player popped up on the computer screen in the laboratory. It was playing an animation teaching video. When Chen Mo saw the cartoon lecturer on the screen, he covered his face. Wasn't this character just his image? The Mahist girl made his image into a cartoon version of a character. Chen Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After watching it briefly and confirming that there was no problem with the content, Chen Mo nodded. This was a brand new programming language. It was different from the previous programming languages. The syntax of E-language was similar to C or C++ in many places. But the Chinese programming language was completely different. Learning the C programming language didn't mean that this language was good. So, many people had to start from scratch to learn the Chinese programming language. This set of teaching videos was enough to let people go from beginner to master. Post the first set of teaching videos on the official website and inform the employees of the company's software R&D department to learn it themselves. From now on, update the set every week. Chen Mo said. Okay. After handing over everything to the Mahist girl, Chen Mo was free. He had already asked the parts factory to make the parts for the seismograph. They hadn't all been sent back yet. There were robots in the laboratory for experiments. He didn't have enough time in the past, but now he had nothing to do. After thinking about it, Xianxia walked back to the office and entered the scientific library. He had 8 science and technology missions in the Science and Technology Apprentice stage. They represented different technologies in 8 fields: physical applications, chemical materials, biomedicine, computer, ecology, machinery, military weapons, and energy. Only by completing the 8 technologies could he enter the next stage. Now that he was free, he could take a technology. At least he could start preparing now. When he started researching in the future, he could directly carry it out. After entering the scientific library, Xianxia first strolled around the library and read all 8 books. The cover of the book wrote the field that the book represented. As for what technology was inside, only the scientific library knew. This thing was like buying a lottery ticket. After hesitating for a long time, Xianxia walked to the book with the words "chemical materials" written on it. Among the 8 technologies, the technology of chemical materials, if there was enough technical information, was undoubtedly the easiest to implement. The company had a raw material processing factory, and there was equipment in the laboratory. It had the preliminary conditions for material research. If there was detailed technology, he could quickly synthesize the required materials. After making up his mind, Xianxia slowly raised his hand and reached out to the book. As soon as his hand touched the projection of the book, the next moment, it turned into a spot of light and disappeared into his head. A huge amount of knowledge was engraved in his memory. After accepting such a huge amount of memory in an instant, Xianxia felt dizzy and his face was pale. After a long time, Xianxia recovered and recalled the technology he had obtained. The next moment, a few big words appeared in his mind. The word superconducting material at room temperature instantly cleared Xianxia's mind. Superconducting materials at room temperature had always been the target of many researchers. Countless people had spent a lot of effort and resources to find them, but none of them had succeeded. Now, it had appeared in his hands. A material with almost zero resistance at room temperature was a superconducting material at room temperature. This material had unlimited potential and had become the most advanced material in the world. Xianxia did not expect this material to be this material. It was completely beyond his imagination. However, it was also within his expectations. The technology at the apprentice level was already very advanced. The technology at the next level of Science and Technology Apprentice should be ahead of its time. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that the appearance of superconducting materials at room temperature was not that sudden. After confirming the material, Xianxia began to browse the next information. A large amount of information introduced the conditions, steps, and precautions of the material synthesis. Other than that, there was also the material's characteristics, advantages, disadvantages, and prospects of the material's application. It involved the manufacture of electronic equipment, power transmission, superconducting chips, machinery manufacturing, etc. Every piece of information was recorded in the most detailed way. Seeing the word superconducting chip, Xianxia became excited. This material could be made into a superconducting chip after special processing. If he could develop a superconducting chip, the computing speed would definitely be much faster than it was now. Also, he would not have to worry about the problem of the machine overheating. The energy consumption would be greatly reduced. Not to mention the other applications, just the superconducting chip alone was enough to make this material's value and potential limitless. This was a material that transcended its time. Silicon carbon. Using special chemical conditions, the outermost electrons of silicon and carbon atoms were connected. The 3 atoms of silicon and carbon were arranged and connected to form a stable honeycomb molecular structure. Xianxia began to digest the knowledge of the superconducting material at room temperature. The technology sounded simple, but there were many conditions to be fulfilled. Half an hour later, Xianxia had completely digested all the information. After coming out of the scientific library, Xianxia let out a heavy breath and rubbed his aching head. Not long after, another material that transcended its time appeared. Superconducting materials at room temperature involved too many things. The benefits were too great and too terrifying. He could not announce it rashly. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome than his AI assistant. Before he had the ability to protect himself, Chen Mo would never announce this material to the public. The previous incidents had told him that there were many darkness in this world that ordinary people could not see. Just as Chen Mo was thinking about the future of superconducting materials, the Mahist girl suddenly said, "Brother Mo, Auntie Zhen is calling." "Answer it." Chen Mo came back to reality. "Little Mo, Xian finished her college entrance exam and wanted to go to your place to play." Auntie's voice as soon as the call connected. "How did Xian's college entrance exams go?" "That girl is very competent. She said she can follow in your footsteps and get into Binhai University. But she just finished the exams and the results are not out yet." Auntie Zhen's tone was obviously a little happy. "Since she dares to say so, it means she did well. She is here. I will take good care of her. You can rest assured. With your words, I am relieved. Go there. If she causes trouble, help me teach that girl a lesson," Auntie Zhen said. "Don't worry. Xian is no longer the little witch she was when she was a child." Chen Mo laughed. "Auntie will hang up then. I will trouble you with Xian. No trouble." After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo began to ask the Mahist girl to help organize the technical materials of the silicon-carbon technology. Chen Mo took Xiaoyu to the station in Binhai City when it was time to get off work. "Who are we going to pick up?" Xiaoyu asked. Xian, my cousin," Chen Mo said. "Auntie Zhen's daughter? You have seen her?" Chen Mo knew that Xiaoyu's parents and Auntie Zhen's family were friends, so it was not strange that the two had seen each other. He only knew about this when Auntie Zhen came over last time. "I saw her twice when I was young. After I started studying, I haven't seen her. She used to come to my house when she was so young, but she stole my and my sister's toys." Hearing this, Chen Mo laughed. Xiaoyu also chuckled softly. Soon, the car arrived at the gate of the station. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu also began to wait quietly. Not long after, they saw a girl in a pair of super short jeans and a white t-shirt coming out of the station with a suitcase. She had a high ponytail, revealing her slender neck. She looked very energetic. "Brother." After seeing Chen Mo, Xianxia immediately showed an excited smile and trotted towards him. "Come on, let's go back first." Chen Mo took her suitcase and handed it to Wang Hai. He took her to the car. "Brother, this is my sister-in-law, right?" Xianxia's eyes curved into crescents as she looked at Xiaoyu. Hearing this title, Xiaoyu felt strange, but she was also a little happy. "Her name is Xiaoyu." Chen Mo did not deny Xianxia's words. "Sister Xiaoyu, hello." Xianxia immediately greeted Xiaoyu. "Sister Xiaoyu, you are so beautiful." "Thank you." Xiaoyu also politely replied. Xiaoyu and Xianxia chatted on the way, and gradually became familiar with each other. When they arrived at the villa, Xianxia excitedly rushed in without caring about her image. Xiaoyu also went into the kitchen to cook. "Brother, big boss, where is my graduation present?" Xianxia sat on the sofa and stretched out her hand to Chen Mo with an excited look. "What do you want?" "I will take you out to buy it tonight." Chen Mo directly slapped her hand away. "It's a deal. You're rich anyway." Xianxia was excited. She seemed to think of something and looked at Chen Mo. "Brother, this time I came here to tell you something. I want to work during the summer vacation. Can I go to your company? You can play around. If you need money, I can give you. You don't have to work." "No." Xianxia immediately refused. "I am not a vase. I can make money by myself. Spending my own money is the most comfortable. This time I didn't come here to play. When I go to university, I can't rely on my parents." "Really work? Aren't you afraid of hardship?" Chen Mo looked at Xianxia as if he was meeting this girl for the first time. It seemed that this insensible cousin was beginning to become sensible. Since she had such a request, Chen Mo would not refuse. "No." Xianxia shook her head. "Then I will ask Xiaoyu to arrange it for you later. I will tell you in advance that it is a low-level job." You will have to suffer. Chen Mo said. Thank you, brother. Zhang Xinxin smiled and said, I will help sister-in-law cook. He accompanied Xiaoyu and Zhang Xinxin to shop for the whole night. After buying everything they needed, the three of them rushed back to the villa. Who are you talking to? After taking a shower, Chen Mo saw Xiaoyu playing with her phone on the bed. I'm talking to Ruashi. Isn't Xinxin going to join the company? Ruashi is in the Human Resources Department now. I asked her if there are any vacant positions for Xinxin. Xiaoyu said. You got it? Office assistant, security guard, and cleaning staff. Only office assistant is suitable for her. We can't arrange for her to join the technical staff positions that are lacking, right? Plus, she's only a high school graduate. She can't join the other official positions because she'll be criticized. Sister Zhao has set up a strict employment system for the company. Of course, if you say that you're her brother, you can arrange for her anywhere. Sister Zhao won't object. If she doesn't object, won't she despise me in her heart? Let's arrange for Xinxin to be an office assistant. She's still young. She'll have plenty of opportunities to further her studies in the future. Let's start from the bottom. Chen Mo said. You're really letting her be an office assistant? This job is just a handyman. She has to do all kinds of things. Xiaoyu said. It's okay. Since she wants to rely on herself, let her suffer a little. It'll help her in the future. Since you said so as her brother, I'll tell Ruashi. Xiaoyu sent the message to Ruashi. Then, she put down her phone and lay on the bed. As soon as she lay down, she saw Chen Mo's naughty smile. What are you doing? Eating fish. Xinxin is here. The room is soundproof. Don't you know that after living here for so long? The next day, when Chen Mo arrived at the company, Zhao Min came into Chen Mo's office with a report. After seeing Chen Mo, Zhao Min's expression became strange. Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Mo felt uncomfortable being stared at by Zhao Min. Zhao Min handed the report in her hand to Chen Mo. The drug you developed for the pharmaceutical company has applied to the FDA for human clinical trials. This is the animal test report they sent back. After saying that, Zhao Min still looked at Chen Mo strangely, as if she had a new understanding of Chen Mo. President Zhao, you make me feel very handsome when you look at me like this, do you know that? Chen Mo smiled. This medicine was developed by you? Zhao Min pointed at the report and asked. You mean this breast enlargement medicine? Chen Mo also looked at Zhao Min strangely, but his gaze made Zhao Min uncomfortable. Not really. Chen Mo shook his head. When I was reading medical books, I saw similar formulas. I've read a lot of medical books. In the laboratory, when I was bored, I would study it. After the pharmaceutical company acquired it, I gave the formula I developed to them for testing. Chen Mo didn't look at the report but looked at Zhao Min. So you read medical books for these things? Zhao Min said strangely. Next to Chen Mo's office area, there was a large study with many books on it, all of which were knowledge in various fields of science and technology. She had come in many times before and found Chen Mo reading all kinds of books. I just think it's fun. Chen Mo covered his face. Let's not talk about this. How are the clinical trials? It's indeed useful to test it on animals. Moreover, it's an external medicine. No toxic ingredients have been detected, and no allergens have been found so far. If this medicine is successful in human clinical trials, there will be a market for it. It can achieve a woman's goal without surgery. If it goes on the market, the era of silicone can almost be said goodbye. Zhao Min just read the report and was dumbfounded. She only knew that the medicine Chen Mo gave to the pharmaceutical company to study was breast enlargement medicine. Chen Mo also knew that it would take a long time to develop a medicine to go on the market, so this matter couldn't be rushed. I have a formula here. You can give it to the research team and let them study it. Chen Mo thought for a while and entered the database. He put the formula of the aphrodisiac into the USB flash drive and gave it to Zhao Min. You're really a superman. Zhao Min looked at Chen Mo speechlessly. What medicine is it this time? You can open the information and see for yourself later. To avoid embarrassment, Chen Mo didn't say it out loud. All right. Zhao Men looked deeply at the USB flash drive. Today, I came here to talk to you about something. Next week, the Huaxia Internet Conference will be held in Beijing. I'm quite busy these few days, so. You want me to go there, right? Chen Mo asked. At that time, some of the domestic technology giants will be there. You can also get to know them. The company has applied for a product exhibition spot. We need a top technology product. Bring your robot to show it. Zhao Men looked at the robot standing obediently next to her. She had been coveting this robot for a long time, but Chen Mo hadn't let it out. Okay, it's not too urgent anyway. Chen Mo agreed. The manufacturing of the seismograph was handed over to the robot. He didn't have to participate in too many things for the time being. The transformation of the 3D printer could also be handed over to the robot. The research of superconducting materials at room temperature was still lacking some experimental equipment, so it couldn't be done for the time being. There seemed to be a lot of things, but with the help of the robot controlled by the Mahist girl, there wasn't much he had to do. Then it's settled. Zhao Men said. By the way, I have something to tell you. My sister is on vacation and has to work here. I'll let Ruashi arrange for her to be an office assistant. You let your sister be an office assistant? Zhao Men looked at Chen Mo in surprise. Is there a problem? Chen Mo asked. No problem, I'm just wondering why you arranged such a low-level job for your sister. Zhao Men said. She wants to learn to be independent. At least under my eyes, she can still watch. It's good to let her experience it. She understands the hardships of making money and will be more sensible in the future. Chen Mo said, there will be opportunities for higher positions in the future. After briefly mentioning the matter, Zhao Men understood the situation and did not object to Chen Mo's idea. She had just graduated from high school and was indeed a little young. She could better experience the hardships of work from the bottom. After Zhao Men left the office, Chen Mo walked into the laboratory. Mahist girl, write an independent intelligence software and embed it in a robot. The intelligence doesn't need to be too high. It's better than Xiao Dai. It can execute orders. Next, he was going to attend the Huaxia Internet Conference. The robot had been in his laboratory for a month or so. He could take this opportunity to let the robot enter the public eye. As for what the reaction would be, he would only know when the time came. Okay, Brother Mo. After instructing the Mahist girl to write the intelligence software, Chen Mo began to modify some of the precise parts of the 3D printer. The robot could not do such precise work for these parts now. He had to do it himself. A week passed quietly. It was not until the day before the Huaxia Internet Conference that Chen Mo and Julie got on the plane to the capital. This was the first time Chen Mo attended such a large conference, so Zhao Men asked Julie to accompany him. At least Julie had some experience. At the Army Ant Company's capital branch, Xia Changlong and a group of employees stood at the door and looked at their watches from time to time. He was a professional manager hired by Zhao Men from a headhunting company. He was now in charge of the management of the Army Ant Company's capital branch. In the past, when Zhao Men was recruiting people to set up the branch, many professional managers were not willing because the salary Zhao Men offered was too low. But now, many of his former competitors were racking their brains to join the Army Ant Company. When he heard that Chen Mo was coming today, he was a little nervous. He had never been in close contact with the big boss of the company, so he did not know his temper. He had only seen him on the internet. He was a young man who had just graduated. When he first saw Chen Mo's image, his outlook on life collapsed. He had worked so hard for so many years, but in the end, a fresh graduate had completely surpassed him. The Internet Conference in Huaxia would be held tomorrow. The Army Ant Company's participation in the conference was mostly handled by the capital branch. He also had to help Chen Mo during the conference. Just as he was thinking about how to communicate with Chen Mo and his group appeared at the entrance of the company under the guidance of the secretary. When they saw Chen Mo walking in the middle, there was a commotion among the employees who came to greet him. Chen Mo was not considered a handsome guy, but he was a little handsome, confident, young, and promising. After he was exposed, many women fantasized about him. If Chen Mo took a liking to them, they would be able to live the rest of their lives without any worries. They could live whatever life they wanted. Some people clapped and squeezed to the front, hoping that this young boss would notice them. Chen Mo glanced around and fixed his eyes on Xiaoqianglong. "Boss, I am the manager of the capital branch," Xiaoqianglong said. "Yes, nice to meet you." Chen Mo nodded politely. "You can all go back to work," Xiaoqianglong said to the employees and walked in with Chen Mo and Julie. "Take me to your R&D department," Chen Mo said. The capital branch was mainly responsible for the North China market. It was close to the capital, so there were more talents here. Therefore, there was also a software development department here, responsible for the development of Butterfly i mobile phone and computer software. Chen Mo had a soft spot for technology, so naturally, he attached great importance to the R&D department. Research and Development Department. Lin Ziyuan stared at the computer screen in front of him, his fingers tapping away at the keyboard, immersed in the process. The Chinese character programming language was a complex computer language, which filled him, a technical geek, with endless interest. After learning the Chinese programming language, he found that the Chinese programming language announced by the headquarters was even more interesting. He used the Chinese programming language to develop a simple game. Out of curiosity, he used C language and Java to develop the same small game. As a result, the small game developed using the Chinese programming language had the least amount of code among the three languages, and it ran faster. Different programming languages required different amounts of code to do the same task, and the running speed of the program was also different. Obviously, the Chinese programming language had two advantages. This discovery successfully attracted his attention and allowed him to see the prospects of Chinese programming languages. The Chinese programming language announced by the company was better than C language and other computer languages. He didn't know if others had discovered it, but he had discovered it. Therefore, during this period of time, he had been learning this computer language in his spare time. He knew that this programming language had great potential. Now, he was trying to use the Chinese programming language to develop a game script. "It's done," Lin Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a relaxed smile. After thinking for a while, Lin Ziyuan took out his laptop from his backpack and turned it on. Now that the script was completed, he could try to see if it could be used. After turning on the computer, Lin Ziyuan directly clicked on the most popular gunfight game, copied the script program from the USB drive, and opened it on his computer. After starting, Lin Ziyuan immersed himself in it and began to try out the script program. Chen Mo, under the lead of Xiaoqianglong, entered the R&D department. As soon as they entered, all the staff immediately cast their gaze on them. After discovering Xiaoqianglong and Chen Mo, many people's eyes lit up. They didn't dare to slack off and put their attention on their work. Chen Mo looked around. Suddenly, his gaze focused on a corner and he walked over. His action attracted everyone's attention. Looking in the direction Chen Mo walked, they saw Lin Ziyuan playing a game. Ziyuan. The staff next door also noticed Lin Ziyuan's action and immediately reminded him softly. However, he was immersed in the pleasure of killing the script and didn't hear it at all. When Xiaoqianglong saw Lin Ziyuan's appearance, he suppressed the anger in his chest and almost exploded. However, when he saw Chen Mo's appearance, he forced himself to hold it back and followed Chen Mo's footsteps. "Boss, this," Chen Mo stopped Xiaoqianglong and indicated that he didn't need to speak. He walked behind Lin Ziyuan and stared at the script program on his work computer. The people in the R&D department couldn't bear to look at it. Playing games in the office and being seen by the big boss, what would happen to him? The office was terrifyingly quiet. Even Xiaoqianglong could only be anxious. It was the big boss's first day here. If he were to blame, he would have to take responsibility. The head of the R&D department next to him was already sweating profusely. When Lin Ziyuan finished killing the last opponent, he finally smiled when he saw the word victory on the screen. However, when he exited the game, he felt that his surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. When he turned around, Lin Ziyuan's smile stiffened. The general manager and the head were all looking at him. The most terrifying thing was the young man standing behind him who was about the same age as him. He had only seen him in videos before. It was the big boss behind the company, Xianxia boss, manager, head. Lin Ziyuan braced himself. He still didn't know how to explain. Being caught playing games in the office, no matter how he explained, it would be useless. Everyone looked at Xianxia, waiting for him to speak. Xianxia glanced at Lin Ziyuan, walked to the computer, and began to browse the complete program of the script written by Lin Ziyuan. He didn't speak. Everyone else could only wait. After a while, he stood up. "You wrote this script?" When Xianxia opened his mouth, everyone in the office was petrified. The style wasn't right. Shouldn't he be angry and angry? Lin Ziyuan's brain also went blank. He was ready to be scolded. Yes. Lin Ziyuan nodded woodenly. Well written. Unfortunately, you didn't use it on the right path. Xianxia shook his head. I was wrong. Lin Ziyuan hurriedly admitted his mistake. If he was fired, it would be a tragedy. As a punishment, half a month's bonus will be deducted. Are you convinced? Yes. Lin Ziyuan gritted his teeth and nodded. Don't use your talent on this kind of thing in the future. Got it. Starting from next month, give him a 5% salary increase. When these words came out, everyone looked at Xianxia in disbelief. What was the meaning of this? Shouldn't he be punished for playing games in the office? Why was his salary increased? The company has a rule that if a technical staff master the Chinese programming language, their salary will be increased by 5%. This isn't empty talk. Aren't you going to thank the boss? Xia Changlong stared at Lin Ziyuan with disappointment. Thank you, boss. Lin Ziyuan was a little depressed at first, but now he immediately became excited. Who else in the R&D department has learned the Chinese programming language? Xianxia looked around the office. The others looked at each other. Boss, we will use some. 2 employees standing in the corner raised their hands and took out a USB flash drive. There is a small program we developed together. Boss, Yin Zhenghao and Wang Ming are college students who just graduated. They are in the probation period. Zhang Hai, the director of the R&D department, said. Xianxia took the USB flash drive. After seeing the small program code inside, he nodded. Let them become official employees. Hearing this, the 2 were immediately overjoyed. As the R&D staff of the company, you will have a lot of opportunities to learn the Chinese programming language in the future. I hope you can learn it. It will be good for your work. Otherwise, survival of the fittest. You will regret it. Chen Mo's words sent a chill down all the R&D staff's spine. They suddenly realized that the head office was serious. Xianxia attached great importance to the promotion of the Chinese programming language, so he gave Lin Ziyuan a wide berth in the company. This computer language had not been out for a long time, and there were not many people who could learn it and use it to make game scripts in such a short time. This Lin Ziyuan was a talent. That kind of situation was not a big mistake, and he did not want the company to lose a talent because of this. His programming language was better than other programming languages. This was just the beginning, and many people had not realized it yet. As long as those people really realized the importance of the Chinese programming language, there would be people who would automatically learn it without him promoting it. All that was needed was an opportunity. And this opportunity, he had a hunch that it might appear in the near future. Boss, is there something on your mind? Julie interrupted Chen Mo's thoughts. Nothing. Chen Mo smiled. Boss, is this your first time in the capital? As the first batch of people to join the company, Julie knew that Chen Mo, the boss, was very easygoing, so she dared to chat with Chen Mo without worry. It is indeed the first time. This city is more prosperous than Binhai City. Chen Mo turned his head and looked out the window. Behind the prosperity, there are many small corners that are unknown to people, where many ants live. Julie sighed and looked at the passers-by outside the window. Do you know about these? Chen Mo asked. I was one of the drifters in the north. When I was young, I always thought that girls could also make a name for themselves, so I chose to drift in the north. As a girl, I came here alone and realized the cruelty of life, Julie said with emotion. Many people, on the surface, looked beautiful, but lived like a snail. When she was working, she had to endure the greedy eyes of those leaders, and she knew the real cold and warmth. Some of the girls who worked with her could not resist the temptation and abandoned themselves. If they did not want to accept the unspoken rules, they had to stay in place for a long time and wait for results to climb up. Julie sighed. This period of time was indeed like a dream. If it weren't for Zhao Min's appreciation and training, she would still be one of the white-collar workers on the road. Therefore, when Zhao Min contacted her and asked her to join the newly established Army Ant Company, she did not hesitate to quit her position as the department head of Wanbao Company and went to Binhai City to help Zhao Min set up the original Army Ant Company. Hearing Julie's story, Chen Mo sighed. He was lucky. Ever since he saved Xiaoyu, the trajectory of his life had completely changed. After a brief chat, Julie began to talk business with Chen Mo. The main itinerary for the internet conference this time is the opening forum on the morning of the 23rd, the business exchange of the internet conference in the evening, the annual meeting of the internet executives in the morning on the 24th, and the peak development forum and the closing forum on the 25th. At the opening forum, I attended as a guest, and then at the business exchange meeting that night, on the way, Julie introduced the itinerary to Chen Mo in detail. This was the Army Ant Company's first time attending the internet conference in Xianxia. She had to tell Chen Mo the itinerary in detail. Otherwise, it would be very awkward if she made a mistake. As this year's new domestic enterprise, we have been invited to give the keynote speech. You should know that you will have to give the speech on stage, Julie said. This is not good news, Chen Mo said. He liked to listen quietly, but he could not listen from below. If it were not for the speech, Zhao Min might have asked someone else to come as a representative. However, since it was the keynote speech, Zhao Min could not leave, so she could only ask Chen Mo to come. Other than Zhao Min, only Chen Mo had enough weight to be the speaker in the company. When the two returned to the hotel near the Capital Conference Center, it was already evening. After eating and showering, Chen Mo began to look at the information for the internet conference. The internet conference involved the mobile internet, innovation, cloud computing, big data, the Internet of Things, and many other cutting-edge technology fields. This was a grand event for domestic internet companies. Hundreds of domestic and foreign executives would gather at the conference. The theme of this year's internet conference was New Era, New Starting Point, New Wisdom. The development of artificial intelligence had become a new mainstream topic. Important forums such as the annual meeting of the Internet Executives and the International Internet Innovation and Development Forum were also held at the same time. Immediately, the domestic technology giants would gather on these forums to discuss the next step of development. As the fastest rising new enterprise in the country, this was the first time the Army Ant Company was participating in this forum. The next morning, after Chen Mo and Julie had breakfast, they went to the location of the internet conference, the Capital International Conference Center. As soon as they arrived, they saw people coming and going at the entrance. Many people were wearing suits and leather shoes. They were obviously here to attend the conference. There are quite a lot of people, Chen Mo said. Hundreds of domestic and foreign executives are participating in this conference. There are also hundreds of media outlets following and reporting here. There are also large and small forums being held at the same time. People from small and medium-sized enterprises and entrepreneurs are all here. This is a grand event. Julie walked beside Chen Mo and explained the situation to him as they walked. After entering the conference hall, Chen Mo was led to the front row on the left by the staff. President Chen, how have you been? Not long after Chen Mo sat down, a deep voice sounded. Yu Qingnan was also led to sit beside him by the staff. President Yu. Chen Mo smiled when he saw Yu Qingnan. Haven't seen you for a while? Yu Qingnan smiled and said, I didn't expect to see you here. How about we talk business before the conference starts? President Yu, go ahead, Chen Mo said. It's the same thing as last time. Are you interested in licensing the Smart Assistant technology to us? After the Army Ant Company's progress into Europe was hindered, Huawei had been eyeing the high-end market. If they had the help of a multilingual smart assistant, they could definitely take Apple and Samsung's share of the international market. I'm afraid not at the moment. Chen Mo shook his head. The smart assistant was their butterfly iPhone's biggest selling point. If they licensed it to Huawei, they would lose their advantage. Gentlemen, may I join your conversation? While the two of them were talking, they were interrupted by a voice. Brother Chen Mo, long time no see. I didn't expect that we would meet again under such circumstances. The person who came was Zhou Hongwei, the president of Seven Tigers. He earned his first bucket of gold from Seven Tigers. After greeting the two of them, Zhou Hongwei sat down beside Chen Mo without hesitation. I didn't expect Brother Chen Mo to achieve such results in less than a year, Zhou Hongwei said with a sigh. I was just lucky, Chen Mo said, neither arrogant nor humble. President Zhou knows President Chen? Yu Qingnan interrupted and asked. Yes, we had a pleasant collaboration. Zhou Hongwei smiled and said, everyone sitting here today is going to go on stage, right? President Yu, what's your theme this year? Terminal, cloud computing, chip. Yu Qingnan said, what about President Zhou? Network security. As soon as Zhou Hongwei finished speaking, the two of them looked at Chen Mo, waiting for his answer. Artificial intelligence, Chen Mo said. Brother Chen Mo is now one of the top gods of the internet. What suggestions do you have for network security? Zhou Hongwei asked. The internet is no longer safe. In the near future, new challenges will come. Chen Mo also looked at the two of them. He really did not know how to explain this. Could it be that advanced artificial intelligence had appeared? This was impossible. Large-scale virus attacks will definitely return in the future. Low-end devices, including personal computers and smartphones, do not have any security measures. The cycle for vulnerabilities to be exploited is too short, so for ordinary users, the internet is not safe, at least not now. Chen Mo thought for a while and said his thoughts. If there was another large-scale virus incident similar to the Heart of Eternity, the internet would be hit hard again. Brother Chen Mo, I heard that there will be a change in the next virus attack? Zhou Hongwei said. I did not say that. Who dares to say what will happen in the future? Chen Mo said, you can ask Mr. Yu about this. Maybe he has some good suggestions. After all, President Yu has more experience than a greenhorn like me. In terms of experience, we have more than you. But in terms of technology, the two of us combined and multiplied by 2 is not as good as you. Yu Qingnan changed the topic. He was not an expert in internet security, so he could not comment on this. While the three of them were chatting, the opening ceremony of the forum officially began. The three of them stopped and looked at the stage. After a series of keynote speeches by the Minister of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology and the organizer, it was time for the peak conversation. This conversation was between Zhang Wei, the director of the Internet Economics Research Center, and Wu Hechuan, the director of the Internet Association of Huaxia and an academician of the Academy of Engineering. At first, he listened carefully. Later, he was bored, so Chen Mo took out his phone and started playing. While the conversation was going on, the few of them were also chatting. They were all talking about the development of internet technology. Time passed as they chatted, and Chen Mo finally experienced the pain of a long meeting. At the same time, in the exhibition area of the internet conference, Jia Jin wandered around the exhibition area with his camera. He looked at the various black technologies in the exhibition area with admiration on his face. Holographic glasses, HoloLens, VR/AR mixed reality technology, the world's fastest electric car, Weilai EP9. When he saw the simulation cockpit of the car, he could not help but go up and experience it. Many black technologies did not only exist in science fiction movies. However, these black technologies could only remain in the laboratory stage because the technology was not mature enough or because of the cost. They could not be popularized to the public. These technologies could only appear in the future world after a technological breakthrough. After experiencing the cockpit of the fastest electric car, Jia Jin went back to work. His mission today was to report on the various black technologies in the exhibition area of the Internet conference. At the opening of the conference, many media outlets focused their attention on the opening forum. As one of the biggest highlights of the Internet conference, the exhibition area naturally attracted the attention of many reporters. This was one of the most popular places for ordinary people. The technology here was the technology of their future world. In this black technology, he imagined the shadow of the future world. Suddenly remembering something, Jia looked at the map of the exhibition area and left. The Army Ant Company was a rising new company this year. It was a legend in the industry. According to his information, the Army Ant Company was also participating in this internet conference, and there were technological products on display. He was very curious about what the Army Ant Company's product would be. As soon as he arrived at the exhibition area of the Army Ant Company, Jia saw the Army Ant staff guarding the exhibition area. After seeing the exhibits in the exhibition area, Jia was in disbelief. Lu Hongyi smiled as he looked at Jia who was walking over. Beside him stood a female robot. This was a robot that came out of the Boss laboratory. It was specially for this exhibition. Its name was Enchantress. As a company that was participating in the internet conference for the first time and a well-known company in the country, its product naturally couldn't be too ordinary. When he saw the robot walk out of the laboratory, he thought that he had transmigrated to the future world. He couldn't imagine how much incredible technology was in the Boss laboratory. When Jia saw the robot, he was instantly attracted. It was painted with blue stripes and had a pure beauty in its elegance. Such a cool robot was already one of the top technologies in the exhibition area. "Hello, what are the functions of your robot?" Jia took a few photos and immediately went forward. "It's a robot butler from the Enchantress series developed by our company. Other than normal communication, it can do all kinds of housework. Cleaning the room, pouring tea, chatting, taking care of the children, etc." Lu Hongyi smiled and said, "The other functions are currently being developed." Hearing Lu Hongyi's introduction, Jia was instantly excited. The era of robots had arrived? "Can it move?" Jia asked immediately. "Enchantress, can you move?" Lu Hongyi looked at the robot. "I'm not a wooden person." Enchantress's eyes lit up. It turned to look at Jia and reached out its hand. "Hello, I'm the Army Ant Company's Enchantress series robot number 001. You can call me Enchantress." Jia was shocked by the robot that suddenly moved. After he reacted, he reached out and shook hands with the robot. The feeling of shaking hands with the robot was particularly strange, but it was enough to make him excited. When the robot shook hands with Jia several reporters also came over and took photos of the robot and Jia shaking hands with excitement on their faces. Seeing so many people taking photos, the robot let go of Jia hand and made a peace sign. Several reporters were even more excited. The robot's movements were very natural. It didn't have the mechanical feeling of ordinary robots. And when it saw the photos, it made a peace sign by itself. How intelligent was it? Jia reacted and immediately picked up the camera. "Enchantress, can you change your style?" After taking photos, Jia tried to ask. "Yes." As soon as it finished speaking, it immediately changed its posture. The peace sign also changed to a heart shape. Several reporters were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This robot's intelligence was heaven-defying. "Enchantress, shake hands with them," Lu Hongyi said. "Okay." After standing up straight, the robot walked toward several reporters. This scene caused an uproar. The cameras were focused on the robot for a moment. "Hello. I'm the Army Ant Company's Enchantress series robot number 001. You can call me Enchantress." Enchantress reached out and said to a reporter. After gently shaking hands, the robot walked again to another reporter. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would definitely think that it was a person wearing the robot's clothes. "Doesn't it have other functions?" Jia asked, "Can you let her demonstrate?" Lu Hongyi nodded slightly. "Enchantress, pour a glass of water for this gentleman." As soon as he finished speaking, Enchantress picked up the mineral water on the table and opened it. She poured a glass of water and handed it to Jia. "Sir, your water." All the reporters present were stunned and stared at the robot. "Hello. Humans. Global news, the era of robots has arrived. Phoenix Technology Army Ant Robot Butler, the Enchantress. People's Daily Shocking. Robot. Squirrel headlines, all kinds of news about robots appeared on all major media outlets. Coupled with the video of the Army Ant Company's robot at the internet conference, the internet was in an uproar. Many people had seen robots before, but most of them were remote-controlled. Those that were not remote-controlled were mostly chatting robots or cleaning robots. They could not do much. Now that the Enchantress had appeared, they saw what real high-tech was. Had the intelligence of robots reached this level? They had only seen this kind of technology in sci-fi blockbusters. Now that such a robot had suddenly appeared, they saw something even more terrifying. Under all kinds of articles, the netizens were in an uproar. The Terminator is coming? Humans are worried that the era of intelligent robots has arrived? The Army Ant Company is really scary. Xianxia is really scary. Is the country not going to do anything? Will the war robots be far away? Gates, it's hard to imagine why some people think that artificial intelligence is not a concern. All kinds of comments under the article were worried about the threat of robots. After watching sci-fi blockbusters, many people were subconsciously worried about the future development of robots. Different from the comments on the article, on a well-known domestic forum, some posts about the Enchantress robot had a very different style. First comment, Sofa, I'm thinking, if you make it into a real doll, will it scream after going to bed? Second comment, reply to the person above, you can make it scream while exercising. Scream, scream, scream until your throat is sore, no one will care. It will listen to your orders. Third comment, sore throat. Fourth comment, don't be afraid if you don't have a girlfriend. When the country is rich, you will be assigned. After the Enchantress robot was exposed, in less than an hour, all the major forums and news reports were filled with topics about robots. After the Army Ant Company's intelligent assistant appeared, artificial intelligence had always been very popular. This time, another intelligent robot appeared. Although it was not on the market, seeing the experimental product was enough to shock people. The robot in the exhibition area, but from its various movements, the technology was already mature. The intelligent robot made the Army Ant Company stand out among the black technologies on the internet conference and grab the headlines. Other technologies were overshadowed by this agile robot. Conference Center, Hall 1. Xianxia was sitting below the stage with Xianxia beside him. It was already the voice of the industry segment. Xianxia, as the first representative to go on stage to give the keynote speech, had already come down and was chatting with him. President Chen, look at this news. Xianxia handed the phone in his hand to Xianxia. Your company is in the limelight again. Xianxia looked at Xianxia's phone and saw the report about the robot. He recognized it at a glance. It was the robot in the exhibition area. This robot was the first robot that he had successfully assembled. The following 10 robots had some improvements. Therefore, he decided to use the weakest one for exhibition. He's in the headlines already? Xianxia was a little surprised to see the news on his phone. He had never expected robots to dominate the headlines. At the exhibition, there were many black technologies from other technology companies. In his opinion, robots were considered ordinary. This is an era of information explosion. You know better than I do how fast news spreads. I didn't expect the Army Ant Company's technology to have reached such a level, Xianxia said with emotion. The Army Ant Company had been established not long ago, but it had achieved such results. It was enviable. This is just a test product, Xianxia said. Many of the products at the exhibition were test products. Why didn't they dominate the headlines? I didn't expect the Army Ant Company to target smart robots. It seems that I have to change my opinion of you now. This robot can only last for less than 3 hours. The technology is not mature yet and there are many flaws. Xianxia smiled. It can't be on the market yet. There's still a long way to go. While they were talking, a hostess in a cheongsam walked over to Xianxia and smiled at him. Mr. Chen, it's your turn to give the keynote speech. Please come with me to prepare. Talk to you later. Xianxia said goodbye to Xianxia and walked backstage under the hostess' guidance. I'm afraid that everyone here has heard of the Army Ant Company. The rise of the Army Ant Company is a legend in the field of technology. On the stage, the famous host, Du Chen, spoke with confidence. The field of artificial intelligence is a hot topic recently. It is also the theme of this conference. The Army Ant Company is undoubtedly one of the pioneers in the field of artificial intelligence. Let's welcome the founder of the Army Ant Company, Mr. Chen Mo, to give the keynote speech. After Du Chen finished speaking, the hostess led Chen Mo to the stage. The people below the stage had already started to whisper among themselves. When they were listening to the keynote speech, they had learned that the Army Ant Company had displayed an advanced smart robot in the exhibition area. Now, when they turned on the news, they would see the report about the robot. In the field of artificial intelligence, the Army Ant Company was probably ahead of other companies. There was a saying on the internet, the one who owns the artificial intelligence will own the world. The government had already formulated the relevant policy and even mentioned in the document that the country must seize the highest position in the field of artificial intelligence in the world by 2030. This was not empty talk. The relevant policy had already been issued. The whole world was fighting for the opportunity of artificial intelligence, and the country was also in this field. Naturally, they would not fall behind and had already started to plan. Artificial intelligence would be an important topic for a long time in the future. Now, the Army Ant Company had obviously caught up with the three giants in the field of artificial intelligence. In the future, the Army Ant Company's influence would definitely continue to increase. If it was just a smart assistant, the giants might not pay too much attention to it. However, since the smart robot was already out, everyone had to pay attention to it. The Army Ant Company had already surpassed the other companies and become one of the leaders in the field of artificial intelligence. After Chen Mo appeared on the stage, the entire conference hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. The theme of this internet conference was related to artificial intelligence. As the pioneer of artificial intelligence, Chen Mo's words carried a lot of weight. In terms of technology, he developed the Army Ant smartphone operating system, the smart assistant Xiao Dai, and the second set of Chinese computer programming language. Even though Chen Mo was young, no one dared to underestimate him because of this. Chen Mo was also one of the most influential technology giants. Chen Mo stood on the podium and glanced at the script on the podium. This was the first time he stood on such a big stage. He was more or less nervous. "Hello, everyone. I am Chen Mo from the Army Ant Company," Chen Mo said slowly. Everyone perked up and listened attentively. Artificial intelligence is not far away from us. 10 days ago, the Ministry of Science and Technology held a meeting and announced the first batch of innovative platforms for the new generation of artificial intelligence. Qiandu's autopilot, Ali's City Brain, Penguin's medical imaging, and Xuanfei's intelligent voice translation. Whoever controls artificial intelligence will become the master of the world. The battle to occupy the commanding heights of artificial intelligence has already begun. In the future, the Army Ant Company will also join this battle and help to occupy the commanding heights of artificial intelligence worldwide. The situation has already begun to change. None of us know who will be the first to be eliminated. The Army Ant Company is new to artificial intelligence, but we are confident that we can take on any challenge in the field of artificial intelligence. In the future, artificial intelligence will be used in manufacturing, medical, transportation, and other fields. Our company's latest intelligent robot technology is already in the experimental stage. In the future, it may be an intelligent butler, cashier, waiter, nanny, and other occupations you can think of. Driverless cars may cause drivers to lose their jobs. Intelligent language translation will make translators rare. The era of artificial intelligence is an unprecedented opportunity and also an unprecedented challenge. What we should think about is how to adapt to this environment. I agree with Mr. Li Yanhong's words. In the future, artificial intelligence will be a dimensional blow to internet products. Chen Mo stood on the stage and spoke with confidence. From his perspective, the era of artificial intelligence had already arrived. He controlled the Mahist girl and knew the changes in the entire internet world. The internet was now as fragile as a two-dimensional world to him. The people below listened carefully, and from time to time, they would show a thoughtful expression. The development of human development was the development of a tool that was easier to use. Stone tools, bronze tools, iron tools, steam engines, electricity, information technology, and intelligence. Allowing humans to live a comfortable life was a development trend. Therefore, no matter how worried humans were about the existence of artificial intelligence, this trend could not be changed. If they did not develop and others did, it meant that they would be eliminated. Combined with the Army Ant Company's intelligent robot, Xianxia carefully explained the application of artificial intelligence in various fields. This world was not ready to accept artificial intelligence, at least not yet. Director Zhou, what do you think of Qianmo's words? Below the stage, Yu Qingnan looked at Zhou Hongwei beside him. It wasn't just them, the others were also whispering about Qianmo. It's hard to say. He's very confident, Zhou Hongwei said. From Qianmo's words, it was clear that the Army Ant Company was extremely confident in the field of artificial intelligence. The Army Ant Company's robots should be the source of his confidence. The technology seems to be mature. The Army Ant Company should be at the forefront of human-computer interaction and deep learning. Looks like this world will soon belong to these youngsters. Yu Qingnan sighed. You're not old yet. As they spoke, both of them laughed. The speech only lasted for a short 5 minutes, but what they heard was enough for many people to remember. The opening forum was coming to an end when Qianmo finished his keynote speech. He walked around the exhibition area with Yu Qingnan and the others, had a meal, and had a simple conversation. After that, he rushed back to the hotel with Julie. Boss, because of the robot, our company has become the focus of the media again. Some media want to do an exclusive interview with you. Which company? People's Daily, Julie said. People are afraid of being famous, but pigs are afraid of being fat. Qianmo smiled bitterly. He had only been out for a few times, and all kinds of things had come one after another. I don't have to attend any events in the afternoon. If I have time, tell them to come over now. Okay. Jiao Yan hung up the phone and jumped on the spot excitedly. They had already received an exclusive interview with the founder of the Army Ant Company, Qianmo. This was the first time Qianmo had accepted an exclusive interview. She didn't have much hope, but she didn't expect to succeed. The chief editor asked her to do this exclusive interview, which made her excited and nervous. After carefully dressing up, Jiao Yan called the photographer with her and rushed to the hotel Qianmo was staying at. This kind of person didn't have much time, and she couldn't let him wait for too long. Jiao Yan, what kind of person do you think this Qianmo is? On the way, a photographer asked. Who knows? We only know about him through his speeches. We have never met him in person, Jiao Yan said. In the movies, those who are really powerful have weird habits. For example, they have mysophobia or bad temper. What should we pay attention to when we go there? The photographer asked. You've been watching too many movies. Another cameraman rolled his eyes at him. Soon, Jiao Yan and the photographer entered the hotel Qianmo was staying at. When they arrived at the door of Qianmo's room, they saw Julie waiting for them. Hello, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Jiao Yan said hurriedly. Julie smiled and knocked on Qianmo's door. She led the two of them in. At this moment, Jiao Yan was a little nervous. After all, this was the first time she had an exclusive interview with such a big shot. In the past, she had interviewed experts in various fields, and she was never this nervous. As soon as she entered, she saw Qianmo in the room. Hello. Qianmo saw the two of them enter and extended his hand with a smile. Hi. Hello. When Jiao Yan saw Qianmo, she was stunned. At such a close distance, she realized that Qianmo was even younger and more confident than in the video. He should be 3 or 4 years younger than her. Feeling the warmth from Qianmo's hand, Jiao Yan's cheeks also blushed. After a while, Jiao Yan realized that her infatuation was acting up again. She hurriedly let go of Qianmo's hand. Sorry, I haven't seen a handsome guy in a long time. I didn't react in time. Well, I didn't expect that I would be so charming. Qianmo nodded seriously. The group of people laughed, dissolving the awkward atmosphere just now. We won't take up too much of your time. Let's start now. When Jiao Yan finished speaking, the photographer had already started setting up the camera. Soon, the two of them sat on the sofa, and the interview officially began. Mr. Chen, what kind of person do you think you are in your life? If it's a 10, how many points would you give yourself? Jiao Yan asked with a smile. She started chatting with Chen Mo. If she asked something too serious all of a sudden, the effect would not be good. I'm an ordinary person. If I have to say, I'm a technical geek. No matter what the conditions are, I have to give myself full marks. If you can charm me, you should give me full marks. Jiao Yan smiled and said, is there anything interesting in your life or something that makes you feel lucky? Of course. Meeting my girlfriend is a very interesting and lucky thing. Chen Mo thought of the scene when he met Xiaoyu and smiled subconsciously. After a simple conversation, the atmosphere calmed down, and Jiao Yan slowly got to the main topic of the interview. The main topic of the interview was mainly about the establishment of the Army Ant Company and some views on the future of artificial intelligence. This interview was for the publication of a weekly magazine. It couldn't be about trivial daily things. That night, Chen Mo left the hotel with Julie to attend the business conference. This was his second public event. There would be various experts, scholars, industry leaders, and other authoritative figures participating. Chen Mo was not good at socializing, so he rejected it in his heart. However, he still had to go. When he arrived at the hotel, he saw the car waiting for him. Sitting in the front passenger seat was the staff member responsible for picking him up. His name was Sun Xian. Now that Chen Mo's status was extraordinary, he was at the level of a big shot in the country, so Sun Xian was very respectful towards him. He did not talk much. Chen Mo was happy to be free. He turned his head to look out the window and enjoy the night view of the capital. The hotel he was staying at was not far from the venue of the exchange party. He arrived at his destination in 5 minutes. Under Sun Xian's guidance, Chen Mo quickly met the chairman of the Internet Association, Wu Hechuan. Wu Hechuan was already in his middle years. His hair was white, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He had a smile on his face and looked very energetic. As an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, he did not have the inflexibility of a scholar. He was more of a practical person. At this time, Wu Hechuan was greeting the guests. When he heard that Chen Mo was coming, he immediately said goodbye to the others and strode towards Chen Mo. I have always wanted to meet you. I did not expect that I would get my wish today. You are really young and promising. The future of the new era depends on you young people. Other than the Haisha charity night, Chen Mo had not participated in any other large-scale exchange parties. He did not know much about etiquette. However, he could still hear the politeness in Wu Hechuan's tone. Naturally, he did not dare to be rude. He quickly said humbly, I have long admired academician Wu. It is my honor to meet you tonight. There are many things I need to learn from you in the future. Chen Mo's words were neither servile nor overbearing. Coupled with his calm temperament, he had the demeanor of a superior. Wu Hechuan's eyes were filled with admiration. He had achieved such great results at such a young age, yet he still didn't have the arrogance of a young man. This was the most outstanding young man he had seen in recent years. He was many times better than his students. After sizing up Chen Mo for a while, Wu Hechuan said, when I was your age, I was still lying in a pile of books, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Little brother Chen, you're so young, yet you've managed to carve out such a great career. It's really rare. You're more promising than me. The younger generation pushes the older generation forward. I, the older generation, am going to die on the beach. Academician Wu, don't say that. You're the one who opened the way. Without you opening the way, we students probably wouldn't even be able to find the beach. Wu Hechuan laughed at Chen Mo's politeness. This young man was a little crafty. Then, he looked at Julie, who was beside Chen Mo. She is Academician Wu, I'm Julie, the person in charge of the marketing system of the Army Ant Company. This time I'm accompanying my boss to attend the exchange meeting. You guys talk, I'm going to the washroom. Julie shook hands with Wu Hechuan and said goodbye. After Julie left, Wu Hechuan grabbed Chen Mo's hand affectionately and led him inside. He didn't need to introduce Chen Mo. Everyone around could recognize him. This young man was Chen Mo, who was currently in the limelight. He was the founder of the Army Ant Company and the big boss behind it. In the past, Chen Mo kept a low profile and no one knew him. But now, after Chen Mo's name was exposed, many people knew him. Little brother Chen, let's talk. Wu Hechuan seemed to be afraid that Chen Mo would run away. He didn't want to let go of him. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. After turning the corner and walking out of the courtyard, Wu Hechuan looked around and said, "Little brother Chen, I'm looking for you this time because of a small matter. Please tell me." Chen Mo was a little curious. This old expert pulled him out to talk about something. "Look at us, the older generation, we can't do anything anymore. The country needs new blood. Are you interested in joining the Academy of Engineering?" This time, Chen Mo didn't know how to answer. He was wondering why this old expert was being so mysterious. He didn't expect it to be because of this matter. "Academician Wu, this. I'm the big boss of a company. It's not appropriate for me to join the Academy of Engineering, right?" Chen Mo said, "Moreover, I'm just a young man. If I take up other people's places, all the hard work of those old seniors will go to waste. Won't I be a sinner?" There were many restrictions to joining the Academy of Engineering. He was the big boss of a company. It was more or less inappropriate. The director has already informed the higher-ups to see if they can make an exception. Maybe you can be specially recruited and not be counted in the quota. You can't be restricted to one type of talent. Wu Hechuan said. "This, long time no see, brother Chen Mo." Just as the two of them were talking, a deep voice interrupted their conversation. Li Qingji was wearing a well-ironed suit. He walked towards the two with a smile on his face. He looked very capable, like a successful entrepreneur. Instructor Li, academician Wu saw Li Qingji and was slightly surprised. "Mr. Wu." Li Qingji bowed modestly to Wu Hechuan. "Mr. Wu, you want to pull brother Chen Mo into the Academy of Engineering, right? It just so happens that I'm here this time. Why don't you let me talk to brother Chen Mo?" "Of course." Wu Hechuan smiled. "Mr. Wu, I saw your little niece inside just now. She seemed to be looking for you." Li Qingji said. "Then you guys talk. I'll go in first." Wu Hechuan said goodbye to the two with a smile and hurriedly walked inside. When the two were left, Li Qingji walked to Chen Mo and stopped. "Brother Chen Mo, about the smart assistant, I want to thank you in advance." "You're welcome. It's a fair deal." Chen Mo said. "Have you thought about what happened last time? Can you join the Academy of Engineering? For a genius like you, the higher-ups take good care of you. It's very likely that they will make an exception for you. I've already reported it to the higher-ups last time. It's just that there was some resistance at that time. It's not a big problem now." Li Qingji glanced at Chen Mo and turned to look outside. For a genius like Chen Mo, it was impossible for the higher-ups to ignore him. If he could be pulled into the Academy of Engineering, it would be absolutely beneficial. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. If we make an exception, we definitely won't force you to do anything or research anything. It's just a name, and it won't be announced to the public. You'll enjoy an allowance. When necessary, you can provide some technical support within the scope of your ability, or train 1 or 2 students. You're probably being watched by a lot of people now. If you have a name, it'll be a lot less trouble. Many things will be much more convenient if you engage in research. Moreover, we'll send people to protect your family. If it's the condition you mentioned, I can join." Chen Mo agreed. As long as there were no restrictions, it didn't matter if he joined. As a descendant of Xianxia, there was nothing wrong with providing help within his limited ability. His interests wouldn't be harmed, and he could still get benefits. There was nothing wrong with that. His family had always been the thing he was most worried about. Li Qingji's words were undoubtedly his weakest point. It was also because of the last sentence that Chen Mo agreed. Li Qingji laughed heartily. Last time, Chen Mo was just a rookie. It was still difficult for him to make an exception. It was different now. After seeing the intelligent robot come out, many people could basically shut up. Then it's settled. Li Qingji smiled and said, "I'll let you know if there's any news." "Instructor Li, you're so happy. Did you succeed?" Wu Hechuan walked in. "As long as you pass the last stage, it's done." Wu Hechuan also smiled. "Then congratulations in advance, brother Chen Mo. Come, let me introduce you to someone." Wu Bing was wearing a black evening gown. It was simple and elegant, showing off her curves. With her fair skin, she was a standard beauty. Wu Bing sat in the corner, holding a glass of orange juice. She looked coldly at the group of people talking and laughing. If her uncle didn't ask her to come, she would never participate in these exchanges. She instinctively rejected these businessmen who were full of the smell of money. Seeing Chen Mo and Wu Hechuan come over, Wu Bing stood up. Uncle. Wu Bing was very respectful to Wu Hechuan, but she didn't look at Chen Mo from the beginning to the end. When her mother was pregnant with her, her father had already left. When she was 7, her mother also left. She was raised by her uncle since she was young, so she treated him like a father. Let me introduce you. This is my niece, Wu Bing. She just came back not long ago. She has a double doctorate in medicine and biology from Oxford. She's about to join the Academy of Engineering and become the youngest female academician. Wu Hechuan smiled at Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at Wu Bing strangely. What did academician Wu mean by introducing his niece to him? Hello, I'm Chen Mo. Wu Bing's expression was a bit cold, but out of politeness, Chen Mo still reached out his hand. Hello. Wu Bing shook Chen Mo's hand and quickly retracted it. Take the initiative to talk to Mr. Chen. Wu Hechuan whispered in Wu Bing's ear and looked at Chen Mo. You young people talk and get to know each other. I'm going to find an old friend. If Chen Mo still didn't understand what Wu Hechuan meant, then he would have lived in vain. That old man actually wanted to introduce him to his niece. After Wu Hechuan left, the scene became awkward. You should know what my uncle means, right? Wu Bing said, her tone as cold as usual. I don't like rich second generations. Chen Mo wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. He shook his head helplessly. You just came back a few days ago, right? It was the first time Chen Mo heard someone call him a rich second generation. He wanted to be one, but he wasn't that lucky. If you want to pursue me, you can give up on that idea. I'm not interested in you. I think there might be some misunderstanding. Sorry. Chen Mo awkwardly rubbed his nose, picked up the juice, and sat on the sofa. This woman probably had a preconceived notion that he was some rich second-generation heir chasing after her. Although she was a little pretty, her personality was much worse than his Xiaoyu's. She was supposed to be academician Wu's niece, so she had gotten to know her through chatting and was more polite. However, this woman seemed to be a little arrogant. To be able to obtain a double doctorate from a top university at such a young age, he was indeed much more outstanding than the average person. It was normal for him to be arrogant. The two of them didn't say anything else. It was better if no one disturbed this kind of exchange. However, things did not go as he wished. Not long after he sat down, a voice sounded. Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. The wine-red evening gown accentuated her slender waist. Her fox-like bewitching eyes, fiery red lips, and resplendent gemstone necklace sparkled under the light, setting off her snow-white swan neck. Seeing this woman, 2 words popped up in Chen Mo's mind, stunner. Chen Mo didn't feel much. He glanced at the woman walking over and smiled politely. Yan Ryu, nice to meet you, Mr. Chen. Yan Ryu glanced at Wu Bing with a smile on her face. She sat down beside Chen Mo and bowed slightly. From Chen Mo's angle, he could clearly see the snow-white northern hemisphere and the Mariana Trench. Mr. Chen, you're sitting here alone? You must be bored. Why don't we chat? Yan Ryu smiled at Chen Mo. Wu Bing glanced at Chen Mo coldly, snorted, and stood up to leave. Uncle, I'll go home first, Wu Bing said to Wu Hechuan. Why don't you chat with Chen Mo for a while longer? Wu Hechuan's eyes were filled with confusion. It's not suitable, uncle, Wu Bing said. You don't have to introduce any men to me in the future. I'm not at that level yet. I can find one myself. Chen Mo is a young man with a very good background. I had to be thick-skinned to find you such an opportunity. You're not young anymore. How can you not have someone to take care of you in the future? Wu Hechuan looked unhappy. I can take care of myself. Don't worry. Wu Hechuan knew that there was no chance. He treated this little niece like his own daughter. But to outsiders, she was cold. If this continued, her personal problems would be enough for him to worry about. Uncle, I'll go back first. I still need to improve my thesis, Wu Bing said. Okay, you go back first. Wu Huchuan sighed and looked in Chen Mo's direction. Sorry, I need to go to the washroom. Chen Mo gave Yan Ryu a polite smile and stood up to leave. This woman should be a socialite, the so-called social butterfly. Instinct told him that it was best not to mess with this kind of woman. Besides Yan Ryu, there were a few other women watching him. If they caught Chen Mo alone, they would definitely come over. After all, there were not many young and promising people like him. If they hooked up with him, what could they not get? President Chen. Chen Mo had just walked out when he bumped into Yu Qingnan. Come and sit here. Chen Mo did not refuse. It was better to have someone he knew than to sit alone. There are more people this year than last year. Do you feel that coming here is not very useful? Yu Qingnan asked as soon as he sat down. Indeed. Chen Mo did not deny it. At our level, a lot of things are about resources and connections. With connections, there are many things that can be done very quickly. You have worked so hard for half a month, and some people can solve it with just one sentence. This is the benefit of connections. In this era, it is difficult to make it big by yourself. For a product, you need various channels. Although it is the internet era, the necessary connections are still indispensable. Cooperation is the eternal theme. Of course, your company is the biggest exception. The development of the Army Ant Company could not be defined by conventional thinking. This was already breaking the norm, and they could not understand it either. Yu Qingnan also knew that Chen Mo would not give in on the smart assistant, so he did not mention it. The two of them chatted casually as if there was no one else around. When the two big shots were talking, the others naturally did not dare to disturb them. Yu Qingnan was a little humorous and would occasionally reveal some insider information, which allowed Chen Mo to gain a lot of knowledge. In other corners, many people were chatting and laughing. They seemed to be having a good time. After a long time, Yu Qingnan saw someone greeting him. He also excused himself from Chen Mo and got up to leave. Chen Mo was left alone again. The venue was filled with elegant music. The waiters carried red wine and juice and shuttled among the many VIPs in suits. Most of the people here were famous people in and out of the country. They were chatting and laughing in small groups. Some well-dressed socialites shuttled through the crowd. When they saw a boss who was alone, they walked over elegantly. Occasionally, a few socialites would gather together and whisper to each other. From time to time, they would look at Chen Mo with burning eyes. As for the young rich second-generation heirs, their eyes were fixed on the young and beautiful women in the venue. The program of the exchange meeting had already started. Famous celebrities were invited to perform. Chen Mo was not very interested. He just watched quietly. Seeing the socialites eyeing him covetously, Chen Mo picked up a glass of juice and walked to a secluded corner. There was no one here, and he was happy to be free. Brother Mo, Xiaoyu is calling. As soon as Chen Mo came out of the shower, the Mahast girl's voice rang. Xiaoyu, do you miss me? Chen Mo picked up the phone and smiled. Yes, I want to ask, can I come home on the night of the 25th? Xiaoyu's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. The closing ceremony will be held on the afternoon of the 25th. I booked an afternoon flight, so it should be okay. What's the hurry? You'll know when you come back. After chatting with Xiaoyu for a long time, he hung up the phone. After thinking for a while, Chen Mo said, Mahast girl, did something urgent happen to Xiaoyu? No. Then why was he in such a hurry to go back? Since he couldn't figure it out, Chen Mo simply stopped thinking about it. There were a lot of things to do in the past few days. After a tiring day, meeting with God of Zhou was the right thing to do. The matter of the army ant robot was still fermenting. After the first day of fermenting, more and more people paid attention to the robot. The internet was filled with all kinds of worries about the robot. They were worried about the crisis of intelligence and that the robot would take away their jobs. All the dangers of the robot that could be thought of appeared in various articles and comments. Because of the army ant robot, it caused the biggest heated discussion about artificial intelligence. The robot of the Army Ant Company also became a generation of internet-famous robots. In the exhibition area, all kinds of information about the robot constantly came out. On the last day of the internet conference, when the exhibition area was open to the public, the Army Ant Company's booth was naturally the most popular. The people who came to visit all experienced the fun of taking photos with the robot once. And all of this seemed to have nothing to do with Chen Mo. In the past 2 days, Chen Mo acted more like an outsider. Most of the time, he visited various attractions in the capital. In addition to attending the annual meeting and the summit forum, Chen Mo asked Julie to cancel all other social engagements. At the summit forum, Chen Mo also didn't go up to give a speech. After the lesson of the first day, if he attended so many social engagements, he would be asking for trouble. After the internet conference ended, Chen Mo rushed back to Binhai City. Xiaoyu asked him to go back that day. He was also curious as to what made Xiaoyu so secretive. Binhai City Airport. Xiaoyu's gaze was fixed on the exit. For the past 3 days, she had only heard Chen Mo's voice, but had never seen Chen Mo in person. It wasn't until she saw Chen Mo and Julie walking out of the exit that Xiaoyu's face revealed a surprised smile. It was said that absence made the heart grow fonder. In the past few days, she had experienced this feeling a little. When Chen Mo walked out, Xiaoyu walked to his side. She didn't say anything, but the smile on her face said it all. "Boss, I'm leaving first." Julie smiled and glanced at Xiaoyu. She was envious of this lucky girl. At this time, she was an outsider, so it was best for her to leave. "Where's Xianxia?" Chen Mo looked around. Xianxia went shopping. Xiaoyu hugged Chen Mo's arm. "Let's go back quickly." "What made you call me back in such a hurry?" "You'll know when we get home." Chen Mo held Xiaoyu's hand and swaggered out of the airport. On the way, Chen Mo was thinking about what made Xiaoyu so secretive. As soon as he opened the door of the villa, before he turned on the lights, he was pulled into the hall by Xiaoyu. Seeing the scene in the hall, Chen Mo was stunned for 2 seconds. He saw the cake on the table and smiled. "Whose birthday is it today?" "I didn't prepare a gift." "Sister Xiaoyu, I won." As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Zhang Xinxin, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately laughed. "Okay, you won." Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo helplessly. "Whose birthday?" Chen Mo thought for a while. The day was not right, Xiaoyu's birthday was not now. "I told you, brother, you're celebrating your lunar birthday, so you often forget your own birthday," Zhang Xinxin said proudly. Chen Mo thought for a while, and it seemed that the day was right, then he smiled bitterly. "Close your eyes and make a wish," Xiaoyu urged. "Okay." Chen Mo's heart warmed, and the fatigue of the flight also disappeared. He did not expect that Xiaoyu and Xinxin would prepare such a carefully prepared surprise for him. "Brother, Sister Xiaoyu blew the candle for you. You can't open your eyes after making a wish." Chen Mo was about to open his eyes when he heard Zhang Xinxin's voice. "Why can't I open my eyes?" Chen Mo did not understand. "Because you don't remember your birthday, Sister Xiaoyu lost a bet to me. Whoever lost will hit your face with cream." Pa, as soon as Zhang Xinxin finished speaking, a sound was heard, followed by 2 crazy laughter. Wiping off the cream on his face, Chen Mo looked at the two with an unfriendly look. "You got guts." Then, there was a burst of laughter in the villa. At night, Xiaoyu was lying in Chen Mo's arms, looking weak. "Thank you for today." Chen Mo stroked Xiaoyu's smooth back. "I haven't given you your present." Xiaoyu struggled to get up, and took out a protective talisman from the bedside table. "This is the protective talisman I went to the Lingyin temple to ask for you during the new year. Put it in your wallet and carry it with you. Although it's not very expensive, I hope you like it." "Of course I like it." Chen Mo's heart was warmed, and he hugged Xiaoyu tightly. Feeling Chen Mo's feelings, Xiaoyu's face also showed a sweet smile, and then she buried her head in Chen Mo's ear and whispered, "Love me." After breakfast the next day, Chen Mo took Xiaoyu to the company. Zhang Xinxin, that girl, in order not to let people know that she was the big boss sister, she took the bus to the company, which made Chen Mo feel helpless. Just as he went to the office, Zhao Min came to find him. "Boss, you were in the limelight at the internet conference. Now you are the youngest billionaire in the country, the pioneer of artificial intelligence, and the fantasy of countless girls. How does it feel?" After seeing Chen Mo, Zhao Min teased. I now suspect that you tricked me. Chen Mo looked at her speechlessly. In Chen Mo's exposure marketing, Zhao Min must have been the driving force, which increased his exposure. In addition to this internet conference, he was now the symbol of the Army Ant Company, and his popularity had surpassed Zhao Min. I didn't trick you. Zhao Min smiled and said, anyway, you are not managing the company, and the company needs a mascot, so it is necessary to make you the symbol of the company. Just like Ali's old Ma, Microsoft's Gates, and Apple's Steve Jobs, when there is a belief, the cohesive force of the employees will be stronger. You win, you actually tricked me as a mascot. Chen Mo spread out his hands. If that was the case, this mascot must be him. Our robot is not on the market for the time being, and the impact of the robot incident will slowly fade after the internet conference, so you don't have to worry about causing any trouble to the company. Zhao Min said, I will report the company's situation to you. No need. Chen Mo said, I understand the company's situation. Then it will save me the trouble. Zhao Min said, all the parts and components you customized have arrived, I will ask someone to send it up. Okay, ask them to come up immediately. Chen Mo said. Those were the materials he used to make the seismometer and the 3D printer. At first, he did not have all of them, but this time, he could finally assemble them without worry. Oh right, after the robot is sent back, I will put it in the company's lobby as a receptionist to improve the company's image. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. Zhao Min asked the fitters in the workshop to make twice the number of parts so that they could be replaced if the parts were broken. This meticulousness made Chen Mo a little happy, at least there was a set of spare parts to choose from. All the parts were transported to Chen Mo's laboratory. After the staff left, Chen Mo let 10 robots begin to transport the parts and officially assemble them. Mahast girl. Brother Mo, Mahast girl is here. What can I do for you? The Mahast girl's tender voice sounded. Now the Mahast girl's dialogue with him is more and more diverse. She is learning all the time and her intelligence is becoming more and more complex. This is what Chen Mo expected. Write a paper on earthquake early warning. The name of the paper is Research on Earthquake Early Warning. Write some of the principles of seismograph manufacturing, but don't write the core principles and seismograph manufacturing technology. Chen Mo said. The army has not moved, but the provisions have to go first. Publish the paper first, and then officially start the equipment manufacturing. Any equipment needs a theory to support it. Earthquakes are caused by the fracture and dislocation of underground rock strata. Earthquakes happen all the time on Earth. Usually, the level of the earthquake is too low to be detected. There are nearly 8,000 earthquakes below magnitude 2 every day. These earthquakes are too low to cause any impact at all. Before an earthquake, the underground rock will have a piezomagnetic effect under the action of the ground stress, which causes local changes in the geomagnetic field. When the underground rock fracture and dislocation, the ground stress causes the rock to be compressed or stretched, causing a change in the ground resistance, which causes local changes in the Earth's electromagnetic field. And before an earthquake, due to the geothermal accumulation, or the strong gravitational force of the underground rock, a lot of heat is generated due to the fierce friction. This heat overflows from the surface, causing a geothermal phenomenon. Some earthquake clouds are generated because of the existence of geomagnetism and geothermal heat. The combination of geomagnetic field abnormalities, geothermal heat changes, and seismic wave changes makes it possible to give early warning of earthquakes. Chen Mo's seismograph is based on these principles, using the changes in geomagnetic field and geothermal heat to monitor the activity of the underground rock strata and calculate the time of the rock fracture and dislocation in the underground fault zone to achieve the purpose of early warning. Brother Mo, the paper has been written, do you want to publish it now? The Mahast girl said. Let me see. Chen Mo walked in front of the computer, and a thesis appeared on the desktop. After reading through it carefully and ascertaining that there was nothing wrong with it, Xianxia asked. Send it to Nature, Chen Mo said. International or domestic? The Mahast girl asked. Let's make it international. There is only one issue every 2 months in the country. The international one is faster, Chen Mo said. Brother Mo, the message has been sent, the Mahast girl said. Campbell was preparing the contents of this week's weekly issue. Every week, the magazine's mailbox would receive many papers from all over the world. They were the prestigious Comprehensive Science Weekly in the academic world. The magazine mainly reported on major discoveries and breakthroughs in the scientific world and was very strict about the content. As the chief editor, he had to confirm the thesis of the weekly magazine. This task was very important. Not long after, an editor walked in and hurriedly placed a paper on Campbell's desk. "Chief editor, this is a paper from Xianxia." "Xianxia?" Campbell frowned. In his mind, what kind of paper could Xianxia have? "What is it about?" Campbell did not even look at the paper. "Research on earthquake warning." "Earthquake warning?" Campbell was interested. He grabbed the paper and read it carefully. After reading it carefully, he threw the paper to the side. The people of Xianxia are ridiculous. They think that their random fantasy is a scientific discovery. Just like the previous papers, this is all useless. There is no evidence, and it is not very useful. "What about the rejection?" the editor who sent the paper in asked. "Reject it," Campbell said. "Okay." Seeing the rejection notice, Xianxia frowned. It had only been a day, and the paper was rejected. This was very efficient. "Send the paper to the domestic Nature and Science magazines," Xianxia said. "If the paper is sent out, what if it is rejected again?" the Mahist girl asked. "So be it. What else can we do?" Xianxia laughed at the Mahist girl's question. "I will publish the rejection myself. Science magazines are just a channel for the academic community." 2 days later, Xianxia looked at the 2 rejection notices and was speechless. The Mahist girl was right, and the paper was rejected again. Was it so difficult to publish a scientific paper through an authoritative magazine? But after thinking about it, Fengyu was not an authoritative expert or a famous scholar in this field. It should be very difficult for a theoretical paper like this to be approved. "Publish the paper on the company's official website," Xianxia said. Publishing through authoritative channels is only to let more people accept the paper. Since the chief editors of these channels do not approve of the paper, Fengyu did not have to be so shameless. "It has been published," the Mahist girl said. Qing Mingxin sat in front of his computer and checked the official website from time to time. He is the person in charge of the company's official website. His daily job is to publish the content of the official website. When he checked the official website again, Qing Mingxin's eyes narrowed. There is an additional article on the official website. This kind of situation happens occasionally. Because in the company, any announcement made by the big boss does not need to go through the hands of the people below. Carbon crystal materials, Chinese programming language, and so on. These things are all published by the big boss personally. Research on earthquake early warning? Qing Mingxin saw the signature and thought to himself, sure enough. After printing the paper, Qing Mingxin did not dare to delay. He took the paper and ran to the CEO's office. The higher-ups have already instructed him to report to the CEO's office immediately whenever the big boss publishes an article and pick his superiors. Sister Zhao, he published a paper on the official website. Xiaoyu took the paper Qing Mingxin gave her and placed it on Zhao Min's desk. This monster, a monster. Zhao Min looked at the paper and sighed. She had just returned from a business trip when Xianxia started to make a fuss. Xiaoyu, is this guy from the future? Does he usually hide in his room to do research at home? Occasionally. He usually learns things very quickly. He's quite good. But I've read this paper. It's a little wild. Maybe he's joking, Xiaoyu said. If he dares to publish something, it's not a joke. Zhao Min sighed. From the carbon crystal materials, Chinese programming language, and artificial intelligence papers, Zhao Min had never seen Xianxia joke about academics. The robots were already in his laboratory to help him do experiments. Although the equipment in the laboratory above was not the most complete, the things they were researching were the most cutting edge. Xianxia was like a hen that could lay eggs. These papers and research were like eggs, one a day. If Xianxia knew that he was compared to a hen by Zhao Min, he would definitely fly into a rage. Take the paper up and ask about the situation, Zhao Min said. Li Taijun sat at his desk and was bored. He opened the official website of the Army Ant Company. Because he followed the news of the Army Ant Company, he got first-hand information every time. Now that he was promoted, he didn't have to go out so often. He found a pattern. Most of the important news of the Army Ant Company was released through the official website. The official website of the Army Ant Company had become the focus of many reporters. Moreover, the internet conference had just ended. The popularity of robots was still there, and many people were still paying attention. Robots represented the future. The artificial intelligence of the Army Ant Company was already at the forefront of the field. No one knew when the Army Ant Company would drop another bombshell. Suddenly, Li Taijun was stunned when he saw the updated announcement. Research on earthquake warning? This is a paper? Signed by Chen Mo? In just a few lines, Li Taijun instantly found the key word. Earthquake warning? These words carried a heavy weight, the weight of life. Chen Mo published a paper on earthquake warning? If it was true, this would be another big step for mankind to fight against nature. It would be a truly boundless merit. Before he finished reading, Li Taijun quickly loaded the article and added the title, Army Ant publishes research paper on earthquake warning. Anyway, whether the paper was true or not, he wasn't the one who praised or criticized it. He was just a media person. His mission was to report the news truthfully. As soon as Li Taijun's news came out, the number of clicks and reads increased rapidly. The Army Ant Company was indeed the darling of the media. In just a minute, the number of clicks had exceeded 1,000. It was terrifying. Li Taijun wasn't the only one who reposted it. Other media outlets also quickly reposted it. It wasn't easy to get the opportunity to get Army Ant news. No one would let it go. In less than 5 minutes, the paper had been reposted by more than a dozen media outlets. The popularity of robots had just passed, and now there was an earthquake warning. This meant that Chen Mo was now engaged in related research. Army Ant was now the most cutting-edge enterprise. For this kind of enterprise, any major event would become big news. If the earthquake warning was really developed according to Chen Mo's theory, Chen Mo would definitely become a great man. The evolution of mankind was the process of fighting against the heavens. Humans were already able to predict typhoons. Now, the biggest natural disaster was earthquakes. However, not long after Chen Mo's thesis was published, different voices appeared. The earthquake warning was too terrifying, and it was a matter of great merit. Countless physicists and seismologists had been researching earthquake warnings, but after so many years of hard work, they had only managed to advance the warning time by 10 seconds, and it was not very accurate. Now that Chen Mo had discovered it, where would they put their faces? And it was just a theoretical paper. Your ideas are bold and imaginative, but science is a very rigorous subject. Theories are all empty talk without experimental data to support them. This thesis was filled with theories. Without any data, how could it be proven? I admit that Chen Mo is a computer genius, but he is not an all-round genius. Young man, don't become arrogant just because you have some achievements. Don't become the next Fang Zhongyong. Being down-to-earth is your future. After the first expert spoke up, more and more experts stepped forward to speak up. Everyone's opinion was surprisingly consistent. They were not optimistic about this theoretical paper. Chen Mo was an expert in the field of computer science and could be considered half an expert in the field of materials. However, Chen Mo had never come into contact with seismology before. They did not believe that Chen Mo could come up with any useful theories. Many authoritative experts came out to oppose it, and many netizens came out to ridicule it. There were not many people who stood by Chen Mo, less than 10% of the people. All kinds of supportive comments were also drowned out by the ridicule. God said, "Oh no, Chen Mo will know when Eyeball quakes. On earth, gods don't cry, ghosts don't scream. Little Chen Mo, ridiculous. Please match the second line. Although I know it's not very reliable, the people of Chuan still have a little hope and support Chen Mo. I hope that he is a great person. The so-called earthquake is the energy accumulated by Earth's bed shaking, car shaking, horse shaking, field shaking, high-speed rail shaking, airplane shaking, and space shaking to return to humans in one go. Why are there so many earthquakes in Island State? Too many short movies. The logic is clear, and I suddenly realized that it makes sense. All kinds of ridiculing comments that could be imagined, as well as all kinds of mocking articles, appeared on the internet, and even on the Army Ant's official Weibo. The matter was also pushed to a climax amidst the abuse. This was the reason why Chen Mo wanted to find authoritative magazines and periodicals to publish in the beginning. Authoritative channels were approved by authoritative experts. They could avoid the arguments of ordinary people, and the response would be greater. Many people who were not authoritative channels would think that this was just a joke. Chen Mo did not expect that because it was an academic paper, it would cause such a big response. The topic of earthquakes was too sensitive and involved too many things. They had experienced too many disasters, so they naturally paid attention to this news. The day after the paper was published, the entrance of the Army Ant Company was once again blocked by reporters from all walks of life. They hoped to interview Chen Mo and ask him for an answer. "Do you want to respond?" Zhao Min stood beside Chen Mo and looked at the reporters outside the company. She also had a headache now. This boss's ability to create news was extraordinary. As soon as he appeared, he was like a magnet that attracted the attention of all parties. The impact of a paper was beyond her imagination. Make it bigger? Chen Mo looked at the reporters outside the company and smiled. Make a shocking bet. Bet 1 billion on whether I can make the seismograph. You're not from Earth, right? I want to minimize the problem, not make the Earth explode. Zhao Men looked at Chen Mo speechlessly. If she really followed Chen Mo's nonsense, the company's impact would not be small. This was not a joke. How to minimize the problem? Chen Mo said, withdraw the paper? When Einstein's theory of relativity was published, it was not recognized by people. Time is the best answer. I'm not asking you to withdraw the paper. Chen Mo had not confirmed his theoretical conjecture. If he withdrew the paper, it would make the Army Ant Company look guilty. Then, there would be more ridicule. Cyberbullying started with the development of the Army Ant Company and continued until now. Some people could not wait for the Army Ant Company to have a problem. Then, they would stick their heads out and tear off a piece of meat. Army Ant Company was an anomaly to those tycoons. A pack of hungry carnivorous wolves was watching them at all times. A paper was so big. Other than the attention of the public, there must be a mastermind behind it. Just give me a response. I will ask someone to announce it. As long as the problem is not blown out of proportion, it will be fine, Zhao Min said. Lu Sun said that geniuses are never understood. Chen Mo shook his head seriously. This theory was taken from the scientific library. He did not think that the scientific library would include the wrong technology. As soon as he said this, Zhao Min was amused. Then I will use this as a response, Zhao Min said. She was now desperate. She did not care whether it was big or not. Anyway, it was very big. A paper was not something evil. She could not do anything to the Army Ant Company. Whatever, Chen Mo said. I will ask Xiaoyu to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, I will deduct her salary, Zhao Min said. Hey, are you threatening your boss? Do you believe that I will deduct your salary now? Chen Mo was also amused by Zhao Min's words. It was a simple joke. The atmosphere was much better. After confirming Chen Mo's determination, Zhao Min left her office. She felt that she was in charge of the company to clean up Chen Mo's mess. As soon as the Army Ant Company's response came out, it immediately attracted the attention of many netizens. Chen Mo's words set off a heated debate on the internet. Lu Sun said, "Silence, silence. If you don't explode in silence, you will perish in silence." I suddenly discovered an earth-shattering secret. Lu Sun said, I never said that. Lu Sun is not the point. The point is, where did Chen Mo get the confidence to say that he is a genius? Einstein said, in order to punish me for despising authority, fate also turned me into an authority. I kind of believe that Chen Mo is the next authority. Under the Army Ant Company's official Weibo, the debate about Chen Mo's paper was divided into 3 factions. One supported, one opposed, and one was neutral. The opposition had 70% of the votes and had the absolute upper hand. No matter when, before the value of a new thing was proven, it was inevitable that it would be questioned. Without the support of facts, the theory would never be convinced. In addition, no authoritative experts were willing to stand up and support Chen Mo, making the authority of Chen Mo's paper even lower. The paper incident suppressed the popularity of the robot, and the debate about Chen Mo's paper remained at the peak of popularity. The earthquake prediction was too big, and there were all kinds of mocking words everywhere. In the villa, Xiaoyu sat on the sofa and looked at her phone. She looked a little unhappy. Noticing her strangeness, Chen Mo put down the book in his hand and glanced at Xiaoyu's phone. "Are you unhappy because of this?" Chen Mo pointed at the news on Xiaoyu's phone. "I just don't understand why they are mocking me. If they don't believe it, they can just laugh it off. Why do they have to post so many mocking words?" Xiaoyu said. "Their mouths are on other people's bodies. Don't worry about it. But I feel uncomfortable watching it. Sooner or later, I will turn all these news into articles praising me. Don't read it now if you feel uncomfortable. Read it later." Chen Mo smiled and took Xiaoyu's phone. "Don't hide in the house and play with your phone. Go change your clothes and come out with me to relax." Ignoring the rumors on the internet, Chen Mo's life returned to normal. For half a month, the Army Ant Company did not give any response to Chen Mo's earthquake warning paper, and the popularity of the discussion slowly died down. Chen Mo's thesis was still on the official website of the Army Ant Company, and people would occasionally dig it out. The matter of the seismograph was steadily being debated in various ways. Because the technology was obtained from the scientific library, there were no technical bottlenecks. In addition, the 10 robots worked day and night non-stop. The production of the seismograph went very smoothly. "Brother Mo, the first seismograph has been assembled." The Mahist girl's voice shook Chen Mo's spirit. He hurriedly stood up and walked towards the laboratory. This was good news. It had been almost 3 months since he had obtained the technology for the seismograph. With the complete technology and only a simple manufacturing process, it took him 3 months. This efficiency was already very slow. Chen Mo walked into the laboratory and saw 10 robots surrounding a 2-meter-tall cylindrical instrument. It had a bullet head and a smooth surface. It stood on 3 legs on the ground. There were no unnecessary decorations. It was simple and unadorned. Chen Mo knew that this thing was the thing that would shatter the doubts of the outside world. Has the algorithm been written? Chen Mo touched the seismograph. This seismograph was based on the changes in the magnetic field, geothermal, and seismic waves to predict earthquakes. It used the data of the detected spikes to make comprehensive calculations to achieve the purpose of early warning. This small cylindrical instrument combined the most advanced geothermal magnetic field detection technology, seismic wave technology, and geothermal detection technology. It was a typical high-tech combination. "It has been written." The Mahist girl said, "It can operate normally, and there is no problem with the instrument. Now, only the official test is left." "Okay." Chen Mo nodded. "Do you think there is a suitable place for the test?" The Pacific Rim Seismic Zone. 80% of the world's shallow earthquakes, 90% of the world's mid-depth earthquakes, and almost all of the deep-depth earthquakes occur here. The most suitable places abroad are the Mariana Trench near the island state, Alaska, Chile, and Sumatra. The most suitable place in the country is the Tibetan Plateau. These places are the intersections of the plates. Chen Mo thought about it. It was easier to do it in the country, but the test abroad was very difficult. It was impossible for those countries to casually let him bring such a large unknown instrument into the country. "Inform Zhao Min to come up," Chen Mo said. Not long after Chen Mo's announcement, Zhao Min walked into the laboratory with Xiaoyu. "What is this?" Zhao Min asked as soon as she entered the laboratory. "Seismograph." Chen Mo dropped a bombshell. Not only Zhao Min, but even Xiaoyu was stunned on the spot. It had only been half a month since Chen Mo's paper on earthquake warning came out. At that time, it had caused a lot of commotion. Now, only half a month had passed, and the instrument was already out. "Is this the thing that made you ridiculed all over the world?" Zhao Min looked at the instrument carefully, wanting to see what was so special about it. "Kind of. It was made according to the basic principles of the paper." Chen Mo said, "This is a short-term earthquake warning. In theory, it can be 5 hours in advance, but it depends on the actual operation. There is nothing absolute about this thing. Hearing Chen Mo say that it could be 5 hours in advance, Zhao Min took a deep breath. If it was really successful, Zhao Min knew what it meant. After the shock, Zhao Min regained her calmness. She knew that this sounded a bit far-fetched. No wonder there was so much cynicism and doubt in the outside world. This technology sounded too sci-fi. Is it done now? Zhao Min asked. It's done. I called you up to ask if there is any way to get a few of them abroad for testing, Chen Mo asked. Can't it be tested in China? Zhao Min asked. It will be tested at the same time in China, but its accurate detection range is only 50 kilometers. It needs several of them to be tested at the same time. I'm going to send it abroad to test it in seismically active places. It's a bit troublesome to test it in other countries, Zhao Min said. Let's not talk about the problem of leaving the country first. When it reaches those countries, they will definitely withhold the instrument on the grounds of national security. This is high-tech. No country will let go of such a good opportunity. Actually, there is another way, Xiaoyu on the side said. Tell me about it. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu. Test it in the earthquake zone of the ocean. Put the instrument on the seabed where the earthquake zone is frequent. However, it will be a bit troublesome to get this instrument out again, Xiaoyu said. It's indeed feasible. However, the situation on the seabed is too complicated. I have to make some technical modifications to it. After all, the seabed is not on land, Chen Mo said. How do you install this thing on the seabed? Zhao Min pointed at the instrument and asked. I have a way to deal with the technical aspects. Now, get someone to prepare the materials for 10 seismographs. I'll arrange this. After Zhao Min and Xiaoyu left, Chen Mo walked back to the office. Next, how to transport the seismograph out of the ocean and to the designated location was still a problem. The only channel he could think of now was Li Qingji. Mahest girl, dial Li Qingji's number, Chen Mo said. Li Qingji looked at the Army Ant Company's office building. It was hard to imagine that the Army Ant Company could rise so quickly in such a short period of time. Chen Mo could no longer be described as a genius. That young man was truly a once-in-a-century monster. The more he learned, the more shocked he was. From the information he obtained, the Army Ant System, Smart Assistant, and carbon crystal materials all came from Chen Mo's laboratory. This young man had a terrifying brain. He was very surprised that Chen Mo took the initiative to contact him. Was it because of the paper incident a while ago? Did he want to help solve it? However, he quickly rejected this idea. The experts in the Earthquake Bureau had all read Chen Mo's paper. Although the words used were professional, it was all theoretical. Without experimental data, it could not convince anyone at all. Those people were not optimistic, but he had some expectations in his heart. In his impression, Chen Mo was definitely not the kind of person who would shoot without thinking. He would not be so bored as to randomly release a paper and cause trouble for himself. However, why did Chen Mo take the initiative to contact him this time? With doubts, Li Qingji walked into the Army Ant Company. Mr. Li, the boss is waiting for you. Please follow me. As soon as Li Qingji entered the Army Ant Company, a robot stopped in front of him and bowed. He had seen this robot before. It was the Army Ant Company's little temptress robot at the Internet exhibition. When he saw the report about the robot, he was also shocked. He did not expect the Army Ant Company to be so extravagant as to let this robot welcome guests in the company's lobby. Perhaps only the Marching Ant Company was capable of using such highly intelligent black technology to welcome guests. Okay. As soon as Li Qingji nodded, the robot led him to the elevator. Under the guidance of the robot, they quickly arrived at Chen Mo's office. Welcome. After seeing Li Qingji, Chen Mo greeted him. Brother Chen Mo, I came all the way here by plane. Is there anything important? Li Qingji sat down on the sofa opposite Chen Mo and took a sip of tea. It's nothing important, so there's no need to trouble you. Do you know about the thesis? Chen Mo went straight to the point. Anyone who watches the news will know. Li Qingji smiled and said, but you won't come to me because of such a small matter, right? Public opinion? I've never cared about other people's evaluation of me. Otherwise, I would have been pissed to death. Chen Mo said, I'm looking for you this time because of the thesis. Oh? Tell me. Li Qingji sat up straight and stared straight at Chen Mo. Do you believe that my thesis is real? Chen Mo asked with a smile. I'm not an academic, so I can't judge. Li Qingji said, but for this matter, it's probably that others laugh at you for being too crazy, and you laugh at them for not being able to see through it. I'll take you to see something. Chen Mo didn't comment. He stood up from his seat and led Li Qingji to the laboratory. Li Qingji hesitated for a moment and followed. Other than Xiao Yu and Zhao Min, Li Qingji was the first outsider to enter his office. In the office, other than the experimental equipment, there were only 3 robots and a cylindrical instrument placed in the most conspicuous position in the laboratory. The 3 robots shocked him once, but he was relieved. Chen Mo was the only person in his laboratory. It was reasonable for him to make a few robots as assistants to deal with some trivial matters. Chen Mo probably hid the things. Other than robots, he didn't know what Chen Mo was researching. Robots can be mass-produced? Li Qingji smiled. 20 million for one. Do you want it? Chen Mo smiled. I can't afford it. Li Qingji hurriedly shook his head, but many people in the Academy of Engineering are interested in your robots. I'll go back and ask them if they want to buy it. If possible, I'll buy it from you. For ordinary people, the price-performance ratio is too low. No one wants it even if it's mass-produced. I use it as an assistant. But today's topic is not robots, it's this. Chen Mo walked in front of the seismograph and patted it. It's a seismograph built according to the principles of my thesis, Chen Mo said. Hearing this, Li Qingji sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at this ugly instrument in shock. Chen Mo's thesis had caused an uproar because it talked about the earthquake warning. The outside world unanimously ridiculed it, but in just half a month, Chen Mo had already built the equipment. But it didn't look special. Do you believe it can predict earthquakes? To be honest, I don't believe it. Li Qingji shook his head. This thing didn't look special. It would be strange if it was so easy to make a seismograph. You called me here this time for this? I need to test whether this instrument is useful. Let's not talk about the domestic ones. I need to install it in the earthquake zone in the Mariana area. The earthquakes there are active, and it's easy to collect data for judgment. I need your help to transport the instrument to the location I specify, Chen Mo asked. Li Qingji hesitated and looked carefully at Chen Mo's instrument. No matter how he looked, he couldn't see anything. If it could really predict earthquakes, this instrument was definitely the most advanced technology in the world. But it was a bit of a fantasy no matter how he looked at it. If they didn't help Chen Mo, it meant that the cooperation would be terminated. This was definitely not in their interest. Moreover, Chen Mo was half a member of the Academy of Engineering. No matter from which aspect, they couldn't refuse. To Chen Mo, it might be troublesome to release the device, but to them, it was as easy as lifting a finger. If it succeeded, the impact of this technology would definitely be the most shocking. Huaxia was the country that suffered the most from the earthquake. If the technology was real, Chen Mo would definitely become a great man. How many do you want to launch? Li Qingji asked. 6. Chen Mo said, build it all at once and launch it. It'll save us the trouble. How much does it cost to build one? Li Qingji asked. The manufacturing cost is 5 million. Chen Mo randomly came up with a number. He didn't calculate it carefully, so he didn't know the exact amount. Ready-made technology didn't need research and development funds, but the underwater modified version would definitely cost more than 5 million. I can't give you a definite answer now. There's an oceanic scientific expedition at the Academy of Sciences. I'll go and ask. It shouldn't be a big problem. I'll reply to you when I have news. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. Is this instrument really as magical as you say? Li Qingji still looked at Chen Mo with uncertainty. I also built it based on theory. This is the first test. As for whether it succeeds or not, you can ask it. Chen Mo pointed at the seismograph and said, if it doesn't succeed, I'll just treat it as playing around. If it succeeds, I can make a lot of money. Li Qingji looked at Chen Mo speechlessly. Spending tens of millions or even hundreds of millions to play around, he really didn't understand the world of the rich. You came this time only for this matter, right? Li Qingji asked. Yes. Then I'll go back now and help you ask. You also have to study it. Time is precious. Li Qingji picked up his phone, took a picture of the seismograph, and then left. After Li Qingji left, Chen Mo continued to modify the seismograph. Installing instruments at the bottom of the sea was not as simple as adding a waterproof layer. The two biggest difficulties had to be overcome: the water pressure of thousands of meters underwater and the signal. These two problems had to be solved. If he didn't overcome the water pressure, there was no way to operate normally or even break down. If he didn't solve the communication problem, even if it was installed, there was no signal to contact the outside world, and the warning message of the seismograph couldn't be sent out. Institute of Geography, Academy of Sciences. Wu Zhen was carefully reading the paper in his hand. It was Chen Mo's paper on earthquake warning research. He had already read it back and forth at least 5 times. He even did some simple experiments to find evidence for this paper. The results were not ideal. Although the experiments were not ideal, as time passed, he seemed to have a new understanding of this paper. The more he read, the more interesting it was. He had been doing geological and geographical research for more than 30 years. When he lost his family in the earthquake, he swore in his heart that he would be able to solve the earthquake warning problem in his lifetime. Or he would be able to use his ability to save more people during the earthquake. Many earthquake rescue equipment and instruments used to measure the earthquake resistance of buildings and bridges were created by him. He also participated in the development of the earthquake resistance standards for buildings issued by the Earthquake Bureau. He could be considered as an expert. When Chen Mo's paper was published, it successfully attracted his attention. However, he did not come out to make his presence known. Just like what some experts said, science is a rigorous subject. They did not have any experiments to prove that Chen Mo's theory was wrong. Refuting Chen Mo's theory without any evidence was not advisable. He had read this paper a few times. He always felt that the key point was missing. It made him feel like he was scratching an itch through his boots. Maybe Chen Mo had missed some important points. He could not find the essence of this paper. When Wu Zhen was reading the paper, Li Qingji was led into his office by an assistant. Li Qingji knocked on the door and interrupted Wu Zhen, who was reading the paper. "Hello, Mr. Wu. You are?" Wu Zhen looked at Li Qingji in confusion. "My name is Li Qingji. This is my ID." Li Qingji took out his ID and handed it to Wu Zhen. "I came here because I have something to talk to you about." Wu Zhen looked at the ID and looked at Li Qingji in surprise. "Sit." "Comrade Li, why are you looking for me?" "I heard that Mr. Wu has been studying Chen Mo's paper recently. I happen to have something to do with Chen Mo, so I came to look for you," Li Qingji said with a smile. "Oh? What is it about him?" Wu Zhen asked. "Look at this." Li Qingji handed the photos taken from Chen Mo's laboratory to Wu Zhen. "I just came back from Binhai City. This is the instrument Chen Mo made. He said that it was built using the principles of the thesis. It's called a seismograph." The last sentence immediately aroused Wu Zhen's interest. He took the photo and looked at it carefully. "He really said that?" "Indeed." Li Qingji said, "He's planning to send this instrument to the Mariana region for data collection. Aren't you going to conduct a marine geological survey? That's why I came to find you. Can you show me this instrument?" Wu Zhen asked. Chen Mo was outside the Army Ant Company building. Xiao Yu, Li Lingfeng, and the others were with him. Jiao Min was already on a business trip. The day after Li Qingji went back, he called to tell him that a seismologist wanted to come over to take a look at the seismograph. There was no way to refuse. After all, they were going to take this instrument to see in the future. After a while, the car that Wang Hai went to pick them up arrived at the company. Seeing Li Qingji and a plainly dressed, white-haired teacher getting out of the car, Chen Mo and the others went to greet them. "Chen Mo, this is Mr. Wu Zhen from the Academy of Sciences. He has been doing seismology research for more than 30 years. Li Qingji introduced him to Chen Mo. "Mr. Wu. Chen Mo hurriedly bowed. As a junior student, these formalities were necessary. Hey, hello. You're welcome. You look better in person than in photos. Wu Zhen shook Chen Mo's hand and smiled. It had been a long time since he had seen such an outstanding junior. Mr. Wu, let's talk inside with the students, Chen Mo said. No need. Just take me to see the instrument. Your time is more precious than mine. Don't waste any time, Wu Zhen said. Okay. Chen Mo could see that Mr. Wu Zhen was eager to see the seismograph. After the group entered the Army Ant Company, they went straight to Chen Mo's laboratory. Only 4 people were allowed to enter Chen Mo's laboratory. I've studied your paper 5 times and done a few simple experiments, but I always feel that something is missing. I can't find the most important part. Wu Zhen said as they walked. Because I was afraid that the technology would be leaked, I didn't write the most important part. Otherwise, if the technology was leaked abroad, the losses would be huge. Chen Mo said. That's true. Wu Zhen nodded. Not long after, the group of 4 entered the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, it was the same as the last time Li Qingji came. Other than the most conspicuous seismograph and a few robots, nothing else was exposed. After seeing the seismograph, Wu Zhen carefully walked over. His palm didn't touch the seismograph. Instead, he surrounded the seismograph and carefully observed it. Mr. Wu seems to care a lot about the seismograph. Chen Mo didn't disturb him. From the outside, the seismograph couldn't be seen at all. The earthquake more than 40 years ago took away his family. Over the years, Mr. Wu has been dedicated to the research of disaster relief equipment. He's almost paranoid about these instruments. The reason why he changed his name to Wu Zhen was after the earthquake. Li Qingji whispered in Chen Mo's ear. Hearing this, Chen Mo was in awe. Focusing on one field for decades, it was this almost paranoid pursuit of the older generation of scientists that led to their current stable lives. Have you tried this instrument? After carefully looking around the seismograph, Wu Zhen stopped. The vibration wave has been tested, but it's just a simple simulation test. The instrument can be operated. Now we are preparing for field testing. We will build several test stations in the Tibetan area and send a few to the Western University. We will test it in both the land and sea environment to save time. Chen Mo said. How much is this? Wu Zhen asked. Not much. Money is not a problem. The earlier the test is completed, the earlier it can be put into use. This is good news for many people. Chen Mo said. Okay. Wu Zhen looked at Chen Mo with appreciation, then looked at the seismograph and hesitated. Mr. Wu, if you have something to say, just say it. Chen Mo said. I'm not sure if this instrument works. If it works, can you provide me with a copy of the collected data? Wu Zhen hesitated and said. Of course, I can't do such a big thing alone. I'm also preparing to cooperate with Binhai University. I can't wait to have you join me. Chen Mo smiled. He is now lacking people in this area. Wu Zhen has been in this field for decades and is a senior academician. There are definitely many students, and he has a lot of connections and resources. This can reduce a lot of trouble. It's just the collected data. This is very simple. It's not the manufacturing technology of the seismograph. After getting Chen Mo's answer, Wu Zhen smiled. He doesn't have much hope for this instrument, but even if it's 1 in 10,000, he has to grasp it. If it's true, this seismograph will fulfill his lifelong wish. Short waves were easily attenuated in the water. If they wanted to send out signals at the bottom of the sea, they had to use ultra-long wave or extremely long wave communication. This was the direction of the signal modification of the underwater seismograph. As for the problem of the water pressure at the bottom of the sea, the seismograph had to be structurally modified to adapt to the strong water pressure at the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, it would be a big problem if the seismograph could function normally under such terrifying water pressure. The Mahist girl helped to optimize the structure of the seismograph. Chen Mo also entered the scientific library and took out a set of extremely long-wave communication technology. The extremely long-wave communication technology was one way. It could only send out signals and not receive signals. It was generally used for submarine communication. However, with the current conditions, it was already very impressive to be able to send out signals hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters under the sea. They also needed to install buoy-like antennas outside the seismograph. With the help of artificial intelligence and the scientific library, plus the full support of the Army Ant Company, the modification of the seismograph went smoothly. Now that the seismograph had been developed, Chen Mo poured all his energy into the manufacturing of the seismograph. He wanted to be able to manufacture all the seismographs needed before the Academy of Sciences expedition. The expedition team on land cooperated with Binhai University to send professors and students to the Tibetan area. Everything was going on in full swing. The storm of the thesis had passed. There had been no big news for a long time. Now, no one cared about the Army Ant Company. The media's attention had already turned to other places. In addition, the Army Ant Company's actions were confidential. Therefore, outsiders had no idea what the Army Ant Company was doing. At the Binhai Pier, as the last huge box was moved onto the ship, Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief. For 2 months, he had been preparing for the arrival of this day. Now, it was finally time. There is a tutorial video for the installation of the seismograph. It is very simple. You can hand it to Mr. Wu Zhen personally. Chen Mo took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Li Qingji. Li Qingji took the USB flash drive and put it away. He looked at Chen Mo deeply. This time, Chen Mo's application for the project went surprisingly smoothly. Perhaps the higher-ups wanted to see if Chen Mo could create a miracle. He was also not worried that these instruments would be taken away by other countries. He had asked Chen Mo about this before, and Chen Mo had also told him that they were already prepared. Once it was activated, if he wanted to pick it up again, he would have to instruct it to stop running. Otherwise, it would self-destruct. If such a large piece of equipment was placed there, the moment the signal was discovered by other countries, they would definitely think of ways to retrieve it. There were many coveted technologies here. In order to prevent the technology from being leaked, the seismograph would be opened at the bottom of the sea and self-destruct with the help of the strong water pressure. Chen Mo had already transformed the seismograph into a semi-intelligent machine. If he was given more time, he wouldn't mind transforming the seismograph into a robot that could move on its own. At that time, it would be difficult to pick it up. After saying goodbye to Chen Mo, Li Qingji boarded the ship and left to send the equipment to the scientific research team's ship. Is there really no problem with the instrument? On the way back, Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo, who was beside her. Don't worry. Even if they directly throw the instrument into the sea, it will start by itself after it sinks to the seabed. It's just a matter of location. Mr. Wu is an expert in earthquakes. He knows the most suitable location for installation. This is even better. There won't be too much of a problem, Chen Mo said confidently. That's good. Now that things have come to an end, Xiaoyu said. You have been busy for 2 months. Take a break for 2 days. The seismograph sent to the Tibetan area should have arrived. They should be able to install it. Now that the work has come to an end, we are ready to enter the next stage. I will accompany you for 2 days to relax. You can go anywhere you want. I want to watch a movie, Xiaoyu said with a smile. You haven't watched a movie with me for a long time. That's all you have. Chen Mo was amused by Xiaoyu. Only in front of him would Xiaoyu reveal her feminine side. That's all I have, Xiaoyu said confidently. In the Tibetan area. Zhang Songlin touched the 2-meter-tall cylindrical instrument with a look of amazement. He was a professor at the School of Geographical Sciences of Binhai University and had done research in geology. This time, the Army Ant Company and Binhai University cooperated. He happened to be going to the Tibetan area for a geological survey, so he was sent here. This time, his survey project was also sponsored by the Army Ant Company. Their task this time was to install 10 seismographs in 10 locations. The Army Ant Company had already negotiated with the Tibetan government about the procedures. There were no problems. He was a professor of geology, so he knew the geology of this area very well. It was above the fault. The sudden movement of the Earth's crust along the fault was the main cause of earthquakes, especially near the junction of the tectonic plates. The Earth's crust was active, and this area was one of the places with the most earthquakes in the country. Scientists had been studying these faults. As long as they studied the fault mechanism in depth, they would be able to accurately predict earthquakes. Now, the Army Ant Company was doing this. When Xianxia first published the paper, he didn't believe it either. He didn't expect that he would help the Army Ant Company now. Professor Zhang, the borehole is ready. While Zhang Songlin was admiring the results of the Army Ant Company, a worker wearing a hard hat came over and interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Songlin reacted and patted the seismograph beside him. Move the instrument to the top of the borehole and prepare to install it. This was a confidential project. He didn't dare to say that this was the Army Ant Company's seismograph. These things were only known by those who should know. As soon as Zhang Songlin finished speaking, several workers carried the seismograph and walked toward the top of the hole. Turn it clockwise one step and align the 3 holes below. As soon as several workers lifted the instrument to the hole, a staff member responsible for looking at the position spoke. 2 minutes later, the holes were aligned. After connecting the circuit, Zhang Songlin opened the slot of the instrument and pressed the start button according to the tutorial he had read. Buzz, the sound of machinery operating sounded. The 3 closed holes under the seismograph suddenly opened. 3 probes slowly extended and entered the borehole in the ground. As soon as the probe stopped, Zhang Songlin opened the top of the instrument. The geomagnetic field detectors formed by coils rose and were exposed to the air. The appearance of the seismograph was not complimentary, but Zhang Songlin still followed the steps to debug it. After debugging, Zhang Songlin took out the computer and began to receive the information from the seismograph. In another position, Luo Zhonghua was also doing the same installation work. They had to install 10 machines in 2 ways to be more efficient. The installation of the seismograph in Tibet was progressing steadily. At sea. After the 6 large boxes were sent to the scientific research ship, a group of experts immediately surrounded the boxes. The leader was Wu Zhen. Many people had curiosity on their faces. What exactly were the things that they were asked to deliver this time? Their scientific research this time included marine biology, marine chemistry, marine physics, marine geology, and other projects. Their first destination was the Mariana Trench. At that time, the submersible would need to go down to collect samples. The equipment of the Army Ant Company would also be placed in suitable positions on the seabed. Xianxia gave the approximate location. The specific location would be determined by Wu Zhen, the geological expert. Open all the boxes, Wu Zhen, the leader, said. It had a fat and round shape and a smooth surface. It looked like a bloated vat. At the top were a few large coils, similar to the coils of the magnetic field detection instrument in the laboratory. They were wrapped in special glass, like big ears on a seismograph. There were 3 mechanical arms on the body, making the seismograph look more like a 3-legged, big-eared crab. On the smooth surface, the logo and name of the Army Ant Company were clearly printed. They had been scientists for so long that they had seen all kinds of strange instruments. This kind of shape, in the eyes of the crowd, seemed very ordinary. This instrument is the instrument of the Army Ant Company? An expert walked around the instrument. Other than a few large coils, he didn't find anything special. They had gone through so much trouble for these 6 instruments, but they didn't know what these instruments were used for. What's the use of it? The group looked at Wu Zhen. The Army Ant Company seismograph, Wu Zhen said. As soon as these words came out, the field fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. They all thought that this was just an ordinary geological exploration instrument, but it turned out to be a seismograph. Is it the paper on earthquake warning published by Xianxia of the Army Ant Company some time ago? A geological expert asked. Yes, this is the seismograph he made according to the principles of the paper, Wu Zhen said. I've read his paper. The idea is very novel, but it's too unconstrained. It's all theoretical stuff. It's not very practical, and the possibility of failure is very high, a geological expert said. You have to test it even if you know it will fail. Don't experiment because you're afraid of failure. This isn't science. Wu Zhen's words made everyone unable to refute. We've studied earthquake warning for decades, but we've only stopped at earthquake wave warning. We're not necessarily all right. If we want a longer warning, why can't we use other people's ideas? Stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. Everyone fell silent. Wu Zhen was the most senior among them, and Wu Zhen was right. Let's not talk about this now. Let's see how this instrument works first. Wu Zhen inserted the USB flash drive into the computer. When the research ship set sail, not much attention was paid to it. People could only see the stability of this country on the surface, but they could not see the scientists and workers who were working hard behind the scenes. The location of the seismograph was very important. First of all, it had to be at a fault with active plate movement, and it had to be at the bottom of the sea at more than 2,000 meters. When it was designed, it could only withstand water pressure of 2,000 meters and above. The water was too deep, and the seismograph could not withstand the pressure of the seawater. The expedition team often conducted expeditions in the Mariana region, so they were familiar with the geography and geology of the area. It was easy to find the location where it would be placed. It was already autumn, and the weather was relatively stable. There were not many storms on the sea level, and the installation of the seismograph was going very smoothly. Very few people knew that the Army Ant Company, which they mocked, had already manufactured the seismograph. Even fewer people knew that the installation of the seismograph was nearing its end. The eastern Pacific Ocean was the junction between the Earth's Pacific Plate and the Eurasian Plate. It was one of the places with the highest number of earthquakes. Wu Zhen stared intently at the computer. Behind him, several experts were also quietly watching. They had been at sea for half a month. This time, the scientific research ship's scientific research projects included marine chemistry, marine physics, marine biology, and marine geology. While other scientific research was being carried out, the installation of the seismograph was also being carried out. Other than the problem of the location, there were not many other problems. The installation method was very simple. The first 5 seismographs had all been installed. This was the last seismograph. The installation was successful. After seeing the information displayed on the computer, Wu Zhen finally smiled. Hearing Wu Zhen's news, the others applauded. Xianxia looked at the radar display and the satellite image. The target on the screen was a Xianxia research ship. This research ship seemed to be throwing some kind of instrument into the bottom of the sea. The last few times, he did not know the exact location, but this time, he followed it from afar. The mission he received was to find out what this group of Xianxia people had thrown into the sea. If possible, he wanted to retrieve a piece of equipment. Seeing the red dot on the radar leave, Xianxia gave the order to head to the location where the research ship had stopped. The sea was calm, and the sea breeze was not strong, so the ship was not shaking so much. Xianxia walked to the side of the ship and looked at the sea with binoculars. He did not find anything. Put in the sonar and find out what they put here just now, Xianxia said as he put down the binoculars. With Xianxia's order, 2 sonar devices were thrown into the sea. Captain, we found something, a soldier ran out and said. Xianxia immediately walked into the cabin. There is something in this location. It is a metal object. It may be a submarine or some other unknown instrument, an officer said as he pointed to the data collected by the sonar. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Get ready to salvage it." Army Ant Company. In the laboratory, Chen Mo's attention was all on the electron microscope. The seismographs in the Tibetan area had all been installed, and the monitoring station had also been established. Some of the detected data had been sent back. A few magnitude 3.0 earthquakes were detected, but these earthquakes could not be felt by ordinary people, so they were not of much use. However, the data proved that this instrument could be used. When the earthquake reached magnitude 5 and was destructive, the seismograph would give an active warning. The instruments in the Pacific area were also in progress. It was believed that all the instruments would be completed soon. The next problem with the seismograph should be the detection data. He did not have to worry too much about it. Now, he was immersed in new research. Superconducting materials at room temperature, this was the next thing he would focus on. The scientific library wanted to study 8 technologies. Now, he had not completed the materials. Only by completing this material could he get the research for the next project. During this period of time, all the required instruments and equipment had been returned. What he had to do now was to synthesize the superconducting material at room temperature, silicon carbon. The molecular structure of this material was a honeycomb hexagonal, similar to the structure of graphene. After a long time, Xianxia came out of the electron microscope and continued to prepare the chemical. The synthesis of this material required special chemicals to be synthesized under high pressure. Just now, he took an experiment and the concentration of the chemical was a little low. The requirements of the experiment were very high. Although there was silicon carbon in the synthesized material, the purity was not high. It needed to be purified many times to obtain a small amount of silicon carbon. The higher the purity of this material, the better the superconductivity. If it was used to make a superconducting chip, the requirements for the purity of silicon carbon were almost harsh, just like the silicon crystal used in chips now. Although it was almost impossible to synthesize with 100% purity, he also needed to improve the purity of the silicon carbon as much as possible to facilitate future use. While Xianxia was carefully preparing the chemical, the Mahast girl's voice suddenly sounded. A few days ago, Huaxia's personnel placed a surveillance device near our territorial waters. It was found and salvaged by the Coast Guard. Island States News, accompanied by a photo of the device, immediately caused a frenzy. Huaxia's spy device in our territorial waters has been salvaged. Asahi Shimbun, Huaxia, a threat to the world. CNN, Huaxia drops spy device in island state. The Times, Island States News was immediately reposted by the Western media as soon as it was released. All kinds of scandalous news spread around the world in the shortest time possible. The long-forgotten Huaxia threat became a hot topic in the Western media once again. Defaming Huaxia had always been the Western media's specialty. This time, they had a handle on Huaxia. Many media outlets had already reposted the news and started a frenzied attack. Not only the Western media, but also the famous social media Facebook and foreign netizens. In less than 2 hours after the news was released, there were already tens of thousands of comments. A counterfeit country. This country is filthy everywhere. All the technology was stolen. Now they think they can rule the world. I'm sure the device is broken, because it's a make-in. This country will destroy the world. In just a few hours, the Western media was filled with all kinds of negative comments. The device that was salvaged by Island State also became the focus of attention. At a domestic regular press conference, Island State Coast Guard announced that a spy device placed by Huaxia's researchers was salvaged near the Island State's territorial waters. Is this news accurate? What kind of device was salvaged? What is Island State's response to this salvaging action? Renning smiled and looked at the reporter who asked the question. After the reporter finished his question, she nodded slightly. I've also heard about this news and received some information. Let me reiterate a few points. First, according to what I know, the device was launched in international waters. Second, it's just an ordinary geological survey device, not a spy device. Third, it doesn't belong to our researchers. We feel sorry for the Island State's actions. According to the International Convention on the Law of the Sea, Ren Ying's response was still as indifferent as before, which made those people feel as if they had punched cotton. Not long after, photos of the salvaged device were exposed on the internet. When the photo was released, everyone was dumbfounded. Then, there was an uproar. Army Ant Company. The Army Ant Company's unique logo on the army ant's head was especially eye-catching in the photo. Moreover, the words on it clearly stated that it was the Army Ant Company. Almost immediately, everyone turned to look at the Army Ant Company. If they didn't make an appearance, they would keep a low profile until there was no news about them. However, once they made an appearance, they made international news. What a disgrace. You're just a garbage army ant. I'm only interested in what this device is. Please enlighten me. There is only one truth, Detective Conan's BGM. According to the internet, the salvage location is in the eastern Pacific Ocean, at the junction of the Eurasian Plate and the Pacific Plate. It was one of the most seismically active regions in the world. Don't you find the earthquake familiar? 3 months ago, Xianxia of the Army Ant Company published a paper on earthquake warning. After a comprehensive analysis, this device may be related to earthquake warning. Does the Army Ant Company really think that they can create a seismometer that can warn of earthquakes? It's just a small ant. Does it really think it's something? All kinds of cynicism that had disappeared some time ago flooded the internet again with the appearance of various news articles. The Army Ant Company was definitely the company that caused the most news this year. All the media immediately sent people to Binhai City. This company always did things that were out of everyone's expectations. Early the next morning, the Army Ant Company was surrounded by reporters from all walks of life. So far, they all knew that the device was the logo of the Army Ant Company. But so far, the Army Ant Company had not made any response. If there was no problem, it would be impossible for them not to stand up and clarify things. In the Army Ant Company's conference room, Zhao Min's face was not looking good. Chen Mo also frowned. Zhang Yi, Lao Luo, Julie, Li Lingfeng, Li Danny, Wang Xijia, and other executives did not even dare to breathe. This time, the island state had salvaged their device in international waters. They wanted to make a false accusation and make a big deal out of it. If they were allowed to protest, they would have the initiative. It was a good idea to push the blame to them. They wanted to occupy the moral high ground and take the initiative. Now that the Western media was criticizing them, it was obvious that the higher-ups were not happy. This matter could only be taken on by the Army Ant Company. They had to let the world see the value of the seismometer. The damn island state had created a huge problem for them. At this point, there were some things that could no longer be hidden. There was no need to hide it anymore. The island state's actions had completely put the Army Ant Company's matter on the table. Call for a press conference. I will go on stage and respond to them personally, Chen Mo said. He had to go on stage for this matter. He had already contacted Wu Zhen. The device that was salvaged was the last one that was launched. The island state must have followed them and salvaged it after they left. No one was to blame for this. When they launched the device, they had already prepared for the worst. How do you want to respond? Zhao Min asked. This was not a small matter. There were too many things involved. If it was not handled properly, the Army Ant Company would be in big trouble. How else can we respond? Publicly ask for the device, Chen Mo said in a deep voice. The government would only help them. They would not ask for the device directly. So, they had to speak up. The logo on the device was theirs. They were the main characters. Whether it was good or bad, they had to take on this matter. That's the only way. Zhao Min thought for a while and nodded. The Army Ant Company's logo was on the device. It was useless to deny this matter. Instead, it would make them look weak. In this situation, they had to be strong, especially when the opponent was the island state. Their device was in international waters. There was no problem with it. A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked foot. Lingfeng, immediately inform someone to arrange a press conference, Zhao Min said. Okay. Li Lingfeng did not dare to delay. He got up and left the meeting room. All of you, go back. Tell the employees not to talk about this. Zhao Min looked at the others. After the meeting, everyone left. Zhao Min looked at Chen Mo. The technology of the seismograph will not be leaked, right? No. There are only two things in the core of the seismograph. The core algorithm of the machine. The extremely long wave communication is one of them. When they tried to salvage the device, the self-destruct function had already destroyed the chip and circuit board. It is even more impossible for them to get the extremely long wave communication technology. They have the other technologies in their laboratory. It's just that they did not combine them. Chen Mo was not worried. The algorithm of the seismograph would not be exposed. Even if they copied the seismograph, they would only copy its appearance. There was no way to copy it. Even if they copied it, it would be a body without a soul. It would be useless. That's good. What Zhao Min was most afraid of was the technology being leaked. When the news of the Army Ant Company's press conference in the afternoon came out, many media outlets heard about it and immediately rushed to Binhai City. They were ready to report it firsthand. Outside the Army Ant Company, This was a temporary venue. Many reporters were looking forward to it and whispering to each other from time to time. Now, things were getting out of hand. The unknown instrument of the marching ant company had become an international incident. However, the army ant company did not give any response. The internet said that the device was a seismometer. The analysis was reasonable. However, the army ant company did not confirm the news. Everyone was still guessing. The army ant company's press conference should give them an answer. The army ant company was pushed to the forefront because of the device. If they did not give the necessary answer, there would be endless trouble in the future. As everyone waited anxiously, Chen Mo appeared. His appearance immediately became the center of attention. All the cameramen focused their cameras on Chen Mo. This young man was the person behind the army ant company. He was also one of the most influential people in the country. Chen Mo stood in front of the microphone. Everyone quieted down and looked at him intently. After looking around, Chen Mo said, "I am here today to give an official response to the island state's salvage of my company's device." As soon as Chen Mo opened his mouth, many people started whispering. In a short sentence, Chen Mo admitted that the device salvaged by the island state was confirmed to be from the army ant company. This device is a test device that my company put in international waters. The island state's salvage has caused our company to suffer losses. We have already contacted the island state's embassy to deal with this matter. We will announce the details to everyone as soon as we have more information. Chen Mo's words were not painful. All the reporters looked at each other. They were sure that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. Until now, the army ant company was still tight-lipped about the device. There must be something going on. I heard that the device was dropped by the scientific research team. Is this true? This incident has caused a misunderstanding in the international community and damaged the country's image. What is the army ant company's response? As soon as the reporter asked this question, there was an uproar. This reporter's question was malicious. The reporter who asked the question was wearing black-rimmed glasses. His skin was dark, and his appearance was not outstanding. He looked a little gentle. Feeling everyone's gaze on him, the reporter avoided his gaze. However, he remained calm, not daring to look directly into Chen Mo's eyes. Chen Mo gave him a deep look. I'll say it again. The equipment was dropped by our army ant company. We dropped it in international waters. It's a normal test equipment. We are doing normal research. The island state salvaged our company's equipment. We are not at fault. Rumor has it that the equipment your company is investing in is a seismograph. Is this true? Is the army ant company researching seismometers? A female reporter took the microphone. You all want to know the answer, right? Chen Mo glanced around the room and saw many burning gazes. He smiled and said, "It is indeed a seismograph." As soon as these words came out, the scene became noisy. Seismograph. This had always been a rumor on the internet, but now Chen Mo admitted it himself. This sentence was even more official than the official statement. The official website published the news, and if it was wrong, the interns would take the blame. This was said by Chen Mo himself. The meaning was completely different. Chen Mo's words almost confirmed the speculation on the internet. Among the many reporters, many had reported on Chen Mo's earthquake warning paper. At that time, when the report was published, the mockery on the internet directly drowned all the major news platforms. That was almost the biggest cyberbullying incident in recent years. Now, Chen Mo bluntly said that the army ant company was researching seismographs. If it was realized according to the original paper, everyone would owe the army ant company an apology. So, the seismograph has been developed? You have already put it into testing. What are the results? Can it really predict earthquakes? If the seismograph fell into the hands of the island state, will the related technology be leaked? In theory, it can be predicted, but the technology has yet to be verified. Currently, the area we are testing does not have much plate activity. If there is news, we will contact the local government as soon as possible. There is also no possibility of the technology being leaked. As soon as the press conference ended, various reports had already appeared on the internet. In particular, Chen Mo personally admitted that he was researching the seismograph. It was almost like a heavy bomb thrown into a quiet lake. While some people were drooling, the Army Ant Company had already made the instrument. Whether it could be used or not, at least the Army Ant Company was already working hard in this regard. With the seismograph as a gimmick, many people no longer cared about other things. More people cared about whether the seismograph could be used or not. If it fell into the hands of the island state, would some of the technology be leaked? This news quickly spread abroad. An instrument that claimed to be able to predict earthquakes was a big deal no matter which country it was in. It was impossible for the media not to pay attention to it. As soon as the news spread, it attracted unanimous ridicule from foreign media, just like when the paper was first published. They all thought that the Army Ant Company was using this as a cover to carry out surveillance activities. Li Lingfeng's face was dark. He had already contacted the island state's embassy. Now that the other party was using various excuses to refuse, it was obvious that they did not want to return it, at least not for the time being. They were only a company, and they really could not do anything to the island state. They said that the instrument was found in their territorial waters, and they are now confirming who it belongs to. They will reply to us when they have news. Not only that, I wanted to apply for a visa to the island state for processing, but it was rejected. They think that our company may be engaged in espionage. Hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Chen Mo and Zhao Min's faces did not look too good. The island state wanted to act shamelessly and not return the instrument to them. Perhaps they wanted to study the instrument thoroughly before returning it to them. Now, they were using this method to cut off their way of getting it back. If that's the case, then don't ask for it. One day, when the island state comes looking for us, I will let them know what it means to be disgusting, Chen Mo said. Are you sure the technology won't be leaked? Zhao Min looked at Chen Mo. Do you think I don't know what I'm researching? Without the core algorithm, the seismograph is a big lump made up of a bunch of technologies. Many countries have those technologies, but they just don't combine them like this. The most important thing is the algorithm in the chip. That's the soul of the instrument. The chip was burned when they forcibly salvaged it. Zhao Min did not question Chen Mo's words. In this aspect, even 10 of her could not compare to Chen Mo. It's still necessary. It's also necessary to put on an act to the outside world. They all knew that the possibility of getting it back was not high. Even if it did, it would be a long time. It was not the first time they had heard of the barbarism of that country. If the instrument belonged to the scientific research team, the higher-ups would definitely come in a few days. They were just an ordinary company. The scientific research team had already done their best to help them throw in the instrument. I'll leave this matter to you. Don't spend too much energy here for the time being. That instrument is already broken. It will have to be repaired even if we get it back. It's not good to waste too much time. After Zhao Min agreed, she left with Li Lingfeng. While the outside world was arguing about the seismograph, Chen Mo's time was free again. He no longer cared about the seismograph. He knew that no matter how hard he worked, the hope of getting it back was still very small. It was not worth wasting too much time on a broken instrument. However, the quiet days did not last long. A week later, Chen Mo received the first earthquake warning. Brother Mo, the seismograph has sent back information. In the western Pacific Ocean, in the area of northern latitude and eastern longitude, there is a geomagnetic anomaly. In 2 hours, there may be an earthquake with a magnitude of 6.0 on the Richter scale. The focal depth is unknown, and the focal center is unknown. The Mahist girl's voice interrupted Chen Mo, who was in the middle of his experiment. This was the first earthquake warning since he put in the seismograph. Not only did Chen Mo receive the signal, but the island state's radar also received the signal from the bottom of the sea. However, the signal was encrypted, and outsiders could not decipher the message. However, they could confirm that the location of the signal was not far from them. Moreover, the signal was continuous, and the radar could easily pick it up. Hey! Shi Tingchuan hung up the phone and looked at his deputy. Turn around immediately. An unknown signal has been detected in the east. The higher-ups had already informed him of the specific location of the signal. The Huaxia scientific expedition team had passed by that area last time. That unknown signal was most likely sent by the instrument invested by the Army Ant Company. The instrument that they had fished up last time had been damaged. He had no way of knowing what information the researchers had obtained from the instrument. If this signal was sent by the seismograph, it would definitely be another merit if they were to bring it back. On the surface, they said that they looked down on Xiaxia's technology, but in their hearts, they knew very well that Xiaxia had surpassed them in many aspects. The Army Ant Company was also a rising star. No one dared to underestimate this company that had not been established for long. He was not the only one who had the same idea as him. The U.S. military, which was freely sailing in the Pacific Ocean, also received the signal. The Army Ant Company's seismograph was already well known. Back then, the Xiaxia scientific expedition team had conducted an inspection in this area of the sea. Even if they did not believe that the Army Ant Company would succeed, they still had to give it a try. If they succeeded and could replicate this equipment, then the significance would be different. After all, this was a high-tech product. The Army Ant Company had already surpassed many countries and companies in the field of artificial intelligence. Such a high-tech company would definitely not use their funds to make such a joke. Even if they did not get the earthquake warning technology, it would be good to get the underwater communication technology. After all, no other company had mastered the communication technology that could transmit signals under the sea. The moment Carter received the signal, he went to the source of the signal. They all knew that the Xiaxia scientific expedition team had invested more than one piece of equipment in this area. After all, this was international waters. Whoever got it would own it. Anyone would do something like reneging on a debt. Brother Mo, American warships and people from the island state are rushing to the location where the seismometer is emitting the signal. They want to get the seismometer, the Mahist girl suddenly said in Chen Mo's office. F***ck Chen Mo could not help but curse. These bastards were addicted to fishing for his seismograph. There were 6 of them in total. If his signal was discovered and he was taken away, he would suffer a great loss if this continued. After his anger subsided, Chen Mo calmed down. He had to think of a way to deal with it. Otherwise, sitting and waiting like this would only make him suffer. Contact Zhao Min. Zhao Min was the president of the Army Ant Company. It was necessary to inform her about such a big matter. Otherwise, it would cause unnecessary trouble if Zhao Min was caught off guard. Big boss, what's the matter? As soon as the call was connected, Zhao Min's tired voice came through. I just received news from the seismometer installed in the western Pacific Ocean. There may be an earthquake in the next 2 hours. I'm going to release this news on the official website to inform you, Chen Mo said. What? Zhao Min's voice rose by 8 decibels as if she had heard something unbelievable. It's a test now. It's not confirmed yet. If you release the news, it will cause a lot of trouble. I know. I will be more subtle. This news must be released. Must it be released? Zhao Min asked. Yes. Can you tell me the reason? You will understand in the future. This matter can't be explained clearly now. The news must be released, Chen Mo said. Tell Zhao Min that the American and island state people were going to get his seismometer? This was impossible. The source of the information was a huge problem. Then be careful. Don't do anything rash. I will inform Ling Feng and let the Public Relations Department prepare for public relations. This incident was no small matter. Whether it succeeded or failed, the impact on the Army Ant Company would be huge. If it succeeded, the Army Ant Company would become one of the most powerful companies in the world. If it failed, the Army Ant Company would be laughed at by the world. This was the consequence. Don't worry. After Chen Mo hung up the phone, he looked at the computer screen. Release the warning on the official website. Remember, be subtle. Remove all the words earthquake and include a map. Okay, Brother Mo, if he wanted the Americans and island state people to not dare to move, he could hack into the navigation system and make them unable to reach the location. But doing so would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. If he wanted them to not dare to take the equipment, he had to show them the power. If they took his equipment, they had to be prepared to offend him. When it came to earthquake warnings, any unit or individual in the country had to inform the government before releasing the warning and let the government decide whether to release the relevant information. This was to prevent individuals from using these things to create rumors and cause unnecessary chaos. But he was now releasing the warning in the Western Pacific region, which was thousands of miles away from here. It was not within the country, so he did not have to worry about these things. In the next 2 hours, in the Western Pacific region, near 146.2 degrees north latitude, depth unknown, center unknown. A short message appeared on the Army Ant Company's official website. It was accompanied by a picture of the coordinates of the Pacific Ocean. Because this was the first warning, Chenemo chose to be subtle. At least if it did not happen, it would save a lot of trouble. The Army Ant Company released the news. It seems to be an earthquake warning. The reporters who followed the news on the Army Ant Company's official website were instantly excited when they saw the news. This kind of description seemed very vague, omitting key words, but it was still very obvious. This kind of writing was a description of the earthquake. After the Army Ant Company announced the news of the seismograph, this was the first time they released news about an earthquake. The key was the timing. It was 2 hours in advance. 2 hours was enough to do many things. Not to mention other things, it was definitely enough to save lives. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. After the first media outlet forwarded the news, almost all the media outlets that saw the news went to the Army Ant Company's official website to forward the news. The time of the release of this news would become a symbol. If the earthquake really happened in 2 hours, then this time would mark a big step forward for mankind to predict earthquakes. But if there was a mistake, the Army Ant Company would probably bear a lot of criticism. The news was also immediately spread abroad and reported by foreign media outlets. In this era of advanced information, in less than an hour, all the countries knew about it. The Army Ant Company's news shook the world. Only the Army Ant Company dared to release news of an earthquake so boldly. Everyone was looking forward to it, especially those countries that had been affected by earthquakes all year round. Hey! Shi Tingchuan put down the phone. Full speed ahead to the target location. The Army Ant Company released the news that there would be an earthquake in 2 hours, and the location was the coordinates of the signal. He received news that there was a U.S. fleet in that area. Although the island state and the U.S. military were allies, they were not as close as expected. If there was really an earthquake, it meant that the technology of the Army Ant Company was really useful. This seismograph would be an important instrument. The higher-ups had already ordered him to salvage it. Carter looked at the coordinates on the radar and frowned. It was getting closer and closer to the time when the Army Ant Company would announce the news, but he still didn't feel anything unusual. Could it be that the seismograph was fake? Carter couldn't help but think of this possibility. Being able to warn of an earthquake 2 hours in advance was a bit unbelievable. If it was really that scary, then the Army Ant Company was really something. Just as Carter was thinking about this, he suddenly felt the warship shake. He lost his balance and hit the wall next to him. What's going on? Carter held onto the wall and felt the strong shaking. He couldn't stand still at all. I don't know. Like Carter, the others were at a loss for what to do with the sudden shaking. Not long after, the warship stabilized. Carter stood still and rubbed his head. He looked at the helmsman with dissatisfaction. What's going on? We don't know. There are no waves on the sea. It suddenly shook as if there was a huge monster swimming in the water. The other crew members looked around with fear. Even the crew members on the deck were frightened. Fortunately, they reacted quickly. Otherwise, they might have fallen into the sea. It was not a good thing to fall into the water here. Suddenly, Carter thought of a possibility. His eyes were uncertain. Continued to sail to the target area. His mission was to go to the source of the signal and pick up the equipment. Then, he would bring it back for scientists to study. As for other things, it was not his responsibility. The sea was calm and no abnormalities could be seen. However, it was not calm outside. Not long after the earthquake, the United States Geological Survey announced that an earthquake with a magnitude of 7.9 had occurred in the northeast Pacific Ocean. The epicenter was 20 kilometers deep. The Pacific Tsunami Warning Center in Hawaii had also issued a tsunami warning. Almost at the same time, the Island State Weather Bureau also issued the same earthquake warning and triggered a tsunami warning. The waiting time was always long. Whether it was on the Xianxia network or the foreign network, the discussion about the seismograph had not stopped for a moment in the past 2 hours. However, as time passed, there was still no news. The first scolding appeared. Soon, the Army Ant Company's official Weibo became the gathering place of the haters. All kinds of ridicule and all kinds of unpleasant doubts could be found on the official Weibo account. Just as many media outlets were publishing articles ridiculing the Army Ant Company, the news of the earthquake appeared. At this moment, the world fell silent. Lu Chang looked at the news on his phone with a complicated expression. In the western Pacific Ocean, an earthquake measuring 7.9 on the Richter scale occurred at a depth of 20 kilometers. Its epicenter was not far from the location predicted by the Army Ant Company. Although the magnitude of the earthquake was very different, it was no longer important. His hometown was destroyed by the earthquake, so he came to the coastal area to find a job. The Army Ant Company was developing technology that could change the world, but he was using other people's money to write articles and opinions that slandered the Army Ant Company. At this moment, he felt a sense of shame and guilt filling his body and mind. All these years, his job was to be hired by internet water army companies to target and defame certain companies, celebrities, and individuals. He was the internet troll that the netizens hated, the Five Hairs gang. In the past, he didn't care about these things. As long as he had money, it didn't matter if he had to go against his conscience. Now, he suddenly felt that his job all these years was so shameful and lowly. In his mind, he recalled the time when his hometown had been hit by an earthquake. Too many stories had happened. Lu Chang's hand that was holding the cigarette was trembling. He stared at the computer screen in a daze. He wasn't the only one who felt the same way. In every corner, many people were looking at the news on their phones. Their gazes were similar to Lu Chang's. They were extremely complicated. This was a slap in the face. A fact had shattered all their faces. The Army Ant Company was changing the world, and they were using their keyboards to scold the world. Those who had a little conscience felt that their actions were ridiculous. When only the cigarette butt was left, Lu Chang exhaled a mouthful of white smoke and extinguished the cigarette butt in his hand. He deleted the slandering article that he had already written and created a new headline. We owe Chen Mo an apology. He wasn't the only one. The other corners facing the computer also deleted the slandering articles that they had prepared to publish and wrote new articles. Everyone only had one thought in their hearts. Such a great company should not be slandered. In Huaxia's online world, the most important thing was not the losses and casualties caused by the earthquake. The earthquake happened in the northeastern part of the western Pacific Ocean. It had nothing to do with them. What they wanted the most was an apology to the Army Ant Company and Chen Mo. The experts were silenced, the slandering media was silenced, and the haters were silenced. All the articles and comments that slandered Chen Mo and the Army Ant Company instantly disappeared. Those netizens who had previously slandered the Army Ant Company because of their papers also spontaneously apologized on the Army Ant Company's official Weibo. Less than 10 minutes after the news of the earthquake came out, the Weibo server crashed. It wasn't because it was attacked, but because it was overcrowded. The Army Ant Company's official Weibo gained 5 million followers in less than half an hour. The comments below the Army Ant Company's update were all apologies and praises. Unlike the domestic media, the Western media fell into collective silence after the news of the earthquake was confirmed. They didn't know how to report. A second ago, they were still laughing at the Army Ant Company, but the next second, they were slapped in the face. Their reports were so ridiculous. Not only the media, but even the netizens were collectively silent. The news was too shocking. Huaxia's technology was already able to predict earthquakes, and it was so accurate that it made people's hair stand on end. Soon, some of the media and individuals who had publicly ridiculed Chen Mo and the Army Ant Company deleted their articles and began to report on the earthquake, avoiding the topic of the Army Ant Company. Although many of the media wanted to avoid the topic, there was one topic that they couldn't avoid, and that was the Army Ant Company's seismograph. The news from the Army Ant Company meant that it was possible to warn people in advance of earthquakes. This news was even more shocking than a magnitude 10 earthquake. This was great news, especially for the countries in the earthquake zone. The evolution of human beings was a history of struggle against nature. Technology made it possible for humans to fight against nature. Another major natural disaster was almost foreseeably controlled by humans. The whole world was shocked. Similar to the joy in the world, a group of people in the western Pacific Ocean were also very happy. Carter was in the command room of the cabin, quietly looking at the display screen in the cabin. They had already reached the waters where the signal was sent, and the sonar had been released. "Found it, sir. It's this." A soldier pointed at the unidentified object on the screen and said. What is this?" Carter asked. "It's the instrument that sent out the signal. Its function is currently unknown. Prepare to return the rope and fish it up." Carter licked his lips and said. He was a little excited. This was epoch-making technology. If he could bring it back, it would definitely be a great achievement. If he wanted to climb up 2 levels, he would be able to get a better position. "Sir, the fleet of the island state is heading this way." A soldier ran over and said. Man's understanding of nature takes a step forward. Not long after the news of the earthquake was confirmed, the Army and Company's official post was released. This article immediately became the focus of attention and was forwarded by everyone. In the matter of the seismograph, the Army and Company deserved to be the protagonist. If the seismograph was placed in an area with frequent earthquakes, it would save countless lives. The Army and Company was already surrounded by people from all the major media outlets, hoping to interview Chen Mo. However, to their disappointment, the person who stirred up the storm did not appear in front of everyone. Brother Mo, the U.S. military scooped up a seismograph. The Maoist girl's voice made Chen Mo's face darken. He did not expect that the other party would still unscrupulously scoop up the seismograph. There were now 4 seismographs left under the Pacific Ocean. The seismograph had been tested successfully, and he now had confidence. He originally thought that those people would not dare to be so unscrupulous after the seismograph's warning was successful. He did not expect that he had underestimated their desire to obtain the seismograph. If he was as lukewarm as last time, those people would think that he was easy to bully. Release the news. The country that scooped up the Army and Company's seismograph must return the seismograph within 3 days and compensate the Army and Company for its losses. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. Chen Mo issued a warning. It was not aimed at an individual or a company, but at a country. As soon as the announcement was released, it added another wave to the already heated seismograph incident. This was the first time that a company dared to openly warn a country. However, many people understood the Army and Company. The confirmation of the seismograph technology gave the Army and Company the confidence. Offending the Army and Company meant that it would be even more difficult to cooperate with them in the seismograph industry. Everyone only thought that the Army and Company was warning the island state, but they did not know that the United States was also involved. The news of the United States scooped up the seismograph was not announced like the island state, so outsiders did not know. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was the Army and Company settling accounts with the island state. Chunghua and Li Qingji quickly walked into the Army and Company's building. He was the director of the Seismological Bureau. When the Army and Company's seismograph was released and tested, he also knew about it. At that time, he only paid attention and did not put too much thought into it. After all, no one dared to express their opinions on this kind of matter before it was confirmed. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Things were different now. The Army and Company had successfully warned of the earthquake. The location was terrifyingly accurate, and even the time was roughly the same. This kind of technology had already far surpassed any technology in the past. The Earthquake Bureau was a department that was neither high nor low, and their position was very awkward. The Seismological Bureau was responsible for developing all kinds of disaster relief equipment and instruments, as well as maintaining seismic stations. The country was vast, and there were many seismic stations located in remote mountainous areas. Their employees risked their lives to go to all kinds of desolate places to check the equipment. In the past, there had been geological team members who had met with mishaps along the way, but outsiders didn't know about these things. Many nameless heroes were working hard behind the scenes. Every time there was a disaster, the Earthquake Bureau would be the first to be scolded. All kinds of unpleasant words were said, and they even thought that there was no need for the Earthquake Bureau to exist. They had to continue to work despite the pressure. No one knew the hard work of the geological team members and researchers behind the Earthquake Bureau. He was also on tenterhooks for 2 hours when Xianxia received the earthquake warning. It could be said that those 2 hours were the longest 2 hours of his life. He was already disappointed, but when the earthquake happened, he looked at the news and smiled foolishly. This was the first time in his life that he was happy about an earthquake. After contacting him a few times, he finally found Li Qingji. He hoped that he could come with him to meet Xianxia. In order not to make a big fuss, he still went alone and found Li Qingji to come with him. After entering the army ant company, Xiangxia's mind calmed down. He had seen the world, but this was the first time he saw a robot as a greeting person. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh at the technology of the army ant company. It had been a long time since he felt this nervous. The person he was going to meet was someone who was going to change the world. After the seismograph came out, giving Xianxia 100 Nobel Prizes would not be considered much. He had to come personally. He would not be at ease if others came to meet Xianxia. Not long after, Xianxia saw the person he wanted to see. It was an ordinary-looking young man. He did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, but he was more confident than ordinary young people. Next to him was the president of the Army Ant Company, Zhao Min, and the legendary girlfriend of Xianxia, Xiaoyu. We meet again. Xianxia shook hands with Li Qingji and then reached out to shake hands with Xianxia. This is the director of the Earthquake Bureau, Comrade Xianxia. Li Qingji introduced him to Xianxia. He was not surprised by Xianxia's identity. After the seismograph came out, he would not be surprised if someone of a higher level came over. Director Qing, it's an honor to meet you, Xianxia said with a smile. It's my honor, Xianxia said. These two are Ms. Zhao Min and Ms. Xiaoyu, right? Nice to meet you, Director Qing. Xiaoyu and Zhao Min also shook hands with Xianxia. Let's talk inside. Xianxia led them into the reception room. Mr. Chen, you should know why I'm here, right? Xianxia sat down and rubbed his hands. He could not wait to speak. Director Qing, you're here for the seismograph, right? Xianxia asked. Yes. Xianxia nodded seriously. I paid attention when you were testing the seismograph. Mr. Wu Zhen told me about it. To be honest, I did not have much hope at that time. Xianxia did not hide anything. It would seem fake if he flattered Xianxia now. It's just that the Army Ant Company can always create miracles, Xianxia said. This time, I came here shamelessly to ask for Mr. Chen's help. Xianxia was a bit embarrassed. After all, they did not do much before. It was indeed difficult to ask this time. Director Qing, you want me to install seismographs in the country? Xianxia asked. He did not need to think about this to know why Xianxia was here. That's right. After Xianxia said it, Xianxia immediately smiled. This young man was smart and seemed to be a good person. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Xianxia shook his head. The cost of seismographs is very high. Our company can't afford it if there are too many of them in the country. Because of this? How about this? Mr. Chen, add 20 seismographs and install them in other testing areas. If the seismographs are really useful, we'll buy them for you, Xianxia said. 20 is fine. As for the cost, we'll discuss it in detail after we confirm that the seismographs are useful. Xianxia extended a finger. 100 million. Okay, Xianxia agreed immediately. They were working for the welfare of the people. As long as the seismographs were useful, the higher-ups would not hesitate to pay more. Li Qingji looked at Xianxia. He wanted to see if this young man really had 3 heads and 6 arms. Xianxia was now a national treasure. The netizens had already given Xianxia a nickname, the Grim Reaper's opponent. The invention of the seismograph was a real rescue from the Grim Reaper. Now, Xianxia's reputation in China had reached the peak. He was beyond the level of a genius. Many people even said that Xianxia would be the greatest person in the 21st century. Xianxia, who had countless praises, was still young and scary. His future was full of possibilities. Even Li Qingji couldn't help but sigh. This young man was too terrifying. After you successfully warned us of the earthquake, people from Chile and Indonesia had contacted us. There might be a high-level visit. Needless to say, one of their purposes should be the seismograph. Li Qingji said. I believe that their ambassadors will contact you soon. Chen Mo nodded. These two countries were the victims of the earthquake. It was normal for them to pay attention to the seismograph. This seismograph is not a small matter. It has huge diplomatic benefits. Li Qingji said. Can you guarantee that the technology will not be leaked? Of course. Chen Mo said. This technology will not be leaked. Don't worry. Is it okay to take that? Li Qingji asked. It's okay. The seismograph that was taken away has become a pile of scrap metal. It's not useful anymore. Chen Mo shook his head. In that case, I'm relieved. Li Qingji said. Seismographs, other than warning, can also be used to gain the goodwill of the world. Other than economic benefits, there are also huge diplomatic benefits. If other countries get their hands on this technology, it will be a huge loss for them. The technology of the seismograph is not a small matter. The government and people of any country will want to get their hands on this technology. But they did not participate in this incident. Even when the seismograph of the Army Ant Company was taken away, they did not do anything. Because at that time, no one believed that Chen Mo would succeed. They thought it was a farce. But now, Chen Mo succeeded. It was beyond everyone's expectations. This is the complete paper on earthquake early warning research. Chen Mo took out a paper from his backpack and handed it to Li Qingji. The paper I published last time wasn't the complete version. I will apply for a patent for the seismometer in the future. This thesis should be helpful to the current earthquake research. Please help me pass it to Mr. Wu Zhen. Li Qingji looked at the paper in Chen Mo's hands in surprise. He did not expect that Chen Mo would suddenly give him this. To him, this might be very precious. But to Chen Mo, this thesis was nothing, as long as he did not give away the manufacturing technology of the seismograph. In a short period of time, it was impossible for the seismograph technology to be given to others. This was an instrument that could make money. In addition to bringing them huge economic benefits, this device could also boost the company's reputation. After the news of the seismograph was confirmed, the internet was now quiet. The articles defaming the Army Ant Company had disappeared without a trace. Then I thank you on behalf of those who suffered from the earthquake. Li Qingji took the paper from Chen Mo and put it away solemnly. The seismograph was built according to the theory in Chen Mo's paper. The importance of this paper was definitely not inferior to any top technology. Li Qingji and Cheng Guolai came and left in a hurry. But when they left, they both had smiles on their faces. They were not there for long, but they got the answer they wanted. The news of the Army Ant Company's seismograph continued to spread. Especially the warning of the Army Ant Company. It seemed that the island state did not take this matter seriously. Many netizens of the island state even mocked the Army Ant Company in the comments section of related news. The United States did not release any news about the seismograph that was taken away by the American Army. So, until now, the news of the United States taking the seismograph was unknown to outsiders. United States Naval Base Norfolk. Carter had a smile on his face as he quietly looked at the seismograph that was surrounded by many technical experts. They took the seismograph away before the people of the island state arrived. The first earthquake warning was sent by the seismograph that he fished up. This meant that this seismograph was usable and could also predict earthquakes. They did not take the warning of the Army Ant Company seriously at all. If these words were said by the government of Xianxia, they would have some weight. But they did not take the Army Ant Company seriously at all. Now, they just wanted to get the technology of the seismograph as soon as possible. Everything else was fake. After a long time, the first piece of the seismograph's outer layer was removed. After seeing the situation inside the seismograph, the scientists were immediately dumbfounded. Destroyed, they could see that the wires, circuit boards, and chips were all burned out. It was completely different from the intact appearance. After the outer layer was removed, the stench of burnt flesh rushed out and made the group of experts retreat quickly. What's going on? Everyone looked at Carter. Carter's smile also froze on his face. How the F***ck would I know? Carter thought in his heart but did not say it out loud. He also did not know why the seismograph was like this. I don't know. Carter's smile was gone and his face was a little ugly. When we fished it up, it was still working. Many technical experts looked at each other. Then did someone destroy it after you fished it up? A tall officer looked at Carter with dissatisfaction. No. Carter hurriedly shook his head. Then what the F***ck is going on? The tall officer's tone was very unfriendly. Our people have never touched it. I don't know either. Get him the surveillance footage immediately. The tall officer's face was gloomy. This seismograph was fished up from the site of the underwater earthquake and took a lot of risks. It was already confirmed that the seismograph could be used. If they could get this technology, the United States would receive the praise of the whole world and its prestige would also increase. But now, it had turned into a cannon. Not only Carter, but the leader of the island state navy, Ting Chuanying, also lowered his head and listened to the officer's scolding. Sir, when we arrived, the Americans were already fishing for the equipment. We could not intervene at all. Don't find excuses. If you can't get it, you can't get it. I don't like to listen to excuses. Sitting in the chair in front of him, an old man's face was gloomy. Last time, they had fished back a damaged seismograph. This time, they finally found an opportunity, but it was snatched by the Americans. After this earthquake, the seismograph had been confirmed to be able to warn of earthquakes. This technology had become very important, especially for the island state. The old man poured the tea on the table into his mouth and said, "Go and search along the route that the Xianxia scientific expedition team took last time. Use the sonar search instrument. They must have used more than 2. Sir, the range is too big. There's no way to search. There's no way. Think of a way." The old officer slammed the table. I want an intact seismograph. This is related to national security. Hey. Chen Mo opened his eyes. A few rays of sunlight shone into the room in the morning. It was quiet with a warm color. The matter of the seismograph had always made his nerves tense. Now that the matter had come to an end, he was much more relaxed. He lay on the bed and enjoyed the rare peace. Not long after, the door opened. Xiaoyu walked in wearing her clothes. When she saw Chen Mo who had already woken up, she smiled faintly. Get up quickly. It's time to eat breakfast and go to work. Seeing Xiaoyu's gentle smile, Chen Mo also smiled. His heartstrings were also slightly plucked. When he saw Xiaoyu, his mood always unconsciously relaxed. Not long after, Xiaoyu changed her clothes. She was wearing a business suit and her long hair was tied up. She lacked a trace of gentleness. She looked very capable and confident. Xiaoyu, who was tidying up her clothes, noticed Chen Mo staring at her. Her face unconsciously became shy. Although she was already his person, this gaze was still unbearable for her. Chen Mo also got up from the bed when his sleepiness disappeared. After washing up, Xiaoyu had already put on a simple layer of makeup. Chen Mo sat at the table and ate his breakfast seriously. Plain porridge, fried eggs, and a cut apple. It was very simple. These were all made by Xiaoyu herself. Although she was not short of money, Xiaoyu did not have the intention of hiring a nanny. She insisted on making breakfast for Chen Mo every day. Xiaoyu was very attentive to the preparation of breakfast every time. The fruits were different every day, and the style of breakfast was also different. Xiaoyu was also sitting at the table. When she saw Chen Mo eating with relish, the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. This atmosphere was still the same as when she moved into Chen Mo's rented house. Life had changed, but people had not. Looking at me like that, do you think I'm too handsome and have improper thoughts about me? I do have improper thoughts about you. Xiaoyu smiled like a flower. After the heartwarming meal, they went to the company and started their own work. Xiaoyu was Zhao Min's assistant. She had to help deal with some affairs. In addition, Zhao Min would sometimes give her some things, so she was very busy. Now that the seismograph technology had been completed, Chen Mo still had to start researching superconducting materials at room temperature. The discussion about the seismograph in the outside world was still crazy. Many media outlets hoped that Chen Mo would give a direct response, but Chen Mo was not interested. Boss, the relevant procedures for the production of the seismograph have been completed. Zhao Min looked very energetic. The Army Ant Company had become the most famous company in the world, and it would become the greatest company in the future. To her, having a business empire under her management was an unparalleled achievement. Chen Mo nodded and took the information from Zhao Min. What's the situation outside? What's his reaction? It's all over the place. Zhao Min smiled. The seismograph had made the Army Ant Company famous and rich. The valuation companies on Wall Street had already rated the Army Ant Company as the most valuable company in the world. The valuation of the Army Ant Company was something that many experts did not know how to judge. If the valuation was too high, many people would not agree. If the valuation was too low, it would attract criticism. The value of the Army Ant Company was immeasurable. However, the shares of the Army Ant Company were still in the hands of Chen Mo. It was unlikely that the company would be listed in the future. Chen Mo's net worth could no longer be described as ordinary wealth. His reputation had reached the peak. Just the name Chen Mo alone was worth hundreds of billions. As an entrepreneur, his achievements were beyond the scope of an entrepreneur. As the CEO of the Army Ant Company, Zhao Min had become one of the most influential women in the world. What she was going to do next was to produce the seismograph. With the help of the Earthquake Bureau, the Army Ant Company had contacted the famous geologists and geophysicists in the country. The production and installation of the seismograph would also be carried out at the same time. We've been in the limelight recently. Don't cause any more trouble. Zhao Min reminded him. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. This saying had been passed down since ancient times. It was not just a few words, but real experience. Why do you say that? Chen Mo asked. We've been in the limelight too much. This is not a good thing. If we are in the limelight too much, it means that we will be in the sights of many people. We should be glad that the seismograph did not affect the interests of those super tycoons. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Zhao Min said. We rose from trouble, Chen Mo said with a smile. It's different this time. The impact in the past was limited. After the seismograph was produced, the value of the Army Ant Company is immeasurable. The shares are all in your hands. Those tycoons did not get a single share. There will definitely be people watching you secretly. You should have learned your lesson from the last few times. Chen Mo's announcement of the earthquake prediction made her heart skip a beat. At that time, she had already asked Li Lingfeng to prepare for the worst. If the prediction was successful, the shock would turn into a surprise that would kill. If this continued, the Army Ant Company would not be able to withstand Chen Mo's torment. Chen Mo nodded. Then I'll keep a low profile during this period. I promise I won't cause too much trouble. I'll be a good boy. His serious look made Zhao Min laugh. You have to pay attention to your personal safety. Without you, the company will collapse immediately. Zhao Min became serious in the next second. The speed of her change of expression was so fast that even Chen Mo was surprised. I will. Chen Mo nodded. The previous incidents made him very sensitive to this kind of thing. There's one more thing. The ambassadors of some countries with frequent earthquake disasters have contacted the company. They want to know about the seismograph. They are very interested in it. What kind of information? Chen Mo asked. The accuracy and price of the earthquake warning are the issues they are most concerned about. In terms of accuracy, no one dares to say that it will be 100% successful. It should be 80%. However, last time was the first time the warning was successful. We will continue to collect data in the future. The specific data will only be known after the test. The cost of production should be about 3 million. How much do you want to set the selling price? Chen Mo looked at Zhao Min. He was good at research, but he was not as good as Zhao Min in business. 50 million. Zhao Min stretched out 5 fingers. Seeing the price, Zhao Min said, Chen Mo took a deep breath. This price was a bit ruthless. Are you surprised? Zhao Min smiled. But I didn't finish. I said 50 million US dollars. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Min as if he had seen a ghost. Now, looking at Zhao Min's smiling face, he felt cold all over. What was ruthless? Compared to Zhao Min, he was simply a naive and kind child. One day, he would be sold by Zhao Min at a price. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhao Min glanced at Chen Mo's expression as if he had seen a ghost. She smiled slightly. Although you are rich, you don't know how to do business. We are not doing business with ordinary people now. We are doing business with a country. Why do you say that? Chen Mo asked. You know about graphene, right? When the West monopolized it, it was 5,000 yuan per gram. After our country broke the monopoly, the lowest price of cabbage is a few yuan per gram. Now that we are the monopoly party, why shouldn't we slaughter it? If this seismograph is developed abroad, our country will have to bite the bullet and buy a few because it is related to the safety of the people. Well, the poverty in the past limited my imagination. Chen Mo smiled and said, I have learned this time. I am still not qualified as a businessman. Zhao Min smiled and shook her head. Although Chen Mo was very skilled, he was from the grassroots. He did not have much contact with the business of the company. Tangchuining was in an extremely bad mood. He had ordered the fleet to patrol back and forth in the sea with sonar. However, 2 weeks had passed and there was still no result. He knew the approximate route of the Xianxia expedition team. However, the Pacific Ocean was terrifyingly big. Finding the seismograph at the bottom of the sea was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The last time they found the seismograph was because of the signal. However, the seismograph would only send out signals when there was an earthquake. This was a headache. The entire island state was in an earthquake zone and had always been plagued with disasters. Because of the huge losses caused by the earthquake every year, they were determined to get the seismograph technology. With the seismograph's early warning technology and earthquake warning, they could avoid a lot of losses. Tangchuining looked at the boundless sea with his binoculars and his face darkened. The last time he took the instrument from the Xianxia expedition team, he thought he had made a profit. However, he found out that it was broken. The core technology had been lost and the seismograph had long lost its function. He didn't know whether the seismograph that the Americans took away was still intact or not. However, the higher-ups had given him a strict order to take back an intact seismograph. To hell with the order. Tangchuining put down the binoculars and cursed. Just as he was complaining, a soldier in a white sailor suit ran over with excitement on his face. Captain, we found a long-wave signal 80 nautical miles to the northeast. There are also signals in other directions. There are 3 signals in total. 3 signals? Tangchuining was ecstatic. Immediately record the coordinates of all the signals and head to the sea area where the nearest signal is. Yes, Captain. In the Army Ant Company, Chen Mo was interrupted by the Mahist girl's voice. Brother Mo, 3 seismographs in the western Pacific Ocean have sent out signals at the same time. 3 seismographs sent out signals at the same time? Chen Mo's eyelids twitched violently. He had learned about the location of the seismographs from Wu Zhen on the phone. In order to increase the monitoring range of the seismographs, one seismograph was placed every 80 kilometers or more. The approximate location was in the western Pacific Ocean. They were so far away, but they sent out the earthquake warning at the same time. He felt that this was not a small matter. An island state warship and an American warship are heading towards the seismograph, the Mahist girl said again. This bunch of greedy bastards, they still don't forget to take advantage of me at this time? Chen Mo's expression changed. Let them fish. They'll have to pay. Back double in the future. What's the level of warning from 3 seismographs? The depth of the epicenter and the epicenter cannot be monitored. It is possible that a super earthquake will occur in other regions and affect these 3 places. He also had this premonition in his heart. After hearing the Mahist girl's words, he was even more certain of his guess. What time is it? According to the seismograph, it will take an hour, the Mahist girl said. Chen Emo told Zhao Min about the earthquake. After getting Zhao Min's affirmation, he spoke. Mahast girl, release a message on the official website. In an hour, earthquakes will occur in 3 places in the western Pacific Ocean. Add a dot on the map. There is a possibility of a high-level earthquake. Some time ago, Zhao Min told him to keep a low profile and not to cause trouble. He did as he was told and hid in the laboratory to do research. It had been half a month. Although there was still news about the seismograph on the internet, it had decreased a lot. In this environment where entertainers dominated, any major scientific achievement would not remain popular for long. The headlines of entertainers were the real headlines. Now, he decided to be high-profile again. When the seismograph warning was first released, many people were shocked and convinced. As time passed, there was now some noise on the internet. Many people thought that the Army Ant Company's last earthquake was a coincidence. It was still a question whether it could be predicted a second time. If the prediction was successful this time, the seismograph's performance would be confirmed. This earthquake might be more powerful than the previous one. He also wanted to see how big the earthquake would be. He had a bad premonition that something big was going to happen this time. The Army Ant Company, which had been hiding for half a month, released other news about the earthquake. As soon as the news was released, it immediately became the focus of the discussion. In an hour, an earthquake would occur in the northeastern waters of the island state in the western Pacific Ocean. There was a possibility of a super earthquake. The shorter the news, the bigger the problem. A super earthquake was scary just thinking about it. Many people thought of the earthquake that happened in the island state. The tsunami caused by the earthquake caused huge losses to the island state and took tens of thousands of lives. Coupled with the leakage of the nuclear power plant, many people were living in the shadows and homeless until now. There was also a super earthquake, which was the tsunami in Indonesia. The news was spread to the island state in the shortest time possible. However, many people in the island state did not buy it, but many people chose to believe it. They took their things and drove away from their homes by the sea. Even if there was only a 1/10 chance, they could not take the risk. The debate about the Army Ant Company's seismograph started again. Time passed in the midst of the debate. Iachi Koji yawned and looked at the sea from time to time. Other than the blue water, he could not see anything else. Suddenly, Iachi Koji's pupils constricted and his eyes widened. The surface of the sea suddenly surged. It was a school of fish. Schools of fish jumped on the surface of the sea. There were also dolphins. This kind of scene was very rare. It felt like dolphins were hunting for food. Strange gray clouds slowly appeared on the horizon. All of this seemed to be very abnormal. As a citizen of the island state, this kind of thing was not uncommon. It was an earthquake cloud. Due to the abnormal magnetic field, electromagnetic waves affected the ionosphere at high altitudes, causing water vapor and dust to be arranged in an irregular order, forming an earthquake cloud. Without thinking too much, Iachi Koji immediately picked up the phone and dialed the captain's room. Xianxia put down the phone and looked at the sea with binoculars. Sure enough, he saw schools of fish jumping out of the water and earthquake clouds. The Army Ant Company's seismograph on the seabed sent a signal, which meant that an earthquake would come soon. However, this had nothing to do with him. His mission was to get the seismograph. He had a bad feeling. There were signals in 3 directions, which meant that there were earthquakes in all 3 directions. Things were not as simple as he thought. The fleet sped up and moved in the direction of the seismograph signal. Captain, there's news from the headquarters. The Army Ant Company has released news. In an hour, there might be an underwater earthquake in the sea area we are in. The headquarters hopes that you will be careful. The soldier who reported handed a piece of paper to Xianxia. An hour? Xianxia murmured. In the end, he nodded. Slow down. Time passed minute by minute. This earthquake was different from the past. The Army Ant Company had already predicted it once, and it was correct this time. This meant that the seismograph was really useful. In every corner of the world, teachers, students, drivers, scholars, and all kinds of people were all holding their phones, waiting for the news to update. An hour passed on their phones. Sendai City, Island State. Takagi Akiko was sitting on the sofa eating snacks, watching Doraemon on the TV, unable to take her eyes off it. The high-intensity work made her lose the motivation to go out and play. Now that she was on holiday at home, she hid in the house to watch TV and eat TV. This was the supreme enjoyment, and she didn't have to think about other troubles. Buzz buzz buzz, a strange sound rang out, and the picture on the TV began to flicker, making her feel that something was wrong. Then, her phone received a message. Earthquake? The warning message on the phone made her heart contract fiercely. Before she put down the phone, things in the room began to shake. Without thinking, Takagi Akiko immediately threw away the snacks in her hand and rushed out of the room without even wearing shoes. The shaking as if the end of the world made her heart clench. A minute ago, she was still immersed in the relaxation of the anime, but at this moment, her body was dominated by fear. She had experienced many earthquakes, and every time, she felt panic from the bottom of her heart, as if she was strangled by the Grim Reaper and would suffocate in the next second. There was only one voice in her heart. Leave the house and go to a safe place. The moment she rushed out of the house, Takagi Akiko felt that the whole world was bright. After running to the nearest open space, Takagi Akiko fell to the ground, pale and panting desperately. It was as if she had defeated the Grim Reaper again, and she was already exhausted. More and more people gathered in the open space where she was, and everyone's face was filled with panic and fear. The world was shaking, and the sound of the house collapsing filled her mind. In less than half a minute, she experienced a moment of life and death. Her feet without shoes had been cut by the gravel, but she didn't know. Not long ago, it was a bustling area, but now it was full of devastation. Looking at this scene, her eyes were a little dull. Broken walls, wails of pain, faces of fear, and people crying in the ruins. Sadness, fear, and despair filled everyone's heart. The monitor shows that a magnitude 8.9 earthquake occurred in the Northeast Sea area, and the epicenter was about 150 kilometers away from Sendai. The staff of the Island State Meteorological Department looked a little sad. After the Army Ant Company issued the earthquake warning, their meteorological department paid close attention to the earthquake stations. They tried to send the earthquake warning to ordinary people as soon as possible, and of course, they also hoped that this warning was fake. Unexpectedly, a super earthquake still happened. This location was in the same sea area as the earthquake that year. It was not far from the location of the 7.8 magnitude earthquake. Release the news of the earthquake and tsunami warning. Kato Moss's expression was extremely ugly. He had no choice but to give this order. Now was not the worst-case scenario. He only hoped that the tsunami would not happen. Otherwise, the coastal areas would suffer again. The Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, the Island State Meteorological Agency, and the United States Geological Survey issued a tsunami warning almost at the same time. The news of the earthquake in Island State instantly attracted the attention of the whole world. The tsunami warning has been issued, and the people living by the sea in Island State are in a panic. Many people could still vividly remember the great tsunami back then. Now, a natural disaster was coming again. Unable to care too much, some people started to drive towards the nearest high ground. Kishimoto looked at the fish in the box with a smile on his face. There was no doubt that this voyage would be a huge gain. As long as they reached the shore, they would be able to earn twice the usual amount of money. To him, it was a great harvest. Captain, we received a tsunami warning. Just as Kishimoto was rejoicing, a crew member ran over. There was a huge underwater earthquake 150 kilometers east of Sendai. The meteorological agency issued a tsunami warning. Hearing this, Kishimoto's hair stood on end. He could already see the port. Telling him about a tsunami warning at this time? Turn around immediately, go out to sea at full speed, don't reach the shore. Kishimoto did not dare to hesitate. Thinking of the tsunami disaster back then, he felt a chill in his heart. Everyone returned to the cabin, immediately. Without thinking, Kishimoto ran directly to the rudder, turned the bow, and rushed towards the sea at full speed. He also had an ominous premonition in his heart. The earthquake back then almost took his life. Now, when earthquakes and tsunamis were mentioned, there was a shadow in his heart. Just like him, the ships that were preparing to dock immediately turned around after receiving the warning. The ships on the coast had also set sail. The scene of hundreds of ships setting off together appeared at the port, including some large ships. What they had to do now was to sail the ship to the open sea level to avoid the tsunami. Miyagi Prefecture. Yasui looked at the road that was already congested with despair on his face. They had just escaped from the earthquake, and now there was a tsunami warning. The source of the earthquake was similar to the Great Earthquake back then. If there was a tsunami, they would be the first target. In the previous disaster, their place was the hardest hit area. The scene from back then appeared again, and the road was already blocked by fleeing cars. Looking at the distant mountains, it was so close. However, without a car, it was impossible to rush over. All kinds of people cursing on the road had already escaped in their cars. The road congestion became even worse, and it was almost impossible to move an inch. He was a little regretful that when the Army Ant Company issued a super earthquake warning, he did not leave this place. But at that time, his friend persuaded him to leave together and treat it as a trip. Now, it was impossible to leave quickly. Seeing the scene in front of him, he knew that he could not waste any more time. Thinking of this, Yasui also got out of the car and ran towards the distant mountain. Now that someone was willing to exchange their bicycle for his car, he would agree without hesitation. The road was completely blocked. All kinds of people running for their lives on the road had panic written all over their faces. They hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. The tsunami was approaching. The outline of the tsunami could be seen on the sea level. The moment it entered the harbor, the funnel-like harbor made the height of the waves grow higher and higher. On the sea wall, one could already see the high waves on the sea level. Mingshi stood on the mountain and watched the waves come over with a calm expression. But looking at this kind of wave, the disaster would probably not be small. This scene reminded him of the tsunami back then. He had once experienced life and death. That feeling was still vivid in his mind. In the face of nature's disaster, humans were as weak as ants and had no ability to resist. Rumble, the seawater poured in and an even bigger wave was formed. It rushed into the land and was unstoppable. The seawater had already spread towards him. He could not escape even if he wanted to. The big ship was lifted and rushed into the land, crashing into a house. Then, the house and the big ship were drowned in the huge wave. The parked cars on the road were already lifted by the waves. As the waves drifted, more and more people gathered, like nature's garbage. Looking at the approaching waves, Mingshi was expressionless. This was a kind of indifference to death. The tsunami had already arrived. He could clearly see that the cars that could not escape in time were being swallowed by the sea and disappeared. There were many other people with him. Screams and cries could be heard all over the mountain. Asahi Shimbun, the meteorological agency, reported that a magnitude 7 for earthquake occurred in Sendai City at 14:25 on the 13th. A magnitude 8.9 earthquake occurred in the Pacific Ocean at a depth of 20 kilometers. The earthquake caused a tsunami and hit Miyagi Prefecture. According to current statistics, the earthquake and tsunami have caused 5,000 deaths and 20,000 missing. The number is still rising. CNN, news from the United States Seismic Survey. At 21:25 on the 12th, Hawaii time, a magnitude 9.1 earthquake occurred in the western Pacific Ocean. The focal depth was about 21 kilometers. The earthquake caused a tsunami that hit the island nation. The highest wave of the tsunami may exceed 25 meters. CCTV, a magnitude 9.0 earthquake occurred in the Pacific Ocean at a depth of 22 kilometers. The earthquake caused a tsunami and hit Miyagi Prefecture, Island State, Fukushima, and other places. According to the latest official data, 5,437 people have died and more than 20,000 are missing. Reuters, a magnitude 9.0 earthquake occurred in the northeastern waters of Island State. Tens of thousands of casualties. The Army Ant Company warned of a super earthquake an hour ago. The casualties could have been reduced. Why are there still so many casualties? Financial Times, the earthquake and tsunami in Island State is expected to cause more than $150 billion of economic losses to the island state. World News, Fukushima was hit by another earthquake and tsunami. The nuclear leak crisis may become more serious. Nuclear fuel may contaminate the groundwater. Fukushima will become more dangerous. People around the world are discussing the safety of nuclear power plants again. South Korea is once again opposed to the construction of nuclear power plants. Moscow News Network, affected by the earthquake, the island state moved 5 centimeters toward the Mariana Trench. The Mariana Trench accelerated its eastward expansion. The island state is sliding toward the Mariana Trench 200 kilometers away at a rate of 1.5 meters per year. The fault becomes more fragile. If there are a few more similar earthquakes, the sinking of the island state will become a possibility. It was all over the place, all kinds of news. The whole world's attention was attracted by the earthquake. There were all kinds of news reports on all levels, and they were all talking about the earthquake and tsunami. An hour before the earthquake, the Army Ant Company warned of the disaster, but it still caused so many casualties and losses to the island state. Many people began to ponder. The disaster could be mitigated, but the people of the island state chose not to believe in the army ant, so the disaster did not lessen by much. The whole world was shocked by the earthquake and tsunami in the island state. The United States, Xianxia, Russia, Australia, and other countries had sent rescue teams to the island state. The United Nations rescue team was also rushing to the disaster area. Various occasions and prayer activities were spontaneously held throughout the island state. The whole island state was immersed in a sorrowful atmosphere. Gradually, some voices appeared on the internet in island state. Why didn't anyone pay attention to the Army Ant Company's warning? Because the Army Ant Company did not tell us the exact location of the super earthquake. This disaster was caused by the selfishness of the Army Ant Company. Why didn't the Army Ant Company disclose its seismograph technology? Why didn't the Army Ant Company announce the exact location of the super earthquake? Is the Army Ant Company that selfish? We strongly request that the Army Ant Company disclose the seismograph technology. As soon as this voice appeared, it quickly appeared on the international news media and various social media platforms. All the media outlets demanded that the Army Ant Company disclose the seismograph technology. In addition to the news of the earthquake in the island state, this news also became a mainstream voice. Now that the Army Ant Company had successfully predicted 2 earthquakes, this meant that the seismograph was really useful. As long as the seismograph was installed in areas with frequent earthquakes, many people could be saved. An international moral public opinion was really forcing the Army Ant Company. As for whether this voice was controlled by someone behind it, ordinary people did not know. Not long after the news came out, the Army Ant Company officials responded. The earthquake occurred in the territorial waters of the island state, and the Army Ant Company's seismograph was not near the epicenter, so it was impossible to detect the level and center of the earthquake. As for the voices that asked for the technology to be disclosed, the Army Ant Company did not intend to pay attention to them at all. They would be fools to pay attention to such a brain-dead question. The earthquake in the island state did not have any impact on them, but it once again made the Army Ant Company in the limelight on the international stage. The Army Ant Company had tried their best to keep this kind of thing low-key. Other than a brief response, they did not show up at all. They also did not express any opinions about the earthquake in the island state. At this time, the Army Ant Company was still doing things as usual. Li Qingji, Chunghua, and Yaoi came together. When they saw the Army Ant Company's office building, the 3 of them sighed. This Army Ant Company was really amazing. They had done something that no one before them had been able to do. This time, Chen Mo and the Army Ant Company had really caught the attention of the higher-ups. As soon as the 3 of them walked into the Army Ant Company, they saw Chen Mo and the others waiting at the entrance of the lobby. Mr. Li, Secretary Yao, Director Chen. Chen Mo hurriedly greeted the 3 of them and led them to the reception room. As soon as they sat down in the reception room, Chen Mo opened his mouth. This time, the 3 of you came looking for me at the same time. It really surprised me. Is there something important? We just happened to meet by chance. Yaoi smiled and said, my matter is not confidential. Let me say it first. Binhai City is preparing to build a smart city and increase the appearance of the city. The Army Ant Company's smart platform is the most advanced. I would like to invite the Army Ant Company to participate in this. Zhao Men looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Then, she said, okay. I will talk to Secretary Yao about this in detail later. That's good. Yao Yi smiled. There is one more thing. The production license for the seismograph has been approved. The production batch number has been released. Chen Mo and Zhao Men looked at each other and understood. The function of the seismograph was vividly demonstrated in the island state earthquake. The higher-ups probably wanted to install the seismograph as soon as possible. That was why they were allowed to pass so quickly. When the two of them looked at Chunghua also said, I came here this time to tell you that we are preparing to purchase 200 seismographs to build an earthquake early warning network in the provinces where earthquakes occur frequently in the country. What about the price? The cost price is about 3 million per unit. Chen Mo said, this is a small thing that our company is doing for the people in the country who have been affected by the earthquake. That's good. I thank you and the Army Ant Company on behalf of the people in the country. Chunghua looked at Chen Mo with appreciation. This young man was really good at seeing the big picture. However, there are some production equipment that we need your help with. Otherwise, we will have to wait for our equipment to arrive before we can mass produce them. It will take some time, Chen Mo said. Leave it to me. Li Qingji took care of everything. Now, the attitude of the higher-ups was very clear. As long as the earthquake early warning network could be built as soon as possible, they would try to meet Chen Mo's requirements. This was the reason he had come this time. This time, I came here to bring news. Li Qingji said, I just hope that you can give priority to helping build an earthquake early warning network in the country. If you need any help, you can tell me. Sure. We will only think about the export problem after we build the earthquake early warning network in the country. Chen Mo nodded. Can you give me a tax exemption policy? I will help you ask about this. Li Qingji said, I am very curious. How much is the export price? $50 million per unit. Zhao Men smiled. As soon as she said that, the three people on the scene almost cursed. The cost was $3 million, and she wanted to sell it for $50 million per unit. This Zhao Men was really ruthless. It seems that Brother Chen Mo is right to let Miss Zhao manage the company, Yao Yi said with a smile. Only you know the production cost. You have to keep it a secret. We will. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. The three of them briefly talked about some things. After getting satisfactory answers, they left the Army Ant Company. The news of casualties in the island state earthquake attracted the attention of the whole world. One reason was that the earthquake was so big that it had to attract the attention of the whole world. The Fukushima nuclear accident became more serious and made people worried. Another reason was that before the super earthquake, the Army Ant Company had already given a prediction. However, the casualties were still surprisingly high, which was somewhat unreasonable. Ordinary people were concerned about the earthquake disaster, but the governments of various countries were concerned about the Army Ant Company. The earthquake prediction could be a coincidence once, but the second time was not a coincidence. Natural disasters could not be controlled. The only thing they could do was try to reduce the casualties in the disaster. Now that the seismograph was out, it was undoubtedly a great thing for earthquake-prone countries. The ambassador of the island state contacted us. Xiaoyu walked into Chen Mo's laboratory and said softly, they want to know about the seismograph. Sister Zhao didn't make a decision, so she asked me to come up and ask for your opinion. Chen Mo put the synthesized silicon carbon into the bottle and stopped what he was doing. They haven't even returned the seismograph that they salvaged, and they still want to buy it? Ignore them and don't give them an answer. Wait for them to understand, obediently return the seismograph and compensate us for our losses. Then we'll talk about the seismograph. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it, Chen Mo said without thinking. When he salvaged the seismograph, he also wanted to take advantage of the Army Ant Company. He was a vengeful person. The island state disgusted him, and now it was his turn to be disgusted back. He would never let go of such a good opportunity. Okay, Xiaoyu said. In the past 2 days, the ambassadors of many countries had contacted the Army Ant Company. The seismograph business, as Zhao Min said, was not a work with individuals or companies. Their partners were countries. In countries with frequent earthquake disasters, the losses caused by earthquakes were in the hundreds of millions every year. 1/10 of these losses were enough to install seismographs in every corner of the country. Therefore, as long as the seismograph was mass-produced, he would not have to worry about no one buying it. In addition to the earthquake warning network in China, another country showed a strong intention to buy it. It was New Zealand in the South Pacific. New Zealand was one of the countries that were most eager to get their hands on seismographs. In the past few years, the number of volcanic eruptions and earthquakes around the world had increased significantly. Experts predicted that there would be major movements on Earth in the next few years, and it would be a year of earthquakes. Scientists discovered that the Xianxia subduction zone, the largest fault in New Zealand, had been awakened from its slumber by the earthquake 2 years ago. Experts predict that if the 3 faults in New Zealand are active, there will be a devastating earthquake in New Zealand. The most terrible thing is that the earthquake may cause a tsunami. Therefore, after the Army Ant Company confirmed that it could predict earthquakes, New Zealand couldn't wait to send someone over to discuss the seismograph with the Army Ant Company. In addition to New Zealand, several other countries had also contacted them, but the price was too high, so they were still hesitating. Xianxia was not in a hurry. There was not a lot of production now. He would first provide it to the local network. If the island state wanted to buy it, it would depend on his mood. After Xiaoyu left, Xianxia continued to focus on the experiment equipment. During this period of time, he had been experimenting and finally synthesized some superconducting materials at room temperature. However, in terms of purity, it still didn't meet the requirements. These materials could be made into ordinary conductors. However, if he wanted to make a superconducting chip, he needed to purify the superconducting materials at room temperature. In order to save costs and achieve the goal of mass production, the purity of the materials must meet the requirements in the first synthesis process. Island State Embassy. Inada Jinnan's expression was very ugly. He didn't expect to be directly rejected by the Army Ant Company. No matter what, he was still an ambassador to China. He was very unhappy that he was rejected just like that. The Army Ant Company didn't even say the reason for rejecting him, which made him even more unhappy. The earthquake and tsunami had just passed, and the country was busy with disaster relief. But now, in the country, aftershocks were incessant, and people couldn't help but worry about when the next earthquake would come. After this disaster, the country was now in urgent need of the seismograph technology. If they had this technology to predict the arrival of the next earthquake, those voters would definitely support their current party to be elected as the next prime minister of the government. Now, the order given to him by the higher-ups was to hope that he could get the seismograph technology. If he couldn't, he could buy the seismograph back. The Army Ant Company was already able to predict earthquakes. If they couldn't predict the next disaster before it came, this would be the government's inaction. At that time, they would be in endless trouble. It was even more likely that they would be attacked by the opposition parties and have them take the blame and resign. What he knew was that New Zealand, Chile, Indonesia, and other countries with frequent earthquake disasters had already begun to contact the Army Ant Company and received some information. However, when he came to contact them, he was rejected. This made him unable to vent his anger. Now that the Army Ant Company had the seismograph technology, it was unlikely that they would obtain this technology through abnormal means. The Army Ant Company had already been noticed by the higher-ups of Xianxia. If their people were caught like last time and angered the Army Ant Company, they wouldn't be able to get a single part, let alone the seismograph. Inada-kun, is it because of the seismograph incident that the Army Ant Company ignored us? We didn't return the seismograph to the Army Ant Company. Yokoyu said. He was the counselor of the embassy and was responsible for assisting the embassy. This time, the higher-ups wanted them to get the seismograph, so he had to help. If this matter was completed, he would also receive some credit. Inada Jinnan patted his head and suddenly understood. Last time, when the Army Ant Company's seismograph was fished up, they ignored the Army Ant Company and even refused the Army Ant Company's visas to go to Island State. Inada Jinnan thought that the Army Ant Company would make a fuss because of this incident. However, the Army Ant Company only gave a superficial response. The Army Ant Company must be unhappy with them because of this incident. What are you going to do? Inada Jinnan looked at Yokoyu. We have already offended the Army Ant Company because of what happened last time. The best way is to return the seismograph to the Army Ant Company. Yokoyu said. Won't that be too embarrassing? Inada Jinnan thought for a while and said. It would be embarrassing for the government to compromise with a company. Let's not make too much noise. The media's attention is now on the earthquake. As long as we don't make too much noise, we won't be noticed. Inada Jinnan nodded and picked up the phone. I will contact the government. The island state government was under a lot of pressure. When they heard Inada Jinnan's request, they immediately agreed. The core circuit board and chip of the seismograph that they fished up were already burnt. They didn't get any useful technology. End of chapter 155. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.